When the doctor has a plug chapter 1260 to chapter 1344. At that moment, many pharmaceutical companies were very anxious. Director Yang, I really didn't meet Professor Chen. I've been in the emergency center for a few days. I went there at 7 in the morning and only left at 12 at night. But I didn't meet him at all. Director Chen, I'm really close to staying in the hospital. I didn't see Professor Chen at all. Let's not invite him out for a good chat. Similar things happened in several pharmaceutical companies. In order to meet Chen Song, these companies sent many of their executives to talk to him. However, every time they received news that Professor Chen was in surgery. Therefore, they sent people to wait for Chen Song. When they met Chen Song, they would call them and then come over personally. Otherwise, they would look like idiots waiting at the door as leaders after all. However, it had been 3 days and no one had contacted Chen Song. This made 4 or 5 pharmaceutical companies frown. It was the same for Xianxia. Ever since he met Chen Song for the first time, he had not seen him again. Moreover, Xianxia was really shocked by the 200 million patent fee. Of course, it was not that he had never seen a patent fee of 200 million, but it was too rare. Domestic companies could not even come up with a few hundred million in patent fees in a year. Therefore, Xianxia really felt that Chen Song's 200 million was just an excuse for Chen Song. When he did not see Chen Song, he thought that Chen Song deliberately did not want to see him. Xianxia was suddenly very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. His company produced large vascular devices. If they got the patent, they would definitely develop well. After thinking for a while, he thought of a way. Regardless of whether Chen Song agreed to meet him or not, it did not matter whether he met him or not. First, he had to shut the other companies out. Therefore, he sent people to spread the word that Chen Song was asking for 300 million in patent fees. Chen Song would not meet anyone who was less than 300 million. As a result, the news quickly spread. Director Yang, it's said that Professor Chen's patent fee is 300 million. Otherwise, we'll talk face to face. Director Chen, 300 million. Should we give up? Director Zhang, 300 million. Should we fight for it? The representatives of these pharmaceutical companies were all in the hospital. All of them appeared to be united, but they were actually at odds with each other. They were trying to get information from each other. This news quickly reached the ears of the pharmaceutical company's CEO. For a moment, the CEOs fell into deep thought. 300 million, that was quite a lot. However, for many international companies, 300 million was not too much. If they could hold this patent in their hands, 300 million was not impossible. For a time, more and more people were paying attention to this patent. Sometimes, the higher the asking price, the more people would pay attention to it. If you're cheap, no one will pay attention to you. Chen Song didn't expect that Xianxia's unintentional action would actually help him raise the price. It directly reached 300 million. Even Xianxia did not expect that so many people would be willing to spend 300 million to buy it. Meanwhile, in the office, everyone was speechless when they heard Chen Song's question. Su Ziming yawned and said, "My dear teacher Chen, other than the auntie buying breakfast, the only people who can see you are the drivers who drive late into the night. Do you know? The young man who sells breakfast in my neighborhood posted on his WeChat moments yesterday. Although I earn more than a doctor, I get off work earlier than a doctor. He even took a picture after that. That's my back view when I was bargaining with him at the checkout. Damn it, I said that he gave me a free herbal tea egg this morning." When everyone heard that, they instantly burst into laughter. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right. The pharmaceutical company's representative is really helpless when they meet you. They go home at 1 or 2 at night and come to the hospital at 5 or 6 in the morning. With your work schedule, it's impossible for them to meet you. Teacher Meng echoed. When Chen Song heard that, he suddenly understood, so that's why, no wonder no one is looking for me. It's because I've locked myself up. But, where's my cell phone? As bosses, can't you ask around and look for my cell phone number? Am I that hard to find? Chen Song sighed, disappointed that he had failed to meet his expectations. Actually, Chen Song had really misunderstood her. She didn't call him because she wanted to show her respect. They had already sent countless text messages. Chen Song just did not see them. They thought that Professor Chen Song did not like text messages, so they did not continue to call and harass him. Instead, they took the initiative to send the higher-ups to talk to Chen Song face to face. In the end, they did not expect such a thing to happen. When Yang Shang spread the news that Chen Song asked for 300 million, everyone thought that Chen Song did not want to meet him because of the price. They all went back to discuss it. At this time, after Chen Song heard everyone's discussion, he immediately made a decision. Alright, everyone, take a break today. As for the surgery, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Go to work as usual and adjust your state. After that, Chen Song stood up and directly left the office. He made up his mind to appear in public more today to increase his exposure. It would be best if he could attract attention. When he thought of this, Chen Song thoughtfully walked to the emergency department. It was still early, around 7:30. There were already many people waiting at the entrance of the emergency department. Moreover, the most important thing was that there were a few well-dressed men standing at the entrance of the emergency department, looking around. No one knew what they were waiting for. Chen Song was suddenly happy. It should be you guys, right? At this time, old Ma happened to be receiving a patient with a dislocated shoulder. Chen Song suddenly had an idea. He thought of a good way to attract people's attention without appearing out of place. Most importantly, it would let others know that he was Professor Chen. It was a seemingly low-key but actually high-profile good way. Chen Song walked in casually. Good morning, Professor Chen. Professor Chen is back. Good morning, Professor Chen. When the young nurses saw Chen Song, they all greeted him. Chen Song smiled and nodded. Just call me Chen Song. Call me Professor Chen. Yes, he took the initiative to say his name. Not only could he point out that Professor Chen was Chen Song, but he could also indirectly show that Professor Chen was very popular and approachable. Full marks. Chen Song continued to walk forward and looked at Ma Yuehui. Leader Ma, what's the matter? Ma Yuehui saw Chen Song smile and instinctively raised his guard. This guy is trying to show off, old Ma sneered in his heart. You've bumped into the muzzle of Lord Ma's gun. This is an orthopedic patient with a dislocated shoulder. You can use your own skills to treat it. Old Ma did not panic this time. After many experiences of being shown off, his conclusion was that he could not be impatient when showing off. He had to deal with it as he saw it, therefore, old Ma frowned slightly. This is a patient with a dislocated shoulder. Look, the X-ray shows that although the situation is not serious, it is a little special and difficult to reset it. Before he finished speaking, old Ma suddenly heard a crack sound. Old Ma immediately raised his head and glanced at Chen Song before glancing at the patient. The patient also widened his eyes and looked at Chen Song with surprise and joy. You must be Chen Song, Professor Chen. You're amazing, thank you. I recovered before I felt any pain. You're really amazing. Chen Song waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, just call me Dr. Chen Song. What professor? I'm just a doctor. Patient, Professor Chen, you're too great. Qingyi, take the patient for some fixation. Old Ma? Old Ma's heart collapsed. Really, it was not easy to meet a professional orthopedic patient. He felt that after being Chen Song's background for so long, he was finally going to be the main character, right? According to Chen Song's usual technique that he learned, the first step should show the difficulty level. But, he realized that before he could finish his sentence, Chen Song had already fixed it with 2 clicks. How could old Ma feel good about this? He had raised this guy for nothing. Thinking of this, old Ma had already made up his mind to feed Chen Song pig food for the next half a year. Old Ma was not that angry when he failed to show off. After all, he was already used to it. His resistance had also increased. But, how did Chen Song know how to reset it? This kind of orthopedic skill was very difficult to master without enough clinical experience, rich practical ability, and a teacher to guide you. Manual reset had always been a skill that had been passed down from generation to generation. The patient just now was not bragging about how serious it was. The patient himself knew how serious it was. After he was dislocated, he was in the emergency department of a nearby Class 3 Grade A hospital. The other party suggested that he undergo surgery in the hospital or go to a big hospital to see if he could reset it manually. He came to the emergency center with the intention of giving it a try. He did not expect to be reset by Xianxia so casually. The shock in the man's heart could be imagined. Old Ma's shock was actually no less than the patient's. The surrounding medical team waiting for Xianxia's medical company was even more shocked. This Professor Chen was really amazing, wasn't he? In cardiovascular surgery, even his manual reset was so amazing. No wonder he dared to ask for a patent fee of 300 million. This kind of posturing, 300 million must be given. Seeing Xianxia get up and turn around, the hem of his white coat swayed elegantly. Accompanied by the air-conditioning wind, it gave people a sense of pretentiousness. Old Ma took a deep breath. Although he really did not want to admit that Xianxia had succeeded in showing off his face. However, this kind of pretentiousness had always been what he yearned for and learned from. Thinking of this, Old Ma closed his eyes and quietly felt this lingering charm. However, Old Ma immediately reacted. Since when did Xianxia know how to reset? Moreover, Xianxia's skill level was clearly higher than his. Old Ma quickly followed after him. Song how's the food lately? Old Ma smiled innocently. Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's really not bad. Thank you, Team Leader Ma. It's really expensive. Old Ma waved his hand casually. Don't mention it. It's just peanuts. At this point, Old Ma rubbed his hands. This? Song who did you learn this technique from? When Xianxia heard this, he immediately smiled. Oh. My father is a chef. In the past, he would occasionally help with the slaughter of pigs and goats. I would often go and help. After a while, I learned how to cook. It's just a small trick. After Old Ma heard this, he felt lost. With a disappointed face, he sighed. Sigh, I'm really not as good as you in this aspect. When I was young, I grew up in Prince Gong's mansion. Every morning, there would be two. Sigh, now I understand that maybe I really don't deserve to be a famous doctor. I should be a landlord, or I should go abroad and become a rich second generation who squanders money like water. Sigh. After work at noon, Xianxia tidied up his mood and was in a good mood to be hit on by a young lady from a pharmaceutical company. Thinking of this, he deliberately got off work a few minutes earlier. When he reached the door, he deliberately said goodbye to the nurse and left. He felt that his reminder was obvious enough. Sure enough, someone soon came to find him. Professor Chen, hello, there were many people behind the man. Professor Chen, we've talked before. One by one, they came forward, afraid that Xianxia would be snatched away. Looking at the introduction of 4 or 5 people, Xianxia was at a loss. Not long after, 5 luxury cars stopped outside the hospital. 5 senior executives hurriedly ran in. The quality of the big shots was naturally different. After shaking hands with Xianxia, they whispered in his ear, Professor Chen, OS company is very interested in your elephant trunk stent technology. We can also give you 300 million. Xianxia was stunned. 300 million. At this time, Xianxia and another person got to know each other. The other party's intention was also very clear. 300 million, 5 companies, all of them said that they could accept 300 million in patent fees. This made Xianxia somewhat puzzled. How did it become 300 million out of the blue? Although he was curious, Xianxia still accepted the business card. They arranged to meet again. After Xianxia left in a hurry, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that someone was following him. Xianxia immediately regretted it. It turned out that this feeling was really uncomfortable. This was like looking for a partner. When there was no one, you couldn't think about it. When there were too many, you couldn't help but feel annoyed. In the following days, the food in the operating theater improved a lot. Every day, the takeout was garish. Occasionally, there would even be food like hot pot. This made Mengshi and the others a little puzzled. Who ordered takeout recently? So rich. It's not me anyway. My monthly pocket money is only 300. Su Ziming couldn't help but say. After all, as a man who bargained with the breakfast shop owner, 300 yuan was something to be proud of. The nurse at the side said, recently, there have been some strange people delivering takeout. However, when they deliver, the delivery guy always says, tell Professor Chen, we're from XX company. After that, the nurse said to Chen Song, Professor Chen, today's Japanese food is delivered by OS Company's CEO Wang. Chen Song smiled subtly, oh. Hee, got it. Everyone immediately looked at Chen Song. Chen Song, you're selling? Meng Shi's eyes widened. His gaze was like a weasel looking at a chick. Chen Song rolled his eyes, finish your sentence. Don't misunderstand. Who's selling? Su Ziming looked at Chen Song curiously, this OS company is not small. Professor Chen, your patent will sell for a good price. Chen Song smiled modestly, nothing is set in stone yet. When everyone saw Chen Song's hypocritical smile, they quickly asked, Professor Chen, tell us, how much can it be sold for? Didn't they give you a suitable price? Chen Song coughed, this. I don't know about it in detail. I haven't sat down to talk about it, so it's hard to say. When Su Ziming heard this, he quickly advised, Professor Chen, I'm telling you, you must grit your teeth. Your patent will only get more and more expensive. After we announce the results of the clinical trial, it will definitely attract the attention of many capitalists. Meng Shi also nodded and said, yes, it's best to do it at the AATS 2020 conference in July. As soon as Meng Shi finished speaking, everyone nodded. That's right, Professor Chen. Before the AATS 2020 conference is held, I estimate that we'll have completed the clinical trial. When the time comes, we'll bring this success to the conference. How many people will see the advantages of the elephant trunk stent technology? That makes sense. Chen Song nodded slightly after hearing that. That makes sense, Su Ziming said seriously, Professor Chen, before the conference starts, don't sell it. Yes, don't sell it. Looking at everyone's serious faces, Chen Song could not help but ask, 10 million. I definitely won't sell it, but, if it's over 100 million, will I sell it? Chen Song's words caused everyone to be suddenly stunned. How much? Chen Song said honestly, 300 million, at this moment, everyone was silent. Even Tycoon Meng stared at Chen Song with his eyes wide open, his breathing rapid. 300 million for a patent, is it that valuable? Su Ziming suddenly felt that his 20 million patent fee was negligible. Chen Song slammed the table. I'm not selling it. Even if you want to sell it, you have to wait until after the conference. Everyone suddenly did not want to chat with Chen Song anymore. By the time the meeting was over, Mr. Chen wouldn't be earning RMB, but USD, Su Ziming quickly said, Professor Chen, we have to get an international patent before that. Otherwise, when the time comes, we can't let foreigners take advantage of the loophole. An international patent was the so-called international patent application. It allowed multiple countries and organizations to review the patent, recognize the patent, and protect it. After making up his mind, Chen Song was embarrassed to freeload. He talked to these companies and made his intentions clear. If he did not sell it to them, wouldn't it be freeloading? However, what Chen Song did not expect was that even if he rejected them, they would still be angry. Instead, they said that they must cooperate with him if he had any inventions in the future. At night, a few company CEOs sat down and chatted. He said to Chen Song, Professor Chen, to be honest, we are not as good as you in terms of professional knowledge, but when it comes to machines, there are too many ways. When the time comes, when the contract is out, you have to let us check it carefully. Xianxia also came. As the initiator of this, he did not feel guilty at all. That's right. Ask for more money. After all, this thing is too profitable. We really can't afford it. Otherwise, we wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Xianxia's companies weren't particularly big. The big companies all had a wait-and-see attitude. After all, small companies could gamble, but big companies looked at data. They would rather spend a lot of money on something reliable than gamble on something risky. If Chen Song's results came out, and this thing was useful for data analysis, they would definitely scramble for it. Foreign companies and the top 100 companies would all come knocking on his door. However, after drinking too much, Xianxia suddenly said, "Professor Chen, if the price is about the same, why don't you sell it to the Chinese?" The others also nodded but did not speak. Xianxia continued, "After all, you can't underestimate your ability. This is also a core technology. And, to be honest, capitalists won't lose money. Your patent fees are paid by the people. This thing? Think about it." After drinking and eating to their heart's content, they went back to their homes. Chen Song stood at the entrance of the restaurant to enjoy the wind. Not long after, a thunderstorm came. Standing at the door, looking at the rain and thinking about Yangshang's words, Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. He realized that it was not good to be in a high position. There were too many things to consider. It was good to be a simple doctor. However, fortunately, Chen Song had a good wife. Not long after, Qin Yu drove over. After seeing Chen Song, he quickly got out of the car and helped him into the car with an umbrella. After getting in the car, Chen Song told Qin Yu about this matter. Qin Yu did not have any reaction. She didn't care much about the 300 million. It was as if it had nothing to do with her. Seeing Chen Song's hesitation, Qin Yu suddenly said, "You're just being careful. Aren't you afraid that the foreign CEO will give you too much money and you can't resist the temptation? Who told you that Chinese entrepreneurs don't give you enough money? I think that CEO buy from last time is quite good. He casually donated 30 million. He still lacks your patent fees." When Chen Song heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't see it as clearly as his wife. "Wife, you're so nice." Qin Yu rolled her eyes, "Who told you to drink? I already said that you're preparing for pregnancy. How dare you drink?" Chen Song smiled fawningly. Qin Yu was indifferent. She glared at Chen Song fiercely. "What if you give birth to an idiot?" After Chen Song heard this, his face suddenly changed. He thought of a problem. Could the system be inherited? This was really a problem. In the following days, Chen Song continued his work. The busy surgery continued. The only difference was that the 12-person team had expanded during the first stage of 35 surgeries. The second group of people joined them and started training. The news of Chen Song's patent spread in a small area. After all, there were so many pharmaceutical company representatives at the emergency department every day. Everyone could guess what was going on. The only thing that they couldn't guess was how much Chen Song's patent was sold for. On Saturday, Chen Song gathered everyone for a summary and analysis of the surgery as usual. This work seemed redundant, but it was very necessary. Many people came to the summary of today's meeting. Ruijin Hospital's Xiao Zhihai, the emergency department's director Wu Tongfu, and the deputy director Su Haoqiang were all here. This was because this was the first time the emergency department's hospital had released the standard for clinical trials. It was also the first medical clinical institution in the world to publicly conduct research on reducing the mortality of Marfan patients. Once this result appeared, the impact would definitely be worldwide. It would really affect the development of a discipline. Therefore, the directors who participated in this scientific research attached great importance to it. Su Ziming was reporting the news. "We recently had 35 patients." At this moment, Su Ziming's phone suddenly rang. This voice was not timely and disrupted the rhythm of the report. Everyone frowned slightly. Su Ziming was also a little embarrassed. He picked up his phone and was about to turn it off. However, after seeing the caller ID, Su Ziming hesitated. He glanced at Chen Song. "Teacher Chen, about the patent." Chen Song's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Pick up the phone first." The surrounding directors also echoed, "Yes, pick up the phone first." "Director Su, there's a problem." As soon as the phone was connected, an urgent voice came through. After hearing the voice on the phone, everyone in the office was stunned. Su Ziming was even more anxious. "What's going on? What's the problem?" The other party sighed. "The PCT international application is scheduled for 12 months later." Su Ziming frowned when he heard that. "Can't we find someone?" The other party said leisurely, "It's stuck. We've already submitted it, and even the international search authorities are ready." Who would have thought that the PCT application would be stuck before it could even be sent out? The phone was on speakerphone, and everyone in the office could hear it clearly. PCT was a patent cooperation contract. To apply for an international patent, there were many steps. The first step was the international application, followed by the International Search Authority's search and inquiry, followed by the revision of the document for international publication, and finally, a step-by-step review. Xianxia's elephant trunk material patent application was filed in China, and then the PCT international application was filed. This involved a procedural problem. If Xianxia did not apply for a domestic patent and directly applied for an international PCT application, there would be an international queue. However, Xianxia's domestic patent application in China would be submitted to the International Application Acceptance Bureau within 12 months from the priority date. That was a year's time. There was no problem with the procedure. It even took into account the domestic patent priority protection and a series of seemingly complicated procedures. The academic circle and the literary circle had always been the most complicated circles since ancient times. Why was that? Because everyone in this circle was smarter than the other. How could the rules they set be bad? According to the procedure, Xianxia's PCT patent application could not be sent overseas, and there was no way to apply for a patent. What did this mean? Xianxia's patent could not be sold for a high price in the international market, and it was even difficult in China. If you developed it, the other party would develop the finished product, and it would be a new product. Moreover, once the other party applied for a patent, it would be theirs. Moreover, the company's strategy of stealing from the right hand was too useful. 12 months was not a long time to ordinary people. It was fine to drag it out. But Xianxia didn't want to drag it out. The AATS 2020 International Cardiovascular Conference would be held next month. Xianxia had already made up his mind to show off his muscles on this stage and attract some big shots investments. But now, it was unbearable. Without patent protection, the overseas group of people would really go crazy. For a moment, everyone in the office frowned. Now, everyone clearly understood the current situation. Wasn't it troublesome? It wasn't that troublesome. But it was really annoying. It was as if someone was tickling you while you were sleeping, making you very uncomfortable. But what did he do wrong? He really didn't. This feeling was the most despicable. Moreover, Xianxia's domestic patent application was unimpeded. Originally, the patent application would have been approved in 1 or 2 years. Now, he received the patent in just a week. But when you go out of the country, I will stop you. Because you applied for a patent in China, there is a priority date. So, theoretically speaking, it wasn't wrong. Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head and said disdainfully, "You're really chewing gum." Xianxia chuckled. He knew who it was. Other than Tan Jingyang, Xianxia couldn't think of anyone else. Tan Jingyang's move was actually very good because it was completely reasonable. As long as the PCT international application was submitted to the International Application Acceptance Bureau within 12 months from the priority date, it was not considered a violation of the procedure. This Tan Jingyang was here to disgust people. Xianxia said, "I'll find someone to ask for you." Wu Tongfu and Su Haoqiang also took out their phones and prepared to contact someone. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Wait first. Director Su, continue." Su Ziming's expression was a little uncomfortable. After all, he didn't do anything good for Xianxia, so he felt a little uncomfortable. However, Xianxia understood that at Director Su's level, he was a well-known figure in the market. He had also been in business for many years. If he was stopped just like that, it was obvious that he had come prepared. Xianxia thought for a moment and felt that there was no need to rush this matter. He believed that at the critical moment, there would be people more anxious than him. Su Ziming continued to report the analysis of the clinical trial data. After the inclusion criteria were relaxed, all 35 patients underwent surgery successfully. Such data greatly encouraged everyone present. According to last year's statistics, the mortality rate of thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement surgery for Marfan syndrome was 4.98%. However, remember, this data was the mortality rate of the surgery. What was the difference? This meant that for many patients with extremely high mortality rates, the hospital and their families advised the patients to give up on the surgery. According to the surgical risk score, the mortality rate of the surgery was very high, and the surgery cost a sky-high sum of money. Most people would choose to refuse the surgery. So, if all these patients were included, how high would the mortality rate be? It was a probability that was difficult to calculate. 35 samples were a small sample, but it represented a special group. It was no exaggeration to say that the appearance of the Chen family's elephant trunk stent surgery greatly reduced the mortality rate of the patients. After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Before leaving, everyone looked at Chen Song and said, "Call me when you need me." Chen Song nodded. He did not like to ask others for help. When he encountered problems, he liked to solve them himself. After the meeting ended, Chen Song returned home. It was still early. It was not even 11 o'clock in the morning. Qin Yu called. "Hubby, my third uncle asked us to come over for dinner tonight." When Chen Song heard this, he smiled. "Okay, I'll talk about it when I get back." Qin Yongyi graduated from a famous school and entered the Ministry of Health after taking the national exam. It was not easy for him to get to where he was today. The National Health Commission International Exchange and Cooperation Center, a subsidiary of the National Health Commission, was actually a channel and platform for the national health system to communicate with foreign countries. Qin Yongyi got married relatively late. His child was only in high school and was a girl. It seemed that many people with ability, status, and money liked to have girls. This was a very strange phenomenon. The girl's name was Qin Meng. She was tall and had very fair skin. However, she was dressed in a youthful and sunny manner. She exuded the vitality of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. When she saw Qin Yu come in, she immediately walked over with a smile. "Hello, sister, brother-in-law." She greeted them sweetly. It was not the first time Chen Song and Qin Yu came, so everyone was quite familiar with each other. After seeing Qin Meng, everyone could not help but like this little girl. The dishes on the table were sumptuous. Qin Yongyi and his wife were busy for the entire afternoon. Since they were busy with work, making delicious food on weekends was a form of enjoyment. Chen Song smiled. "Sorry to trouble you, uncle and aunt." Qin Yongyi laughed. "Our family has 3 people and 2 girls. We can't eat too much. With more people, we can cook more dishes and have a better atmosphere." The dishes were very homey, and the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. After dinner, Qin Yu accompanied his aunt to wash the dishes. Qin Meng went to study. She was in her 3rd year of high school and was under a lot of pressure. Qin Yongyi asked Chen Song to sit in the study room. Qin Yongyi's house was a 3-bedroom apartment. Since there weren't many people in the house, he made one of the bedrooms into a study room. It was a good layout. After sitting down, Qin Yongyi and Chen Song chatted for a while. Chen Song didn't mention the patent. Could uncle help? Of course, after all, he was in charge of international health exchanges. He must have a deep connection with foreign countries. But this time, he was stuck in the country. Moreover, although the Qin family was in the medical industry and seemed to be deeply rooted, there was still a gap between them and wealthy families like Tan Jingyang. Qin Yongyi suddenly mentioned something. "Oh right, the 23rd Medical Expo will be held in Abu Dhabi in the UAE soon. I have a few tickets here. If you have time, bring Qin Yu out for a walk." Chen Song frowned when he heard the news. "How do I participate in this expo?" Qin Yongyi couldn't help but laugh. "It's called the International Health Expo. Every country will provide some of the latest products in the medical industry. There will be an award." Chen Song was interested when he heard it. "Uncle, what's the point of winning this award?" Qin Yongyi joked. "Let's put it this way. If you can win 3 awards, it's a bit exaggerated. But the Scholar of Longevity Award isn't a big problem. Our country has never won an award. It's basically been taken by the European and American countries. But, it's really broadening your horizons. You young people should go out and have a look." Chen Song smiled faintly, and his mind immediately became active. Then, he casually took the tickets. Qin Yu soon entered the study as well. The family chatted for more than an hour. When it was past 9 o'clock, Chen Song and Qin Yu left. For this trip, Chen Song had more plans. After returning home, Chen Song didn't do anything. He opened his laptop and created a document. Clinical study of Chen's elephant trunk stent technology and materials in reducing the mortality of thoracic and abdominal aortic replacement in Marfan syndrome. Didn't you ask me to write a thesis on the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology? Okay, I write. Admit defeat, keep on dreaming. Since Chen Song had written it, he naturally wouldn't have posted it in the Bulsh*T Chinese Journal of Cardiovascular Surgery. With the 35 patients in the first phase of the clinical trial, the small sample size had already been formed, and the results were already statistically significant. Therefore, in this way, the thesis would definitely be able to be written. Chen Song had the data of the clinical trial in his hands. Therefore, Chen Song opened Word and started writing. Although Chen Song didn't think that he was very outstanding. However, he had enough confidence in the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology and the material. Let's put it this way, the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology was a guide to the use of materials. And this material could also better display the advantages of the Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery. These two things complemented each other. Chen Song emphasized the advantages of the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology. Then, through data analysis and clinical trials, he concluded that the technology and the material could effectively reduce the mortality rate of aortic dissection surgery. It had a significant therapeutic significance for the dangerous patients with Marfan syndrome. In the past 2 days, Chen Song hadn't been idle at all. Whenever he had time, he would start writing this thesis. 3 days later, an excellent thesis was completed. However, Chen Song also pointed out in the thesis, the Chen's elephant trunk stent material had been developed. After it was completed, Chen Song directly called the chief editor of The Lancet. With Chen Song's current international status, it was relatively easy for him to get to know the chief editor of The Lancet. When the other party saw this article, his eyes were suddenly stunned. New surgical method, new material, Marfan syndrome, mortality rate, any one of these names was attractive enough to be used. When a few nouns were put together to form an article, coupled with Chen Song's name, it was a very topical article. Therefore, the chief editor didn't hesitate and directly opened the document to read. The article was very long. It was a full 4 or 5 pages. Such an article would usually occupy a large number of pages, and it was very difficult for the editor to approve it. But, this time was different. The chief editor. Read it for an entire morning. His scalp was numb, and he even trembled a little. This article wasn't simple. After reading it, the chief editor kept rubbing his palms. This was because the chill in his bones made him unable to believe that this was real. The 5-page article was attractive enough that the chief editor couldn't bear to put it down after reading it. He couldn't help but want to read it again. An excellent thesis was like an excellent essay. It was full of mystery and unforgettable. Chen Song's article made the chief editor of The Lancet immediately make a decision. A temporary supplement for the July issue, add 5 more pages and place it at the end. The title had to be placed in a prominent place so that more people could see this article. This kind of good news should be known by more people. Thinking about this, the chief editor thought about it, turned on his computer, and added a small note to the name of Chen Song's document. As for the front page, add a note, good news for Marfan patients. After the review editor saw the content, he was dumbfounded. To be requested by the chief editor and have such an eye-catching note on the front page, who was this person? On the other hand, the chief editor dialed Chen Song's phone. Professor Chen, I'm sorry, but I still want to confirm the authenticity of the data. Also, is the model of the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology really out? Chen Song smiled, I swear on my reputation that I'm a medical clinical worker. Also, the model of this material already exists. I can even use it to go to the 23rd Medical Expo in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Suddenly, the other party was dumbfounded. It turned out that he came prepared. Thinking about this, the chief editor hung up the phone and called the typesetting editor, add a note to Chen Song's article, a revolutionary article destined to win an award. P.S. Thank you for the 10,000 tip from Guoming. Thank you. The editor-in-chief of The Lancet, Daniel, had interacted with Chen Song before. Although they were not very close, they still had some interactions. After carefully reading the article, he was full of curiosity about the Chen's elephant trunk stent material. There were no pictures in the article, But his curiosity was too strong. Such a new material and a new surgical method could effectively reduce the mortality rate of aortic dissection and had a significant effect on Marfan syndrome. Moreover, the most important thing was still not these. The most important thing was that in the analysis of the clinical trial results, Xianxia's inclusion criteria was almost no criteria. The inclusion criteria were relaxed. Wasn't that a little too daring? Thinking of this, Daniel picked up the article and hurriedly went to the editor-in-chief, Prandas. Editor-in-chief, take a look at this article. Prandas was helpless against this guy who did not like to knock on the door. He rolled his eyes at him and took the article to read. Prandas had a prejudice against theses. He liked to read the name first before reading the article. After seeing Xianxia, Prandas thought for a while and thought of someone. Then, he eagerly flipped open the printed article. Prandas admired Xianxia because Xianxia was not a simple person. Many people would never complain about having too many theses. As an important indicator to evaluate the academic level of a person or an academic institution, its importance was self-evident. However, there were always some exceptions, such as Xianxia. These people would only publish one article for each topic. They would not use this gimmick to publish endlessly. They would even reject an invitation to write for The Lancet. An article written by such a person was of a certain standard and was also interesting. After an hour and a half, Prandas was full of surprise. Bang! Prandas closed the article directly. He said, "Dr. Xianxia is the most talented doctor I have ever seen. The article will be published as the core journal. The cover of this issue. Contact Xianxia and put it on the cover of People." As soon as he said this, Daniel's expression changed. The July issue of The Lancet was also a semi-annual issue. It was also the most important issue of the year. In July 2020, there were many international conferences, such as the Pharmaceutical Expo held in the United Arab Emirates, the ATTS 2020 conference in Toronto, Canada, and various other related conferences in other fields. The June issue of Lancet would be published at the beginning of July, which meant that this issue of Lancet was bound to become a battleground for military strategists. The Lancet could increase the popularity of these topics in advance. Therefore, those who could be published in this journal were all big shots. However, Prandas directly put Xianxia's portrait on the cover. This was definitely the effect of adding fuel to the fire. Xianxia published this article before the ATTS 2020 conference. With more than half a month of influence, he would definitely become the protagonist of the ATTS 2020 conference. The most important thing was the upcoming World Medical Expo. They were already creating gimmicks. Once Xianxia's elephant trunk stent material was published in the expo, more and more people would definitely pursue it. Therefore, Prandas did Xianxia a favor this time. After Xianxia received Daniel's call, he was flattered. He originally thought that he would be very satisfied to be published in the July issue. He did not expect the editor-in-chief to arrange a big promotion for him. This was giving him too much face. Xianxia carefully selected a photo of himself and sent it over. In the following days, Xianxia did not idle around. He was now more and more aware that if he wanted others to not dare to bully him, he had to have enough ability in cards. Xianxia was going to participate in the ATTS 2020 cardiovascular conference. Originally, Xianxia wanted to participate with the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology. However, now that he had published a paper, Xianxia felt that he needed something more explosive than the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology. After thinking about it, Xianxia set his eyes on another item. Aortic dissection typing method and standards compared to a new surgical method. What could be more shocking? That would definitely be a new guide. At that time, Xianxia only needed to formulate the Chen's elephant trunk stent surgery guide. It would definitely attract everyone's attention and attention. The same was true for the typing of aortic dissection. In the past few years, there had been a shortage of manpower. The old classification method could not meet the needs, and the new classification method had yet to be unified. At that time, he would be the most handsome guy at the ATTS 2020 conference in Toronto, Canada. Xianxia had been clinical, observing, and summarizing every day for the past few days. After all, even if you wanted to pretend, you had to pretend. Moreover, Chen Song had also begun to gradually try to type the aortic dissection through the new standard and then formulate the surgical method. The typing was done, but the surgical method needed to be tried by himself. Everyone saw Chen Song's efforts in clinical research. They felt a little distressed. Old Ma also saw that Chen Song seemed to have fallen silent. He was a little puzzled. Out of curiosity, he began to ask Su Aiqing. Only then did Su Aiqing tell him the ins and outs of the patent. After Old Ma heard it, he was furious. This F***king bastard, what a piece of sh**t. No, I have to find someone. Old Ma was really angry. Let's not talk about Chen Song's character for the time being. Chen Song had made real achievements. He had 2 or 3 big results now. Weren't they clearly bullying him? If I were Chen Song, I would have quit long ago. Thinking of this, Old Ma picked up his phone and prepared to look for someone. Old Ma cursed, mother****. If it was my great-grandfather's time, I would have chopped him up. Su Aiqing rolled her eyes. Old Ma was really not joking. Because his great-grandfather really had such power, because one of his great-grandfathers was called Qianlong, although Old Ma was not sure, it was written so in the family tree. Su Aiqing could not help but say, forget it, Chen Song doesn't want us to mess around. He said that he has a way. Old Ma immediately sneered, a way? What way? Let me tell you, that group of people is used to being arrogant. They don't know how to turn around if they don't give them a beating. Do they really think that qualifications can explain everything? I'll say something unpleasant. Other than age, Chen Song is better than him in every aspect. Old Ma cursed as Yu Yonggang walked in. Seeing Old Ma like this, Yu Yonggang immediately frowned after hearing the news. This kid is really... He even told us when he suffered a loss in the capital. The people in Dongyang think that our emergency center is a group of bootlickers. Xiao Chen has made such a great contribution to our emergency center. We can't let him down. That's right. Yu Yonggang and Ma Yuehui, who were both from the military hospital, hit it off immediately. They immediately wanted to stand up for Chen Song. Su Aiqing could not stop them. While Chen Song was calming down to do research, something happened quietly. Su Ziming was unhappy and called Wang Tong out for dinner. The two of them drank too much and talked too much. Su Ziming could not help but say, Tan Jingyang blocked Chen Song's PCT patent application. When Wang Tong heard that, he immediately frowned. What do you mean? Su Ziming told him about the Chen family's elephant trunk stent technology. This technology is really amazing. This is a turning point in the history of aortic dissection surgery. It's such a good thing, but it was blocked. What king idiot. After Wang Tong heard that, he did not recover for a long time. Last time, Tan Jingyang also made me write an article, Wang Tong said angrily. Last year. Su Ziming was stunned. You were selected as an academician? Wang Tong nodded. Yes, Tan Jingyang invited me to be the editor of that magazine. Then, he asked me to write a few of the latest articles. Su Ziming could not help but complain, he's really unscrupulous. The main thing is that this magazine is directly under the Ministry of Education and the Health Commission. It's at the departmental level. I think Tan Jingyang wants to use this as a shift change to try out the deputy department. Wang Tong nodded. That's what he wants. The departmental level and the ministerial level were only one step apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This gap was like a natural chasm. Most people could not cross it. Tan Jingyang had reached the point where he would do anything. After Wang Tong and Su Ziming were silent for a long time, they suddenly looked at each other. Do you want to do something? The two of them were suddenly stunned. Alcohol made people bold. Soon, the two of them hit it off. They immediately decided to do something. On the other hand, He Ziqian went back to Ammonium Yang with Li Baoshan on the weekend to meet the person in charge of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, Irene. After Li Baoshan returned to the department, he first went to look for Chen Song's father-in-law, Qin Xiaoyuan. Then, he held a meeting with everyone in the emergency department. Dongyang Province's second provincial hospital was developing like a raging fire, and the emergency recovery center was also being built. However, Li Baoshan directly called Tang Jinbo, Wang Yushan, Chang Honglei, Gu Hongmei, and the others. Everyone's affairs were fermenting. It was almost July. On this day, as usual, Chen Song shared his findings with everyone after the surgery. However, at this moment, a call came in. Professor Chen, I am Yang Qing. We have found it. Yang Qing was extremely agitated. Chen Song was stunned for a moment. He tried to recall Yang Qing and the little girl without a nose. Zhao Sihan, Chen Song asked curiously, foreign bodies? Is he dead yet? Yang Qing sighed, it was Director Gong who helped us to contact her. The other party is also a young lady. She is 9 years old, a victim of a car accident. She is dying now. The young lady and her family hope that she can continue to see the world in another way. When he said these words, Yang Qing could not say whether he was happy or not. His emotions were complicated. After all, she was also a 9-year-old girl. She died right in front of his eyes. However, he still needed the other party's nose as a prosthesis for a foreign body transplant. This was also why the medical field paid attention to the development of medical ethics. Chen Song nodded and raised his hand to look at the time. I will go over now. This surgery took a long time because it involved a foreign body transplant. He needed to retrieve it himself. The total time might take 7 to 8 hours. Chen Song deliberated for a while and greeted Qin Yu. He stood up and started the surgery. It had been more than 2 months since Zhao Sihan was discharged from the hospital. This period of time was neither long nor short. However, now was the most suitable time for the surgery. Because of the long-term hormone damage, Zhao Sihan's immune system was very weak. If the transplant surgery was carried out at this time, it was very easy for the transplant to fail. After Chen Song greeted him, he stood up and left. Director Yang, something happened. A staff member of the Project Supervision Department under the Ministry of Science and Technology ran into the director's office. What's wrong? The man frowned slightly. The heart is beating non-stop. The construction and development of the medical research center have temporarily stopped. The man hurriedly said, moreover, even the staff is temporarily resting. When Director Yang heard this, his expression suddenly changed. This was a key project of the Ministry of Science and Technology this year. They had invested nearly 200 million yuan. Now that it had suddenly stopped, what happened? What happened? Director Yang asked with a serious expression. This? The person in charge said that the director of the research center doesn't have the time and energy for the time being. They need to postpone it for a few months, the staff member said helplessly. Director Yang immediately stood up. A few months? Who has the guts? Who gave them the right? Staff member, the deputy directors of the research center, academician Wang Tong and Professor Su Ziming. Moreover, according to the contract, they only need to complete the construction in 2 years. Director Yang pondered for a moment. I understand. Go do your work. Director Yang stood up and went straight to the director's office. After knocking on the door and entering, he told him about the matter. After Chao Yu of the Ministry of Science and Technology heard this, he fell silent. The person in charge seems to be Chen Song, right? Call Chen Song and ask him. Director Yang frowned. I can't get through to Chen Song. Call Wang Tong. Chao Yu's expression remained unchanged. Use the office phone. Not long after, the call went through. Hello, Director Chao. Academician Wang, what's the matter? Has it stopped? Is there a problem? Chao Yu asked directly. Well, Director Chao, Director Chen has been quite busy recently. He has a lot of things to attend to, so he needs to postpone it for a while. This is within the contract, so it shouldn't affect it, right? After hearing this, Chao Yu suddenly frowned. He could hear the resentment in Director Chen's voice. What has Professor Chen been busy with recently? At the same time, the same thing happened at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The construction of the national key project, the Tendon Recovery Center, was also delayed for a few months. Xiao Runfeng hung up the call from Wang Yushan and the others with a blank expression. She could not help but frown. At this moment, the Ministry of Health and Wellness of Dongyang Province called. Director Xiao, the World Society of Digestive Surgery has convened an emergency meeting to discuss the relocation of the site. After hearing this, Xiao Runfeng could no longer hold it in. She quickly said, "Wait. Calm them down and wait for Chen Song's call to get through." Xiao Runfeng glanced at the secretary. "Did it get through?" The secretary was about to cry. "No." At this moment, Xiao Runfeng still did not understand what was going on. She had really lived her life in vain. It was obvious that Chen Song was in a bad mood. However, what made Chen Song so angry? Looking at Xiao Runfeng's eyes, the secretary said helplessly, "Director, I've really tried my best. I've already called more than 20 times, but no one picked up. Change your phone and continue calling," Xiao Runfeng said directly. The secretary was speechless. "I've already called more than 10 times. At this moment, the office's landline phone rang. Xiao Runfeng was currently in a fit of anger. When she saw that the phone was from the Ministry of Science and Technology, she immediately calmed down. "Hello, Director Xiao," Xiao Runfeng said directly. Xiao Yu nodded. "Well, Director Xiao, the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Research Center, which was jointly developed by our ministry and the Health Commission, has been suspended. Have you heard about this?" Xiao Runfeng was stunned. "The Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Research Center has also been suspended?" The word also made Xiao Yu a little flustered. What did she mean? There were other places that had been suspended. Who was so bold as to suspend this F*King national project? Who were they trying to embarrass? Xiao Yu frowned. Where else has been suspended? Xiao Runfeng took a deep breath. Now she finally understood. This was Chen Song's matter. Thinking of this, Xiao Runfeng could not help but say, "Today, I have a few news reports here. First, the National Tendon Recovery Center has applied for suspension. Wang Yushan and the other deputy directors mean that the director is too busy and tired to deal with it. They will adjust the time within the contract." Then, the Secretary-General of the World Society of Digestive Surgery convened the board of directors to discuss the rationality of building a headquarters in Ammonium. Just now, the emergency center hospital called me and said that the first phase of clinical trials for Marfan syndrome patients has ended. They need to tidy up and continue with the second phase. Xiao Yu was stunned when he heard Xiao Runfeng's words. After a moment of silence, he said, "Where's Chen Song? I can't contact him." Xiao Runfeng sighed. "I called his wife, Qin Yu, and said that she went for surgery." After a moment, Xiao Yu said, "Chen Song is a little too much." Xiao Runfeng was stunned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Runfeng didn't know why, but she knew it must have something to do with her. Xiao Yu explained what Wang Tong had told him. After saying that, Xiao Yu was really a little angry. After all, he was a ministerial leader. However, he did have the anger that he should have. There were too few young people like Chen Song who acted recklessly. This was the first time he had seen something like this. After Xiao Runfeng heard this, she fell silent. This was getting out of hand. However, Xiao Runfeng couldn't help but defend him. Young people are being bullied. It's normal to have some emotions. Xiao Yu hung up the phone. Xiao Runfeng called Wu Tongfu at the emergency center. The call didn't go through for the first time. The second time the call went through, Wu Tongfu seemed to be implying something. He said in a neutral tone, "Director Xiao, don't call me about criticizing Chen Song. When our children were being bullied, you didn't call either. Besides, our Chen Song didn't do anything wrong." This sentence made Xiao Runfeng, who was about to speak, speechless. Before Xiao Runfeng could say anything, Wu Tongfu hung up the phone. On the other side, Xiao Yu also called Wang Tong. He said firmly, "Academician Wang, this matter can't be delayed. Resume normal construction." Wang Tong just smiled faintly. "Director Xiao, Chen Song is the person in charge." "I'm not." Xiao Yu frowned. "Chen Song is a little too much. How can a personal grudge be raised to a collective matter?" When Wang Tong heard this, he couldn't help but say, "Director Xiao, can a personal ability be raised to a collective ability?" This sentence made Xiao Yu speechless. He knew what Wang Tong meant. Wang Tong continued, "The cardiac arrest center can do without me, or even you, or anyone else, but it can't do without Chen Song. If the cardiac arrest center doesn't have Xianxia, what's the difference between it and an ordinary building? He gave his personal surgery to the country and the people without reservation. Did he complain about anything? Let me ask you, what did the country give him? You said that a personal grudge can't be brought to the collective, but have you considered this person? This person gave his personal ability to the collective. When he was treated unfairly, did anyone say a word for him? Where is the collective? If you are not willing to protect him, we have to protect him. Also, this matter has nothing to do with Xianxia. Professor Chen doesn't care about such things. Everything was spontaneously organized by all of our members. After that, Wang Tong hung up the phone. This was the first time Wang Tong hung up on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu held the phone for a long time without saying anything. He was a little angry, but more than that, he was thoughtful, at this moment. The phone couldn't get through again. Xiao Runfeng couldn't get through, Xiao Yu couldn't get through either, no one could contact Xianxia. He called others. Professor Chen went out to participate in a surgery. For a moment, Xiao Runfeng and Xiao Yu were silent. They didn't expect that this young man, who was not even 30 years old, had formed such a force. Xiao Yu got up and went to the health committee to see Xiao Runfeng. Director Xiao, how are you going to deal with your system? Xiao Yu asked. Xiao Runfeng picked up the phone and directly dialed Tan Jingyang's number. Come to my office. Tan Jingyang was stunned for a moment and hurriedly got up and went to the health committee. Director Xiao, you're looking for me? Minister Qiao, you're here too. Both of them ignored him. Tan Jingyang's expression changed. Xiao Runfeng directly handed over the suspension application. Take a look at these two documents. Tan Jingyang took the application with trembling hands. Suspension application for the Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center and the Tendon Rehabilitation Center. These two were national key projects in 2020. The person in charge was Chen Song, right? It was Chen Song? Tan Jingyang quickly said, Director Xiao, this Chen Song is really too much. Personal interests, Xiao Yu directly snorted. You still know whether it's personal interests or collective interests? Who blocked Chen Song's patent? Xiao Yu didn't give Tan Jingyang any face. You think you're a big shot? You can do whatever you want? You can even control a patent application? Tan Jingyang's expression changed. Minister Qiao. No, I don't know, that 12 months is patent protection. As he spoke, Tan Jingyang stood there submissively. His hands were even trembling a little as he held the documents. He lowered his head and looked very humble. Xiao Yu directly stood up. Tan Jingyang, I'll be frank. You're really AF * king tiger father and a dog son. Your father's face is going to be ruined by you. Chen Song, do you think you can bully him so easily? Let me tell you, compared to Chen Song, you're nothing. See? These aren't two applications, these are two National Technology Advancement Awards. Xiao Yu was a serious and upright person. He was a man of his word. Chen Song was wrong. He would not side with Chen Song. He could even scold Tan Jingyang for being incompetent in front of Grandpa Tan. These were two different things. Xiao Yu sneered, is the academic world a place for scheming? I always thought that academia was the cleanest thing. It's because of people like you that it has become dirty. Do you think I don't know what you've done all these years? Do you think that Chen Song has no foundation? That he's just someone from the same village? Speaking of this, Xiao Yu sneered, let me tell you. From today onwards, I, Xiao Yu, will be Chen Song's backer. Xiao Yu was truly enraged. How could he not be angry that such a small matter had caused so much trouble? Are my words unpleasant? Do you think they're unpleasant to your ears? If you're really capable, you should go and get me an award too. Tan Jingyang did not expect to cause such a huge commotion. He never thought that Chen Song would stop several key national projects from being carried out. He wanted to thank the Ministry of Science and Technology and the National Health Commission. Wasn't this too reckless? Of course, he did not know that a group of people were willing to do this for Chen. Xiao Yu saw through Tan Jingyang's thoughts and could not help but expose him. Do you think that Chen Song is blackmailing you this time? Tan Jingyang did not say anything. Xiao Yu could not help but say, you're really measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. This has nothing to do with Chen Song. These were all done voluntarily by the people who worked with Chen Song on the research project. You're too stupid. You've not only offended Chen Song. You've offended hundreds of researchers, including Chen Song. There are many academicians among them. Would Tan Jingyang believe it? As if he would, in his opinion, who in this world was not selfish? Would he believe that there would be people in this world who would offend the Health and Welfare Commission and the Ministry of Science and Technology for Chen Song? You can go out. Xiao Runfeng looked at Tan Jingyang with disgust and didn't want to talk to him anymore. After Tan Jingyang left, Xiao Runfeng sighed and said to her secretary, "Give me the phone number of the patent office." Chao Yu quickly stopped him. "Director Xiao, wait." Xiao Runfeng was stunned. "What do you mean?" Chao Yu's expression was solemn. "This is not one person's fault. Tan Jingyang was wrong. But now, you directly asked him to apply for a patent for Chen Song. What will the people below think? You'll get candy if you make trouble? Chen Song has gone a little too far this time. Is Chen Song just going to let such a big thing happen and not do anything about it?" Xiao Runfeng admitted that her scientific research background was different from Chao Yu's in many ways. However, Chao Yu's words also made sense. "What about the patent?" Chao Yu said directly, "When I get in touch with Chen Song, I'll meet this kid in person and have a good talk with him. Then I'll do it. Young people are too malleable and have such good talent. If you don't talk about it, it's easy to have problems." Chao Yu was 63 years old this year and had been in the Ministry of Science and Technology all his life. He was very clear about the big and small things. However, Chen Song's phone was not connected for a long time. This made Chao Yu so angry that his hair stood on end. This kid, does he really think that he can do whatever he wants because he has the ability? Chao Yu put down the phone and said angrily. This was one of the rare times when he couldn't get through the phone. At this time, a phone call came to Xiao Runfeng's personal mobile phone. After seeing the phone, Xiao Runfeng was stunned. "Hello, old minister." Xiao Runfeng didn't expect that the caller was the former minister of the Ministry of Health. "Director Xiao, you're in luck." The old minister was in his 70s this year. He smiled happily and said to Xiao Runfeng, "The UAE will hold an exhibition this year. We're finally going to win an award." Xiao Runfeng was confused. "What's the situation?" "Old minister, what do you mean?" The old minister said with a smile, "All right, you're still hiding it from me. I saw it when I was looking at the Lancet today. Not bad. Really not bad. Our country has such a genius. You have to train and protect him well." The old minister's words made Xiao Runfeng confused and at a loss. Even Chao Yu was a little stunned. "Old minister, please be clear. I really don't know what's going on now. I know about the medical exhibition in the UAE, but, our product. It's very difficult to win an award." Well, Xiao Runfeng still knew in her heart. When the old minister heard this, he was stunned. "You're too modest. Chen Song's research on the Chen's elephant trunk stent material will definitely win an award. Don't worry. The Lancet even put Chen Song on the cover. He's known as the person who affected the fate of Ma Fan. This kid is simply a genius. This is a gift from God to the Chinese." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Runfeng and Chao Yu were a little confused. Xiao Runfeng hurriedly said to her secretary, "Book me the latest issue of the Lancet." Not long after, the secretary walked in with a notebook. When they saw Chen Song's face on the cover of the Lancet, they were instantly shocked. This could be the first man in China to be on the cover of the Lancet, right? It was too amazing, and the cover said, "The person who changed the fate of Ma Fan." Curious, the two hurriedly opened the thesis and read it carefully. After a long time, they did not speak for a long time. After a long time. Finally, they finished reading. After reading it, the two of them were silent. "Is this the patent?" Chao Yu could not help but gulp. He pointed at the Chen's elephant trunk stent and asked. Xiao Runfeng nodded. Yes, yes. This kid is really amazing. Xiao Runfeng looked at Chao Yu. If this thing can be taken to the UAE, it really has a chance to win an award. And now that the Lancet has been promoted, the possibility of winning an award is too high. The lancet can really affect a lot of people's thinking. Speaking of this, Xiao Runfeng was a little excited. If it wins an award, it will be our first time winning an award. Qiao Yu was also very excited. Wasn't this also an honor for the Ministry of Science and Technology? At this moment, the secretary hurriedly ran in. Director, Chen Song's phone has been connected. The secretary felt like she had won the lottery. Xiao Runfeng picked up the phone and said directly, Chen Song, it's me, Xiao Runfeng. At this moment, Chen Song was in surgery. His phone was left in the cabinet. The nurse told Chen Song that it had been ringing, so Chen Song asked it to be sent over. After it was sent over, he received a call from his secretary who called once every 5 minutes. Chen Song nodded. Yes, Director Xiao, hello. I'm in surgery. I'll call you back later. Xiao Runfeng quickly said, wait a moment, Chen Song. I want to let your elephant trunk stent technology participate in the exhibition in the UAE. Chen Song was stunned. Was the lancet finally going to be used? Chen Song sneered. Sorry, Director Xiao, I don't want to participate. I'm in surgery. That's all. After that, Chen Song hung up the phone. Xiao Runfeng was dumbfounded. Qiao Yu was even more dumbfounded. The two of them looked at each other with a blank expression. Chen Song, actually rejected. How was this possible? The secretary stood at the side and couldn't help but mutter, with technology, you can really do whatever you want. Qiao Yu's face suddenly turned red. P.S. Hee, I met the guildmaster that I haven't seen in a long time. Thank you to UMO for your 100000 tip. 3 chapters later, thank you to Traceless Past the Peak for your 10,000 tip. It was more fun to read all 4 chapters together, so I wrote until now. I'm going to eat. After Chen Song hung up the phone, Gong Daijin couldn't help but ask, Professor Chen, was that Director Xiao Runfeng? Chen Song nodded. Gong Daijin suddenly swallowed. There weren't many people in the country who dared to hang up on Director Xiao like that. Moreover, they didn't hesitate to turn off the phone after hanging up. Such a person was probably even rarer. Chen Song didn't say much, so Gong Daijin didn't ask more. It would be inappropriate to ask more. Chen Song didn't seem to care and was calm on the surface. However, he knew in his heart that his plan was going to succeed. It seemed that the role of the lancet was finally starting to take effect. In fact, in the medical industry, whether it was civilians or professionals, they trusted the lancet more. Since the lancet had put Chen Song's face on its cover in such a high-profile manner, how could people not pay attention to such a feat? All of this was Chen Song's plan. After Chen Song arrived at his third uncle Qin Yongyi's home and learned about the medical expo, he had made a plan. Did Tan Jingyang really make Chen Song angry? Was Chen Song's patent the culprit? Of course not. Chen Song wanted to be willful this time because he found that people who were too obedient were easy to be ignored. Chen Song thought that he was still far from those top big shots. However, he had surpassed most people, right? He should be more important. However, Tan Jingyang's provocation made Chen Song realize that he might be too docile. To be precise, Tan Jingyang was a small fry. Chen Song could easily deal with him. However, what about the next Tan Jingyang? What about the next one? Did these small fries have to appear in front of him repeatedly to show off their superiority? Chen Song didn't want to give them this opportunity. What he wanted to do was to show off his muscles, at this time, in the office of the Health Commission Director. Xiao Runfeng looked at the phone and suspected that she had misheard. She was rejected, that's right. She looked at Qiao Yu with a puzzled expression. He saw Qiao Yu nodding firmly at him. The two of them were really rejected by Chen Song. Xiao Runfeng suddenly felt her face turn red. So, Xiao Runfeng called him again. But it was too late. Chen Song said to the nurse, please turn off my phone. Thank you. The nurse quickly nodded. Chen Song did not want anyone to interrupt this operation because it would determine the success or failure of Zhao Sihan's operation. After Xiao Runfeng dialed the number, she found that Chen Song's phone was turned off. Xiao Runfeng was dumbfounded. Xiao Runfeng was so angry that she slammed the phone down hard and said angrily, Chen Song is really too. Xiao Runfeng didn't say anything for a long time. At this moment, Qiao Yu felt relieved. He now felt that he had said something wrong before. Can you do whatever you want just because you have the ability? The answer was correct, with Chen Song's ability, he could really do whatever he wanted. Similarly, why should a person with such ability be bullied? To put it bluntly, it was fine if you didn't coax such a talent, but you even suppressed him. Where in the world couldn't he go? He might even go to Europe and America, where he might have a better future than now. If he had such ability, why should he be sullen here? To put it simply, a person with such ability had the right to say no. Xiao Runfeng was a little angry. She looked at the secretary and asked, "Isn't Chen Song a little too much?" The secretary sighed and patiently comforted her. "Director Xiao, I'll be fair. Don't think that my words are unpleasant. Has Professor Chen ever begged you?" Xiao Runfeng was stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully for a long time, she said, "No." The secretary nodded and continued to ask, "Has Professor Chen ever asked for any reward?" Xiao Runfeng paused again. After thinking carefully for a long time, she couldn't help but sigh. In other words, he doesn't ask for fame or benefits, and he has great ability. Why should he give you face? Just because you're the director of the Health Commission? Then I'll be blunt. If you revoke all of Chen Song's qualifications to practice medicine, there might be a large group of foreigners cheering. They can openly take Professor Chen abroad. After he leaves, Chen Song will definitely be surrounded by stars. Thinking about it this way, why can't he say no? The secretary of an administrative unit was different from the secretary of a company's CEO. Xiao Ruanfeng's big secretary was one of the members of the think tank. Many of Xiao Ruanfeng's measures were discussed with this secretary. At this time, after hearing the secretary's words, Xiao Runfeng was speechless. She sat in the chair, leaned back, and sighed faintly. But, this is for the benefit of the country, the collective benefit. When the secretary heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. The feelings of the country are very important, but it needs to be cultivated. Your attitude towards Chen Song now is the country's attitude towards him. You're representing the China National Health Commission. If you don't pay attention to him, don't fight for personal benefits for him, and even harm his interests, how can you blame Chen Song? At this time, the secretary said again, "Whether you treat Professor Chen well or not is not based on words. It has to be done with actual actions. You might not know how high the value of Professor Chen's patent is. Now, the small companies have raised the patent price to 300 million yuan. If Professor Chen does all the clinical trial results this time, it will be like what the Lancet said. When the AATS 2020 cardiovascular conference is held, the value of Chen's elephant trunk technology and derivative value will soar again. How many people in the world have Marfan syndrome? How many people in the world have aortic dissection every year? This elephant trunk material is their second life. The surgical success rate of aortic dissection is basically 100%, and using Chen's elephant trunk stent can reduce the mortality rate. Think about the consequences if there is no international patent for such a thing. Do you still think this is a small matter now? You also know that this can win awards on the international stage and bring glory to the country. Then, do you know what this can bring to Chen Song? Chao Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, Chen Song has the right to say no. Director Xiao, we all treat Chen Song as a young man and a junior. When we face Xiao Zhihai, Wang Tong, and even Wu Tongfu, will we be so perfunctory or deceptive? Of course not. Actually, Chen Song's value is no less than that of the older generation of experienced experts and academicians. If Wu Tongfu can reject you, why can't Chen Song? Chao Yu saw it clearly and said it. Sometimes, things were just so coincidental. In Chen Song's plan originally, he just wanted to use the medical expo held in the United Arab Emirates as an opportunity. He prepared an article in advance, which was enough to attract everyone's attention and let everyone realize the importance of the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology and material. As long as the Lancet was enough to add fuel to the fire, he would enter everyone's sight. Chen Song was confident that this technology and material was enough to change the world. Winning the annual championship did not seem impossible. Since foreigners could understand this, how could the big shots in China not see it? You have to know that our country has never won an award before. How could they miss such an opportunity? This would naturally enter the eyes of some big shots. They would definitely want Chen Song to take the product to the competition. What Chen Song had to do at this time was to refuse. That's right, Chen Song was prepared to refuse from the beginning. It would take at least a week or two before the expo. During this time, Chen Song could attract everyone's attention. Chen Song even thought of an excuse. My product hasn't obtained an international patent yet. I'm worried that it will be stolen. At the same time, my product is not perfect yet. Maybe it will take some time to perfect it. He could make up 100 excuses. What Chen Song had to do this time was naturally to willfully refuse. I must be too obedient, making you think that I can be controlled at will. When you need me, you want to hold me up. When you don't need me, you want to control me? No. I'm not. This time, Chen Song wanted to act willfully with this group of big shots. However, he did not expect such a coincidence. He just happened to encounter Zhao Sihan's surgery. He chose to turn off his phone. I turned it off very calmly. I don't want to be disturbed during the surgery. Thank you. You can reflect on it yourselves. What he did not know was that these were not the only coincidences. He also did not know that it was very lively outside. The Cardiac Arrest Medical Research Center and the Tendon Recovery Center applied to stop work, the World Society of Digestive Surgery's headquarters was reconsidered, and the Capital Emergency Medical Center Hospital's Marfan Syndrome Research Group suspended the research process. Chen Song could have done that. He had thought about it before. But on second thought, there was no need for that. These people were following him to learn his skills. If Chen Song were to coerce them into doing these things, it would be completely unnecessary. However, what Chen Song didn't know was that while Chen Song was busy, this group of people had quietly joined forces. They also wanted to do something for their teacher Chen. This time, Xiao Runfeng from the Health and Wellness Committee really felt the pressure. Qiao Yu was somewhat moved by Chen Song's personal charm. As far as he knew, Chen Song had only been in the capital for less than a year. In just half a year, Chen Song had managed to get Wan Tong, Su Ziming, and the others to stand up for Chen Song. This was very difficult. Of course, he didn't know that what Chen Song brought to them was imparting knowledge and clearing their doubts. Master's kindness, this was the favor that these scholars valued the most. The first hour after Chen Song switched off his phone, after Xiao Runfeng, Qiao Yu, and the secretary had a good discussion, they immediately made a decision. An organizational meeting was held to restructure the department of the Chinese Journal of Cardiovascular Surgery. The editor-in-chief, Tan Jingyang, would be removed from his position as editor-in-chief and awaited follow-up arrangements. Chen Song would be invited to become the honorary editor-in-chief of the magazine. Qin Yongyi attended the meeting. After hearing this news, he was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a thing to happen at all. What did Tan Jingyang do? And his niece's son-in-law was actually so awesome that he directly removed a department head? Although it was possible that Tan Jingyang was only temporarily removed from his position and arrangements would be made. But, this kind of public criticism was actually the leader revealing some information. No matter how amazing Tan Jingyang was, at most, he would be removed. It was impossible for him to be promoted. After all, the credit for publishing the Chinese Journal of Cardiovascular Surgery new edition would not fall to him. Instead, it was obvious that Chen Song would be the one to take the credit. Qin Yongyi couldn't help but get excited. The second hour after Chen Song switched off his phone, an old man accompanied by 2 assistants personally came to the Ministry of Science and Technology and knocked on the door of Qiao Yu's office. After Qiao Yu opened the door and saw the old man, his expression changed and he quickly got up. Teacher, why are you here? The person who came was none other than the chief scientist of the China National Space Administration, the academician of the Third Academy, Mr. Bu. This was also the digestive tract reconstruction surgery that Chen Song personally performed on him. He was recovering very well now. Mr. Bu Hanyu entered the office and did not sit down, nor did he take the glass of water from Qiao Yu. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "If I didn't come, your savior would have been bullied by you." Qiao Yu was stunned for a moment. Bu Hanyu suddenly said, "I went for a physical examination today and heard Sun Guanyu mention Chen Song's matter." Qiao Yu, academic achievements speak for themselves. This is the minimum respect for scholars. Handle Chen Song's matter well. After saying that, Bu Hanyu got up and left without even sitting down. He had come just to say this. It was Qiao Yu's business whether he listened or not. After saying that, he looked back at Qiao Yu and said, "I'll go find Tan Jishan." Don't worry about it. Mr. Bu got up and left. Qiao Yu was left dumbfounded. Chen Song. How many people did he save? Even his own teacher came looking for him. At this time, compared to Qiao Yu, Xiao Runfeng was even more flustered, 3 hours after Chen Song turned off his phone. A military vehicle drove to the lobby of the Health and Wellness Commission. An old man who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness stood downstairs and looked at the Health and Wellness Commission building. He said to the person beside him, "Take me to the Health Bureau." On the other side, Xiao Runfeng had just finished a meeting and was thinking about how to deal with the next work when her phone rang. "Director Xiao, Old Master Qin is here. The one from the military, please come down quickly." Xiao Runfeng was stunned. Seeing that it was the Health Bureau, she could not help but have a headache. Speaking of which department of the Health and Wellness Commission was the most troublesome, it had to be the Health Bureau. The main function of the Health and Wellness Commission's Health Bureau was to be responsible for the medical care and preventive care of the health targets determined by the Central Health and Wellness Commission. To put it bluntly, this was a red wall doctor, and these departments that dealt with the leaders were more troublesome. After Xiao Runfeng arrived, she saw Qin Jinhong sitting in the office with Old Master Qin. Xiao Runfeng immediately greeted him with a smile. "Old Master Qin, why are you here?" "Hello, General Qin." After greeting each other, Old Master Qin said politely, "Director Xiao, I'm here today because I have something to trouble you with." Xiao Runfeng smiled and said, "Old Master, if you have anything to say, you can just call." Old Master Qin smiled slightly. "Sometimes, it's a sign of respect and importance to come by yourself. I'm here today to invite Chen Song to be my healthcare consultant." With this sentence, Xiao Runfeng's pupil suddenly shrank. Chen Song again, but this kid. How capable was he? He could actually make Old Master Qin come personally. P.S. Thank you to Travel Habits Big Shot for the 100000 tip, adding a new chief for this book. Add 3 chapters. Thank you to The Devil Loves Apples Big Shot for the 50,000 tip. Thank you Big Shot, adding 1 chapter. Thank you for everyone's support. Veteran, do your best to update, a total of 47 chapters, 6 chapters left. Good luck. Qin Jinhong looked at his father's smile, deep in thought. His father didn't come here just to find a healthcare doctor, right? He was here to make Chen Song proud. However, Qin Jinhong didn't expect Old Master Qin to care so much about Chen Song. Old Master Qin even pulled him along when he came. Old Master Qin's thought-provoking smile made Xiao Runfeng a little nervous. It wasn't that he was a rank higher than her. Xiao Runfeng was a little surprised. How long had Chen Song been in the capital? The power that this young man inadvertently leaked out had already reached the point where it affected Old Master Qin. If he was allowed to run this business for 8 to 10 years, what would his future be like? It wasn't just Xiao Runfeng. The director of the Insurance Regulatory Bureau and the secretary of the Health and Wellness Committee all looked at each other, shocked. The secretary sighed in his heart. It was a pity. He glanced at Xiao Runfeng and felt that it was a pity. In fact, his leader lacked a little toughness. Compared to these people, Xiao Runfeng's relationship with Chen Song was probably the easiest to get close to. If Xiao Runfeng was more enthusiastic this time, what would Chen Song think? Look at Wu Tongfu, he was a real genius. Xiao Runfeng personally made a cup of tea for Old Master Qin and brought it over. "Old Master Qin, you're wrong about this. It's all my fault. It was originally a small matter, but it ended up like this." Old Master Qin chuckled. "Chen Song is a good lad. He's not arrogant or rash." When the people around heard Old Master Qin's words, they sighed in their hearts. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Old Master Qin naturally didn't come here just for a healthcare doctor. He came here for Chen Song. At this thought, many thoughts ran through their minds. Xiao Runfeng also nodded. "Yes, this incident really gave me a wake-up call. Special talents should be given a special training method." Qin Jinhong didn't say anything. He just nodded behind the old man. Old Master Qin suddenly chatted with Xiao Runfeng for a while and then said, "Xiao Chen's skills are really good. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have known that I had pancreatic cancer. He was the one who did the surgery. So, Chen Song knows a lot about my body, so he came here today to tell me about it." Director Xiao, you have to worry more about the healthcare doctor. When people get old, there are a lot of discomforts. I feel more at ease with Xianxia around. I don't know much about your system, so I won't bother you anymore. Not long after old Master Qin came in, he didn't touch the tea. After saying a few words, he stood up. He did not talk about Xianxia at all. He only mentioned a few words about healthcare doctors. However, in the ears of Xiao Runfeng and the other members of the Health and Wellness Committee, these words were different. Old Master Qin's words were very clear. My old bones were saved by Xianxia. That was enough for him, there was no need to say more, everyone had to understand what it meant. Thinking of this, everyone was envious. Xianxia knew old Master Qin and got old Master Qin to come for such a small matter. His future would be smooth sailing. Xiao Runfeng sent old Master Qin out and said with a smile, "Old Master, don't worry. I'll arrange the healthcare doctor for you." Old Master Qin nodded and said with a smile, "This. Don't tell Xianxia that I'm here. Also, don't force him. After all, Xiaoqin still has to go back to Dongyang." Xiao Runfeng nodded. After sending old Master Qin out, Xiao Runfeng glanced at the secretary. The secretary couldn't help but sigh. "Director, Xianxia's phone has been turned off for more than 3 hours." Xiao Runfeng was stunned. "Turned off?" "So be it." After turning on the phone, Xiao Runfeng didn't know what to say. "Okay, there's no need to call. Let him do the surgery well." The secretary nodded. As they spoke, the two of them were about to return to the office. However, at this moment, Xiao Runfeng's phone rang. When she heard the phone call, Xiao Runfeng felt a headache coming on. Could it be about Xianxia again? When she saw that the caller ID was Chao Yu, she picked up the phone. Chao Yu smiled bitterly. "Director Xiao, is it convenient to talk?" Xiao Runfeng nodded and looked around. There was only the secretary around. "Yes, it's convenient." "What's wrong, Director Chao?" "Chao Yu, haven't you contacted Xianxia yet? My teacher, old Master Bu, came to me and talked about Xianxia. Then he personally went to see old Master Tan." Xiao Runfeng was stunned. Chao Yu's teacher, old Master Bu, was a national treasure, even he came personally. Xiao Runfeng was dumbfounded. How did such a small matter, which she thought was insignificant, become such a big deal? Xiao Runfeng could not help but say, "Old Master Qin from the military region just left. He wants Xianxia to be his healthcare doctor." Chao Yu suddenly fell silent. This matter was blown out of proportion. Was this going to be known by everyone? Chao Yu was a little scared himself. How big of a deal was this? They hung up. At this moment, the two of them were much calmer. They thought about it carefully and understood what was going on. Indeed, it was not a big deal. However, when they thought about it carefully, why were these people willing to stand up for Xianxia? Why did even old Master Qin and old Master Bu come out? Were they really willing to stand up for someone? Of course not. Why were these directors willing to apply for a suspension of work for Xianxia? Was it just because of their passion? Of course not. To put it bluntly, these people saw Xianxia's potential and ability. Who was not afraid of death? What were old people most afraid of? Xianxia's current ability was enough to move these old people. For people like them, every day they lived was a day's worth, whether it was to the family or to the motherland, their existence was indispensable. Xianxia was only 30 years old. He was already like this now. What would his future be like? Thinking of this, Xiao Runfeng and Chao Yu felt relieved. No wonder. It should be so. Qin Zhenhong looked at old Master Qin sitting at the side and could not help but say, "Dad, Xianxia." Old Master Qin narrowed his eyes. "Do you think I'm a little too concerned?" Qin Zhenhong nodded. Old Master Qin shook his head slightly. "It's both helping, but it's different from adding flowers to brocade. In the future, it will be very difficult for you to find this opportunity." When old Master Qin said this, he could not help but let out a long sigh. "Moreover, you're still young now and don't know fear. When you reach my age, you'll realize that health is more important than anything else. You saw what happened last time. If it weren't for Xianxia, would my pancreatic cancer have been discovered? In other words, for every day I live, our family will develop well." These words stunned Qin Zhenhong. Just as Xianxia was undergoing surgery, the matter had come to an end quietly like this. At this time, Tan Jingyang went straight home and sat on the sofa. His expression was uncertain. This sudden dismissal made him unable to react for a long time. If not for Chen Song being temporarily appointed as honorary chief editor, he would be confused now. But there was one thing he did not understand. How did Chen Song have such great ability? Tan Jingyang was angry, but he was not stupid. Chen Song was amazing. He was the leader of the younger generation. But how could he compare to his father? How could he even compare to him? No matter how incompetent Tan Jingyang was, even if there was no merit, there was still hard work. He had worked in the system for so long, but he was fired just like that. Thinking about it made him feel a little aggrieved. Did Xiao Runfeng not give his father any face, although he also knew that there would be other opportunities after he was dismissed? He did not understand this kind of operation where the system specifically criticized your mistakes and then dismissed you directly. Could Xiao Runfeng really do it? But at this time, there was a knock on the door. Tan Jingyang got up and opened the door. He saw his father and life assistant coming in. Seeing his father, Tan Jingyang's eyes instinctively lit up. "Dad, why are you here?" Tan Jishan was already 85 years old this year. His hair had long fallen out and he liked to wear a hat. Tan Jishan did not say anything and walked into the room in a deep voice. He sat on the sofa and did not speak. Instead, he stared straight at Tan Jingyang. Seeing this, Tan Jingyang felt extremely guilty. "Dad." Tan Jishan finally sighed and said, "Go and apologize to Chen Song." Tan Jingyang's expression suddenly changed. He thought that his father would criticize him and even blame himself for not disciplining him. But the only thing he did not expect was that his father would ask him to apologize. Apologize to Chen Song? That was impossible. Why, he did not even know who was apologizing to him. What did I do? In the end, my position was dismissed. All the achievements I made in the past 3 years were all Chen Song's achievements. Who can I find to reason with? For a moment, Tan Jingyang's eyes widened and he was a little angry. Why? Why? Dad, it's your son. I was fired. I'm the victim. Why should I apologize? Tan Jishan looked at Tan Jingyang and said word by word, because you are not as good as him, it is your fault. Because you are wrong, you need to apologize. Tan Jingyang was confused by his father's words. His breathing was rapid and his chest was heaving. He was already in his 50s, so it was impossible for him to not understand these things. His father was right. He was wrong. It was not because he had made a big mistake, but because Chen Song was much stronger than him. The bigger his mistake was. However, I'm inferior to him. This sentence made Tan Jingyang, who was in his 50s, feel humiliated for the first time. A man in his 50s couldn't even compare to a doctor who was in his advanced studies. This left him speechless for a moment. After Tan Jishan finished speaking, he added, "If you don't have the courage to go, I'll go with you. I'll go in your place." When Tan Jingyang heard this, he stood up and said with a red face, "No. I'm not as good as him, but he's a far cry from you. It's too much to ask you to go." Tan Jishan shook his head. "You overestimated me and underestimated him." In Tan Jingyang's eyes, his father was a hero for life. Since he was young, his father's medals and trophies could fill the entire house. His father was his pride. Tan Jingyang could not ask his father to apologize. Tan Jishan looked at Tan Jingyang. "You don't know what's good for you this time. Why did you stop the patent this time? Do you know that this product is going to represent the motherland in the World Medical Expo to win an award? Our motherland has yet to receive such an award. There is no international patent. What kind of loss do you think the elephant trunk stent technology will be if it goes out?" His words made Tan Jingyang widen his eyes in shock. This is impossible. This is just an ordinary patent. How can he win an award? Tan Jishan was expressionless. Ordinary? What ordinary thing has Chen Song done? Now, Chen Song is unwilling to participate in the competition. He even hung up on Xiao Runfeng's call and said that he doesn't want to participate. This made Xiao Runfeng very anxious. Don't you think Chen Song is amazing? After Tan Jishan finished speaking, he looked at Tan Jingyang. Let's go. pack up and follow me to Concord. Chen Song is in surgery. After you come out, go and apologize. Tan Jingyang stood there as if a lifetime had passed. It had been a week since he blocked Chen Song's patent. He thought that Chen Song could only swallow this. He did not expect, he never did, it was not that he did not want to cause trouble. It was that Chen Song knew that he did not need to cause trouble. There were a bunch of people who wanted to apply for the patent more than Chen Song himself. Thinking of this, Tan Jingyang felt a chill in his bones and had goosebumps all over his body. This hot summer was a sharp contrast to him. Tan Jingyang deeply realized at this moment that his father had said that he was not as good as him. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. In Chen Song's hands, there was only one that no one else had. As for himself, he was just relying on small tricks to speculate. The news that Chen Song was in Concord's surgery finally reached everyone's ears. After learning about this, Xiao Runfeng sighed and said to the secretary, "Should I go now?" The secretary smiled slightly. "Director Xiao, don't worry. You are definitely not the only one going. Not only do you have to go, but that occasion needs you the most." After hearing this, Xiao Runfeng closed her eyes and thought for a while. After a long time, she said, "Let's go. You come with me." The secretary said, "Wait a moment. We can't go empty-handed. The matter of old Master Qin's healthcare doctor has not been resolved yet. We are not going this time to apologize. We are going to invite Chen Song to join the Central Healthcare Committee and become old Master Qin's healthcare consultant." After hearing this, Xiao Ruanfeng's eyes lit up slightly. "Good idea." After hesitating for a while, Chao Yu called the driver and said, "Prepare the car and go to Concord." At this time, in the office outside Concord's operating theater. It was very lively. Many people came. After seeing each other, everyone smiled and nodded. After leaving, he looked at the two ministers and the chief scientist and couldn't help but smile and say, "Professor Chen's surgery will take some time. Let's take a look at the surgery first." Everyone nodded. At this time, a young nurse ran into the operating room and said to Gong Daijin, "Director, Professor Chen, Director Li said that Director Xiao Runfeng and Minister Chao are waiting for the surgery outside." Gong Daijin was slightly stunned. Chen Song hummed without batting an eyelid. "Continue with the surgery." Chen Song's expression was calm as if it didn't matter who was outside. He seemed to be counting, "Just wait." This made everyone excited. Professor Chen was really awesome. P.S. Thank you to Guagua10086 for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. At this moment, in the office outside. This was the first time Xiao Runfeng and Chao Yu came to watch a surgery. However, Chen Song did not do anything because of their arrival. For him, the young lady lying on the bed waiting for the surgery was today's main character. When Xiao Runfeng and Chao Yu saw the young lady, they were shocked. Without a nose, the two empty faces made the two adults feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they were in a suspense movie. Tan Jishan and Tan Jingyang felt the same way. Li Kai suddenly said, "Today's surgery is actually the second step." After Professor Chen came, he first performed the allograft removal surgery on the patient. He's actually working very hard now. At this moment, Tan Jishan suddenly said, "It's not difficult to perform an allograft and total nasal reconstruction surgery, but allografts are allografts after all, and the range is relatively large. Therefore, it's very difficult to form a natural, seemingly limitless nose with the original skin." At this moment, everyone remembered that old Master Tan used to be a clinical doctor. However, at this moment, Li Kai suddenly said, "I think Professor Chen should be able to handle it. After all, he's the 2019 World Best Plastic Surgeon of the Year. I think it shouldn't be a big problem." When they heard Li Kai's words, they were suddenly stunned. Xiao Runfeng could not help but feel nervous. She could not help but worry. There seemed to be no big shots in the field of plastic surgery. Chao Yu's eyes lit up again. He now thought of something else. It was a big deal. Thinking of this, Chao Yu made up his mind. When Chen Song came out, he would have a good chat with him. When Tan Jishan heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Hidden depths, Tan Jingyang's brain had already crashed. For him now, the difficulty of the surgery had exceeded the scope of his reading comprehension when he was in high school. After all, 2 department heads stood outside the operating theater waiting for Chen Song. Who else had such an honor before? This pride was something that no one could compare to. However, it was precisely this kind of person that he found trouble with. For a moment, Tan Jingyang did not know if he was proud or arrogant. However, what they did not know was, Chen Song did not have much time to think about other things at this moment. He only had eyes for Zhao Sihan's nose at this moment. Total rhinoplasty usually required skin flaps, and most of them were from the forehead. However, Zhao Sihan's nose defect was very serious. If she wanted to rely solely on autologous skin grafting, it was obvious that the skin was not enough. There would be traces of free skin grafting in the donor area on the forehead, which would affect the facial beauty. Robbing Peter to pay Paul was obviously an inappropriate way to deal with the situation. Secondly, the use of prosthetics for surgery. However, a prosthesis wasn't suitable for a young girl like Zhao Sihan. Moreover, it wasn't just the growth attribute, it was also lacking in many other aspects. Now, the only choice was an allograft and total nasal reconstruction. This would not only help with the redistribution of the facial nerves, but also make the external repair more complete. Moreover, the effect on the nasal cavity was better. Both Yang Qing and Zhao Sihan's father hid the truth about the allograft transplant. But looking at Chen Song, Zhao Sihan said in a low voice, "Uncle, that is the sister who gave me her nose really dead." His words stunned Chen Song. He wanted to lie and hide the truth. But, looking at Zhao Sihan's innocent big eyes, Chen Song didn't know what to say. This was actually the category of medical ethics. Every allograft could come from a dead person. A long time ago, the main source of allograft tissues and organs was unclaimed death row criminals. Now that allograft transplantation was gradually perfected, the country had formed such a special organization. There were also some spontaneous and gray cases among the people. Not only Chen Song, but even Gong Daizhen and the others who were preparing for the surgery didn't know how to answer. This was the first time a patient asked such a question. They, who usually answered smoothly, now found this question difficult to answer. Chen Song could only say, she chose to help more people. After Zhao Sihan heard this, she immediately cried. She felt that she was a burden. She was a person who needed to be taken care of. Even her nose had to be donated. Seeing this, Chen Song couldn't help but comfort her. Actually, she is also grateful to you for giving her a chance to breathe in this world again. Zhao Sihan suddenly smiled, revealing her white teeth. The loss of her nose didn't affect the charm of her smile. However, it made people's hearts ache even more. Thank you, uncle, and thank you to her. The position of the nose was very special. It was in the middle of the face. The beauty of the nose even determined the beauty of the face. And its function was even more important. The external nose was divided into the root of the nose, the bridge of the nose, the tip of the nose, and the wing of the nose. Nasal plastic surgery was the most complicated part of facial plastic surgery because there were many things to consider about the nose. For example, the length of the external nose was 13 times the length of the face, and the height of the tip of the nose was 12 times the length of the nose. There were even many factors that had to be considered, such as the corners of the nose and lips, the corners of the nose and the forehead. After some preparation, the surgery began. Gong Daizhen and Chen Song prepared together. After general anesthesia, the nurse prepared 500 milliliters of blood and got ready. Ordinary nasal surgery wasn't difficult, and plastic surgery wasn't difficult either. However, Zhao Sihan's injury was really troublesome. The skin of the allograft was still in the refrigerator. Because there was no blood supply, the blood vessels and nerve cells would age and die under normal temperature. On this side, they took the lead to clean up Zhao Sihan's nose. After this period of recovery, granulation tissue had begun to appear, but these needed to be cleaned up. The whole process looked very ferocious. The only difference between a doctor and a butcher was the purpose. After Chen Song finished cleaning up, he began to observe Zhao Sihan's facial condition and began to think about how to deal with it. Who would provide the blood vessels for the skin flap? How would the skin size be designed? The height of the bridge of the nose, the angle, the wing of the nose, and so on needed to be prepared in advance. Chen Song looked at Zhao Sihan's face in a daze. The people around saw Chen Song staring at the wound and wondered what he was thinking. They were a little curious. "Shall we start measuring and calculating?" the doctor at the side asked. Chen Song shook his head. "No, there's no soul. Let's follow the patient's facial shape." The doctor couldn't help but be stunned by his words. What the hell did he mean by no soul? Even Gong Daijin couldn't help but glance at Chen Song, but then, Chen Song really told the patient what kind of surgery had a soul. The surrounding doctors glanced at Gong Daijin. They wanted Chief Gong to beat this pretentious criminal to death. They had performed surgeries for so many years, but this was the first time they had heard the term soulless surgery. Gong Daijin coughed and comforted everyone with her eyes. She looked at Chen Song with some hesitation. How would she know what a soulless surgery was, not to mention Gong Daijin? Even the people in the office outside had heard of a soulless surgery for the first time. The few of them looked at each other and then at old master Tan Jishan. Tan Jishan blushed. "It's probably because the surgical skills are superb and it's the finishing touch, right?" He did not understand either. Where had he heard of this damn term? Chen Song hesitated for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He reached out and asked for the surgical knife and tissue forceps. Chen Song began to make a gentle cut on his face. The opening could not be too big and needed to be just right to separate the blood vessels. Before the surgery began, Chen Song had to choose the blood vessels that supplied the blood. Chen Song chose the trochlear artery and the medial canthal artery. The position of the two arteries and the blood vessels were just right. Then, Chen Song quickly said, "Take out the skin flap." Gong Daijin quickly nodded. Now, he needed to use the two blood vessels as the pedicle to provide love for the allograft skin flap. The blood vessels and nerves on the face were relatively thin. Therefore, when it was handled, Chen Song needed to wear a magnifying glass. This way, it would be more convenient for him to handle it. Because there was no foundation for the reconstructive surgery, everything needed to be done by Chen Song. The nasal cartilage came from an allograft. Under normal circumstances, the repair of the nasal alar used a composite tissue flap. When it was fixed, it needed to be fixed layer by layer. The material came from the ears, however, the patient had the possibility of an allograft. Chen Song now began to think about a problem. Was it a direct allograft, or do it step by step separately? A direct allograft would be very easy. The surgery might not take too long. However, there was a very obvious problem. The provider's facial tissue distribution was different from yours. Once it was covered, there might be color differences. There might even be bumps or depressions. That would be very ugly. After hesitating for a while, Chen Song gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Skin flap separation. Gong Daijin was stunned. Haven't they already separated? Chen Song shook his head. Continue the separation. At this time, Chen Song reached out to grab the scissors and separating forceps. He put on the scope and began the ingenious separation work. Chen Song needed to separate the alien skin flap again. This separation must also exist under the condition that there is a blood supply. This raised the level of the surgery by a notch. Gong Daijin glanced at Chen Song. She naturally knew what Chen Song wanted to do. However, if he did that, the difficulty of the surgery would be too high. Under everyone's curious gazes, Chen Song carefully separated the skin flap. This step could not damage the blood vessels. Otherwise, it would directly affect the color difference of the repaired skin. Chen Song had to admit that finding such a strange body was really difficult. It probably took a lot of effort. Time ticked by. Chen Song took his time to deal with it carefully. Finally, the skin flap was separated successfully. Gong Daijin carefully held it. At this time, Chen took the nasal cartilage and tissue and began to reconstruct it. This might not be difficult. However, if he wanted to do it well, precision was extremely important. Chen Song almost separated all the composite tissue flaps and carried them out one by one. He had always been striving for perfection when it came to surgery. The design of the tip of the nose, the design of the length of the nose, the ratio of the length to width of the nose. At this moment, Chen Song did not look like a doctor at all. His requirements for the angle and length were almost harsh. Every degree needed to be carefully grasped. The angle of the nose and lips was 90 degrees. The angle of the nose and face was 30 degrees. The angle of the nose and forehead was 120 degrees. These angles were almost perfect. They even had a great plastic effect on future growth. The ratio of the length to width of the nose was 1 o'clock. 7. The width of the nose occupied 15% of the middle of the face. At this time, countless lines in Xianxia's eyes were constantly changing. Xianxia was looking for the best angle in such an environment. This almost crazy and obsessed scene was really a little obsessed in the eyes of others. No one understood why Xianxia did this. Why did he spend so much time dealing with these? Only Gong Daizhen's eyebrows were tightly knitted. She seemed to have discovered something. If she guessed correctly, Xianxia was carrying out an aesthetic design of the external nose. This might be the soul that Xianxia was talking about. What was the soul? The soul was to strive for perfection. A surgery with a soul might be to provide a unique plan that was the most suitable for the patient. It was not an assembly line surgery, right? However, at this time, she could not understand the whole picture at all. Everything still needed to wait for the skin flap to be covered. When all the steps were completed, the effect could be truly displayed. For a moment, Gong Daizhen began to look forward to it. Xianxia spent a full hour dealing with these works. It was almost paranoid. After finally finishing the work, Xianxia raised his head and stared at it for a long time with satisfaction. He was extremely satisfied. Next was the suturing of the skin flap. At this time even Xianxia was full of anticipation. He was looking forward to what the skin flap would look like after it was sutured. At this time, Li Kai, who was standing outside the operating theater, was the most nervous. After all, he was the one who boasted about Xianxia's awesomeness. If the results of Xianxia's surgery were not good, even if it was average, it would be a slap in the face. Plastic surgery was actually like a magic show. And Xianxia had already set off the magic show's atmosphere. He was waiting for the moment to witness a miracle. Tan Jishan also wanted to see what a surgery with a soul was. At this time, Xianxia began to suture the facial skin flap. The most important thing to suture the facial skin was the treatment of the scar. The longer the suture distance and the more sutured areas, the more obvious the scar would be. Moreover, there were some differences between the skin of an alien body and its own. Therefore, the difficulty of suturing was naturally higher. However, Xianxia's ingenious design made the skin flap design just right. In addition, Xianxia himself was very good at suturing the skin. The design of the stitches on the entire skin was very subtle. Moreover, he cleverly used the nasal alar, the nasal mucosa, and other secret methods to deal with it. The entire skin flap was finally completed. Even Xianxia himself was very satisfied. Rinse it with normal saline. Gong Daizhen quickly nodded. She quickly picked up the normal saline and rinsed it. But it was just a rinse. Gong Daizhen was stunned. She was stunned by Xianxia's total nasal reconstruction surgery. Wasn't it too well done? How was this surgery? This was art. For a moment, Gong Daizhen's mind was filled with a surgery with a soul. Gong Daizhen looked at Zhao Sihan's face and couldn't look away for a long time. What a cute girl. Gong Daizhen carefully touched it with her hand. She still couldn't believe that all of this was real. She, who was as scary as a devil just now, actually became so cute after the surgery. Although the needle and thread could still be seen in the suture area, Xianxia's suture didn't cause too much red and swollen reaction. Doctors didn't look at the details. They looked at the overall shape, structure, skin texture treatment, and so on. If they judged the effect of Xianxia's surgery according to the above standards, it was definitely a perfect score. Gong Daizhen's mind kept echoing what Xianxia said at the beginning, a surgery with a soul. Perhaps this was it, unique, an exclusive surgical design. Even Xianxia couldn't replicate it. This was the first and unique of the soul, right? At this moment, Gong Daizhen seemed to understand something. The shackles and confusion of the plastic surgery for many years seemed to be relieved at this moment. She seemed to have found a new way of development. The other doctors were dumbfounded at this moment, including the anesthesiologist in the operating theater, the nurses, and so on. All of their eyes were meticulously fixed on the little girl. Their hearts were trembling. Was this a miracle? That's right, this was definitely a miracle. This could even be said to be a miracle. A surgery could actually change so much. It was as obvious as changing one's head. Those doctors who had doubted Chen Song at the beginning were silent at this moment. Because they realized that Chen Song had never bragged. What he said was true, and the reason why they misunderstood was entirely because they hadn't reached that level yet. When they looked at Chen Song again, they were already full of admiration, as if they were looking up to a king. At this time, Chen Song smiled and said to everyone, "Thank you for your help." Everyone laughed along. Professor Chen, who was both virtuous and skilled. As they spoke, everyone prepared to pack up. At this time, in the office, everyone stared at the screen for a long time without saying a word. Li Kai looked at the screen and was stunned at first. He couldn't help but sigh. Then, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Chen Song never lets me down. This kid is too amazing. This kind of nasal reconstruction surgery was really one of a kind. Xiao Runfeng and Qiao Yu had not seen a surgery for a long time. However, after seeing this scene, the two of them looked at each other. Is this the surgery? Not a magic trick? That's amazing. Tan Jishan added, this is a surgery where no one can find any flaws. Chen Song is too powerful. After saying that, Tan Jishan was curious about Chen Song. He couldn't help but ask, President Li, what is Chen Song's major? Which surgeries are you good at? This sentence really put Li Gui in a difficult position. He opened his eyes wide and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. This question was simply too difficult. After thinking for a while, Li Kai could only say, emergency. He's good at many surgeries. I haven't found any surgeries that he doesn't know. Li Kai's words seemed like a joke, but no one laughed. Tan Jingyang was extremely regretful. Why did he have to take things too hard? Why did he have to provoke such a pervert? He was alone, but he had to argue with a pervert and even cause trouble for a pervert. Wasn't this looking for abuse? He deserved it. Tan Jingyang really regretted it. If only he could go back in time. He was willing to be a lackey. Sigh. At this moment, Xiao Runfeng and Qiao Yu looked at each other. They both stood up and walked outside, waiting for Chen Song to come out. After Chen Song washed his hands, Gong Daijun couldn't help but say, Professor Chen, do you want to go to the office? After all, Director Xiao and the others are here. Chen Song grabbed 2 pieces of tissue to wipe his hands and nodded. Okay, let's go. Gong Daijun was actually really afraid that Chen Song would refuse. If Chen Song refused, she really couldn't do anything. They bumped into each other at a corner. Chen Song originally thought that he would be embarrassed. After all, he had hung up on Xiao Runfeng. But, after seeing Director Xiao, Chen Song found that he was much calmer than he thought. It was Qiao Yu's first time meeting Chen Song. If he had to give a first impression, Qiao Yu would definitely give it a high score. This person might be lacking compared to the top third-generation people who were carefully cultivated in terms of aura and conduct, but Chen Song's temperament was unique. This temperament was a kind of aura that stood alone and towered over others. Such a person would have sufficient knowledge of his own abilities, and he would also have sufficient confidence in himself. Hello, Director Xiao. Hello, Director Qiao. Hello, Professor Tan. Because the nurse had introduced them before, Chen Song greeted them one by one and avoided Tan Jingyang. Xiao Runfeng smiled. It was a wonderful operation. Professor Chen is too amazing. This was the first time Xiao Runfeng called Chen Song Professor Chen. In the past, it was Xiao Chen and Chen Song. This meant that from now on, Xiao Runfeng had to put Chen Song in the same position. Qiao Yu also nodded and smiled. Professor Chen, nice to meet you. Tan Jishan was the only one who looked at Chen Song and took the initiative to shake hands. Professor Chen, I brought my son here today to apologize to you. After saying this, Tan Jingyang's face instantly turned red. It was not because of the apology. It was because he was already in his 50s and had to be brought here by his 80-year-old father to apologize. Chen Song smiled. You're too polite, Professor Tan. The group of people stopped in the corridor for a while and went to the office. Gong Daijun did not stay and went out to greet the family members. Li Kai followed him in. After some pleasantries, they went straight to the topic. At this moment, Tan Jingyang suddenly stood up and walked to Chen Song. He bowed 90 degrees and apologized in front of so many people. He said, "Professor Chen, I apologize for what I did in the past." Chen Song smiled. "It's okay." Li Kai saw this scene and could not help but shake his head. Who had Tan Jingyang apologized to all these years? Everyone was not willing to fall out with each other, so it was enough. But who would have thought that they would meet such an unreasonable Chen Song? After Chen Song finished speaking, the room fell into silence. No one broke this awkward situation. At this moment, Xiao Runfang said seriously, "Professor Chen, I'm here today to discuss something with you. The Insurance Bureau of the National Health Committee would like to invite you to join the Central Health Committee. Old Master Qin would like to invite you to be his healthcare consultant. At the same time, we consider that Comrade Tan Jingyang is not suitable to continue to be the chief editor of the Chinese Journal of Cardiovascular Surgery. We would like to invite you to be the honorary chief editor." As soon as she said this, Li Kai's expression changed. The Central Health Committee, this was not normal. At this moment, Li Kai was extremely shocked, a member of the Central Health Care Committee and a Central Health Consultation Specialist. These two terms were definitely not as simple as they seemed. This was the person closest to the peak of power. Once Chen Song joined, he would be the youngest health consultation specialist. This was equivalent to giving Chen Song a gold medal. It was an exaggeration to say that he was exempt from death. However, it could save him a lot of trouble. Generally speaking, no one was willing to find trouble with a member of the Central Healthcare Committee. When Chen Song heard this, he was also stunned. It was relatively easy to become a Central Health Consultation Specialist. As long as one was capable and had a good relationship with the leaders, they would have a chance. However, the Central Healthcare Committee was different. It was a discussion and coordination organization in charge of healthcare work. They had to participate in the discussion of some difficult cases. They had more say. The healthcare committee could directly send Chen Song to the healthcare committee. This was a huge investment. Every year, the entire country would fight for this spot. It was even seen as a conflict of interest. How many doctors did not want to be an imperial doctor? This was a protective umbrella. As long as you did not do anything overboard, you would not have to worry about food and clothing, and your future would be bright. Would Chen Song refuse such a thing? Of course not, at this moment. Chao Yu saw that Chen Song seemed to be a little moved, so he quickly said, "Professor Chen, I've contacted the National Review and Approval Center for your patent. It will be reviewed in various countries as soon as possible. The fastest is estimated to only take half a month." Chen Song nodded and smiled gratefully. "Thank you for your trust, Director Xiao. I also thank Minister Chao." Seeing this, Xiao Runfang could not help but laugh. "Professor Chen, I hope you can participate in the medical exhibition in the UAE. Ding. Triggered mission, participate in the medical exhibition in the UAE, win an award, and win glory for the country. After the mission is completed, you will receive a reward, Omnipotent Skill Book, consumable. After use, it can become any surgical skill. The level of the skill book depends on the results." Chen Song was delighted. This was a life-saving skill. This mission was not difficult. It was a free reward. Of course, Chen Song was willing to participate. When he said that he was not willing, it was nothing more than a joke. Now, it seemed that the crybaby was the one who got the milk. However, Chen Song was not stupid. He knew very well that this was Xiao Runfang's biggest concession. This time, Xiao Runfang came with sincerity. A department head could wait outside the operating theater for 2 to 3 hours without any complaints. Chen Song felt that this level of importance was enough. Even department head Chao Yu had come personally. Chen Song didn't expect this at all. One must be moderate and act according to one's capability. It's fine to throw a tantrum, but if you throw a tantrum after receiving benefits, you'll be hated by others. Chen Song was not stupid. He knew when to stop. Chen Song smiled and said, "Yes, I'm very willing." Xiao Ruanfang's eyes lit up in satisfaction. To be honest, if Chen Song did not agree, there was nothing she could do. How could you force something like this? Xiao Runfang might try to fight for it, but even if she succeeded, Chen Song wouldn't have a good time in the future. After all, Xiao Runfang was his direct superior. People were most afraid of not knowing when to advance or retreat and not being sensible. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "If there's anything you need, feel free to communicate." Chen Song smiled. "Your cardiac non-stop medical research center can continue to work, right?" Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. Chen Song was stunned. "What's the situation?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, "Wang Tong and Su Ziming directly applied for an extension of the construction of the cardiac non-stop medical research center because of your matter." After Chen Song heard this, his heart instantly warmed. These people didn't teach him for nothing. Good, they stood up at the critical moment. At this time, Xiaoyu continued, "This time, Director Xiao is very anxious. The construction of the Tendon Recovery Center has to be stopped. Even the Secretary General of the World Society of Digestive Surgery has to hold an emergency meeting to discuss the selection of a new site, and old Mr. Bu. Professor Chen, to be honest, you're the person with the strongest mobilization ability I've ever seen. At first, when they said that you weren't involved, I didn't believe it. Now it seems that it's true. You're really amazing." With these words, Chen Song stood on the spot and panicked. He didn't expect that there would be such a group of people who were willing to fight side by side with him at the critical moment. When he thought of this, Chen Song's heart really warmed. It made him feel that he was never fighting alone, he had many like-minded friends around him. For a time, Chen Song was really satisfied. Chen Song finally understood why Xiao Runfeng came in person. However, Chen Song couldn't help but smile and say to Xiao Runfeng, "Director Xiao, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm really in the middle of a surgery." Xiao Runfeng waved her hand. "Okay, that's it. You should go back early and comfort your team members. Otherwise, if this matter really gets out of hand, we'll become a joke to others." Chen Song returned to the Emergency Medical Center hospital. The next day, the Health Commission began a strict political review of Chen Song. It wasn't easy to become a health consulting expert. Fortunately, Chen Song was a third-generation farmer with a decent background. He didn't do anything illegal. Everything went smoothly. A few days later, the news of Chen Song joining the Central Health Commission was announced on the official website. When this happened, it instantly became lively in the circle. At this moment, Chen Song's name finally lit up in some people's eyes. Everyone knew that this person was not to be trifled with. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, at this time, Qin didn't give up on Chen Song's homework just because he became an imperial doctor. The next day, when Chen Song just entered the department, he heard old Ma and a few others talking about it. "You don't know. When Director Xiao and Minister Qiao came to find us, they gave us face. They personally waited for 7 to 8 hours outside the operating room. They didn't complain at all." Old Ma was dancing with joy. Let me tell you, Tan Jingyang fainted after seeing this scene. TSK, there's one more thing you don't know. Song was personally appointed by the higher-ups to be a healthcare doctor. When Song came out of the operating room, you didn't see the scene. It was so imposing that even Minister Qiao had to let Chen Song walk forward. This is ability. Old Ma finally realized that the young nurses in the department loved to hear about Chen Song's awesomeness. It was fine even if you didn't have any skill in bragging. Women, they were superficial. After Chen Song stood at the door and heard it, he was so scared that he didn't dare to go in. He was worried that Xiao Runfeng would think that he was bragging when she heard about it. Chen Song suddenly felt that he had to pay taxes for bragging. Chen Song's heart was fluttering when old Ma bragged about him like that. 2 or 3 hours became 7 or 8 hours in this guy's words. Not to mention whether Tan Jingyang fainted or not, if these words were to reach Director Zhao's mouth, he would definitely faint. People were just interacting with each other and getting what they wanted from each other. There was no such thing as face or not face. If this thing was really valuable, Chen Song would not be in such a situation a long time ago. Whether it was Director Xiao or Minister Qiao. In the past, it was difficult for such people to even meet them, let alone wait for him in person. If Chen Song had not planned every step from the beginning to the end, would they have apologized? Would he have entered the Central Healthcare Committee? To be precise, Chen Song was indeed capable, and his reputation was not small. However, Chen Song did not have a backer. To be honest, the Chinese nation was rich in resources and outstanding people. Was there a shortage of talents? Was there really a shortage of people to the extent that a football team could not gather 10 people? Of course not. What was lacking was only capable people who could stand up. Many people were capable, but they could not reach that stage. Similarly, Chen Song was the same. Chen Song had always thought that he was quite capable. After all, his ability was outstanding. He had performed many surgeries and even applied for 2 national-level special projects. He had 4 or 500 million yuan projects in his hands and was the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. However, thinking about it carefully, what was this in the eyes of people with real backgrounds? Even a small Tan Xingyang, whose father was not in real power, could make things difficult for him. Why couldn't others? Therefore, after this incident, although everyone was a little angry, only Chen Song was silent. Not only was he silent, but he even worked as usual. In the eyes of others, Chen Song did not seem to fight for it at all. At that time, Chen Song did not ask for help. He did not even ask for his girlfriend. It was only after meeting Qin Yongyi and learning about the medical exhibition held in the United Arab Emirates that Chen Song vaguely seized the opportunity. The country wanted honor, and the leaders of these authorities wanted honor even more. Xiao Runfeng, Chao Yu, and the others were not stupid. Not a single person, you are very outstanding, they don't mind praising you. However, if you encountered a problem and needed them to help you, or if you offended some other people by helping you, they would have a lot of ideas. That was the logic. Chen Song's mind worked quickly. The materials and technology of the elephant trunk stent were undoubtedly his biggest bargaining chip. July was destined to be an extraordinary day. Whether it was the UAE Expo or the AATS 2020 conference in Canada. These were all Chen Song's bargaining chips, therefore, he thought of the Lancet. If the thesis and the elephant trunk stent were published in advance, it would be best to arouse public discussion. In this way, more and more people would pay attention to the technology and materials of the elephant trunk stent. After all, the entire academic community knew how high the mortality rate of aortic dissection was. For such a high-risk disease, if his technology could greatly reduce the mortality rate, wouldn't that be enough, as long as the topic became popular? He did not believe that the Ministry of Health and Science and Technology would not be able to see it. What would an award that he had never received mean in the eyes of the current leader, highly sought after? Therefore, Chen Song wanted to use this as a bargaining chip in exchange for the bargaining chip he wanted. Therefore, later on, Xiao Runfeng hoped that Chen Song would bring the elephant trunk stent to the competition. However, this was a bargaining chip in itself. If Chen Song did not see the other party's sincerity, he would definitely reject it decisively. As for the dozens of missed calls and the 2 big shots being ignored for 2 hours during the surgery, Chen Song felt that this should be a coincidence and gave him a reason. Just as old Ma had said, giving him the cold shoulder was a show of sincerity. Xiao Runfeng and Chao Yu were both smart people. Even if they were not, they would definitely have think tanks around them. They definitely knew what Chen Song needed. Therefore, Chao Yu made the decision to be Chen Song's backer. It was nothing more than to say it to some people. But could this be? Chen Song wanted reality. How could a doctor get a backer? What kind of backer could he get? Xiao Runfeng was very clear. Old Master Qin's visit was accidental, but also inevitable. Therefore, Xiao Runfeng's favor was given to Chen Song's central healthcare consultation specialist. However, the secretary told her that it was not enough. They were not here to apologize, but to give Chen Song a backer. In that case, the favor was given more thoroughly. This directly sent Chen Song to the Central Healthcare Committee. Therefore, Li Kai was a little shocked. Although Chen Song was also shocked, he was also satisfied. This time, Chen Song gained a lot. Entering the Central Healthcare Committee was equivalent to Chen Song having a chance to contact the leaders. In addition, Chen Song had such ability. He believed that he could be his backer. Naturally, Chen Song would not make things difficult for the 2 of them since his request had been fulfilled. After all, green water flowed continuously. There was still a long way to go in the future. In the face of team leader Ma's bragging, Chen Song could not help but walk in with a smile. If he had not come, it would have been Director Zhao's turn to apologize tomorrow. Team leader Ma spoke without thinking and did not know what to say. When they saw Chen Song enter, everyone turned around in unison and looked at this influential figure. The nurses gathered around him, chattering. Professor Chen, did you feel wronged? Did they criticize you? Is it very stressful to be with these leaders? Did they criticize you, Professor Chen? Don't be afraid. Let's go home. In the future, when Professor Chen is on duty, we will take turns to buy food. Yes, Professor Chen. If you want to eat in the future, let us know. Looking at this scene, old Ma was a little stunned. This script was not right. He remembered that he had always praised Chen Song for being awesome. Why did it become a grievance in their words? And, the most important thing was, how could this be a grievance? 2 department heads waiting outside was a grievance? The villain fainted from fright. Was this grievance? If this was a grievance, he, Ma Yuehui, was willing to suffer every day. Old Ma was a little indignant, however, everyone was different. After Chen Song sent everyone away, Old Ma asked mischievously, how was it? How did it feel to be waited at the door by the leaders? Chen Song smiled slightly. I didn't feel anything. When Old Ma heard this, he did not believe it. I don't believe it. You definitely felt something. You are the head of the Health Commission and the Ministry of Science and Technology. Don't you feel nervous when these 2 giants are together? Chen Song rolled his eyes. What's there to be nervous about? I'll get used to it. Old Ma could not help but stand up. He realized that in 10 minutes with Chen Song was pretending to be awesome for 1 minute, for the other 9 minutes, he was angry about it. Next week was the date of the medical package conference in the United Arab Emirates. Xiao Runfeng called Chen Song to the health committee. She arranged a team of assistants, secretaries, bodyguards, assistants, and so on. This gave Chen Song a sense of security, but at the same time, he was also a little worried. He even had to bring bodyguards. Looking at the 2 strong men who were like iron towers, Chen Song suddenly felt a little uneasy. The secretary was a woman who had a very strong aura. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a khaki-colored plaid professional skirt. She gave people a feeling of being unapproachable but very tempting. Of course, Chen Song was a person who was about to get married, so he did not have any improper thoughts. Professor Chen, hello, my name is Yui. The woman shook Chen Song's hand lightly, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Although Chen Song's recent incident was not a big deal, many people in the health committee naturally knew about it. Therefore, when they saw Chen Song, they naturally felt a little more mysterious. Young, handsome, and mysterious were 2 of the most attractive elements. And Chen Song had all of these. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Yu. Chen Song nodded and smiled. The meeting information needed to be filled in advance, and Chen Song's passport also needed to be prepared. With such a team, Chen Song was also happy to be free. Originally, in his opinion, this meeting was just an ordinary mission. A surgical skill that could be chosen was still very attractive. However, Chen Song looked at this situation, and it seemed that this meeting was not that simple. Chen Song shook his head and did not think about it. Back at the hospital, Chen Song went to work as usual. The meeting did not have much of an impact on Chen Song. However, after learning the reason for the strike last time, Chen Song was still very touched. Regarding the strike, Chen Song criticized everyone and gave them a verbal warning. At the same time, he taught them some new techniques as a punishment. Naturally, everyone was happy to see this kind of punishment. They all clamored for Chen Song to punish them. Chen Song also called Wang Yushan and the others gratefully. After Wang Yushan received the call, he just smiled and did not talk about this matter. Instead, he said with a smile, after you go back from your studies, I'll send a few students to you. Chen Song immediately nodded excitedly. Okay. Of course, I'll be very welcoming of Director Wang's students. Wang Yushan said okay and hung up the phone. During the lunch break, Qin Xiaoyuan called Chen Song. It was rare for Qin Xiaoyuan to take the initiative to call and greet him. Chen Song quickly said, hello, Dean Qin. Hearing that, Qin Xiaoyuan sneered, you called me Dean Qin? Chen Song called Chen Song, Uncle Chen, Uncle Qin Xiaoyuan called Chen Song couldn't help but smile. Nothing, it's all in the past. I just want to chat with you. Chen Song knew that Qin Xiaoyuan was talking about the incident 2 days ago. Qin Yongyi would definitely tell Qin Xiaoyuan immediately. Well, okay. I also said that after I'm done with work in July, I'll go home with Yaya. The new house there is also decorated. Let's have a housewarming party. Chen Song called. Chen Song laughed. Qin Xiaoyuan called. Chen Song laughed. This time, you took a bit of an unconventional approach. If Xiao Runfeng didn't have a good impression of you at the beginning, you might have left a bad impression. Chen Song called. Chen Song laughed faintly and didn't say anything. He knew what Qin Xiaoyuan called. Chen Song laughed. However, this was the most effective method. If you have any problems in the future, you can talk to us. Let's not talk about whether we can help you or not. We can communicate with each other. There's no need to take risks. Qin Xiaoyuan thought highly of Chen Song. Chen Song nodded. Sure. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Qin Xiaoyuan could hear the perfunctory tone in Chen Song's voice. Well, it's not the same for administrative and clinical practitioners. It's easier. Qin Xiaoyuan and Chen Song chatted for nearly an hour. This was the first time Chen Song had called a man for so long. Qin Xiaoyuan did not have a son, and he had always raised Chen Song as his son. Naturally, he also hoped to become a talent. Qin Xiaoyuan didn't tell Qin Yu about this. Instead, he talked about it with Chen Song alone. In the end, they talked about the wedding date. Qin Xiaoyuan had already booked a hotel for the wedding date in August, and Qin Yu had been paying attention to the wedding dress during this time. Simple Entertainment was in charge of the wedding, which saved Chen Song a lot of trouble. After knowing that Chen Song was preparing to go to Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, Qin Yu bought a lot of sunscreen. After all, the United Arab Emirates had a tropical desert climate, and the summer temperature reached 40 to 50 degrees. In such an environment, Qin Yu was worried that Chen Song would become a black egg when he came back. They were about to get married. If Chen Song became a black egg, Qin Yu would definitely go crazy. The work went on as usual. Chen Song had begun to make invitations in addition to the surgery in the past few days. After all, they were all in the same unit. It was definitely more formal to send invitations. After knowing the news of Chen Song's wedding, everyone in the hospital was looking forward to it. If they could receive Chen Song's invitation, it would be a glorious thing for everyone. After all, it was a very glorious thing to be able to attend Chen Song's wedding. Old Ma could not help but walk to Chen Song and say with a smile, "Song, don't you think that we are fated to be here?" Chen Song frowned. "What do you want to do?" Old Ma coughed. "Don't you think that I'm very talented?" When Chen Song heard it, he was suddenly scared and had goosebumps. Old Ma was going to be the MC. Chen Song felt that the wedding would become a skit. In this heavy festival, if Chen Song was not afraid of hurting Old Ma's young heart, he would have isolated Old Ma. So when he heard Old Ma's words, Chen Song quickly stopped him. "Leader Ma, stop your dangerous thoughts immediately." Ma Yuehui rolled his eyes, stingy. "You have to let me participate a little, right?" Chen Song thought for a moment. After all, Old Ma was kind-hearted. He should find a suitable job for him. After thinking about it, Chen Song found a suitable job. He nodded and said, "Well, I have an idea." Old Ma's eyes lit up. "I can do it." "Chen Song, I need a meat cutter at home. There are a lot of people and a lot of work." "Leader Ma, do you think it suits your professional skills?" When Old Ma heard it, his hands trembled and he got up and left. But it didn't take long for him to come back. "Song, does your son need a father?" When Chen Song heard this, he thought carefully and immediately stared at Old Ma with a fierce look. "What does this mean? What do you want to do?" Seeing this, Old Ma immediately spat a few times and explained, "I mean godfather." Chen Song heaved a sigh of relief. Let Old Ma be a godfather? It's better to think about it. Isn't this more dangerous than letting him be the MC? The capital emergency center's supporting facilities were very comprehensive. For example, the vending machine in the corridor. The boss's original purpose was to earn money from the patients' families, but later he realized that it was easier to earn money from doctors. Therefore, the boss, who was on the verge of bankruptcy, suddenly had a whim and targeted the group of busy doctors who had no food to eat. In addition to Coca-Cola, coffee, and Red Bull, the boss added cooked food such as braised meat rice, egg fried rice, chicken rolls, and hamburgers. And, the most important thing was that this had become the thing that doctors looked forward to the most every day. They wanted to see what delicious food the vending machine had updated. Chen Song realized that even though he was already a healthcare consultant, he still had to work night shifts. In fact, Chen Song was busier than others when he was on the night shift. To put it in a romantic way, the night shift and the emergency department were more compatible. The emergency department trained people, more so than any other department. If the people in the general departments were soldiers, then the people in the emergency department would be special forces. In the face of any crisis or disaster, emergency doctors were always the first to rush to the forefront. It was not because they had an iron will and body, but because they were better at saving lives. Chen Song was busy until 1 o'clock in the morning. Old Ma was hungry. That's right, in order to have a godson, Old Ma was going all out. He pestered Chen Song and refused to go home. If Chen Song did not agree, he would not go home. This made Chen Song realize for the first time that Old Ma was so thick-skinned. You don't have a son. Chen Song was speechless. Old Ma nodded seriously and whispered, I've already asked my wife to give birth to 3, and they're all girls. This made Chen Song suddenly feel a lot happier. How do you know that I'm going to give birth to a son? Old Ma sneered, you're so poor, so you're definitely going to give birth to a son. This made Chen Song so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Some people would ask, don't you feel gloomy in the emergency department in the early morning? Chen Song would definitely say that in the emergency department in the early morning, especially after 12 o'clock, he did not feel gloomy in the corridor, but his stomach was definitely gloomy, and he always wanted to eat something. This was also the reason why emergency doctors gradually gained weight when they were 40 years old. Now, there was only barbecue and fried rice outside, and the delivery fee was more expensive. This made Chen Song reminisce about Ammonium Sunday. The capital, it was good in every way, but it was expensive. In fact, Chen Song was quite rich. Old Ma was also quite rich. However, after the two of them looked at each other, they suddenly didn't feel like spending money anymore. Therefore, the food in the vending machine was naturally more suitable. The vending machines in the emergency department sold out the fastest, and there was nothing left. Chen Song sighed in disappointment. He glanced at Old Ma and discovered that he had long since lost track of this fellow. When he saw Old Ma again, Chen Song found that he was holding a lot of hamburgers and chicken rolls. He happily carried the patient back to the emergency department. Chen Song was stunned. Where did you get so much food? Old Ma smiled. I'll treat you to a meal, and you'll let me be your son's godfather. Chen Song thought about it. It wasn't like his son could only have one godfather. Besides, as the saying went, having more godfathers meant more options. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many young girls looking for godfathers. Chen Song hesitated for 3 seconds and decided to sell the chicken rolls and hamburgers for the sake of it. Okay. Therefore, Old Ma was honest with Chen Song and shared his experience of not starving to death in the emergency department for many years to Chen Song. There were many women in the breast surgery department. They didn't like to eat supper, so it became a snack bar. The doctors on duty often snatched the food. Chen Song's knowledge increased. With the intention of burning the bridge after crossing it, Chen Song decided to forget about this matter before he woke up the next day. However, Old Ma felt that he and Chen Song were family. He recommended another software to Chen Song. I've decided to be honest with you and give you something good. Chen Song was curious. What is it? Old Ma mysteriously turned on his phone and pointed to a strange app for Chen Song. What is this? At this time, Old Ma's expression suddenly became serious. Even his entire person became solemn. Chen Song's eyes lit up. The teachers? Old Ma looked at him with disdain and didn't say anything. Instead, he opened the app. Suddenly, Chen Song found that the app was filled with photos. Old Ma whispered. I designed this myself. It's the guardian of the night shift. Chen Song's eyes lit up when he saw the picture. It was indeed not the teacher's. This girl was wearing a sailor suit, white stockings, and a miniskirt. Wasn't this the teacher's? Chen Song looked at Old Ma with disdain. However, when he took a closer look, he suddenly felt that it was very familiar. He couldn't help but become serious. Isn't this moon hair? Old Ma shook his head and said seriously, no, it's the guardian of the night shift. What guardian of the night shift? Fortunately, you're not looking for Conan. Chen Song thought about it and just sighed. Looking at the beautiful warrior in the sailor suit, there was only one sentence in his mind, I'll destroy you on behalf of the moon. Chen Song felt that the godfather he found for his son was very unreliable, childish. After 10 minutes, Chen Song realized that old Ma didn't know the beautiful warrior. He had no choice but to turn on the cartoon. After old Ma finished watching, he was silent for a long time. Chen Song watched old Ma's faith collapse. Chen Song felt a little apologetic. What do you want to eat? Old Ma, okay, expensive. Chen Song thought for a while, stuffed the hamburger into the fridge, and ordered takeout. Xianxia and little Ku were both there. Chen Song ordered more. The emergency department of the 2nd Provincial Hospital was relatively quiet at night, but it was different here. The emergency department was brightly lit, just like during the day. There were many doctors on duty, working overtime, and doctors who didn't dare to go home. At least it wasn't scary. The delivery fee at night was more expensive. After all, who would be willing to work so hard to deliver takeout at night if they didn't want to earn some money? Chen Song could accept more delivery fees. Of course, the premise was that the delivery fee could be paid to the writer. Chen Song ordered fried rice and barbecue. Because that was all he could order. He ordered a lot and spent a total of more than 300 yuan. After about 30 minutes, when Chen Song was about to fall asleep, the delivery guy came in. This speed was already very fast because the distance was quite far. Moreover, 30 minutes wasn't slow. He was young. When he saw Chen Song, he smiled and said, hello, your takeout. Chen Song smiled and handed over the Red Bull in his hand. You're quite fast. The delivery guy was young, only in his early 20s. He smiled brightly. There are fewer cars at night. Thank you. Doctor, go and eat. Don't let it get cold. You're the one who's working hard. However, when he declined, Chen Song made Chen Song frown slightly. What happened to your fingers? Come in and wash your hands. The delivery guy's expression changed and he quickly said, sorry, my hands are clean. Chen Song saw that the young man's hands seemed to be stained with black spots. It was like oil left on the hand when repairing a car, little by little, some big and some small. Chen Song frowned slightly when he saw it. He felt that something was wrong. At this time, the young man smiled and put the Red Bull at the nurse's station. He got up and was about to leave. Doctor, don't worry. I didn't touch anything. My hands were just washed. In the summer, it was a little uncomfortable to wear gloves, so not many people wore gloves. The young man thought that Chen Song despised him for being dirty, so he smiled reluctantly and got up to leave. Old Ma, who was in the on-duty room, seemed to have smelled the food and came out. The young man put the things on the nurse's station and was about to leave. When old Ma saw the young man, he suddenly smiled, Little Zhou. It's you again. The young man saw old Ma and nodded with a smile, Dr. Ma, you guys eat something. I'm leaving. There are still a few orders. Otherwise, the money will be deducted if the time is late. Chen Song nodded, be careful and drive slowly. The young man looked at old Ma with a softer look than Chen Song. Old Ma didn't have any arrogance when dealing with people. One couldn't tell that he was a nouveau riche. To be honest, no one would believe that old Ma was a migrant worker at a construction site. After the young man left, old Ma smiled, this young man is good. Chen Song was curious, oh? What's wrong? Old Ma couldn't help but laugh, did you see the things in his car? He still has to go to several places. Chen Song nodded, yes. Old Ma continued, but, no matter how much he packed, as long as there is takeout to the hospital, he will definitely deliver this first. The young man told me that it's hard to be a doctor. Saving people is a big thing. You have to eat first. The young man is good and honest. Hearing this, Chen Song couldn't help but smile awkwardly and shake his head. He knew that this young man must have misunderstood. He thought that he disliked his dirty hands. In fact, Chen Song didn't mean that. After that, old Ma was about to open the packaging. The barbecue was packed in tin boxes and the temperature was okay. Nurse Xianxia and little Kui gathered together. Aya, there's good food. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen is the best. Old Ma couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why don't you think I bought it? Yang Jia sneered, you're so stingy. How much milk did you drink? You still want to treat me? Old Ma blushed and did not quibble. The saying that one should have a soft tongue after eating someone else's food was very practical. The delivery man left the hospital and went to the ambulance outside the emergency center. There were many ambulances parked outside the emergency center all year round. These ambulances were not the first aid ambulances of the hospital. Most of them were unlicensed cars. What does that mean? In fact, it was not just the emergency center. Basically, all the major hospitals in the capital would be surrounded by all kinds of black ambulances with foreign license plates. These vehicles were equipped with police lights and emergency signs. From the outside, they were almost the same as regular ambulances. Inside and outside the hospital, small advertisements for these unlicensed vehicles could be seen everywhere, claiming that they could send patients to all parts of the country. However, this phenomenon had not happened in a day or two. At night, it was the time when their business was good. The emergency center's power was limited. A regular ambulance was very expensive, and the equipment and doctors in the ambulance were very limited. Therefore, these cars could also receive orders. Of course, these cars were basically going to other places, such as transferring hospitals or something. Because this way, they could make more money. The delivery man, Zhou Jing, came out of the hospital and turned back to deliver the things here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Jing handed the things over. 7 or 8 ambulance drivers could not sleep in the summer, so they ordered takeout and chatted while drinking some beer. At this time, they basically did not leave the hospital. They also liked to drink some beer to relax. Kid, I saw you send it to the hospital with my own eyes before you sent it to us. A bald man with a big belly burped. The delivery man smiled and did not say anything. Sorry. The man ridiculed and scolded jokingly, Motherf asterisk cur, such a short distance and such an expensive delivery fee. I'm starting to regret it. This place was less than a kilometer away from the emergency center. The delivery man did not want to cause trouble, so he could only smile apologetically and get up to leave. He was not late, so naturally, they would not deduct his money. Here, drink this bottle of beer. Treat it as giving me face. The man with a big belly smiled and handed over a bottle of snow. The delivery man, Zhou Jing, waved his hand and said, sorry, I have to go to work. After that, Zhou Jing got up and was about to leave. The man with a big belly seemed to feel embarrassed. He could not help but pull the scooter, and the scooter was forcefully stopped by him. The people behind him could not help but laugh. Zhou Jing's face instantly turned red. At this time, he felt his body lose balance and fell to the ground. Originally, falling was not a big deal. However, after he fell, he felt his stomach twist and immediately felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. This pain was not external pain. It was the sharp pain in his abdomen that made him not dare to breathe loudly. His whole body curled up on the ground. It hurts. Seeing Zhou Jing fall and wail on the ground, the man with a big belly was just a hooligan. He did not bother to pay attention to him. You're quite good at pretending. Go, don't be an eyesore here. After cursing for a while, he turned around and opened the delivery. However, they found that the delivery man was still wailing and rolling on the ground. All of a sudden, they were dumbfounded. The few of them looked at each other. Was he trying to blackmail them? At this time, Zhou Jing did not even have the strength to call the police or the ambulance, let alone blackmail them. The intense pain made him lose all his strength. He did not expect that his abdomen would suddenly hurt. Kid, you've been faked. Isn't it just a fall? Do you have to go that far? The man with a big belly still thought that he was faking it. However, they saw that the delivery man on the ground did not get up. Instead, he wailed even more miserably. There was no one around at this time of the night. This clearly did not seem to be an act. The man with a big belly was instantly confused. He quickly got up and patted the scooter. "Old Yang, come down and take a look. What's wrong with him?" Even if it was an illegal ambulance, there was still a doctor. Although the doctor's skills might be very poor. However, at best, he could be considered a doctor. Old Yang was sleeping on the hospital bed when he heard someone patting the scooter. He quickly got up. He came down shirtless. When he saw the delivery man rolling on the ground, he immediately went over. He took a closer look and saw that the delivery man's face was deathly pale. Large beads of sweat kept dripping down. He looked like he was in a critical condition. This was not something that could be faked. Old Yang was a doctor. It was a stretch to call him a doctor. However, he had attended a medical assistant school for a few days. He didn't have a medical license at all. It wasn't just him. How many of them were worthy of a doctor? He had worked with Fatty Zhu for more than 10 years as an illegal car dealer, so he had some experience. In fact, doing illegal driving really made money. Basically, a kilometer cost between 12 to 15 yuan, which included the doctor's consultation fee. Basically, the work they took was sent to the capital from other places, or the capital's patients who hadn't fully recovered after being discharged from the hospital and needed to be sent back by ambulance. The two of them had been running the route from the capital to Baoding for more than 10 years. Basically, they could earn 3 to 5,000 yuan per trip. However, in their line of work, they basically worked with the hospital's chief physicians and even the hospital's director. People like Fatty Zhu and Old Yang didn't know the leaders, but it was fine to know a few chief physicians. 3 to 5,000 yuan per trip, and they might have to give 3 to 500 yuan to the director who introduced the business. Therefore, this was basically a gray industry chain. After all, there was a market where there was a need. Old Yang had accumulated a lot of experience over the years, so when he saw the delivery boy lying on the ground, he immediately frowned. Fatty Zhu wiped the sweat off his face. To be honest, he was a little nervous. "Old Yang, what happened? Are you alright? Is this kid faking it? Pretending my ass. How the F***ck can this be faked?" Old Yang was annoyed. "What did you do to him?" Fatty Zhu was shocked by Old Yang's words. He couldn't help but sweat from his bare upper body. However, when the wind blew, it was cold. "I just pulled the scooter and he fell to the ground. Then, he became like this." Fatty Zhu was a little nervous. But, how can a person be that weak? Indeed, people in their line of work were really bold. Although there was an emergency room in the car, the ventilator box was filled with medicine and medical equipment. The medicine showed signs of being opened and used. The box was abandoned on the ground and stepped on casually. Even though there was a ventilator, an ECG monitor, and other equipment in the car, they were placed casually and covered in dust. Basically, it was up to the patient to be sent to the destination. After all, they knew very well that the doctor definitely wouldn't let the patient be discharged if they were seriously ill. Old Yang didn't say anything. Fatty Zhu was a little flustered. The surrounding people who were originally drinking were now avoiding them. If something really happened, they would definitely not be involved. They would definitely stand by and watch. If the police asked about the situation, they would definitely tell them everything without holding back. Fatty Zhu also understood this. No one else was reliable. He turned around and looked at his backbone. "Old Yang, what should I do?" Old Yang couldn't help but frown. "Send him to the emergency center. Don't let him die. Besides, we know someone there. They won't trick us." Fatty Zhu believed in Old Yang. After all, he was only a driver. Old Yang was the one who contacted the patients and doctors. After all, Old Yang came from the medical system, and he had some connections with his connections. Fatty Zhu nodded immediately when he heard Old Yang's words. "Call 120? 120 yuan, is that expensive? Aren't we just ambulances? I drank. King idiot." Old Yang had no choice but to say, "Take the stretcher and bring it over to the emergency room." Fatty Zhu nodded repeatedly. At that moment, Zhou was lying on the ground. "Save me. Save me." Old Yang nodded. "Lad, don't be afraid. I'll send you to the hospital. Did you have some illness in the past that suddenly acted up? Old Yang was very clear about what he wanted to do. He was just trying to trick him. As he spoke, he had already turned on the recording. Zhou shook his head. Thank you. I'm not sick. Old Yang continued asking, did you suddenly fall when your stomach hurt? It was one thing if he fell and had a stomachache. However, if the pain was followed by a fall, it would be a different story. At that moment, Zhou decided not to say a word. He closed his eyes and pretended to faint. When Old Yang saw this, he glanced at Fatty Zhu and glared at him. Hurry up and send him to the emergency center. A kilometer sounded short, but now that they were carrying a living person, the two of them were panting and sweating profusely. Fatty Zhu was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted so cool. Old Yang couldn't help but curse at Fatty Zhu. Do you have to squat for a few days before you feel comfortable? Fatty Zhu knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything. The two of them huffed and puffed for more than 10 minutes before they finally saw the emergency door. At that moment, Chen Song, Old Ma, and the others were having a good time eating supper. After Old Ma found out that his night shift god was a warrior bell, he was extremely embarrassed. He immediately uninstalled the app. He even cursed, I was wondering why it was useless. It had to be said that the night shift and barbecue were a perfect match. At the very least, Chen Song wasn't hungry at all. The fatigue of the night shift gradually disappeared with a sense of happiness and satisfaction. If he could go back and sleep at this time, this was definitely a happy thing. Doctor, quick, see what's wrong with him. Fatty Zhu's stamina was much better than Old Yang's. Afraid that something would happen, he shouted before he even entered the door. Old Yang had carried the patient for a kilometer. He was already out of breath from exhaustion, let alone shouting. Carrying a stretcher was very tiring work. When Old Ma saw the patient, he was dumbfounded. Even Chen Song was dumbfounded. The two of them looked at each other. Why was this so King strange? Was the warrior bell really that useful? The patient was sent over as soon as it was unloaded. And, he fainted. At that moment, the two of them were stunned. However, Chen Song and Old Ma reacted quickly. Yang Jia, push the bed. Come, carry him up. Chen Song and Old Ma exerted their strength and lifted the patient onto the bed. When they took a closer look at the patient, the two of them were dumbfounded again. Chen Song's eyes narrowed. Wasn't this the delivery boy who delivered the food just now? At that moment, the delivery boy also opened his eyes. He curled up in pain and clutched his stomach. Doctor, my stomach hurts. When Chen Song saw this, he quickly said, send him to the resuscitation room first. On the other side, Old Yang and Fatty Zhu stood at the door. Old Ma suddenly asked, who are you? What happened to the patient? Doctor, the patient suddenly had a seizure and fell to the ground. We helped send him here. Chen Song and Old Ma looked at each other. What did he mean by saying this at this time? Oh? Are you sure? Old Ma asked with a frown. As he spoke, Old Ma said to the nurse, see if the patient has any identification on him. Inform his family or call the police. Upon hearing this, Fatty Zhu's expression changed. When Fatty Zhu heard the police call the police, he naturally began to panic. He glanced at Old Yang, wanting to ask for help. Old Yang and Fatty Zhu didn't do any serious work. They didn't like to interact with the police. Old Yang gave Fatty Zhu a look. Fatty Zhu sighed and explained the whole story. The two of them discussed and decided to just spend some money and forget about it. Who knew that such a thing would happen? When Old Ma heard Fatty Zhu's actions, he frowned slightly. As someone from the military, he looked down on these local hooligans. However, at this point, there was definitely a need for an intermediary agency to mediate the situation. Otherwise, the family could settle it privately. Otherwise, they could find the Public Security Bureau or the Medical Investigation Commission. This would depend on the patient's situation. Chen Song and Old Ma entered the resuscitation room. Chen Song asked a few questions as he watched the patient roll on the bed in pain. He seemed to be in a good state of consciousness. His mind was clear. What could the intense abdominal pain be? Chen Song thought about it and said to Zhou, relax. Let me see what's wrong with your stomach. Although his abdomen was still in pain, Zhou endured it when he heard that. Chen Song reached out and began to palpate the patient's abdomen. Old Ma didn't say a word, afraid that he would disturb Chen Song. Chen Song's hand circled the middle of the navel and began to palpate in a counterclockwise direction. When Chen Song's right hand slid to the upper right abdomen, Zhou immediately wailed. Chen Song couldn't help but stop. Upper right abdomen, what could make a person fall and experience such intense pain? Liver rupture, however. How could the liver rupture so easily? It would rupture from a fall. Did you think it was glass? Furthermore, there was a thick layer of flesh and ribs protecting it. Right, ribs. Could it be that his ribs were broken? Chen Song hurriedly palpated and checked, but he didn't find anything. That was strange. What could be going on? Falling to the ground could actually be seen as a form of intense activity. There were only a few types of abdominal pain caused by such intense activity. Old Ma looked at Chen Song and said, let's do an ultrasound. Chen Song was about to nod when he suddenly saw Zhou's hands covering his stomach. His eyes immediately lit up. He quickly took Zhou's hand and examined it carefully. Then he said to Old Ma, take off his socks. Although Old Ma was a little puzzled, he didn't care about anything else and quickly took off his socks. Chen Song hurried over to take a look. As expected, there were many black spots on the young man's fingers and toes. They looked like paint stains or moles. When Old Ma saw this, his eyes widened in confusion. Nurse Xianxia and Xiaoke stared at the patient's hands and feet curiously. However, a young intern nurse suddenly whispered, look at his mouth. It looks like there's something on his lips too. At this moment, everyone turned around and took a closer look. Only then did they realize that Zhou also had a small mole on his lips. Although it was easy to overlook, Chen Song thought of something strange when he linked it to the phenomenon of the hands and feet. However, this kind of thing didn't seem to cause such severe abdominal pain. Chen Song said to Xiaoke, go and call Dr. Zhang to do an ultrasound. Xiaoke nodded. Old Ma stared at Chen Song and couldn't help but ask, Chen Song, what's going on? Chen Song shook his head, the patient should have a basic disease, but I'm not sure if it has anything to do with abdominal pain. Old Ma was a little puzzled after hearing this. When he was about to ask, the doctors on duty from the gastroenterology department and surgery department ran over. After all, Chen Song was on duty. When the nurse called them to come down, 4 or 5 people from the first and second line came down. All of them entered the resuscitation room. When they saw Chen Song, they all nodded. Hello, Professor Chen. Hello, President. Chen Song nodded, take a look at the patient first. Sister Yang, hurry up the ultrasound. Xianxia nodded, got up and ran out. When the doctors were doing the physical examination, they suddenly asked a question, caused by the fall? Could it be an acute intestinal volvulus? When Chen Song said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was not an intestinal volvulus, it was another kind of disease. It was a disease that could cause a drastic change in body position. Ordinary people would be fine, but a special patient would be affected. After everyone discussed for a while, Old Ma was a little anxious. Chen Song, what's going on? It should be an intussusception. It can be seen with an ultrasound. We'll take a CT later. When they heard Chen Song say intussusception, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. This patient was obviously a serious adult. A strong young man in his 20s, not a child of a few years old. How could it be an intussusception? Everyone was obviously a little doubtful. Even Old Ma looked at Chen Song suspiciously, are you sure? Indeed. After Chen Song said it, everyone was obviously a little incredulous. Intussusception was an acute disease of digestive surgery. It was best to treat it within 24 hours. Otherwise, it would cause complicated peritonitis and acute intestinal necrosis. However, in the research results of intussusception, most of them were newborns. Even toddlers were rare, let alone a strong young man in his 20s. Therefore, everyone was really a little doubtful. But who was Chen Song? He was the world's authoritative president of digestive surgery. This weight was too heavy. He was more powerful than their department director. Although everyone was puzzled, they basically believed it. At this time, Dr. Zhang walked in with sleepy eyes. It was obvious that he had just woken up. Professor Chen, Team Leader Ma, what's the patient's condition? Chen Song said directly, it might be an intussusception. Check it. Hearing Chen Song's words, Dr. Zhang did not say much and directly started to check. Zhou Zhang's pain had not subsided yet. As expected, the ultrasound probe began to check the area of the mass. The length and thickness of the thickened intestine could be clearly seen. Through the color Doppler ultrasound, it could clearly be seen that there was an abnormality in the flow of the mesenteric blood vessels. Dr. Zhang confirmed decisively, yes, it's an intussusception. Professor Chen is really amazing. You can find an intussusception through the belly, and this is an adult. Everyone also nodded. Old Ma looked at Chen Song in confusion. Is this kid so amazing? However, at this time, Chen Song directly asked the patient, is there anyone in your family who is like you, such as someone who has a mole on their finger or mouth, or who has undergone gastrointestinal surgery? Zhou Zheng shook his head, no. After hearing the negative answer, Chen Song closed his eyes slightly. Everyone was dumbfounded, they realized that they could not keep up with Professor Chen's thoughts. Why did he start to ask about the genetic history of acute intussusception? Did it matter? Everyone looked up at Chen Song in confusion. The patient, Zhou Zheng, was not from the capital. He worked in the capital. When one went out, one was most afraid of encountering such a thing. If one was not careful, one's salary for a few months would be gone. Zhou Zheng was a little disappointed. Chen Song said to a doctor from the digestive surgery department, take him for a CT scan. The doctor on duty quickly nodded. The other doctors looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen, what's going on? Can an adult have intussusception? Chen Song said, yes, but the patient didn't get intussusception when he was fine. He fell. Chen Song was not lying. At this point, Chen Song stood up and walked out. He looked at Old Yang and Fatty Zhu who were waiting anxiously outside. The two of them did not want to be sued now. They made up their minds to pay some money. When they saw Chen Song come out, the two of them quickly stood up. Doctor, are you all right? Fatty Zhu smiled awkwardly. Chen Song shook his head. No, there's something. This sentence caused the two's expressions to change, and they immediately stretched out their hands. What's going on? Old Yang could not help but ask. Chen Song took out the results of the ultrasound. The patient has intussusception. We're waiting for the CT results. He might need surgery. Fatty Zhu's expression changed when he heard about the surgery. This F*King surgery would cost a lot of money, Old Yang frowned. Doctor, I've never heard of anyone getting intussusception from a fall. You're not lying to us, right? When Fatty Zhu saw this, his eyes lit up. That's right. Brother Yang was also a doctor. Brother Yang is also a doctor. He even studied at Union Medical University. Don't try to fool us. Chen Song could not help but smile. I don't have to lie to you. I'm just telling you that if the patient pursues the matter, you're already in civil liability. If the patient is delayed for too long, you might be seriously injured by negligence. Even negligent death is not impossible. Old Yang immediately frowned and smiled apologetically. Doctor, please don't scare us. I'm quite familiar with Chief Physician Wang from the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. Besides, I know a little about doctors. I've never heard of anyone who fell and got intussusception. Maybe the patient already had intussusception and it was just a coincidence that he fell. When Chen Song heard this, he shook his head and said to Xiao Ku, call the police. After that, Chen Song went back on his words and began to give medical advice in the office. Old Yang frowned as he watched Chen Song leave. Fatty Zhu was flustered. Old Yang, what should we do? Old Yang picked up his phone and dialed Director Wang's number. Chief Wang was the chief physician of the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery. He led a small team and often contacted them to transfer patients. He happened to be on the second line tonight. After receiving the call, he picked it up. What's wrong? Late at night? Is there a patient? No, Chief Wang, something happened to me in the emergency department. Old Yang told him what had happened. Chief Wang, you have to help me. After Chief Wang heard this, he hesitated for a moment and said, all right, I'll go down and take a look. He would go down and take a look. After all, they had business dealings. However, taking a look and solving it were two different things. He would not become enemies with the people in the unit just because of two unlicensed drivers. Not long after, Zhou Jing was sent back. The doctor who accompanied him was holding an abdominal CT scan. There were no accidents. Intussusception. At the moment, regardless of whether the patient had any other problems, they had to solve the most important problem of intussusception first. Zhou Jing said in embarrassment, Doctor, can I not have surgery? I haven't been able to go to work for a long time after the surgery. Can I take some medicine? He did not have much of an impression of intussusception. Old Ma comforted him. It's okay. They pushed you down and caused the damage. There will be compensation. Zhou Jing looked at Chen Song with a puzzled expression. Chen Song nodded. Old Yang pulled Chen Song over and said, Doctor, Chief Wang is here. Can you have a chat? Chen Song smiled. The police should be here soon. Have a good chat. Old Yang revealed an ugly smile. Doctor, you're still young. The hospital is not that simple, right? We might be able to work together. At this moment, Chief Wang came down. Old Yang quickly went forward. Chief Wang, over here. Let's talk. After saying that, he pulled Chief Wang to Chen Song's side. Chief Wang, this young doctor said. It's our responsibility. Do you want to find an expert to take a look? Old Yang said with a smile. When Chief Wang saw Chen Song, he was instantly dumbfounded. This was a young doctor, he was quite young, but this was the emperor of the cardiac surgery department. Chief Wang was flustered. He was now afraid that Chen Song would misunderstand that he was in cahoots with Old Yang and the others. He should not have come down today. He did not expect to step into dog sh*t when he came down. Looking for an expert, who in the entire emergency center could have more authority than Chen Song? Professor Chen, you can do as you see fit. I believe in your diagnosis. Chief Wang looked at Chen Song with a submissive smile. You guys have eyes but can't recognize MT Tai. This is our Professor Chen. How could he lie to you? Chen Song glanced at Wang Hui and nodded. Wang Hui was the second batch of members for this expansion training for aortic dissection surgery. Chen Song glanced at him and did not say anything. Wang Hui looked at Old Yang and Fatty Zhu, who were already dumbfounded, and winked hard. Listen to Professor Chen. He's talking about authority. Old Yang was not stupid. He naturally saw through the clues. Wang Hui continued, Professor Chen is the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery and the team leader of the Digestive Surgery Department of the Chinese Medical Association's General Surgery Department. He represents the authority of the Digestive Surgery Department in the country. So, just listen to Professor Chen. He won't cheat you. Old Yang was instantly dumbfounded. That big shot was so awesome that he was working the night shift. Was he crazy? Professor Chen, I'm sorry. Just now. I was anxious too. Saving lives is more important. We will definitely cooperate, Old Yang quickly apologized. He was not stupid. When the traditional Chinese medicine investigation committee handled and reviewed medical disputes, the biggest basis was the discussion results from the Chinese Medical Association's professional committee. Chen Song was the team leader of the digestive surgery department. So, Chen Song's words were basically the result of the trial. There was no doubt, this was the importance of academic status. Many people did not realize it. However, there was a simple small example. There could be medical disputes, but have you ever seen an academic big shot have a dispute? After Chen Song finished talking, he returned to the resuscitation room. Prepare for the enema. Chen Song's words stunned the people around him. Don't we need surgery? Yes, this is intussusception. Chen Song glanced at Zhou Jing on the bed and came up with a way to recover quickly. Old Ma glanced at Chen Song with a puzzled expression. Wasn't there someone to compensate? Naturally, the loss of time had to be compensated, right, including the recuperation. However, Chen Song knew that when the responsibility was divided, the patient's underlying disease was also very important. This part would definitely not be compensated. Chen Song could only choose the best and most cost-effective way for Zhou Jing. He would try his best to fight for benefits. P.S. Thank you to Tiger who learned cat steps for the 100000 tip. Thank you, Brother Tiger, for your support. Thank you, everyone. This veteran will work hard to write a good medical story for everyone to read. He spent some skill points to exchange for intussusception enema reduction. It was neither more nor less, but Chen Song felt that it was very practical. After all, it didn't matter if he wasted some water, as long as he didn't use a knife. Not only was there less damage, but it also cost less. Chen Song didn't want to interfere too much in the dispute between Zhou Jing and Fatty Zhu. Sometimes, Chen Song felt that being a doctor was very simple. However, it was too difficult to be a pure doctor. However, being a pure doctor was also the most blissful. Don't try to scheme against each other, don't try to cheat each other. Of course, this was impossible. Even Chen Song couldn't do it himself, so he naturally wouldn't ask others. The surrounding doctors on duty looked at Chen Song in puzzlement. How was he going to use enema to resolve the problem of intussusception? If it could really be resolved, it would be a great opportunity for the young doctors on duty. Young people needed a skill to become famous. However, old Ma was considering another problem. The patient seemed to have other basic diseases, however, whether it was surgery or an enema ultimately depended on the patient. Outside, Old Yang and Fatty Zhu sat outside, feeling uneasy. Fatty Zhu was worried about what to do when the police arrived. Old Yang was a doctor after all. He sat there and considered how to resolve the dispute to lose the least amount of money. This matter had nothing to do with Old Yang, but Fatty Zhu had something to do with him. Fatty Zhu looked at Old Yang. What should we do? Old Yang? Old Yang glared fiercely at Fatty Zhu. You think you're awesome? You're bullying a delivery man. Fatty Zhu sighed faintly. How would I know that he's such a fragile person? He can't even take a fall compared to an old man. He's even a delivery man. Fatty Zhu was speechless. Old Yang sneered. With this fall, you've worked for nothing for the past month. Perhaps you'll be working for nothing for the rest of your life. Do you want to try? Fatty Zhu was really afraid. In this society, if you were to play tricks, society would obediently teach you how to be a person. There were cases of people being slapped for life, much less hitting someone. Fatty Zhu cursed, feeling afraid and vexed. Old Yang, calculate for me, how much do I have to pay this time? Old Yang sneered, at least 30 or 20,000. Of course, it also depends on whether there are any other damages in the future. If there are, the money will be even more. Fatty Zhu jumped in fright when he heard the news. Old Yang suddenly said, if you ask me, it's hard to say. Just give him 30,000 yuan and talk to him privately. 30,000 yuan. Fatty Zhu widened his eyes in indignation. Old Yang nodded. This is the first F*** time I've seen an intussusception. I've never seen a patient like this. If you don't find it troublesome, you can wait patiently. Moreover, tens of thousands of dollars will be gone once the machine is used. Do you think this kind of difficult and complicated disease is cheap? Fatty Zhu hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth. So be it. Chen Song didn't know what Zhou Jing and the other two talked about, but after the police came, they confirmed that it was settled privately. After such a long time, it was already past 3 o'clock. When Zhou Jing saw Chen Song, he smiled gratefully. Doctor, thank you. Chen Song shook his head. Shall we prepare for the enema? Zhou Jing nodded. Everyone began to prepare. The reduction of intussusception enema didn't require an operating theater or anesthesia, but it needed to be done at the radiology department. Even so, it didn't cost much. Old Ma looked at Zhou Jing angrily. Kid, you still have other diseases. Can't you spend money for a checkup? If the enema fails, won't you still have to undergo surgery? It's all money. Zhou Jing hugged his stomach and smiled awkwardly without saying a word. Chen Song actually felt that Zhou Jing's choice was right. Indeed, the diagnosis process would cost a lot of money, but if there was a problem, the subsequent treatment would no longer be caused by Fatty Zhu and company. Zhou Jing had a basic disease, so the fall resulted in intussusception. Intussusception might not cost much. If it wasn't for Chen Song, it would indeed cost a lot of money to check the disease. This way, the culprit would spend a lot of money on the diagnosis, but the treatment of the basic disease would basically not cost any money. Similarly, Zhou Jing would have to pay a lot of money in the end. It was better this way. He would be satisfied with 30,000 yuan. But, old Ma's failure of the enema made Chen Song a little dissatisfied. He couldn't help but glare at old Ma. Old Ma was unconvinced. "What are you glaring at? I said something wrong. Did you give me an enema to treat intussusception?" Old Ma was actually a little interested. He felt that it would be too easy for the hooligans to let them off just like that. Moreover, Chen Song even agreed with Zhou Jing's point of view. This made old Ma feel that Chen Song had gone out to meet Chief Wang of the cardiology department for this matter. The surrounding doctors from the digestive and internal surgery department were silent. Chen Song couldn't be bothered with old Ma. He said to little Ku, "Go and make an appointment for a gastroscopy." The radiologist was a young man. At this moment, he was quite nervous. This was the first time he had heard of the use of an enema for acute intussusception reduction. After calling the second-string chief, Chief Liu, the other party was rushing over in a hurry. However, he told him, cooperate fully with Professor Chen. The intussusception enema reduction was actually quite restrictive. It was only for patients who had a short illness, were in good physical condition, and had not caused peritonitis. It was obvious that Zhou Jing met the requirements, after adjusting the 15% barium sulfate. Chen Song asked Zhou Jing to lie on his side. Then, he inserted the balloon catheter into the anus. This process was not comfortable. After that, he needed to change the patient's position. A few young nurses changed the blushing Zhou Jing to a supine position. Then, they injected air through the auxiliary tube and filled the distal balloon. They pulled it out slightly so that the balloon blocked the anus. In this way, they could start working. It could be said that this surgery was basically done by Chen Song alone. The others could not help as much as the nurses. All of them stood there in a daze. Old Ma even had opinions about Chen Song and stood aside. Chen Song was too lazy to explain. He would talk about it after the surgery. The air pressure began to be adjusted to 8 kilopascals. The junior radiologist was nervous. He was worried. Would the intestines explode? At this moment, the surgery began. Chen Song did not idle. He began to apply pressure and massage to help with the reduction. Of course, this process needed to be done carefully. Too much pressure might cause some dangerous things to happen. The process of reduction was through the pressure impact of the enema combined with the unsheathing technique to help the intestines smoothly reset. "Expose it," Chen Song said to the radiologist. Everyone around was stunned. At this moment, Chen Song stood up and walked out. The other doctors also hurriedly followed him out and looked at Chen Song with a puzzled expression. Old Ma also followed and looked at Chen Song with his nose. Deliberately mystifying, Chen Song smiled. The other doctors also followed. As Old Ma spoke, Chief Surgeon Liu from the radiology department hurried over. "Professor Chen. Sorry for being late." Chief Surgeon Liu panted and said with a smile. Chen Song smiled and nodded. "It's the middle of the night. Sorry for nagging Chief Surgeon Liu." Liu Duo smiled. It's an honor for the radiology department to cooperate with Professor Chen to develop a new surgical method. Hearing this, the eyes of the digestive surgeons suddenly lit up. They hesitated for a long time and wondered if they should call the department directors. After all, Professor Chen had invented a new surgical method. If the radiology department snatched it away, it would be a huge loss. All along, the radiology department was just an examination department. However, Chen Song turned the radiology department into an operating theater today. This was a good opportunity for the radiology department. The digestive surgery department was almost like Chen Song's maternal family. The favored ones were always fearless. Only the 3 doctors on duty in the digestive surgery department looked serious. They decided to give the head of the department a call and ask him to join the battle for Professor Chen. After all, this enema surgery did not require an operating theater. For the digestive surgeons, this was a good way to make a fortune. Of course, the prerequisite was that the surgery was successful. Professor Chen, is the surgery done? Lu Duo, the deputy director of the radiology department, could not help but ask with a smile. Chen Song did not have time to answer. With a click, the young radiology department's night doctor rushed out of the door excitedly. Professor Chen. You're amazing. The intussusception has been resolved. The patient's intestines are completely unobstructed now. The young man could not keep his cool. He should have been flustered when encountering such a difficult situation in the middle of the night. However, after witnessing such a miracle, the young man's face was full of excitement. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people's eyes lit up. It was done. Is this another new tactic? Chen Song smiled. Rather than calling it a new tactic, it was more like a technique. The difficulty was neither high nor low. When Lu Duo heard that, he immediately became anxious. Let me take a look at the scans? As he spoke, he pushed open the door and entered the room. He turned on the barium meal imaging on the computer and looked at the intestines that had already been removed. His hand that was holding the mouse was covered in sweat, he was so excited. Doctors in the imaging department were called technicians, not physicians. But they were also very impressive. They were even more knowledgeable than some doctors. Most importantly, no matter which hospital it was, the salary of the medical imaging department was not low, but the bonuses were not high. This was something that made people feel vexed. The development of the medical imaging department had always been based on films. If the medical imaging department could cooperate and complete some surgeries, what would happen? Of course, what happened today was just a small matter. However, as long as they started committing crimes, there would naturally be more good things happening. The young man looked at Director Lu with excitement written all over his face. Director, you're too awesome. Lu Duo felt that this night had given him a real dream. At this moment, the young doctors outside heard it and followed in. The filming room was not big. With so many people entering at once, it was obviously a little crowded. It was summer, and all of them were sweating profusely. Chen Song took a look and came out. It was really hot inside, however, the other doctors took out their phones to take photos. This was to be shown to the director tomorrow. It might be a credit. Only old Ma was as arrogant as a blade of grass in the wind. He turned a blind eye to Chen Song's awesomeness. Chen Song looked at old Ma and grinned. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Old Ma said arrogantly, get lost. You could have asked that hooligan to pay more. Why didn't you do that? What can you do with 30,000 yuan? Chen Song heard that and shook his head. Do you know what illness he has? Old Ma said confidently, why would I need to check if I don't know? Can you find out if it's 30,000 yuan? Chen Song ignored him. It made Old Ma feel as if he had punched the air. It was light. When everyone came out again, they looked at Chen Song with burning eyes. They wanted to take Chen Song as their own. After removing the enema equipment, Zhou Jing heaved a sigh of relief. It didn't hurt anymore, it really didn't hurt anymore. Dr. Chen, thank you. Zhou Jing stood up and was very grateful. He originally thought that he would need surgery, but he did not expect that an enema would allow him to recover. He was a little glad. Doctor, am I all right? Everyone looked at Chen Song. Chen Song immediately shook his head. No, there's still something else. As soon as he said that, everyone became curious. The intussusception was already healed. What else was there? After returning to the emergency department, Little Ko walked over. Dr. Chen, the endoscopy room is ready. Do you want to go over? Chen Song nodded. Wait a moment. After saying that, Chen Song said to the doctor from the gastroenterology department, who's on duty? Help the patient with the hospitalization procedures. Hearing Chen Song's words, Zhou Jing hurriedly said, wait. Dr. Chen, I'm fine. I don't need to be hospitalized. The doctor from the gastroenterology department also nodded. Although it was very simple for Professor Chen to arrange for a patient to be hospitalized. But, there had to be a cause, right? Any hospitalization would definitely be investigated by the medical center. Professor Chen, what's the cause? Chen Song looked at everyone, then at old Ma, and said, come and take a look at the patient's fingers and the corner of his mouth. Everyone came over. They also saw the difference in Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was a little embarrassed. I'm fine. It's been a long time. Chen Song shook his head. This is a disease. Hearing Chen Song's words, everyone quickly pricked up their ears to listen. This time, old Ma also came over. Chen Song could not help but say, actually, you should think about why the patient suddenly had intussusception. Does a normal person have intussusception when they fall? They were all from the gastroenterology department. Everyone frowned and shook their heads. Intussusception was too rare for adults. It was basically invisible. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly turned around and asked a doctor from the gastroenterology department, what kind of adult patients are prone to intussusception? The person who was asked was also an old attending physician. He immediately said, tumors are the most common cause of intussusception in adults. Polyps, leiomyomas, lipomas, fibromas, and cancerous tumors in the intestines can cause secondary intussusception. Chen Song nodded. That's right. Your answer is very correct. However, after this sentence was said, everyone around suddenly widened their eyes. The patient, Zhou Zheng, was stunned. Zhou Zheng was shocked. The conversation between Chen Song and the doctor had frightened him. Chen Song looked at Zhou Zheng and said, you don't have a tumor. Zhou Zheng did not dare to relax at that moment. The feeling of alternating between hope and despair was simply too uncomfortable. He might as well wait for Chen Song to finish speaking before doing anything else. Chen Song said, but we can't rule out the possibility of a tumor in the future. Zhou Zheng was about to cry. Can't you finish speaking at the same time? Chen Song walked over and picked up Zhou Zheng's hand. He said, this is a rare disease. It's called PJ syndrome, also known as black spot polyp syndrome. After Chen Song said the name, everyone was confused. What was black spot polyp syndrome? They had never heard of it. Old Ma felt that Chen Song had made up a name to scare people. Looking at Old Ma's eyes, Chen Song really wanted to hit someone. This disease is very rare. You're lucky to have seen it. After Chen Song finished speaking, he pushed the patient to the endoscopy room. A few people looked at each other and followed. After all, such a rare disease was inexplicably attractive to a doctor. Think about it. When you encountered a rare patient and no one else knew about it, you suddenly said it. This feeling was just like Professor Chen at that moment. It was very cool. It made people feel that it was high and mighty at first glance. The doctor in the endoscopy room had been waiting for a long time. When everyone saw the situation under the endoscopy, everyone was dumbfounded. This is too disgusting, right? It's so scary. It's a bit like a bunch of grapes, no matter what. At that moment under the endoscopy, everyone could clearly see that the small intestine was densely packed with polyps. They were not big, probably only 1 or 2 millimeters in size, but there were so many of them. People with trypophobia would definitely feel disgusted after seeing it. The small polyps on the small intestine looked like tiny hairs. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly felt relieved. Luckily, I had an intussusception today. If I didn't pay attention to it, it would definitely become cancerous in the future. With so many polyps, he'll probably become cancerous before he's 40. This was the truth. Sometimes, it was hard to say whether patients were lucky or unlucky to get sick. At this moment, after seeing this scene, Old Ma couldn't help but sigh. He seemed to understand what Chen Song meant. If they really had to bear the medical expenses, they would have to share the responsibility. In that case, the other party would have to spend a lot of money, but the patient would also have to bear more money. However, now, the other party only gave him 30,000 yuan. Compared to the aimless inspection and surgery, he saved a lot of money. Zhou Zheng could also use this money to treat his illness. Dealing with so many polyps was like picking grapes. Dealing with them one by one was tiring work. It was impossible to do it in a short period of time. It would be more appropriate to go through the hospitalization procedures. Old Ma glanced at Chen Song and gave him a kind smile, but Chen Song ignored it. At this moment, the doctor in the endoscopy room had finished looking at the patient. He felt his scalp go numb and did not know what to do. Professor Chen. What kind of illness is this? Chen Song was about to speak. Old Ma spoke first and pretended to be mysterious. This is called PJ syndrome. The other party was stunned. What's that? Old Ma did not reject second-hand posturing at all. He said frankly, its full name is black spot polyp syndrome. It's a hereditary disease. The main symptoms are, 1. Black spots on the fingers and lips, 2. Multiple polyps in the gastrointestinal tract, 3. Hereditary. The other doctors were also curious. They turned around and looked at Old Ma curiously. Did team leader Ma know about it too? Chen Song shook his head helplessly. Old Ma was a professional at posturing because he was good at using search software. The doctor in the endoscopy room looked at so many polyps and was a little nervous. How was this a polyp in the gastrointestinal tract? It was clearly a polyp with a gastrointestinal tract. Professor Chen, why don't we cut the small intestine directly? Yes, this really made people want to give up on the endoscopy. Chen Song could not help but sigh. It's best if we can keep it. Indeed, the 4 to 5 meter long small intestine was the most important part for the human body to absorb nutrients. If it was all removed, with the current medical standards and the patient's family conditions, it would be difficult for them to survive. Although it was difficult, it still had to be done. However, it was best to do this after the hospitalization. Sometimes, doctors really challenged the limits of their cognition. Many diseases really challenged the limits of what they could accept. For example, the digestive surgery department was jokingly called the dung boy. The stench in the operating theater was really unbearable. Even through a mask, it would make people lose their appetite for 3 days. However, it still had to be done. Because if you don't do it, who will do it? That night, everyone went through the transfer procedures. Zhou Zheng was admitted to the digestive surgery department. Old Ma looked at Chen Song and followed behind him with a silly smile. Song Air, what do you want to eat tomorrow? Song Air, don't be so vengeful. Look at you, aren't you childish? Seeing Old Ma following behind him, Chen Song did not know whether to laugh or cry. The next morning, when the shift was changed, a young junior doctor in the digestive surgery department stood up and reported the situation last night loudly. When he said the diagnosis, he said in a foreign tone, PJ syndrome. That was right, this name successfully attracted the attention of the goddess and the admiration of the group of students. In this regard, they realized a problem. It was actually quite satisfying to show off. No matter how many times, as long as they were good enough, they could repeat it. However, at the same time, when the shift was changed, after the 3 directors of the digestive surgery department, and the imaging department heard that Chen Song had performed the intussusception enema reduction last night, they were all excited. However, He Ziqian felt that he should leave a way out for his brother's department, so he naturally ignored it. However, he still had to learn what he needed to learn. However, the directors of the digestive surgery department and the imaging department came to the scene of the 6 emergency departments' shift change one after another. They insisted on meeting Chen Song to talk in detail. This made Yu Yonggang look at Chen Song with a more thought-provoking gaze. After the shift change, Old Yu chased the directors away in the name of an internal meeting. He said to Chen Song, how long have you been in the emergency department? Chen Song smiled. Almost half a year. Yu Yonggang replied with an "oh" and felt a little distressed. He's leaving in half a year, and he hasn't left any treasures for the emergency department. I'm such a failure as the chief. Today, Old Yu was also stimulated. Seeing that the chief of the salted department was starting to work hard, how could he miss this golden opportunity? Thinking of this, Old Yu coughed. Oh, you're leaving in only half a year. Sigh, I'm still a little reluctant to leave. Speaking of this, Chen Song was a little touched. This was the first time in Old Yu's life that he played the emotional card. However, he did not expect that it would not be on the old leader, but on Chen Song, who was studying in his department. This made Old Yu sigh. Well, although you haven't been here for long, you've made a lot of contributions. Look at the cardiac surgery department. Look at the general surgery department. Look at it again. Old Yu gave many examples. Old Ma leaned against the office door and listened for a long time. Finally, he could not listen anymore. Aya, Old Yu, why are you like an auntie? Just say what you want to say. Old Ma really could not hold it in anymore. He leaned against the door and listened for a long time. He saw Old Yu dawdling for a long time. He could not help but push the door open and enter. When Old Yu saw this, the veins on his head popped out. He clenched his fists several times. Old Ma patted Chen Song and said, "Song, you have to lead us to show off. Lead us to fly." Chen Song was stunned and could not help but laugh. Seeing Old Yu's face turn red for a while, he nodded. Okay. Just as Chen Song was about to pack his luggage and set off for the United Arab Emirates, a few guests came to the capital. "Xiao Chen, when will you have time? Come out for a chat?" Zheng Wutan always gave people the feeling that he was like a spring breeze. It seemed that everyone could feel comfortable when they were with Chief Zheng. Chen Song was the same. "Chief Zheng? You're in the capital?" Zheng Wutan smiled. "Yes, not only am I here, but your sister-in-law and Gu Xian are also here." Chen Song was stunned. Gu Xian was here too. Gu Xian was Chen Bingxing's wife. Most importantly, she was the general manager of Anshu Medicine. The development of Anshu Medicine was very monotonous. It mainly produced some traditional Chinese medicine extracts. The research and development of new drugs was relatively slow. Of course, this was not a bad thing for Chen Song. When doing business, it was easy to tear your crotch if you took too big a step. Once the capital chain was broken, you would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Therefore, Gu Xian and Chen Song's personalities were actually quite similar. Chen Song's investment in Anson Pharmaceutical was also focused on stability. After the coughing water incident, Ansu Pharmaceutical had developed quite well. Its market value was now around 500 million yuan. This 500 million was not an estimate, but the actual price of the factory, equipment, storage, and liquidity. However, Gu Xian and Zheng Wutan came together. Could it be for Chen Song's mind worked faster? He seemed to have grasped some clues. "I get off work at 6. Zheng Wutan nodded. "Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up. Bring little Qin along." Chen Song agreed. After that, Gu Xian called Chen Song and chatted with him for a while. After work, a Manbach Pullman was parked in front of the hospital. This car was rare even in the capital where luxury cars were everywhere. The price was several times more expensive than the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Looking from afar, it was a noble sight. After seeing Chen Song, the driver hurriedly got up and opened the door. "Mr. Chen, please." Chen Song nodded and went to the Concorde to pick up Qinyu. Sitting in such a car was like sitting in a house. It was very stable. It was as if there were no bumps. The driver's driving made it hard to tell if he was driving forward or backward. The car stopped outside a courtyard house. The waiter brought Chen Song and Qinyu upstairs. This was a private restaurant. However, this private restaurant was more low-key and luxurious. It looked very ordinary from the outside, but the decorations in the room and the tea set for drinking tea were all precious items. "Xiao Chen, when are you and little Qin going to have your wedding?" Zhang Aisheng also came and said with a smile. How could anyone tell that Zhang Aisheng had undergone an operation? She was recovering well. Most importantly, her confidence and temperament seemed to be completely different from before. This was President Zhang who had built the Jing Group from scratch with Zheng Wutan. Gu Xian was more reserved the entire time. She rarely spoke and only smiled. After a while, Zhang Aisheng pulled Qinyu to the next room to chat. Chen Song then asked, "President Zheng, how long are you staying in the capital this time?" Zheng Wutan smiled. "Actually, I'm not coming to the capital this time. I'm going to the UAE." Chen Song was stunned when he heard that. "Aren't you going to the UAE to participate in the competition?" "I'm going to take a look too." After Chen Song heard that, he immediately smelled a lot of things. "President Zheng, have you made up your mind?" Zheng Wutan smiled and shook his head. "Yes." Zheng Wutan and Chen Song had chatted many times and wanted to adjust the industrial structure. Currently, the Jing Group had 3 companies under it: a real estate development company, a mining company, and an investment company. In the past, the mining company was on par with the real estate company. In the past few years, the mining industry was not doing well, and there was more real estate development. In the past few years, real estate was no longer a profiteering industry. It had become a sunset enterprise. Therefore, Zheng Wutan was ready to transform. Over the years, his investment company had made a lot of investments in biomedicine, but he had never managed or controlled it. Zheng Wutan continued, an overseas pharmaceutical company that I invested in said that there would be many patents appearing at the expo every year. I'm going to broaden my horizons. However, this time I want to find some partners. Chen Song was stunned. Partners? Zheng Wutan nodded and said, Xiao Chen, a few of my investment companies are very optimistic about your elephant trunk stent material, so they all want to buy it. At this point, Zheng Wutan looked at Chen Song and asked, what I mean is, have you ever thought of developing it yourself? Hearing this, Chen Song was naturally looking forward to it. After all, he definitely hoped that he could develop something that he designed himself. However, Chen Song did not have the ability to develop it himself. He did not have a mature channel. Of course I've thought about it. Chen Song smiled. But I don't have such ability. Zheng Wutan suddenly smiled. We can find a company with such ability. Chen Song was looking forward to it. Then, is it convenient to manage? Zheng Wutan smiled. The capital market is ultimately about capital. It's easy if it's not listed. We can discuss the transfer of shares. If it's listed, we can acquire it from the secondary market. The most important thing is to find the right company. But the premise is that you have to be willing. We'll talk about the details of the cooperation. Actually, the key this time is still you. After all, only you have the technology. The key is whether you want to transfer the patent or develop it yourself. Chen Song took a deep breath. It's best to develop it yourself. What Zheng Wutan lacked now was an opportunity to enter the pharmaceutical industry. Chen Song's elephant trunk stent technology was undoubtedly the best springboard, therefore, Zheng Wutan came this time hoping to find a suitable team to manage Chen Song's elephant trunk stent technology and materials. P.S. Sorry, it's this time again. Chen Song naturally hoped that he could participate in the cooperation with his own technology and materials. As an expert in the field of large blood vessels, Chen Song naturally understood that once the latest large blood vessel surgery guidelines were announced at the AATS 2020 conference, the elephant trunk stent would become the mainstream trend. The market would expand very quickly. At that time, the elephant trunk stent would definitely become a popular product. No matter what they did in this society, no one had any hatred for money. The world was full of people for profit. Who could be exempted from it? In this society, if one wanted to do anything, good things, big things, or small things, they could not do without money. Even Xianxia had been running around to earn money. However, there was one thing that Chen Song was more worried about. That was, he definitely did not have the time to manage the company. He was not good at management, and he did not want to participate in these complicated chores. After Chen Song voiced out his concerns, Yi Zichen nodded. Zheng Wutan smiled. These are all done by professional managers. What you have to do is to take care of the technology. President Xing could lead the investment, but Chen Song could only invest in the technology. He did not have much money to compete with the capital. The only thing he needed to do now was to find a suitable company to cooperate with. Only then could he discuss the specific details of the cooperation in detail. This meeting also made Chen Song confirm his thoughts. At the very least, he retained the possibility of developing his own elephant trunk stent technology. Chen Song was unwilling to give such a highly sought-after person to someone else. There might be a difference between pharmaceutical companies and other companies. Today, Zheng Wutan and Chen Song only talked about the general direction. They did not talk about the specific details in detail. Perhaps it was not convenient to talk about it now. The development of Ansu Pharmaceutical made Gu Xian want to participate in it. Gu Xian's assets were not big, but her cash flow was still good. It was fine for her to take less shares. It was the middle of the year. Even Zhongguotan did not have much liquidity. The return of real estate funds was basically at the end of the year. The purpose of this visit was to bring Zhongguotan to meet a few elders. These people and Gu Xian's father were the first group of people to engage in the medical industry in the country. Now, many of them had become big and strong. There were also some who had encountered problems and were on the verge of bankruptcy. Every industry was cruel. The next day, Chen Song didn't accompany Zhongguotan and the others to meet the bosses of these companies. Before they left, Director Xiao Runfeng and Chao Yu met Chen Song again. He didn't say anything about fighting for the glory of the country. Instead, after chatting for a while, he reminded them to pay attention to their safety. This made Chen Song feel a little better. The next day, Chen Song took the only mold and followed the staff on the flight to the United Arab Emirates. This was also Chen Song's first time entering the business class through the airport's Green Channel. Secretary Yue arranged all the itinerary, including the hotel, daily life. However, Yue was a formal member of the health committee. She was only temporarily arranged to be a secretary. Compared to other people's indifference, Yue was still a young man. He chatted with Chen Song. A flight of 8 to 9 hours was not boring. After getting off the plane, Chen Song learned that Zhongguotan and the others had rented a plane. This made Chen Song feel the weight of capital again. This medical expo was very important to the United Arab Emirates. The location of the expo was chosen at the Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel. After Chen Song and the staff reported here, they were immediately dumbfounded. Are they going to stay here? Chen Song realized that they were thinking too much. It was impossible for them to stay here. As the only 8-star hotel in the world, the Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel was the most luxurious and expensive hotel in the world so far. Chen Song felt like a country bumpkin. He looked at the hotel that was said to be built for $3 billion and felt emotional. It was indeed worthy of the title of the hotel that was built for the king. Chen Song's room card was in a 5-star dilapidated building 3 kilometers away from the Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel. Yes, that's right. After seeing Abu Dhabi, Chen Song admitted that he was arrogant. He even dared to say that a 5-star hotel was a dilapidated building. Chen Song realized that he was basically a mascot in this business. All the work was done by Yue, the assistant, and a leader who came with them. Chen Song's work was simple. After the expo began, there was 10 minutes of product introduction time. These 10 minutes were crucial and even determined the voting results. The leader who came with them was called Jiang Jingyu. He was young, in his early 40s, but he was already a department head. Even if there were a lot of political stars in the capital, Jiang Jingyu was very good. The key was that he was very low-key. He was humble to Chen Song and even made Chen Song think that he was an ordinary staff member. What was there to be proud of after being in a high position for a long time? What could be seen was always a humble smile. In the beginning, he had little interaction with Chen Song. Jiang Jingyu mocked himself that he was here to clean up after Chen Song. Well, this made Chen Song's impression of him very good. The tropical desert climate made Chen Song very uncomfortable. Staying in the house was the best choice. Looking at the Palace Hotel a few thousand meters away, Chen Song was very envious. Because of the time difference, Abu Dhabi was 4 hours later than the capital. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Jingyu took everyone to familiarize themselves with the work arrangements for tomorrow. Chen Song did not have to worry about the things that needed to be done with the UAE. Everyone seemed to be more relaxed after going abroad. Yuyi's clothes had already changed into a casual dress. Even Jiang Jingyu was wearing pants, a tank top, and flip-flops. It was dinner time and there was a buffet in the restaurant. At this time, the lights of the Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel were already on, showing off its elegance and beauty. Yue said, "When we leave, let's go there and eat something good? Otherwise, this trip will not be in vain." Jiang Jingyu nodded, "We'll go Dutch." Yue smiled, "Stingy, brother Jiang. You're probably the stingiest leader." Jiang Jingyu waved his hand, "I'm not the leader. Director Xiao and Minister Chao said that Professor Chen is our only leader. We'll listen to him this time." At this time, Chen Song's phone rang. "Little Chen, I've ordered a meal here. Bring your team members and have a meal together." Zhongguotan laughed heartily. Chen Song was stunned. Chief Xing, where are you? Zheng Guotan smiled. Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel. I'll send a car to pick you up. Wait for me downstairs in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Song looked at Yui and smiled. Let's go, miss you. Your wish is about to come true. Sitting in the Lincoln, Chen Song finally understood what a rich person's life was like. The dinner was sumptuous, however, Chen Song felt that the food tasted average. After thinking about it, he felt that the Ma's takeout tasted better. Although Ma Hanin was average in other aspects, she still had a good taste in food. Well, for example, abalone and sea cucumber pancakes with a can of caviar. Awesome, the expo would start tomorrow, so they didn't stay long and returned to the hotel early. Yui didn't eat much the entire night. She spent all her time taking photos. When she came back, she said that the trip was worth it. Jiang Jingyu couldn't help but laugh and say, come on, post it on WeChat. I'll ask your aunt to like it. When Yui heard this, she was stunned. In the evening, Jiang Jingyu explained the work process again. After settling everyone down, he finally looked at Chen Song. Professor Chen, this conference is still up to you. For tomorrow's conference, our priority is number 23. The specific time should be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You have 10 minutes. Chen Song nodded and said, okay, I'll do my best. Jiang Jingyu smiled and said, I don't think it's a big problem. Based on our current popularity, we can easily win the annual Excellence Award. If we work hard, we have a chance to be in the top 3. Yui and the others were stunned. Chen Song asked curiously, the list is out? Jiang Jingyu nodded and opened the conference website. More than 100 medical devices were displayed. I've taken a look at the specific exhibits this time. There are 2 devices that have received a lot of attention. They have been advertised since the beginning of the year. Chen Song asked curiously, what devices? Jiang Jingyu opened one of them and said, this is a product that Johnson & Johnson has been developing for a few years. It just received FDA certification. Chen Song looked at the device and couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the name. This was a cardio-assisted circulatory arrest device. After opening the product introduction, Chen Song suddenly frowned. Because he seemed to understand why Johnson & Johnson decided to give up Howard's XPRI technology. This cardio-assisted circulatory deactivation device could be said to have greatly reduced the burden and time of cardiac surgery. There was no need for the cumbersome process of an extracorporeal circulation machine, which reduced some of the sequelae caused by low perfusion. Although it was much more troublesome than XPRI, the key was that it was not easy to cause problems with big data. There had been several problems with XBRI's public demonstrations, so Johnson & Johnson, who had repeatedly paid huge compensation, had no choice but to act prudently. No wonder, however, Chen Song felt that this device could not completely replace the XPRI technology. This was because the heart would still need to stop in the end, and there would still be various complications. Many congenital heart diseases could not be used. Most importantly, the economic benefits of XPRI were much better than this cardio-assisted circulatory device. The same mitral valve replacement surgery, and XPRI surgery might only cost tens of thousands of yuan. Moreover, it was a minimally invasive surgery. The incision was small, and the recovery was fast. Therefore, Chen Song felt that this technology would not affect XPRI too much. Furthermore, Chen Song thought of a possibility: let XPRI technology and elephant trunk technology establish a new medical equipment company. Chief Xing had the money, Howard had the experience, and Chen Song had the technology. When these 3 were combined, there would definitely be a different chemical reaction. In fact, Chen Song felt that if there was a big shot in the domestic medical industry to cooperate, it would be more convenient. After all, the situation in the country was more special. Chen Song felt that he should talk to Howard and the others about this matter. Other than Johnson & Johnson's cardio-assisted device, which was more of a hot topic, Ireland's Medtronic Group's artificial pancreas had once again launched a new product. As one of Medtronic's synonyms, the artificial pancreas would definitely attract attention. However, it was a product that had been launched in 2017. Even if it was improved, the popularity would definitely not be the same as before. In fact, it was not easy for this kind of exhibition to win an annual excellence award. After all, there were many large equipment in the exhibition. This included the latest surgical robots, X-ray bedside imaging diagnostic equipment, optical instrument calibration equipment, surgical equipment, and the most popular nuclear medicine treatment equipment. It was very difficult to win first place in such an international exhibition. After all, the rise of a medical equipment relied more on the advancement of science and technology. However, Chen Song's product advancement was not the same. He took the medical specialization route. Under the situation of the limitations of technology and equipment, he broke the traditional surgical process and achieved progress and innovation with the help of new surgical instruments and surgical methods. Chen Song felt that he could win an award. However, it was very difficult to win first place, according to the system's habit of rewards. If he won the Excellence Award, he would be able to get the skill book that he chose at will. However, the Excellence Award was probably only at the beginner and intermediate level. The first place would be at the perfect level. In Chen Song's eyes, there was no difference between the beginner level and the master level. After all, he had skill points and could level up. However, the perfect level was different. Only through the special training card could he reach the perfect level. The difference between the second place and the first place was like heaven and earth, therefore, there was no difference between the Excellence Award and the third and second place. If he had to work hard, he had to fight for the first place. Moreover, this was a very good opportunity. Because of this wave of boasting about the Lancet, he had received a lot of heated discussion and should be able to gain the support of the medical system. Moreover, the AATS 2020 conference was about to be held. The cardiovascular fever was also there. He could totally take advantage of it. Of course, this was not an opportunistic way to take advantage of it. He could totally think of a way. In fact, Chen Song originally did not have such big thoughts about fighting for first place. However, the existence of the cardiac auxiliary circulation equipment from Johnson & Johnson made the XPRI a threat. The exposure, earning ability, publicity, and so on of the first and second place were all different. If Chen Song was determined to market the elephant trunk stent and the XPRI together, it would be best to win first place this time. After Chen Song and Jiang Jingyu discussed the specific process in detail, everyone went to bed early. Chen Song opened his notebook and began to ponder. If he wanted to get a good ranking, it was actually his storytelling ability. The key was how to accurately capture people's hearts within 10 minutes. After looking at the new equipment, Chen Song thought about it and made a decision. This time, most of the judges and voters were doctors, but it also included experts in the field of medical equipment and bioengineering. Chen Song knew that it would be difficult for his equipment to win over the straight men in science and engineering. After all, these people's minds were filled with all kinds of calculation formulas. Newton's position was even higher than their wives'. It would be too difficult for Chen Song to win them over. Rather than that, it would be better to win over the medical staff. Chen Song was quite good at this. After thinking about it, Chen Song decided to redesign the PowerPoint to put in some interesting things. Chen Song worked until 12 o'clock and finally finished. He looked at the remade PowerPoint with satisfaction. Chen Song was also full of anticipation. The Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel should be synonymous with luxury. Standing in the conference hall, Chen Song suddenly felt that any event held here would not be out of place. She was graceful, elegant, and exquisite at the same time, but not extravagant at the same time. It was not magnificent, but it gave people a sense of nobility, just like the words of Xing State's President Xing. The decoration materials here were more expensive than gold. The entire hotel invested $3 billion, and this conference hall probably accounted for about 1/10 of it. The conference hall that cost more than 2 billion renminbi to build was imaginable. The modern light and shadow technology combined with traditional carving techniques gave the entire venue a dreamy feeling. However, today, as a medical expo, the theme of the light, screen and color were all based on medical development. The World Health Organization and the United Nations staff went on stage to speak, which meant that the conference officially began. The hotel's service staff to guests ratio was 6:1, which made the entire conference scene seem orderly. After the conference began, the representative of Philips' company in the Netherlands began the introduction. This conference did not use the traditional model of a domestic conference. Instead, it was in the form of a cocktail party. Everyone walked around inside, with coffee, tea, cocktails, and refreshments. Chen Song felt that Old Ma would definitely like such a conference. The medical expo would be held here for 2 days. After the evaluation, it would be held in the country for a month. At the beginning of the conference, Philips attracted everyone's attention with the latest generation of color ultrasound imaging technology. Chen Song sat below and looked at the speech above thoughtfully. At this time, a pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Only one of Philips and Siemens can win the award of excellence. Chen Song curiously turned his head and took a look. He saw a woman standing on the side, wearing a small dress that showed off her figure. However, the woman's eyes were full of elegance, and her temperament was gentle and virtuous. She gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. The key was that the woman spoke Chinese. Chen Song smiled. I didn't pay much attention. The woman looked old, but she was still charming. She smiled lightly. You are Chen Song, right? Chen Song was stunned. He did not expect himself to be so famous. Yes, you are, Meng Wanrong, the woman said with a smile. Those who could attend this kind of meeting were either rich or respectable people. This was called the inner area of the expo, and after that was the exhibition. Every meeting would attract many companies and groups. After all, the birth of new technologies would naturally lead to all kinds of competition. Who wouldn't want to get a patent or an agent? Chen Song, hello, you're just like your name. It was the first time for Meng Wanrong to see Chen Song face to face. Naturally, she had heard Meng Shi talk about him many times. He also had a good impression of Chen Song. In fact, I came here today for your patent. Meng Wanrong said straightforwardly. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. If it was a few days earlier, he might have been prepared to sell it. However, after talking to Xianxia, Chen Song now had more ideas. Chen Song nodded. I'm very expensive. Meng Wanrong smiled and said, oh? Coincidentally. I'm quite rich. After saying that, both of them were stunned. Chen Song felt that the conversation just now was like a dream. It was like a kept woman talking about the price. And it was like driving. Chen Song blushed and quickly shook his head. Meng Wanrong saw that and her eyes flashed mischievously. She couldn't help but smile. Actually, it's not a business deal. We can do it together. After saying that, Meng Wanrong handed Chen Song a business card and got up to leave. Chen Song was a little scared. This woman was too dangerous. Chen Song felt that he was like a chick in her hands, being teased and played with at will, and she was good at driving. Chen Song glanced at the business card and put it in his pocket. He didn't know much about these companies, so he could talk to Xianxia. In the morning, when Johnson & Johnson Group left the stage, the audience immediately started to talk about it. This morning, Johnson & Johnson Group was undoubtedly the main character. The cardiac auxiliary circulation device could shorten the time of cardiopulmonary bypass, which was very helpful for many operations. At this time, Johnson & Johnson Group was in the limelight, and many people were full of praise. In the afternoon, around 3:30 p.m., Chen Song started to go on stage under the guidance of the staff. Chen Song was a little stressed at this moment. Because other companies brought technological innovation, but he brought innovation and ideas. This time, Chen Song didn't feel confident either. Looking at the audience below, Chen Song opened the PowerPoint. To be honest, if he wanted to stand out, it would depend on his own performance. Chen Song picked up his product. Under the lighting technology, the elephant trunk support began to appear in the air and became a huge object. This is just a small thing. After saying that, Chen Song put it aside. Suddenly, the audience was in an uproar. However, the doctors and judges were more shocked. They were puzzled. Why did Chen Song do this? The material and technology of the elephant trunk stent was currently the most discussed product. Why did Chen Song do this? Even Jiang Jingyu was confused. Yui was so scared that she wanted to call Director Xiao. At this time, the assistant had already transmitted Chen Song's image to China. Xiao Runfeng picked up her teacup and was about to drink some water. When she saw this scene, she almost threw the teacup. Qiao Yu's face was ashen. at this time, they were thinking that Xianxia would not throw a tantrum on the international stage. Thinking of this, Xiao Runfeng frowned. If that was the case, Xianxia did not know what was good for him. At this time, the audience was quiet. At this time, Meng Wanrong looked at this little man who liked to blush with interest and smiled playfully. She knew that Xianxia wanted to get first place because he said that he was very expensive. Just when everyone was curious, Xianxia continued. Machines are dead, but people are alive. In my opinion, the development of medical devices should be carried out around the clinic. It should start from the clinic and then go back to the clinic. Technology solves big problems. The main purpose of the elephant trunk support technology is to reduce the death rate of patients with aortic dissection, and it can reduce the death rate to a very low level. It will even become an item that will affect aortic surgery in the future. But, it is still not worth mentioning. At this time, everyone looked at Xianxia and did not know what Xianxia was trying to say. The elephant trunk support was sometimes praised and sometimes criticized. Xianxia suddenly said, I can even tell you the core of the elephant trunk support technology now. As soon as this was said, the audience was shocked. Zheng Guotan, who was calm, was so scared that he almost threw the goblet. Meng Wanrong also found that she could not understand Xianxia. P.S. There are 2 or 3 chapters in the evening. It depends on your ability. I am afraid that you will wait for a long time, so I will release 3 chapters first. Everyone at the scene quieted down. They all raised their heads and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia saw this and suddenly smiled. Why can I announce the elephant trunk stent technology? Because it's useless even if you learn it. Yui suddenly felt that Xianxia was really asking for a beating today. Xiao Runfeng and Qiao Yu were really confused. Xianxia usually looked very steady. Why was he acting like this today? However, they knew that Xianxia was not looking for trouble. If they did not understand, they would continue to watch. To be honest, the CEOs of the companies who came to the meeting this time were not actually here to see Chung Johnson's equipment, but to look for self-developed products like Xianxia's. Why? Because Chung Johnson's research was not going to be sold, it did not mean anything to them. What they were looking for was investment opportunities. Xianxia was the most talked about and had the most investment potential. Many people wanted to come over and have a good chat. In fact, just now, after Xianxia chatted with Meng Wanrong, Xianxia understood that he was not introducing the patent, but himself. Instead of selling the patent at a high price, it was better to raise his own price. Therefore, he combined the PowerPoint he made yesterday with today's impromptu idea. Xianxia suddenly said, why do I say that it's useless to learn the elephant trunk stent? The answer is very simple. Because you don't understand aortic dissection at all. The elephant trunk stent's footing is not traditional classification. Are you still using the DeBakey classification? Or the Stanford classification? What I want to say is that those can no longer satisfy and guide us in the surgery. No matter how technology develops, if the software can't keep up with the hardware, this is the real crisis of our medical industry. However, as far as the current aortic dissection surgery is concerned, what we lack is not technological innovation. With such technology, we can also improve our understanding of aortic dissection and choose a new surgical method. We can choose and develop new equipment. And the elephant trunk stent was born. After Xianxia's words came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. One should know that more than 75% of the judges today were medical staff. They couldn't change technology, but they could change themselves. Xianxia's words made them feel like they were suddenly enlightened. It also gave them a sense of accomplishment. With the development of modern medicine, there was a mismatch between hardware and software. For a long time, the rapid development of technology had indeed brought about the advancement of modern medicine, but it also made many doctors rely more on the advancement of technology. However, Xianxia's words were very clear. Technology was to serve the clinic. Xianxia continued, if we doctors lose our ability to think and improve, and instead rely on the advancement of technology, I can guarantee that in the future, doctors will be replaced by robots, because you have lost the ability to innovate, and your body and accuracy will never be as good as a machine. That one sentence made everyone at the scene tremble violently. It was as if huge waves had been stirred up in the depths of his soul. Fear, uneasiness, fear, everyone felt their breathing quicken. He felt uneasy about the future, because what Xianxia said made sense. The price of relying on technology was losing oneself. And technology should always serve us. Just like what Xianxia said, if a doctor's software couldn't keep up with the hardware of technology, such a doctor would be eliminated by machines in the future. The essence of human beings was to think and innovate, to improve in denial and negation. If a doctor didn't study medicine, he would lose the spirit of innovation. He would lack self-judgment and thinking about the human body and diseases. He would completely rely on modern technology and attribute the failure of surgery and disease to the limitations of technology. Then, if you weren't eliminated, who would be? The country and society never lacked people who could mass produce. What they lacked were talents who could think and improve. Xianxia's words made everyone present applaud. Of course, it also caused a lot of dissatisfaction. This was a conflict of ideals, it was also a protracted war. Of course, the existence of this conflict was meaningful. It existed to promote each other's development and progress. No one expected that Xianxia would say such a thing at such a medical technology expo. It was a suspicion of causing trouble, but remember, the judges were still doctors. Medical equipment was used in the clinic. Therefore, the ones who evaluated medical equipment were ultimately doctors. Xianxia's words shocked all the doctors present. Because Xianxia spoke of their sense of mission, at this time, Xianxia continued. The creation of the elephant trunk stent makes me believe that we can make some changes with limited technology. And these changes can make a big difference in our clinical practice, improve our efficiency, and reduce the mortality rate. I made a model of the elephant trunk stent, but what I want to say is that the elephant trunk stent is a set of products, not a single product. Its inventor may be me, or it may be you. However, the premise is that you have to have a sufficient understanding of aortic dissection. You have to fully understand the disease, the human body, the surgery, and know how to treat it. At this point, Xianxia smiled slyly. At this time, 7 minutes had passed. He had already rallied everyone. He decided to use his ultimate move. Xianxia originally planned to use this ultimate move at the AATS 2020 conference 2 weeks later. However, he now had a better idea. 3 minutes was enough. Thinking of this, Xianxia directly opened the PowerPoint. When the image appeared, the judges in the front row were all stunned. After everyone saw the image, they could not help but feel their hearts tighten and goosebumps began to spread all over their bodies. Excitement, or inner surprise. That was right, the aorta ran through the chest and abdomen and involved many systems. Any doctor would have some understanding of this disease. However, the traditional classification method of dissection, whether it was DeBakey or Stanford, was just classification. It was not very helpful for surgery. However, after everyone saw Xianxia's image, they saw a different future. Xianxia smiled. This is my first classification. The surgical method is, Chen Model I elephant trunk stent surgery. After that, Xianxia spent 3 minutes to introduce the classification. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xianxia continued, actually, there are 4 types of aorta classification and standards. After that, Xianxia left coolly. Seeing Xianxia leave just like that, everyone was stunned. It was as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. They wanted to beat this cliffhanger to death. P.S. I'm not done yet. I think there will be 2 more chapters tonight. Time is limited, so I'll stop here. Thank you, everyone. Xianxia's departure from the stage instantly angered the crowd. It was really like that, because the atmosphere at the scene was already a little different. All the medical staff stared at Xianxia, wishing they could kill him. If their gazes were knives, Xianxia could definitely become rich by buying knives. Xianxia's classification criteria for aortic dissection really attracted them, because currently, the classification of aortic dissection was like the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. The traditional classification was no longer feasible, but the new ones that could work were still not out yet. Therefore, the current situation was that everyone wanted to come up with a classification. No one could do it well, but no one was willing to admit defeat. That was how it was. And at this time, after everyone saw the classification that Chen gave, everyone's eyes lit up. And there was a sense of acknowledgement. It was really like that. They realized that after seeing Xianxia's classification, their first feeling was conviction. It was acknowledgement, that's right. Even they were a little surprised by this feeling. They even felt puzzled. To be honest, it was not that everyone had not seen new classifications, but they felt that no one was as good as their own. Only this time, everyone felt that Chen Song's was better. At this time, everyone looked at each other, wanting to see other people's opinions, but, when their gazes met, everyone saw shock in each other's eyes, because they realized that what Chen Song said was what they wanted to say in their hearts. This was a high level of acknowledgement, and one of the main stars of today's expo, the material for the elephant trunk stent. It attracted everyone's attention. But, now they suddenly realized that Chen Song's elephant trunk stent was only based on a classification of the surgery. And such a surgery was enough to change the success rate and mortality rate of traditional surgery. Was this a miracle? No. This was what medicine should be like. Doctors could also not rely on technological innovation. With the existing technology, they could change everyone's living conditions through their own efforts. The appearance of this classification even made everyone feel that this trip was not in vain. They felt that this classification was a key step that would change the current situation. The mortality rate of aortic dissection was very high. The mortality rate of the surgery was also very high. The traditional classification was based on the current level, but Chen Song's classification was based on the current level. Chen Song also knew that this type would definitely be eliminated, but isn't that how science develops? There was always a suitable standard. 10,000 years was too long. Time is of the essence. Just as Chen Song said frankly, the elephant trunk stent technology was just a product based on his classification foundation. Once he mastered the Chen type 1 surgery, he would discover the elephant trunk stent technology. These words suddenly woke them up. Because, suddenly, they recalled the results of Chen Song's data analysis. They tried to recall the time when the data was included in the standards, statistical analysis, and various indicators. They were surprised to find that all of them were patients who met Chen's requirements for type 1 surgery. At this moment, the expression of a man in the core position at the front row changed. He hurriedly found his tablet and turned it on. Just now, he vaguely remembered something. The article that Chen Song published in The Lancet, the data on it. Was it about Chen type 1 patients? Thinking of this, the man even began to tremble. That's right, it should have been like this. He should have thought of it a long time ago. The elephant trunk stent technique had such a high compatibility rate for Chen type 1 patients. At this moment, he finally found the article. He read it carefully, once, again, and again. After reading it, he smiled. He realized that between the lines, Chen Song's understanding of aortic dissection had really exceeded his by too much. The elephant trunk stent technology was so powerful. Then what about the others? What about the other 3 types that Chen Song had hurriedly mentioned? It should be the same for all of them. However, they did not expect Chen Song to just let it go like that. He just left the stage like that. This made everyone extremely angry. You said it well, it was really well done. However, did it mean that you could do whatever you wanted just because you said it well? Thinking of this, everyone could be said to be gnashing their teeth. Campbell put away his tablet. He took a deep breath. He knew that in this year's expo, Chen Song's elephant trunk stent material would be the best. Because, Chen Song did not buy the elephant trunk stent material at all. He was selling himself. That's right, Chen Song had made up his mind from the moment he started chatting with Meng Wanrong. Rather than selling the patent, it would be more cost-effective to sell himself. Just like what Meng Wanrong said, he was very expensive. If the doctors below were both happy and angry, and did not know whether to laugh or cry, the entrepreneurs' and bosses' eyes were shining at this moment. They seemed to have understood something. What Chen Song wanted to sell was not a product, but a disease. The elephant trunk stent might just be the beginning. Chen Song could definitely solve not only Chen type 1, but also type 2, type 3, and type 4. What did entrepreneurs like the most? Making money? No, it was ecology. It was also a monopoly. In the current era of anti-monopoly, there was no way to monopolize an item. Then, could technology be monopolized? What Chen Song could provide was a future to conquer aortic dissection. How big was this circle? It was so big that everyone was trembling a little. Even Jing Guotan felt that the luckiest thing in his life might be meeting Chen Song and befriending him at the moment when he saw Chen Song walk down the stage confidently. When Chen Song was about to walk down the stage, he happened to see Meng Wanrong staring at him. Chen Song smiled and gave her a knowing look. I was very expensive. Meng Wanrong could not help but smile, but this time, she could no longer say that she was very rich. However, Meng Wanrong wanted to cooperate with Chen Song even more. Just like what she said at the beginning, they could do it together. Zheng Guotan did not think about anything at this time. He felt that the first thing to do when he went back was to find a reliable partner. Of course, not everyone understood what Chen Song said. Many people even thought that Chen Song was talking nonsense and did not know what he was talking about. But, Chen Song's seemingly messy introduction made many people confused, but it made two groups of people understand. One group was professionals. The other group was CEOs of enterprises. Chen Song was actually talking to them. Professionals were used to vote, and these CEOs were used to cooperate. Just as Chen Song thought today, he decided not to sell the patent. He wanted to sell himself. How much was the patent? And he was very expensive. P.S. Well, there should be another chapter. Yui saw Chen Song come down and hurriedly ran over. He looked at Chen Song anxiously. Professor Chen. You're too reckless. Jiang Jingyu also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Professor Chen, sigh, the two of them didn't quite understand what Chen Song was talking about. However, they knew that Chen Song was definitely not praising the material of the elephant trunk. This was certain, he was even belittling the material. Chen Song couldn't help but smile. There's no hurry. Let's see the results tomorrow. Yui looked at Chen Song's expression and couldn't help but walk over to Chen Song angrily. He whispered in his ear, Professor Chen, the assistant has already sent the image back to China. I think Director Xiao and Minister Qiao have already seen it. Chen Song said nonchalantly, that's good. Yui's eyes widened and he was fuming. Why don't you understand? If the director sees this, won't you be at a disadvantage? Chen Song looked at the anxious Yui and couldn't help but laugh. How do you know that I won't win the award? Yui couldn't help but say, do you think I'm stupid? You didn't even praise it just now. And look at the eyes of the people below. They're all looking at you strangely. Chen Song glanced at the crowd. As expected. Many people looked at him with anger in their eyes. Chen Song couldn't help but laugh, yes. The effect should be good. During this period, Chen Song didn't plan to announce the new classification and standards. He wanted to publish it at AATS 2020. As for their anger was a good thing, it could help the topic ferment. Without the Lancet's help, the new typing would have to be stirred up by these people if they wanted to ferment, attract people's attention, and let those professionals discuss it. Chen Song looked at Yui and couldn't help but say, don't worry, after we go back this time, I guarantee that you will have a great merit. Yui rolled his eyes at Chen Song, TSK, my aunt even said that she wanted to freeload some credit. I didn't expect her to freeload a loss. Forget it, for the sake of last night's feast, I won't be calculative with you. Chen Song smiled. It's a pity for brother Jiang. Yui sighed. Jiang Jingyu also shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it. I think it's worth it to know someone as wonderful as Professor Chen. But you have to treat us to another meal when we get back. After all, the two of them were not professionals, and what Chen Song had just said was indeed not pleasing. Chen Song looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you guys don't think highly of me. If there's really a problem, why didn't Director Xiao call me? The two of them thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed so. If the director hadn't called, then it probably wasn't a problem. Yui couldn't help saying, the director must have been so angry that he smashed his phone. He didn't call you. Chen Song couldn't help laughing. But at that moment, Xiao Runfeng was also a little startled for a moment before she came back to her senses. Chao Yu couldn't help sighing with emotion. This Chen Song is really a wonderful person. Xiao Runfeng sighed faintly. Chen Song had almost scared her out of her wits. After all, as soon as he had gone on stage, he had said that the elephant trunk stent technology was just SOSO, and had even clamored for the patent to be made public. It would be strange if it wasn't frightening. However, Chen Song's speech afterwards had really lit up Xiao Runfeng. President Qi, what do you think? Xiao Runfeng couldn't help asking a 60-year-old man in a white shirt and suit pants who was sitting in the same row as them. Qi Lianshan put down his glasses and rubbed his eyes before he said unhurriedly, come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen Chen Song. He's really amazing. Actually, Chen Song didn't have a chance to take first place today. Whether it was Johnson & Johnson's cardio-assisted circulatory device or Medtronic's improved artificial pancreas technology, they were all highlights today. It would already be pretty good if Chen Song could take third place. However, he changed his routine on a whim and directly changed the script of his speech. This combination of fists was really beautiful. Saying this, Qi Lianshan got up and took 2 steps forward. As the president of the China Academy of Sciences, Qi Lianshan had seen many geniuses. But today, he had won by a surprise move, which still made him feel delighted. This Chen Song was a genius, Chao Yu said curiously. Isn't first place a little exaggerated? I think Johnson & Johnson's new technology is pretty good. Qi Lianshan shook his head. Department head Chao, you don't know much about this medical expo. More than 75% of the judges here are current clinicians, and most of the remaining 25% have clinical experience. Just tell me if Chen Song's speech was attractive to the doctors or not. After hearing this, Chao Yu immediately nodded. Chen Song regarded doctors and technology as software and hardware. On top of that, he expressed a sense of mission as a doctor. Indeed, Chen Song's speech was very attractive to medical staff. Qi Lianshan continued to smile. Not only that. Chen Song's best came in the last 3 minutes. As for the one in front, I think he was just making up time. Chao Yu was dumbfounded by this sentence. Wasn't the first part the main point? Qi Lianshan sighed with emotion. This is Chen Song's strength. He doesn't just have the slide out to win by surprise. The most important thing is that he has the real deal. If the first part was a sudden whim of his to attract those judges, but every word Chen Song said later, including the classification of the first type of surgery, these were all his real skills. The classification of aortic dissection has been outdated for a long time, and now there is a lack of a unified classification that meets the needs of medical staff. And this is where Chen Song's strength lies. He developed a new set of standards and guidelines for the classification of aortic dissection. Qi Lianshan was sure that Chen Song definitely didn't only have a classification. He had a complete set of guidelines and standards. In the last 3 minutes, Chen Song only introduced one subtype and kept the other 2 subtypes. This is where he is good. I believe that all the medical staff below now have a love-hate relationship with Chen Song. Xiao Runfeng, if he gets first place, he can sell his patent for a good price. Qi Lianshan shook his head. Sell the patent? He won't. What he wants to sell is not the patent. He didn't promote the patent today. From the beginning to the end, Chen Song was promoting himself. Speaking of this, Qi Lianshan looked at Xiao Runfeng. Director Xiao, this kid is difficult to deal with. If you let him go now, who knows how many people in the world will want to snatch him. This kid can't be underestimated. This sentence made Xiao Runfeng suddenly think of Chen Song's tantrum a while ago. She immediately took a deep breath. She really underestimated him. P.S. Completed. It's the end of the month, the last day, begging for monthly votes. Make a scene and beg for monthly votes. If you have stock, remember to throw votes at me. Thank you to the boss of Man's Jade for your 50,000 tip, adding a new chief for this book. Thank you, boss. Add 3 chapters. Thank you to Guagua10086, Bronze 1000 words, and Spring Under the Cherry Tree for their 10,000 tips. Add 1 chapter, add 54 chapters. In the office. The scene instantly froze. Xiao Runfeng and Chao Yu couldn't help but fall silent at Qi Lianshan's words. If it was really as President Xi said, Chen Song was really awesome. Qi Lianshan continued, furthermore, Chen Song's last 3 minutes will be the most crucial, and everyone will be excited when he talks about the classification. Chen Song will undoubtedly be the focus of the AATS 2020 conference in 2 weeks. It can even be said that these 2 conferences have officially brought Chen Song into the sights of the world of cardiovascular surgery, and have even established his academic status. Qi Lianshan was very firm in his words. Looking at Xiao Runfeng's expression, Qi Lianshan smiled. This is a good thing, you should be happy. Speaking up to this point, Qi Lianshan couldn't help laughing. But I'm even more looking forward to Chen Song's return. I'm now curious to know what the other classifications are. I'm guessing a lot of people here are looking forward to this. Indeed, everyone present was now looking forward to Chen Song's follow-up classification of aortic dissection. The sooner they knew about it, the more results they would be able to produce. Patents couldn't be stolen. But this concept could be learned. Everyone was naturally infuriated by Chen Song's mere description of the classification, but they couldn't blame Chen Song for this. The elephant trunk stent technology itself was a type I aortic classification surgery. On this occasion, if Chen Song didn't talk about it in 10 minutes, what else could he talk about? So, these people looked at Chen Song like a pack of wolves staring at a fat sheep. They couldn't wait to eat the bones. This was a treasure trove. At that moment, the entrepreneurs below were actually a little curious, and consulted the consultants next to them. Dr. Miller, Professor Chen doesn't seem to care much about the aortic nasal stent. Do we need to buy it? Of course. A professor on the side said excitedly. Do you really think Professor Chen is belittling the elephant trunk stent? Of course not. Quite the opposite. At present, this elephant trunk stent is probably the most mature product in Professor Chen's current concept. The clinical data is complete and the results of the clinical trials are obvious. This is a product that will be released soon. The most important thing is Professor Chen's follow-up research on the elephant trunk stent. But instead of buying the patent for the elephant trunk stent, why not just invite Professor Chen to join us? Because this will bring endless vitality to the company. The CEOs of these companies looked at Chen Song with glowing eyes. It was as if the Chen Song in his eyes was not a person at all, but a mountain of treasures. Listening to the conversations of the people around him, Zheng Wutan's heart was really excited. Such an opportunity was right in front of him. If he missed it, no. How could Zheng Wutan miss this opportunity? Meng Wanrong looked at Chen Song thoughtfully. She admitted that she had underestimated this young man. Because of Chen Song's appearance, the following meeting seemed to have lost its original attraction and sense of anticipation. The surrounding people all looked at Chen Song, eager to give it a try. There were too many mysterious things about Chen Song that attracted them. But they knew Chen Song's price. It was very expensive. The current Chen Song was burdened with too many honors, and he gave off an indistinct sense of distance and mystery. Just like how they looked at their teacher when they were young, worship and uneasiness coexisted. Standing on the world stage again, Chen Song did not feel uneasy or uneasy. He was no longer the unknown young man. Now he was full of honor, the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, the best plastic surgeon of the year. Now, before the AATS 2020 conference was held, Chen Song blew the breeze at the conference in the United Arab Emirates. But it blew the fireworks of a prosperous era in the field of cardiovascular diseases. After the end of the day's meeting, the banquet was held in the banquet hall of the Abu Dhabi Palace Hotel. Chen Song became the focus of no doubt. One by one, scholars and celebrities came forward to chat. Chen Song was not a bookworm. Although he could not be said to be rich, he was quite good at socializing. But Chen Song did not mention a word about patent sales. Of course, the power of capital was powerful. When Chen Song heard the number of patent buyouts rising, he admitted that it was difficult for him not to be tempted. Some companies had even extended invitations to Chen Song to invest in their patents. Looking at Zheng Wutan, who was eating at the side, he was frightened. Was Zheng Wutan rich? Of course he was. How could the real estate giant of Dongyang be poor? But the richer he was, the more uneasy he felt. The economic model of real estate was already in decline. If it did not transform, it would definitely be eliminated. But when he heard the huge patent fees offered by those pharmaceutical companies, he became more and more worried and could not help but feel a little scared. He was afraid that Chen Song would accidentally agree because even he could not help but be tempted. Yue, Jiang Jingyu, and the others who accompanied Chen Song to eat were completely stunned at this time, because the number that the other party said was completely beyond their understanding of the amount of money. Could it be? Was it so easy to make money from studying medicine? They must have chosen the wrong profession. Chen Song's patent fees were almost equivalent to a family's lifetime savings. Even mining coal did not make money that fast, but, when they saw Chen Song reject them without any hesitation, they were really anxious in their hearts. How could he refuse so much money? This was hundreds of millions of dollars. Where could he find so much money? However, Chen Song did not refuse all of them. He left the other party's business card. Cooperation did not have to be domestic. It could also be international. The elephant trunk technology would definitely go out of the country and into the world. After the dinner, Chen Song and the others left the hotel together. Looking at the dreamy palace hotel behind them, Yui sighed. Next time, I must stay here. Jiang Jingyu could not help but laugh. You have to find a husband like Professor Chen, but you don't have a chance. Yui immediately rolled his eyes. Jing Guotan had already arranged the car. It was still the same black Lincoln limousine. But at this time an alpha van stopped on the side. The door slowly opened, and Meng Wanrong walked out. Looking at Jing Guotan and Chen Song, she smiled. President Xing, Professor Chen, is it convenient for us to talk? Jing Guotan glanced at Meng Wanrong, then turned to look at Chen Song. Chen Song smiled. You guys go back first, I'll be back in a while. Jiang Jingyu nodded and left with his assistant, Secretary He, leaving 2 bodyguards behind Chen Song. Jing Guotan looked at the two and could not help but be stunned. He also brought bodyguards, but, compared to the two of them, his bodyguards were obviously inferior. Because the 2 bodyguards beside Chen Song seemed to have a faint murderous aura. This made Jing Guotan stunned for a while, because Chen Song definitely couldn't hire such a bodyguard. Thinking of Jiang Jingyu and the others, Jing Guotan also understood that Chen Song was obviously a national special level protected animal this time. The 3 of them found a convenient place to talk. After sitting down, Meng Wanrong took the initiative to say, Professor Chen is really amazing. He won first place on behalf of the country and won glory for the country. Chen Song smiled. Thank you for your kind words, President Meng. Chen Song had a short communication with Jing Guotan at noon and talked about Meng Wanrong. As a star entrepreneur in Danyang province, the two had dealt with each other before. Meng Wanrong's experience was different from Jing Guotan's. Meng Wanrong was a highly educated talent, and Wanyan Medical was built by her alone. However, Meng Wanrong's scientific research department was a top elite team from all over the world. This was inseparable from Meng Wanrong's personal history of studying abroad. Meng Wanrong started her business at the age of 30. In less than 20 years, the company's market value was nearly 20 billion. However, these were not the most important things. Jing Guotan once said that the official background behind the development of Wanyan Medical was very important. To put it simply, there was a big shot behind Meng Wanrong. Jing Guotan even thought that Meng Wanrong met their requirements for partners. Wanyan Medical was a listed company with a stable market and mature development. There was also a strong force behind it. The 3 of them chatted for a long time, but at least this chat was very valuable. The next morning's meeting was not much different from the first day. All kinds of new equipment were displayed on the stage. However, the meeting was coming to an end at this point. Compared to these products, they were more looking forward to the evaluation meeting in the afternoon. The meeting was over. This trip to the United Arab Emirates was very rewarding for Chen Song. Chen Song felt that such a meeting was actually very meaningful. For example, now clinical doctors needed multidisciplinary talents with clinical thinking and scientific research and development abilities. For Chen Song, this time it broadened his horizons. After the evaluation began, a man walked onto the stage. The man was Arabian. He was tall and wore an Arabian robe. Dish looked very imposing. Chen Song had seen his name on the official website of the conference, Campbell. He was a world-class expert in cardiovascular surgery. It was also because of their efforts that this year's expo was held in the capital of the United Arab Emirates. This year's expo is very exciting. Thank you to the participants from all over the world who let us see the rapid changes and the vigorous development of the medical industry, making the medical expo so. After some introductions, he smiled and said, "Now, let me announce today's winners." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings immediately quieted down. The 2020 Medical Expo Excellence Award goes to Philips from the Netherlands. Following Campbell's announcement, everyone applauded. Congratulations to Philips for winning another international award. This is a good thing for Philips stock. But, what everyone looked forward to the most was still the first place. Was it the heart of Johnson & Johnson from America, or the China Xianxia elephant trunk stent? Medtronic's artificial pancreas was a product of its previous efforts. Being able to get third place was already an exceptional performance. Everyone had given them enough face. At this moment, everyone fell silent. In the huge venue, everyone was waiting for Campbell to announce the second-place winner. It wasn't that the second place was so popular, but that the first-place winner had to be chosen. The second place actually meant that the winner was eliminated. At this time, China, which was 4 hours ahead of the time difference, couldn't predict the United Arab Emirates 4 hours later. Xiao Runfeng, Chao Yu, and the others had already been sitting in the office waiting anxiously. They had actually expected Chen Song to win the award this time. However, as Ji Lianshan said, Chen Song's goal this time was to win first place. Xiao Runfeng found it hard to believe. However, the development of the plot was obviously playing out according to Qi Lianshan's words. The competition for first and second place was about to begin. Xiao Runfeng admitted that she was a little nervous at this moment. She even began to look forward to it. To be honest, Xiao Runfeng, Chao Yu, and Qi Lianshan were all very excited. If Chen Song could win first place, the weight of this honor would be too heavy. From the Excellence Award to the announcement of the third-place winner, Chen Song didn't appear. They had never thought that Chen Song would be able to take first place. At this moment, Qi Lianshan turned to look at Xiao Runfeng and Chao Yu. If Chen Song wins first place, what do you plan to do? Qi Lianshan's words directly interrupted the two's thoughts. This question seemed unnecessary, but it was urgent. The medical exhibition had been held 23 times, but China had never won any awards at the exhibition. If Chen Song won first place and didn't receive any rewards, it would be unreasonable. This was a national honor. However, it was also a personal honor. Thinking of this, Xiao Runfeng suddenly felt that no matter what, this time, she had to fight for enough rewards for Chen Song. Chao Yu also silently nodded, thinking about how to tell Chen Song. At this moment, Xiao Runfeng's phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Xiao Runfeng's face changed. She quickly got up and walked out. Hello, Secretary Wang. Director Xiao, the leader wants to talk to you. Is it convenient now? Xiao Runfeng found a quiet place. Not long after, a man's voice came from the other side of the phone. It was full of energy and also heavy. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Runfeng couldn't help but be silent. She really didn't expect that Chen Song had already entered the leader's sight. Chen Song could contact Xiao Runfeng because of the special nature of his work in the Health and Welfare Committee. In addition, the administrative level of the Emergency Center and Union Hospital were also very high, so it was normal to contact her. However, after passing the ministry and the central government, there was a blood-brain barrier. It was really too difficult to enter their line of sight. After returning to the office, Chao Yu looked at Xiao Runfeng thoughtfully, but didn't ask. Xiao Runfeng looked at the screen in front of her, just as everyone was looking forward to it. Campbell began to read, the second-place winner is Johnson & Johnson from the United States. The appearance of the cardiac auxiliary circulatory cardioplegia device has made cardiac surgery full of possibilities. Accompanied by this announcement, the results came out. When the applause rang out, Johnson & Johnson knew that it had failed this time. However, after hearing the announcement, Johnson & Johnson's Johnson & Johnson Group obviously didn't want to give up. The cardiac auxiliary circulatory cardioplegia device was this year's main project. If they won first place in the exhibition, they would have a lot of publicity. The difference between first and second place was sometimes like a natural chasm. The World Medical Equipment Expo was an exhibition held by the World Health Organization. Although the competition was not that obvious, if one could win first place, the publicity effect would be huge. The exhibition would be open for more than a month. People from all over the world would come to visit. The first place's exhibition platform and resources were unparalleled. At the same time, the World Health Organization would give out awards. Something like honor seemed weak, but it was also the most powerful testimony of capital. If Johnson & Johnson's cardiocyclic cardioplegia device won first place, Johnson & Johnson's stock would appreciate a lot. Similarly, after Chen Song's elephant trunk stent technology won first place. In the medical field, it would receive hot publicity and attention. First place. It's the elephant trunk stent material from China's Xianxia. His appearance has brought good news to patients with aortic dissection. After the second place finished, Campbell quickly announced the first place. It seemed that the second place was just to set off the first place. After Xianxia announced, the audience instantly burst into warm applause. The light and shadow special effects in the entire hall shocked everyone. However, the one who was most shocked was Xianxia. Campbell said with a smile, "Professor Chen may be the first person in the history of the expo to win such an honor as an individual. He is also the first clinician to win such an award." I really like Professor Chen's words. The development of medical technology has to be based in the clinic and return to the clinic. And the closest to the clinic is also us clinicians. Let's give the warmest applause to this hero who has contributed to the medical industry. Your invention will save hundreds of thousands or even millions of patients with aortic dissection. With the warm applause ringing in his ears, Xianxia looked at the dazzling lights and heard the passionate background music. He was a little excited. To be honest, Xianxia originally thought that he could be indifferent. But when the 5-starred red flag rose to the highest point, Xianxia admitted that he had overestimated himself. Xianxia was a little excited. Although this was not an international competition stage, the value of first place was not as great as imagined. But even so, looking at the national flags around him and the 5-starred red flag that rose to the highest point in the middle, Xianxia's heart still could not calm down. This time, he seemed to have won glory for his country. This feeling was very complicated. When Xianxia received the first-place trophy on the podium, although there was no national anthem, the background music in Xianxia's mind was the march of the volunteer army. Looking at the crowd below the stage, Xianxia raised the trophy and bowed. The transparent trophy was filled with the colors of the 5-starred red flag. The innovation of light and shadow technology made her bright red even more mesmerizing. Xianxia smiled at the crowd. At this moment, he seemed to understand the feeling of an Olympic athlete fighting hard to stand on the championship stage. It was really satisfying. It was a pity that such a scene could not be spread to every household. However, in an office in the capital of China, Xiao Runfeng, Qiao Yu, and Qi Lianshan all had excited expressions. Qi Lianshan excitedly stood up and waved his fist as he shouted, "Good." Xiao Runfeng turned her head and inadvertently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Even Qiao Yu, who was used to being calm, was very excited as he held the chair's armrests with both hands. Xianxia did it, first place in the 23rd International Medical Equipment Expo. Xiao Runfeng recalled the leader's words, "Don't stick to one pattern." She suddenly felt that she was a bit conservative before. This time, Xianxia came back. His resources, authority, and attention to him would all increase if the previous Cardiac Non-Stop Medical Research Center and Tendon Recovery Center were successfully applied for by Wang Tong and Wang Yushan. Then, starting from today, Xianxia's weight was no less than theirs. Zheng Guotan and Meng Wanrong were very excited. First place, this was basically a good hand to start the game with 4 twos. With a little management, the future was infinitely bright. The two looked at each other. They knew that Xianxia's elephant trunk stent technology must be done well. However, Xianxia's share could not be reduced at all. After the award ceremony, it meant that the meeting was coming to an end. However, Campbell did not want Xianxia to leave just like that. The doctors who were kept in suspense by Xianxia did not want Xianxia to leave now. Now that he was leaving, they could only wait for him to leave. When Xianxia was about to leave the stage, Campbell called out to Xianxia, "Professor Chen, wait a moment. I have a question for you." Suddenly, the audience quieted down. Xianxia also stopped and turned around to look at Campbell. Campbell looked at Xianxia's eyes. He did not know why, but he was a little nervous. Campbell quickly adjusted his mood and said, "We all know that Professor Chen is very accomplished in the field of digestive surgery, but we didn't expect you to have such deep research in the field of cardiovascular surgery." Xianxia nodded. "Yes, my research specialization is in cardiovascular surgery." Suddenly, everyone was stunned. The president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery was actually in cardiovascular surgery. For a moment, everyone seemed to have heard some incredible news. The boss of the digestive surgery department was actually a cardiovascular surgeon. Chen Song continued to add, of course, I specialize in emergency medicine, so I'm involved in more disciplines. However, cardiovascular diseases and acute abdomen are more common in emergency medicine, so I've done some research on them. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. That's a bit of a blow. What do you study in emergency medicine? Moreover, you've become a world-class big shot. Suddenly, Camber regretted interviewing Chen Song. However, the non-medical people below widened their eyes in excitement. Everyone loved to see and hear about geniuses. After all, we're not doctors. You won't hurt the innocent. Camber could not help but ask, Professor Chen, do you have time to attend the AATS 2020 conference? Yes. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. Camber also nodded excitedly. Will Professor Chen talk about aortic dissection at the conference? Or will Professor Chen talk about something? Chen Song nodded. Aortic dissection? I should talk about this, but it's simpler and won't take too long. I might consider talking about the research progress of cardiac arrest surgery. As soon as Chen Song finished speaking, suddenly, the audience became lively. Aortic dissection is simpler, won't take too long. Also, cardiac arrest surgery? For a moment, everyone's faces were fierce. They wanted nothing more than to kidnap Chen Song right now. Even Camber had the same thought. P.S. Yes, there should be at least 2 more chapters. If there was anyone who was the most dumbfounded right now, it was Johnson & Johnson. Their newly developed auxiliary cardioplegia device was designed to shorten the duration of cardiac arrest and was used in some cardiac arrest surgeries. However, Chen Song's casual words stunned the other party. If you want to show off, so be it. I won't bother you. Even if you get first place, I'll just criticize you in my heart. I'm Johnson & Johnson, so I'll just swallow my pride. I won't say anything. But why are you suddenly talking about cardiac arrest surgery? Is aortic dissection not enough for you to show off? The Johnson & Johnson representative really cried. However, one person's cry was insignificant compared to the laughter of more than 100 people. The AATS 2020 conference was only 2 weeks away. Everyone looked at Chen Song with anticipation. What did he mean by aortic dissection typing is too short? Is it short? Especially Campbell, who stood on the stage with a face full of disbelief. Professor Chen, do you have a misunderstanding about aortic dissection? Is it short? Chen Song pondered for a moment and smiled. It's not short. It's just that my summary is more concise. If it's too long, I'm afraid it'll be a burden and boring. Everyone heard that. Their faces were instantly filled with joy. How can it be boring? It's not boring at all. Professor Chen, if you're willing to talk, we're willing to listen for a day. The premise is that we can develop a material similar to an elephant trunk stent. We don't need to sell it for much, just a few million. Campbell suddenly realized that there was a difference between his understanding of aortic dissection and Chen Song's. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was indeed so. Chen Song's understanding of aortic dissection was indeed much better than his. When he thought of that, Campbell stopped thinking about it. The research of cardiac arrest technology had always been a very popular, slow, and risky project. If aortic dissection was a problem that had existed for a long time, cardiac arrest was a concept that was only proposed in recent years. Everyone did not expect to hear about the application of non-stop cardiac surgery in such an occasion. For a moment, their curiosity and anticipation rose again: aortic dissection and cardiac arrest surgery. The combination of these two was bound to have a strong impact on the ATTS 2020. Everyone recalled the legend of Chen Song's meteoric rise during the founding meeting of the World Society of Digestive Surgeons. All of a sudden, he was shaken. Could it be that Demon King Chen Song was no longer satisfied with the digestive surgery department? Was the world's cardiovascular surgery department going to face the fear of being dominated by Chen Song again? For a moment, everyone began to discuss among themselves. Campbell was suddenly filled with anticipation. The Department of Cardiovascular Surgery had been silent for too long. It was like a huge and calm lake. Chen Song's appearance was like a huge rock that would definitely break this tranquility and bring about new waves. Campbell looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, "I look forward to meeting you at the AATS 2020 meeting." Chen Song revealed a meaningful smile. I'm looking forward to it. Looking at Chen Song's smile, the cameraman immediately grabbed hold of this detail and started snapping photos. Looking at Chen Song's smile in the picture, the cameraman was very satisfied. This should be the demonic smile of Demon King Chen. Thinking of this, the reporter even thought of the news topic. ATTS, are you ready to be dominated by Demon King Chen? Then, it was accompanied by Chen Song's meaningful smile. The meeting was over. Chen Song looked at the eyes of the people below. He felt that the meeting in half a month would be lively. Chen Song left the stage happily. Yui and Jiang Jingyu followed closely behind. The bodyguards were also staring at Chen Song at this time, for fear of any accidents. The car was waiting outside. After getting into the car, Yui patted his chest and said with lingering fear, Professor Chen, I was afraid that those people would snatch you away. You didn't see the look in their eyes. It was like a hungry wolf seeing a little sheep. I finally know why Director Xiao brought bodyguards for you. Chen Song could not help but laugh. Back at the hotel. The phone rang immediately. Chen Song looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Director Xiao. Hello, Director Xiao. Chen Song smiled. Before Chen Song could finish his sentence, Director Chen Song and Director Xiao said excitedly, That's right. Good, good. Good. Professor Chen, good job. You've won glory for the country this time. When you come back, we'll hold a banquet to welcome you and celebrate. The country is proud of you. Xiao Runfeng was really happy. Her voice was cheerful, and she was not as reserved as before. She even sounded a little excited. She had thought it through now. As the director of the Health Commission, she should encourage anything that was good for the development of the country's medical industry. Anyone who could promote the country's medical industry should be developed and protected. In the past, she was indeed, Chen Song had such potential, a future, and a capable person. Instead of protecting him, he was helping Tan Xingyang and the others. Recalling the words of the old leader, Xiao Runfeng felt a little regretful. However, it was not too late. Xiao Runfeng knew very well what she should do in the future. When Chen Song heard Director Xiao's words, he smiled and said, Director Xiao, this is also my country. Xiao Runfeng could not help but be stunned by his words. She could not help but smile. This is also my country, Xiao Runfeng smiled and said, Well, I'll wait for you to come back. Be careful. By the way, I didn't handle the matter last time well. Before hanging up the phone, Xiao Runfeng suddenly apologized to Chen Song. Chen Song was caught off guard. Looking at the phone, Chen Song suddenly smiled. Yui and Jiang Jingyu heard Xiao Runfeng's words. It was precisely because of this that the two of them stared at Chen Song with wide eyes and were full of shock. Director Xiao actually took the initiative to apologize to Chen Song. How big of a face was this? Director Xiao was a real high-ranking official. The head of the health system. Such a person took the initiative to apologize to Chen Song. This made it hard for the two of them to believe. In the system, where would a leader apologize to a subordinate, not to mention a leader like Director Xiao? Even an ordinary section chief might not be able to do this. Chen Song looked at the two of them in shock and could not help but laugh. Why are you in a daze? Let's go, pack up and get ready to go back to Beijing. The two of them quickly nodded. To be honest, this trip to the UAE was an eye-opener for everyone. And they were very proud of it, because they saw with their own eyes the 5-starred red flag at the center of the venue. It rose the highest, the reddest, and fluttered even more elegantly. Yui could not help but say, Professor Chen, if there's an opportunity like this next time, you must bring me along. This feels great. When Chen Song was about to leave, suddenly, a Lincoln limousine stopped downstairs. A group of people came up to say goodbye to Chen Song. The car was waiting next to him. A group of people came over to shake hands with Chen Song. Even the royal family of the United Arab Emirates came. They all said goodbye to Chen Song and the others. Seeing the crowd shaking hands with Chen Song and leaving, Yui and Jiang Jingyu felt really complicated. All this time, they had also participated in many meetings. But, this was the highest standard and the most important one they had ever experienced. Strength was always the standard of whether others respected you or not. Jiang Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. This is the best meeting I've ever attended since I started working in the health system. Yui nodded. Yes. I want to attend such a meeting 100 times. The two bodyguards looked at the crowd behind them and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't want to attend such a meeting for a minute. They were really helpless when they met Xianxia, who was frantically probing at the edge. Looking at the eyes of others, they were worried more than once that these people would swarm up and detain Xianxia. After all, don't you feel guilty for keeping people in suspense? Forget it, forget it. On the return flight, Xianxia and the others were informed that they had upgraded. The group of people moved from business class to first class with a blank face. They were also given a lot of food and drinks. Tears of happiness made Yui a little lost. Ding! Congratulations, you have won first place in the medical equipment exhibition. Reward, a perfect level skill book. You can do whatever you want, according to your needs. You will get a perfect level skill book. Xianxia looked at the system reward and couldn't help but be happy. He added a perfect level skill again. And any surgery could be done. This was equivalent to Xianxia giving the patients new hope when they were faced with difficult surgeries. It was also giving himself a chance. Ding! Congratulations, the thesis impact factor is completed. Reward, proficiency in a medical equipment. Xianxia was stunned. When did I publish a thesis again? He remembered that his impact factor was still a little short. Of course, he didn't know. After Xianxia left, a report on the Medical Equipment Expo was also considered a thesis. Normally speaking, a conference speech had to be included in the thesis. At this time, Xianxia, who was sitting in the first-class cabin of the plane, certainly did not know that the news about him in the outside world had become lively again. On an international medical forum, the news of the expo had already spread, the first in the field of aortic dissection. After the article was published, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. During the exhibition, Professor Chen proposed the surgical classification of Chennai and the classification of aortic dissection. He used the Chen's elephant trunk stent technology. Together with the article in The Lancet, we found that Professor Chen's data was completely based on Chennai's standard. This gives us reason to believe that Professor Chen has formed his own set of clinical thinking about aortic dissection. From the method to the standard, then to the surgical method and skills according to each subtype, Professor Chen has walked further and further down this path. I have reason to believe that Professor Chen's understanding of aortic dissection is currently the best in the world. I'm looking forward to the AATS 2020 conference. As a great vascular surgeon, I can't wait. A well-reasoned article attracted everyone's attention. Once the article was published, countless people followed it. However, at this time, another article attracted everyone's attention again. How many years is Professor Chen ahead of us in cardiac arrest surgery? Do you still remember the mitral valve replacement from some time ago when the heart stopped beating? After Professor Chen developed this technology, he had never published a public paper. Now, only half a month before the AATS 2020 conference, Professor Chen has raised this point again. I have reason to believe that his research on cardiac arrest technology has reached a, how many years is Professor Chen ahead of us? From the president of the Society of Digestive Surgery to the AATS 2020 conference, what kind of legend will Professor Chen bring? The release of one article after another caused the experts who were planning to hold the AATS 2020 conference to panic. At this time, a photo of Xianxia and Campbell shaking hands instantly appeared on the cover of many magazines and websites. Xianxia's smile was meaningful and seemed to vaguely reveal a sense of mystery. This photo made the experts in the Department of Cardiovascular Surgery instantly panic. They just wanted to hold a proper conference. How did they provoke the invasion of Demon King Chen? 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Xianxia was constantly deified in everyone's mouth. Professor Chen's great blood vessel suture speed is only less than 40 seconds. Professor Chen's mitral valve repair surgery only takes 2 minutes. Professor Chen can complete all valve replacement surgeries without the heart stopping. Professor Chen can complete the great artery transposition surgery. Professor Chen is omnipotent. It made Anthony, the president of the World Cardiovascular Society, restless. These news made him not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he could not tell whether it was true or false. For a moment, Anthony felt melancholic. He walked to his desk, opened the safe, and took out the appointment letter and honorary certificate of the president of the World Cardiovascular Society. He looked at his name on it and stared at it for a long time with a solemn expression. He was thinking about a problem now. Should he take the initiative to retire? Otherwise, it would be somewhat awkward if he was chased out by Demon King Chen. Thinking of this, Anthony suddenly fell silent. Of course, there was one person who was really terrified at this time. Johnson & Johnson had already started a remote video conference overnight. I think that the cardio-assist circulatory cardioplegia device should be stopped in time and take the opportunity to sell the patent and separate from the subsidiary company. Is it really possible to have a non-stop heart technique? Probably, maybe. After all, Chen Song shouldn't be lying. Several shareholders were a little silent. The executive director could not help but say, let's wait. Suspend the large-scale production of the cardio-assist circulatory cardioplegia device. Contact the marketing department and see if anyone is prepared to buy the patent. Prepare for both eventualities. How much pressure was the public opinion? It was really huge. Chen Song only blew the wind at the exhibition site, but it caused the entire cardiovascular industry to be in turmoil, and in this regard, Chen Song had no idea how terrifying he was. P.S. Huff huff, it's the first again, please vote. The update was late because a keycap on the laptop fell off. For an obsessive-compulsive patient, it was too scary. I tried to fix it all night, but it was not fixed. I gave up. It's the beginning of the month, please give me a guaranteed monthly vote. The plane descended from the sky and landed smoothly. Chen Song's uneasy mood also calmed down. He had been thinking about a question on the plane. When would the system reward him with a parachute? After all, Chen Song knew that he would have to fly around in the air in the future. He would definitely become a gold card member of various aerospace companies. So, should the system reward him with a skill that would allow him to freely fall from an altitude of 8,000 meters at 1,200,000 degrees without any injuries? Chen Song repeatedly consulted the system more than 2,000 times during the 8 hours on the plane. The system was now dead. Therefore, Chen Song thought about the perfect skill book he had just obtained. Could it be used to fly a plane? Perfect gray plane piloting skill. This time, he couldn't even look at the skill book. He told Chen Song that it could only be used for surgical skills. Chen Song expressed his helplessness. His melancholy eyes revealed a hint of sadness. It made Yui a little confused. After all, an excellent man's fart smelled like cumin. If you were lucky, you could even add some chili powder. This thoughtful look was definitely because he was thinking deeply about a disease. Sigh, what kind of woman would be good enough for such an excellent person like Professor Chen? At this moment, the first-class stewardess walked in. She told Chen Song that someone was waiting for them at the airport and that they would take a special passage. Chen Song was stunned. Special passage, someone was waiting for them. Thinking of this, Chen Song looked out of the window. The image that appeared in his mind was the image of a foreign head of state waving at them when they came to visit. Chen Song suddenly began to feel nervous. When he went up the stairs, should he raise his left foot or his right foot first? When he waved, should he wave with his left or right hand? At this moment, Yui looked at Chen Song and couldn't help but ask, Professor Chen, are you still thinking about the problem? Let's go. Chen Song blushed and quickly got up. Well, there's still a small fanciful thought about the heart-beating technique. I'm thinking about it. After that, he took the lead and walked forward. Everyone was left behind. The stewardess in the first-class cabin looked at the man who was asked to take special care by the company. Her eyes were full of hints. Hearing Chen Song's words, the stewardess sighed. If she were to be with such a person, her child's IQ would be at the Harvard level, right? Thinking of this, the stewardess sighed regretfully. Since she couldn't get him, then, she would take advantage of him. As a result, Chen Song's hand was inadvertently touched countless times, intentionally or unintentionally. Finally, under the guidance of the stewardess, they got off the plane. There was no staircase. It was still a passageway. This made Chen Song a little disappointed. After passing through the passage, Chen Song finally saw the people who came to pick him up. It was none other than Director Xiao Runfeng, Minister Chao, and the accompanying staff. They were all holding flowers in their hands. Chen Song was a little touched. He was quite touched that Director Xiao and Minister Chao came to pick him up personally. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock. Seeing Chen Song and the others get off the plane, Xiao Runfang took the lead to applaud. There was no exaggerated welcome ceremony, no children came to send flowers, and no Hongqi cars with microphones. Welcome home. There was only a simple sentence. Chao Yu took the lead to shake Chen Song's hand and said with a smile. Chen Song smiled. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Chao Yu looked at Chen Song. This young man really brought him too many surprises. He was neither surprised by praise nor humiliation, neither servile nor overbearing, as if his eyes were always so calm. Not only did he have superb skills, but he could also adapt to the situation and counterattack to become the king. This was a person whose IQ and EQ were off the charts. After all, this society was complicated. What determined a person's growth was the ability to adapt to society, which included IQ and EQ. Chao Yu admired Chen Song more and more. Perhaps some people would say that Chen Song didn't make any great technological breakthroughs. He didn't invent or create any technological products that were of great significance. However, these two couldn't be mixed together. Chen Song's discoveries were not inferior to those who improved technology. Because of Chen Song's research, many patients were saved. Chao Yu couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. Come on, do a good job. Xiao Runfang also came over at this time. She looked at Chen Song and said with a smile, You've worked hard. The people around saw that the two ministers favored Chen Song so much, and they were also envious. The car was already prepared outside. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After the two exchanged greetings, Xiao Runfang suddenly said to Chen Song, Go back and rest early. I'll send someone to pick you up at noon tomorrow and take you to see someone. Chen Song was stunned. Looking at Xiao Runfang's meaningful smile, Chen Song was also a little curious. The car drove them to the entrance of the community. As soon as Chen Song arrived downstairs, Qin Yu came downstairs to pick up Chen Song. After seeing Chen Song, Qin Yu ran over excitedly and hugged him. You're finally back. Chen Song smiled. Looking at Qin Yu who was hanging on him like a koala, he suddenly felt satisfied. Even a magnificent 8-star hotel was not as warm and comfortable as home. Especially when looking at the smiling face of his beloved, Chen Song suddenly felt that as long as they were together, he could be satisfied with anything. Back in the house, Chen Song smelled the fragrance of food. Looking at the table full of hot dishes, Chen Song heard Qin Yu's stomach growling. He couldn't help but look at Qin Yu with heartache. You guy, you waited for me until now. Qin Yu blushed and shook his head. No, I'm on a diet. You did so much to lose weight? Yes, I wanted you to try them all, so I made them all for you. Hee hee. The next day, Chen Song went to the emergency center as usual. The holding of the expo didn't attract much attention. Most people didn't even know much about this conference. After all, medical equipment seemed to be two different fields from medical conferences. More than 90% of doctors didn't know much about the development of medical equipment. But after reaching a certain level, they could participate in it. At least when they reached the level of a department director and had the ability to introduce new equipment, they would learn about it. Also, if your professional skills were profound, you could give suggestions to medical manufacturers and become the technical consultant of these international companies. Or, you could become an academician and certify and approve new drugs and new equipment. Therefore, bioengineering and medical clinic seemed to belong to the same family, but they were in different fields. But everyone knew that Chen Song went out to attend an international conference. Although this conference wasn't very famous. After all, a conference like the Medical Equipment Expo didn't have the standard to be recorded on CCTV. This was because this kind of conference was also partly commercial. Most of the participants of this expo were medical equipment companies, and the nature of the conference was also of commercial publicity. Thinking about it carefully, when did CCTV broadcast this kind of news? The price of being ignored was that there was no place to show off. This made Chen Song, who had won first place, feel suffocated. After a busy morning, Chen Song had no time to find someone to show off. After finally resting, everyone sat in the office to rest. Chen Song looked at old Ma. He felt that he should take the initiative, so he couldn't help but ask, Leader Ma, aren't you going to ask me where I've been these 2 days? When Ma Yuehui heard this, he immediately became vigilant. He coughed, "Oh. You're not here? I didn't notice." Chen Song was suddenly speechless, he almost suffered internal injuries. This move was really ruthless. When did this silly Ma learn to be so smart? Old Ma glanced at Chen Song and saw his constipated face. He suddenly became happy and couldn't help but laugh. "Song, do you know who invited me for lunch? Are you bringing me?" Old Ma sighed. "Logically speaking, with our friendship, I should bring you. But today is a business matter, not a private matter, so there's no other way." At this point, Old Ma lowered his voice mysteriously and said to Chen Song, "The leaders of the Capital City Municipal Committee and the Health Committee want to invite our Sharp Knife Group to a banquet." Chen Song heard. "Why?" Old Ma was a little proud at this time. "Why? Because of our contribution last year, we won the title of Capital First Aid Pioneer. Of course, we have to participate." When Chen Song heard this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Amazing. He was really impressed. After all, this title was given by the competition. Chen Song knew how tired the members of the Dagger Group were every day. This meal was not undeserved at all. However, looking at Old Ma's smug look, Chen Song was still a little unhappy. Not long after, Old Ma's phone rang. Old Ma got up and went out to answer a few calls. After returning, he said to Chen Song with a red face, "We're going to the Great Hall for lunch today. You must have not been there, right? Hey. If you go, I'll take a photo for you. Although you can't go, you can use it to show off in the future." Speaking of this, Old Ma looked at Chen seriously. "Song, I promise you that you can use my photo to show off." Chen Song was stunned. Eating at the Great Hall of the People, holy sh*t. Chen Song was really jealous this time. This Ma Nahan was actually so awesome. In Chen Song's impression, the Great Hall of the People was a sacred place. After all, this was the place where the state banquet was held. Of course. What Chen Song did not know was that the Great Hall of the People would also be open to the public, but the price was not cheap. But the meaning was different. Hosting a banquet in the Great Hall of the People was clearly treating him as a national hero. Naturally, it gave off a different feeling. Seeing Old Ma leave happily, Chen Song was truly envious. It had to be said, how could one not get their shoes wet if they stood by the river for a long time? He had been pretending to be by Old Ma's side for so long, and it was not easy for Old Ma to pretend to be him. At this time, Yu Yonggang walked out in a suit. In the summer. Chen Song was a little doubtful. Was it not hot? Soon, Li Yu, Su Aiqing, and the others walked out one after another. All of them were in formal wear. Old Ma smiled and looked at Chen Song. "I'll take a photo for you." Chen Song glared at Old Ma fiercely. Yu Yonggang and the others could not help but laugh. However, it had to be said that everyone valued this banquet very much. Not long after Ma Yuehui and the others left, Chen Song's phone rang. "Professor Chen, where are you?" Yu Yi's voice came through. Chen Song also missed the few days in his life when he had a secretary. "I'm at the emergency center." Yu Yi heard and quickly nodded. "Oh, please wait a moment. We'll be right there." Chen Song was curious. "What's the matter?" Yu Yi said, "Director Xiao asked me to come and pick you up." Only then did Chen Song remember that Director Xiao had meaningfully said that someone wanted to see him yesterday. Not long after, an Audi slowly drove over. After Yu Yi got out of the car, he waved at Chen Song. "Professor Chen, get in." After Chen Song got in the car, he asked curiously, "Yu Yi, where are we going?" Yu Yi smiled and said mysteriously, "The Great Hall of the People." Chen Song was stunned. "Why are we going there?" Yu Yi said matter-of-factly, "Of course we're going there to eat." Chen Song was stunned. Today, Director Xiao of the Health Commission and Minister Chao of the Ministry of Science and Technology are going to officially welcome you. Yu Yi lowered his voice. "Professor Chen, I heard that there's a leader who wants to see you today. They're going to invite you to the Great Hall of the People. You're amazing. I can't say anything about this treatment." Chen Song could not help but gulp. Leader, how big was this? A leader who could make Director Xiao and Minister Chao accompany him was definitely at that level. This was a core member of the management team. It was different from Director Xiao and the other departments in charge. Although they were all ministerial level, the difference was huge. The general health, technology, and cultural rights were definitely different from those of a feudal official like Kong Xiangmin. And this kind of leader was actually inviting him to a banquet. For a moment, Chen Song was really flattered. After parking the car, Chen Song stopped and looked at the majestic and solemn great hall of the people. He paused for a moment. He did not expect that there would be a day when he would be invited to a banquet here. It was his first time here. Chen Song followed Yui inside. The floor was paved with marble, and the surrounding pillars and pilasters were inlaid with peach marble. It gave people a dignified and noble feeling. Although it was not as magnificent as the Abrabi Palace Hotel, it seemed to have a faint sense of nobility that nothing could compare to. Yui pointed to the top of the building and said, "This is the reception hall. There is the largest painting in the great hall of the people. The mountains and rivers are so beautiful." Yui took Chen Song to take a look. At first glance, Chen Song could not help but be shocked by the magnificent and soul-stirring feeling. This was created by the famous painters Fu Baosher and Guan Shangyue based on the old man's Qing Yuan Chen Shui. The theme was written by the old man himself. Chen Song nodded silently and looked up. He stopped for a few minutes, and Yui did not disturb him. This was the pattern, right? The Tang sect and Song Zhu were slightly inferior. Heroes still depended on the present. Chen Song could not help but be shocked by this kind of "the mountains and rivers are so beautiful." When he looked back again, his eyes were filled with a different kind of fighting spirit. This scene happened to be seen by a hale and hearty old man in his 60s. "Leader, this is Chen Song." Xiao Runfeng smiled and pointed to the front. The old man smiled and nodded slightly, not bad. Xiao Runfeng was slightly stunned. He and Qiao Yu looked at each other and were a little surprised. Just a glance could make the leader give a good evaluation? Inside the private room, there were only 5 people at the table. Chen Song, Xiao Runfeng, Qiao Yu, a bespectacled scholar, and a hale and hearty old man. Yui didn't come in. After arriving at the door, she smiled at Chen Song and got up to leave. "Professor Chen, I can't enter this place." However, when Chen Song saw the old man, he was really shocked. He was a frequent guest on CCTV. Chen Song didn't expect this old man to treat him to a meal. Thinking of this, Chen Song was a little uneasy and even flattered. The old man was exactly the same as on TV. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, suit pants, and his hair was neatly combed. Although the wrinkles on his face showed his age, his spirit showed that he was old but vigorous. Looking at Chen Song, the old man didn't put on airs. He smiled and nodded, "Please sit." Chen Song quickly thanked him. "Don't be restrained. Today is a welcome dinner for you." Chen Song was a little restrained. He really couldn't let go. Xiao Runfeng introduced Chen Song. "This is the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the president of Mount Qilian. Professor Chen, you will have to interact a lot in the future." Chen Song got up and shook hands. Chen Song was a little emotional. This table was filled with ministers and the highest level was national level. He could be ranked at the same level. Where could he find such a standard? The menu in the great hall of the people was very simple. Old Ma had already sent the menu over. But Chen Song found that the dishes on his table seemed to be different from Old Ma's. The old man asked Chen Song a lot of questions. Chen Song answered them one by one. They were all family matters. He had more to do with his life and work. It made Chen Song feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. This sense of distance disappeared all of a sudden. Originally, he thought that this kind of big shot would be majestic without being angry. However, he didn't expect that the person at the table was just a kind old man. During the meal, they even talked about old Master Qin. The old man suddenly smiled and said, "I heard that you are very good at diagnosing diseases. You can diagnose diseases with just a pair of hands. If you have time, you must give me a good physical examination." As people get older, their bodies tend to deteriorate. When it came to professionalism, Chen Song also let loose. He nodded and said with a smile, "Sir, if you need anything, you can call me at any time." Xiao Runfeng smiled and said, "Sir, Professor Chen is now a member of the Central Healthcare Committee. I can ask him to be your healthcare consultant. The old man smiled. Let's talk about it when we reach the capital. After that, the old man looked at Xianxia. Dongyang is not bad. As a central city, it's a transportation hub. The general secretary said that young people should be brave and brave. Dongyang has great potential. Keep up the good work. I'll visit Dongyang when I have time. I hope I can bring a different kind of medical treatment to Dongyang. Xianxia nodded. The meal was very relaxing. There was no test, no restraint, and it was very casual. At the end of the meal, the old man suddenly asked Xianxia, "You did a good job this time. You won glory for the country. The country can't let you down. What reward do you want?" Xianxia blushed and shook his head. Reward, he really didn't want it. However, the old man's courteous treatment today made Xianxia have lofty aspirations. For a moment, Xianxia blurted out a sentence. "You treat me like a national hero, so I will repay you with a national hero." As soon as Xianxia said this, everyone at the table suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at Xianxia and was stunned for a moment. After hearing this, the old man's face lit up. "Open the wine." After hearing this, the man behind him quickly said, "Sir, now you." The old man laughed heartily. "In this situation, there must be wine. Don't drink too much. Only the scenery. You treat me like a national hero, so I will repay you with a national hero. Young man, come, let me toast you." As he spoke, the old man raised his wine glass to Xianxia. After Xianxia heard this, his face turned red and a wave of heat rose in his chest. Before the wine was served, he was already drunk. In the world, how many people could be toasted by the old man, Xianxia didn't know. The others quickly raised their wine glasses and drank it in one gulp. "Okay. Young man, if there's anything, come to me. As long as it's good for the people and the country, I'll support you. I'll also be your backing." After that, no one drank another glass of wine. Before leaving, the wine was taken away by Xianxia. He wanted to go back and drink with his father-in-law and father. The wine had the logo of the Great Hall of the People. After coming out of the Great Hall of the People, Xianxia followed behind the old man. The old man repeatedly reminded Xianxia. On the other hand, Yu Yonggang had just come out of the Great Hall of the People with the members of the Sharp Knife Group. Everyone was a little excited and emotional. After all, being invited by a leader in such a place was an honor that could be bragged about for a lifetime. Not to mention old Ma, even Yu Yonggang felt his blood boil. On the other side, the capital's mayor was still at the side. The director of the Health and Wellness Commission was also chatting and laughing with a few people. After coming out, the mayor was stunned when he saw the group of people in front. He quickly bid farewell to Yu Yonggang and the others. Even the leader of the Health and Wellness Commission saw his direct superior, Director Xiao. The two of them quickly jogged forward. Yu Yonggang looked at the 5 people in front and frowned slightly. "Why do I feel that person looks familiar?" Su Aiqing couldn't help but say, "Isn't that Director Xiao? Who's next to her?" Li Yu couldn't help but say, "I think it's that leader." Old Ma couldn't help but say, "No wonder they were in a hurry to catch up." At this point, Old Ma smiled and picked up his phone. "I'll send a photo to Xianxia and let this guy see what the Great Hall of the People looks like." After saying that, Old Ma took a selfie with himself in the Great Hall. Then, he said to Su Aiqing, "Come, let me take a picture of this background." After taking the photo, Old Ma sent it to Xianxia with satisfaction. Xianxia's phone rang. When he saw the selfie sent by Old Ma, he was about to reply in disdain. After all, he was here today. However, he suddenly saw that the photo taken by Old Ma seemed very familiar. He kept zooming in on the photo, it had to be said. The camera of the Huawei Mate 30 was really too good. After Xianxia zoomed in, he could clearly see his face. He was still very handsome. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He picked up his phone and replied to Old Ma, "Take a look after zooming in." After Old Ma received the WeChat message, he didn't understand. What did he mean by taking a look after zooming in? Could it be that Xianxia meant, life is full of ups and downs? Don't bully the young for being poor. Thinking of this, Old Ma almost laughed out loud. however, at this moment, he zoomed in on the photo. Suddenly, old Ma suddenly realized that there was a familiar face in the photo. That face, it was so damn annoying. At this moment, old Ju suddenly said, "Hey? Look, isn't that Chen Song between Director Xiao and the leader? P.S. There are still 2 more chapters. It's a little late, begging for monthly votes at the beginning of the month, begging for monthly votes, as an unmarried child in his 30s, begging for a gift." Yu Yonggong's words attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the young man was really familiar. Whether it was his height, figure, or clothes, he was very familiar. That should be Chen Song, Su Aiching said blankly. She was very familiar with Chen Song's Meters Bonwei t-shirt and Uniqlo pants, as well as the pair of most valuable running shoes. Who else could it be if not Chen Song? Speaking of this, everyone was stunned. Why was Chen Song here? This was the great hall of the people. Moreover, the people beside Chen Song were Director Xiao and the leader of the Health and Wellness Committee. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other. Why is Chen Song here? Everyone shook their heads and looked at old Ma. After all, old Ma was the person who was most familiar with Chen Song here. And at this moment, Chen Song's heart was more complicated. It was like a knife twisting. Initially, he thought that he had finally succeeded in acting tough. Who would have thought that he would still be defeated by Chen Song? This time, old Ma was really convinced. Could a Meters Bonwei and Uniqlo enter the banquet hall? How could he chat and laugh with the big shots at the ministerial level and even the national level? What kind of realm was this? Old Ma was very disappointed for a moment. At this time, he just happened to see Chen Song shaking hands with the capital mayor and the leader of the Health and Wellness Committee. Several people's hearts were quite sour. What kind of evil thing did Chen Song do to deserve such a high standard? Chen Song said goodbye to everyone at this time and walked towards Ma Yuehui. He said with a smile, "Director Yu, Group Leader Ma, hello everyone." Everyone smiled and nodded. "Xiao Chen, you're here too?" Chen Song nodded naturally. "Yes, it's inconvenient to take out my phone when eating, so I didn't tell everyone." After that, Chen Song winked at Ma Yuehui, and Ma Yuehui turned his head away angrily. He, Ma Yuehui, would never admit defeat. After Chen Song returned to the department, he decided to start training everyone on the classification of aortic dissection. The lecture was held. After all, although this technology hadn't been widely spread, it wouldn't take long for many people to know about it. He would definitely announce it during the AATS 2020 cardiovascular conference. Instead of doing that, he might as well train everyone as soon as possible. The glass of wine in the afternoon did not have much effect. It was probably the same amount as 2 bottles of Xianxia water. What needed to be done was done, and what should be done was done. After the surgery was over, Chen Song stopped everyone and was about to start training. Suddenly, a phone rang. "Professor Chen, the Public Security Bureau is here for you." The call was from the nurses' station. Xianxia seemed uneasy. After all, this group of people had arrived in an aggressive manner. Moreover, the other party had kept the matter a secret. Chen Song was stunned when he heard that. "I didn't do anything wrong." While Chen Song was hesitating, a man's voice rang out. "Professor Chen, I'm Jiao Ling from the Chaoyang District Public Security Bureau. We need your help with something. Do you have time now?" After hearing the other party's introduction and purpose, Chen Song breathed a sigh of relief. Jiao Ling was the deputy chief of the Chaoyang District Public Security Bureau. After Chen Song returned to Beijing, he had helped diagnose a patient at the emergency center. After Chen Song heard that, he asked, "Is it urgent?" Jiao Ling nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's a matter of life and death." After hearing that, Chen Song immediately said, "Okay, wait for a moment. I'm in the operating theater. I'll be back soon." After hanging up, Chen Song looked at the 12 people sitting in the room and could not help but say, "Today, I have a task for everyone. Today, I have a mission for everyone. When you go back, read all the types of aortic dissections. From tomorrow onwards, I'll be talking about the classification of aortic dissection." After hearing that, everyone frowned slightly. The classification of aortic dissection? Obviously, the news of Chen Song using the classification of aortic dissection at the exhibition in the United Arab Emirates had not spread to this place yet. This group of older children, who did not know how lucky they were, did not understand the sadness and fear of Anthony, the president of the World Cardiovascular Association. They also did not know about Campbell's anxiety. If these people heard that Xianxia was going to give a lecture, they would definitely travel thousands of miles to come here. Xianxia did not care about them. He stood up and left the operating theater. After returning to the office, Xianxia saw 4 to 5 police officers standing in the emergency room. Jiao Ling was pacing back and forth. He was obviously anxious. When he saw Xianxia coming back, Jiao Ling hurriedly went up to him. "Hello, Chief Jiao." Xianxia went up and patted Jiao Ling on the back. Jiao Ling turned around and looked at Xianxia. He quickly said, "Let's go, Professor Chen. Follow me to the Public Security Bureau." Xianxia could not help but ask, "What's going on?" Jiao Ling frowned and took a deep breath. "It's a bit complicated. Let's talk in the car." Xianxia was stunned. He followed Jiao Ling outside. At this time, 2 police cars were parked at the entrance. Xianxia and Jiao Ling got into the car in front. Jiao Ling could not help but say, "Recently, there was a murder case in Chaoyang district. During my investigation, it seemed to be the same as the 2 cases that the city's criminal police team was investigating. But now, we can't investigate any further. Because now all the evidence seems to prove that the victim died of natural causes. Now we suspect that the crime method of these 3 cases is exactly the same. Because the forensics center gave the result that they all died of illness. Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" After Xianxia heard this, he frowned slightly. "You suspect that the crime was committed by a professional?" Jiao Ling frowned and nodded. "Yes, that's right. I found a few experts, but they couldn't give me any accurate information. There's no way to investigate the case now. It seems that all the clues are moving towards death from illness." Speaking of this, Jiao Ling thought of the victim's family. He could not help but clench his fist. "I must find the murderer. I hope Professor Chen can help." Xianxia could not help but say, "Chief Jiao, I can only say that I'll try my best. After all, I don't know much about forensics. I can only help you determine the cause of death from a doctor's point of view." As they spoke, the group of people walked towards the city's criminal police team. At this time, the criminal police team was also discussing the case. Jiao Ling and Xianxia stood aside and looked at some photos on the projector. On the stage was a man in his 50s. He was constantly analyzing the situation of one of the patients. The victim, male, 51 years old, the owner of a renovation team. Nausea and vomiting due to unconsciousness. The family suspected food poisoning. The patient was found unconscious this morning and was sent to the hospital. The hospital diagnosed a hepatogenic coma. The treatment failed and he died. The patient had a previous physical examination and had no history of illness. Therefore, the family reported this hepatogenic coma. The old forensic doctor in his 50s explained the man's situation in detail. The captain of the criminal police team began to analyze. He immediately dealt with the cause of death and interpersonal relationships of the deceased, forming a clearer picture. However, Xianxia fell into deep thought after hearing this. Since the deceased was healthy, he was diagnosed with hepatogenic coma. What was going on? What could cause acute liver failure? At this time, Xianxia did not look at the big screen to think about interpersonal relationships, cause of death, who was the suspect, and so on. One question he was thinking about was, what was the cause of the deceased's coma? He felt that as long as he found this reason, he could find the cause of death of the deceased. Sometimes, forensic doctors and doctors did the same work. They both needed to find the cause of the patient's illness or cause of death. However, one was for treatment. The other was to save the truth. Soon, after the introduction, everyone turned to look at Jiao Ling and Xianxia. "Chief Jiao, who is this?" The deputy chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau looked at Xianxia and asked with some confusion. Jiao Ling introduced, "Chief, this is Professor Chen, a doctor in the emergency department of the emergency center. He was the one who solved the previous incident, so I came to find him." After the middle-aged man heard this, he frowned slightly, but he still nodded. He frowned because he was worried that the news would be leaked, but when he thought of Jiao Ling's character, he felt that Jiao Ling would not make this mistake. The man glanced at Chen Song and could not help but ask, Professor Chen, do you have any thoughts after reading it? Chen Song shook his head. Can I see the patient's hospitalization records? As soon as he said this, the surrounding team members looked at Chen Song and waited for the chief's instructions. Su Chutai frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly said, give it to him. Chen Song took the case and read it. There were many possibilities of unexplained coma. There were cardiogenic, pulmonary, hepatogenic, renal, pancreatic, blood system, and so on. Although it looked messy, if one thought about it carefully, they would find many clues. Chen Song's sensitivity to test results was unfathomable. Chen Song's perfect-level analysis ability, combined with old Master Feng's inheritance, allowed him to have his own views on the various indicators of the human body. After reading it once, Chen Song frowned slightly. He asked, did the victim drink alcohol before he died? As soon as he said this, everyone nodded. There was nothing surprising about this. After all, this had been mentioned when he was explaining the case. At this time, Chen Song suddenly asked, give me the medical records of the other two victims. Since they suspected that it was a serial case, they had to find the answer from the connections. This time, after Su Chutai thought about it for a while, he asked someone to bring the other two people's file bags. These two cases had been put on hold for more than half a year, and there was no breakthrough yet. If it weren't for this incident, no one would have thought of these two cases. Chen Song asked everyone to move the things on the table away and began to analyze the death appraisal and medical records of the three people. This time everyone quieted down. Although everyone was skeptical, they were still experts brought by Jiao Ling. Now, it was difficult for them to move forward with their case. They had no idea where to start. Maybe Chen Song could find some clues. Thinking of this, everyone began to look forward to it. These test results were basically normal, otherwise, they wouldn't have been diagnosed as hepatogenic coma caused by unknown causes. The three cases were surprisingly similar. The symptoms of the deceased were basically the same before they died. They were all suspected to be food poisoning. The cause of death was coma. And they all died in the hospital. But the difference was that one was hepatogenic, one was nephrogenic, and one was pulmonary. 3 people died from unexplained fainting. However, they were from 3 different hospitals. This should have nothing to do with the hospital. As for the profession, what was it related to? Su Chutai wasn't sure if there was a direct connection between the 3 cases. The time was staggered by half a year. The reason why they could be connected was that his many years of experience as a criminal police officer made him keenly smell the difference. However, they couldn't guarantee whether there was a relationship or not. The medical examiner believed that the 3 cases were not related. After all, one was hepatogenic coma, one was nephrogenic, and one was pulmonary. If the 3 were not related, it would obviously affect everyone's judgment when they were put together. But what if there was a connection? So, now they were in a dilemma. They had also invited a lot of experts, but they couldn't give a satisfactory answer. Looking at Chen Song's young face, to be honest, Su Chutai didn't have much hope. Just when everyone was sleepy, Chen Song suddenly said, "Have you checked what they ate and drank before they died? In the most recent case, the deceased drank alcohol before he died and suffered from food poisoning. Have you checked the alcohol?" Su Chutai looked at the vice-captain of the criminal police team. The vice-captain quickly said, "Yes, the alcohol is original." The family member said that the family member bought it personally. It was just opened and there was an invoice. "We have also verified it." After Chen Song heard this, he nodded slightly. Where did he drink? The deceased was the boss of the renovation team. After the completion of the project, he drank in the renovated house when he paid the bill. After Chen Song heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly took the medical records of the other 2 people and looked at them. After a while, Chen Song said, "These 3 people are very likely to have died by the same method of death." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at Chen Song. Su Chutai's eyes were like torches. Years of experience in the criminal police team made him look dignified. He stared at Chen Song. "What do you mean?" Chen Song continued, "I don't know much about handling cases. But I know medicine. The cause of death of these 3 people may be the same. They all died of poisoning. The word poisoning suddenly made the hearts of all the policemen in the office tighten. If this was really the case, it would be dangerous. A serial murder case. Professor Chen, can you be more detailed? Chen Song suddenly said, do the patients still have blood samples? Yes, there are. Chen Song nodded, check trichloroethane and dichloropropionol urgently. Su Chutai quickly arranged, check it quickly. These samples were not in the police station, but in the hospital. After the patient reported the case, 2 tubes of blood were stored in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Now it really came in handy. The staff members quickly began to make arrangements and made a phone call to him. After the hospital learned about it, they also quickly began to check the blood samples. The office quieted down again, everyone was waiting for the results to come out. P.S. It's late again, huff huff, delivered at 5 p.m. Looking for monthly votes. Thank you to Yi Duo for the 10,000 tip. Thank you. The process of waiting for the results was anxious, but it was also filled with anticipation. If it was really as Chen Song said, that the 3 murders were all done in the same way, and that they were all poisoned to death, that would be a big case. Serial. Thinking of this, Su Chutai became alert. This was the capital, not other places. Security was very important. In today's society, there were relatively few cases of using violence to curb violence. Instead, there were more and more crimes with high IQ and professional methods. The emergence of this situation put more and more pressure on the public security system. At this time, night had fallen. The few police officers in the office were a little sleepy. Analyzing the case like this was actually very tiring. Someone took the lead and lit a cigarette. Everyone followed suit. Su Chutai threw a cigarette to Chen Song. It's too late, Xiao Lu. Order some supper. Dr. Chen, what do you want to eat? Chen Song lowered his head and continued to look at the few people's test reports and medical records. He didn't even raise his head and said, anything is fine. Chen Song rarely smoked, almost never, but he didn't mind others smoking. Su Chutai gave Jiaoling a look and returned to the bureau chief's office. The few police officers in the room were chatting. Smoke lingered. It was like a gloomy cloud. The level of danger, work intensity, and pressure of the criminal police team were not inferior to that of a doctor. However, the atmosphere here was much more casual than in the hospital. Especially after Bureau Chief Su Chutai left, everyone even started to joke. This case was handled like a forensic doctor, Qin Ming. Fast. Haha, Professor Chen's surname is Chen, not Qin. Chen Song said with a smile, my wife's surname is Qin. Everyone didn't expect Chen Song to joke. They were suddenly amused. It eased the serious atmosphere. A young criminal police officer looked at Chen Song and joked, Dr. Chen, are you afraid when you see a murderer? Chen Song stared at him and said seriously, the number of lives that I have personally taken should be more than 2 digits. Those that I witnessed with my own eyes, maybe more. That sentence made the room quiet down. Everyone looked at Chen Song and only then did they realize, that's right, talk to the doctor about a dead person. Wasn't this just looking for a beating? Meanwhile, in the office, Su Chutai and Jiaoling sat opposite each other. This Dr. Chen is so young. Yes, young and promising. Old Jiao, do you think so highly of him? Is it really as powerful as you say? You'll know soon enough. At this time, a policewoman knocked on the door. Su Chutai said, come in. Chief, Professor Chen's information is here. The policewoman handed over the documents in her hand. The policewoman originally wanted to call Chen Song by his name, but, after reading his information, she had no choice but to respectfully address him as Professor Chen. This person is really amazing, young and promising? No, being young and promising was an insult to him. The weight of this word was too light. But Professor Chen was too important. The policewoman closed the door of the bureau chief's office after she came out. Looking at Chen Song from afar, she had a good impression of him. Perhaps this good impression would turn into worship. Alright, you guys should smoke less. It's not easy to earn some money, and you're sending him to the hospital when he's old? The policewoman couldn't help but say, Professor Chen doesn't smoke, and you guys don't have to be polite. The policewoman's reprimand made everyone laugh. Yo, are you concerned about us or feeling sorry for Professor Chen? Seeing everyone jeering, the policewoman brought a cup of coffee. Professor Chen, have some water. Thank you for staying up with us. Chen Song smiled. Thank you, I'm used to it. It's nothing. On the other side, in the office, Su Chutai put out his cigarette in the ashtray and picked up Chen Song's information. Years of frontline work made him always vigilant. After seeing Chen Song, although he was familiar with Jiao Ling, he couldn't help but investigate Chen Song. Jiao Ling knew Su Chutai very well and knew that he believed in evidence, not verbal explanations. But just as he picked up the information, Su Chutai was stunned. This piece of information was really heavy. Just a glance, Su Chutai stared at Jiao Ling. Old Jiao, can you invite this person? Jiao Ling blushed. I didn't have a choice, did I? I personally brought him to the emergency center. I didn't expect Professor Chen to give me face. Su Chutai couldn't help but nod. Chen Song really gave him face. He gave him too much face. For a person of his level, even if Su Chutai was directly rejected, he would have nothing to say, let alone Jiao Ling. Look at this resume. President of the World Society of Digestive Surgery. Leader of the Pancreatic Surgery Group of the Chinese Medical Association, Honorary Chief Editor of the Chinese Journal of Cardiovascular Surgery, a journal directly under the Ministry of Science and Technology. If these academic positions were not important, the next two really shocked Su Chutai. Central Health Committee. Healthcare consultant of the Central Health Bureau. The meaning behind these two rules was not ordinary. After Su Chutai finished reading, he was really shocked. He didn't expect Chen Song to have so many honors at such a young age. What was even more unexpected was that Jiao Ling could invite such a capable big shot. Thinking of this, Su Chutai couldn't help but give Jiao Ling a thumbs up. Great, Comrade Jiao Ling. I, Su Chutai, really admire you this time. If you bring people to forcefully bring Chen Song back today, tsk tisk, looking at Su Chutai's teasing tone. Jiao Ling also blushed. To be honest, he was really determined to bring Chen Song to help today. Even if he had to beg him to come. But looking at Su Chutai's tone, Jiao Ling sneered without batting an eyelid. Huh. With my relationship with Professor Chen, why do I need to use force? Su Chutai looked at Jiao Ling bragging without blushing and couldn't help but say, is that so? Then I'll ask Professor Chen to treat my mother another day? Why don't you do me a favor? Jiao Ling laughed. This is different. Public and private matters are separate. Su Chutai, you're the deputy bureau chief. You can't abuse your power for personal gain. Su Chutai rolled his eyes. Get lost, don't put a label on me. If we're not close, then we're not close. What are you bragging about? Do you think I don't know you? Jiao Ling was not convinced. What about me? Unfamiliar. The first time, familiar the second time? Did I say something wrong? Su Chutai laughed. His mood was also much better. After all, with an imperial doctor like Chen Song joining, their chances of solving the case might be much higher. He didn't expect to be able to invite an amazing person like Chen Song to join. Thinking of this, Su Chutai couldn't help but stand up and rub his hands. Jiao Ling, you really did a great job this time. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Why do I feel like the case is about to be solved? Jiao Ling blushed. Call me Jiao Ling, don't call me Jiao Ling. Hearing this, Su Chutai immediately laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. In the time it took to finish the lunchbox, his phone rang. When the old forensic doctor received the call, he asked the young policewoman to call Chief Su. Chief, the results are out. When Su Chutai heard the news, he was overjoyed. The results were out, he quickly got up and walked outside. Jiao Ling followed closely behind. Hello, this is Su Chutai. Chief Su, the patient's results are out. Su Chutai was inexplicably nervous. Blood trichloropropane content is 8200 ng/ml. Blood dichloropropanyl content is 7671 ng/ml. The concentration of these two toxins has exceeded the lethal dose. As soon as he said that, Su Chutai's expression changed. After hanging up the phone, everyone stared at Su Chutai. The office was quiet again. Su Chutai looked at Chen Song. He was really impressed. He was able to point out the problem at once. How much time did that save them? The value of Chen Song's words directly led to the development of the case. Was this really the strength of the Central Health Committee? As he thought of that, Su Chutai felt a little relieved. After a while, Su Chutai said to Chen Song, "Professor Chen, the results are out. Trichloropropane 8200 ng/ml, dichloropropanyl 7671 ng/ml. The other party said that the concentration of these two toxins has exceeded the lethal dose." What does that mean? As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. He guessed it? No, it was not a guess. It was a guess. Chen Song only asked Su Chutai about two indicators, and both indicators were problematic. Moreover, they were lethal doses of toxins. What did that mean? This clearly meant that Chen Song already had a conjecture about these cases. That was too amazing, right? Everyone turned to look at the young Dr. Chen, who liked to joke with everyone. At this time, Chen Song sighed slightly. Was that really the case? At this time, the old forensic doctor was also a little uneasy. He glanced at Chen Song. His initial disdain had long since disappeared and was replaced by admiration. Then, he could not help but ask, "Professor Chen, what is your speculation?" Chen Song sat there and said, "Although the three patients seem to have died of natural causes, there is no suspicion of foul play. But in fact, this should be a kind of poison that is more secretive and not easy to be detected by normal detection. Although the three of them don't seem to be related, one of them is in a coma due to hepatogenic disease, one is in a kidney disease, and one is in a lung disease. Their deaths seem to be unrelated, but in fact, they are all caused by the same kind of poisoning." Su Chutai and the others immediately listened to Chen Song's explanation patiently. Chen Song paused for a moment. "Actually, I don't know much about how you solve cases, but I feel that I can tell you about this kind of poisoning and the symptoms of the illness. I hope it will be helpful to you." Su Chutai nodded. "Professor Chen, please speak slowly and in detail." Su Chutai had a habit of thinking about the tension of the case when others were talking. This kind of indirect approach to solving a case always had a miraculous effect, but Su Chutai's words surprised the entire office of the Criminal Police Unit's police officers and captain. Because Bureau Chief Su was the Deputy Bureau Chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, he actually addressed Chen Song as you. After all, Bureau Chief Su was usually upright and plain-spoken, and he didn't like flattery. The appearance of this you surprised everyone a little. However, now was not the time to think about this. Everyone was waiting for Chen Song to reveal the mystery. Chen Song said at this time, "If I'm not wrong, these three patients with seemingly different causes of death are all rare ingredient poisoning. And rare ingredient poisoning, the case fatality rate can reach 100%. Moreover, the key is that this kind of poisoning will continue to worsen within 72 hours, and then suddenly die. The case fatality rate is as high as 100%. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression suddenly changed. There was actually such a poison. As an emergency doctor, poisoning was one of the first skills that Chen Song acquired. To be honest, he didn't expect to encounter any other use other than clinical diagnosis. Not to mention using it in solving cases. It was a little unbelievable just thinking about it. At this time, Chen Song explained, "Rare ingredient isn't a poisoning route. It can be absorbed through the respiratory tract, skin, and digestive tract. The key is that rare ingredient doesn't have a special antidote. After drinking the rare ingredient, the patient's symptoms will be lighter for 48 hours. Those with a better physique will basically have no symptoms. Those with a normal physique will mainly have dizziness, headaches, burning abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and other symptoms. This kind of behavior is particularly similar to alcohol poisoning, but also more similar to old stomach disease and food poisoning. If not treated in time, after 72 hours, a sudden illness will occur and death will occur. The case fatality rate is 100%. As soon as these words came out, the policewoman from earlier quickly said, "That's right. Professor Chen, that's it. When we contacted the hospital and the family, this was the case. The patients were basically fine for the first 2 days, but on the third day, their condition suddenly worsened. They fell into a coma and lost consciousness, until death. Because the time of admission was too short, even the cause of death was not clear. Suchitai's face darkened. This kind of crime is too professional. The technique is so sophisticated that the doctors and family members didn't feel anything unusual. The family members of the first two victims didn't even realize that this was murder at all. They really thought that they had died of illness. If Bureau Chief Jiao hadn't been so careful, we probably wouldn't have discovered this situation. At this point, the atmosphere in the office suddenly fell into a horrifying atmosphere. The criminal police officers also clenched their fists. They hated this kind of professional crime to the core. Even Chen Song was a little emotional. This kind of technique is really professional. Because the ingredients of the rare ingredient are mainly benzene and its compounds, acute poisoning is also due to the lipophilicity of benzene. It affects the redox function of nerve cells, affects neurotransmitters, and anesthetizes the nervous system, causing the heart, kidney, liver, and other organs to fail. As for the two substances just now, one is very soluble in water, and the other is soluble in alcohol. The taste is not too strange either, so it's very easy to poison. These things are crimes. If the doctor doesn't understand the disease, it will cause serious consequences. Chen Song said all that he needed to say. Suchitai's mind was working quickly. In his mind, he kept classifying and summarizing the possible suspects related to the three victims. After a while, Suchitai said, "Prepare for the meeting." "Oh right, Xiao Lu, send Professor Chen home first." At this time, Suchitai smiled and said, "Professor Chen, you've worked hard today. If it weren't for you, we don't know how much progress we would have made." After sending off Chen Song, the criminal police unit office fell into silence again. Everyone who should have been happy was not happy at all. Now that Chen Song joined the team, the truth gradually emerged. But because of that, they also saw the truth. It was so outrageous. To commit such a professional crime, they had to be constantly precise with the criminal clues. They had to constantly analyze and organize according to the context map, mission clue map, and so on. At this time, the criminal police unit captain could not help but ask, "Chief Su, what's the background of this Professor Chen?" Suchitai glanced at the captain and could not help but say, "Amazing, right? Amazing. We've been doing it for 2 days without any results, but he came to a conclusion in 2 hours. That's too crazy. I think he's quite young." "Yeah, that's amazing. Chief Su, hurry up and poach him. You can hire him with a high salary. After all, with him around, our efficiency in solving cases will definitely increase by a lot." "That's right, Chief Su." Several police officers nodded and sighed with emotion. Suchitai saw that everyone wanted to poach Chen Song, and he also felt bitter. How could Chen Song be an ordinary person? If everyone could poach him, it would be amazing. Suchitai looked at his old buddies and did not hide it. He smiled and said, "Not just me, even the boss of our system can't pull him over." Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard that. "Is that possible?" "That's right." Suchitai saw that everyone did not believe him and could not help but say to the female police officer, "Xiaomi, show everyone Professor Chen's information. Don't talk nonsense after you see it. Don't cause trouble for Professor Chen." Everyone chuckled. Of course, they understood this. The female police officer put Chen Song's information on the projector. Suddenly, everyone saw some of Chen Song's information. After seeing it clearly, everyone was dumbfounded. What world-class president, what China-level team leader, what chief editor, the most important thing was the Central Health Committee behind it. This information scared the hell out of everyone. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, is there a mistake? After all, they were just joking with Professor Chen. Everyone was chatting casually without putting on airs. This was too low-key. For a moment, Chen Song's face appeared in everyone's mind. They immediately exclaimed, "Awesome. That's F*King awesome. He really doesn't put on airs." Now, everyone finally understood what Chief Su meant. Professor Chen was not even 30 years old. With such achievements, why would he join the Public Security Bureau? Wasn't he digging his own grave? If the boss of the Public Security Department went to look for Chen Song, the boss of the Health Department was not stupid. He would definitely stop him. when Su Chutai saw everyone's expression, he couldn't help but say, "Okay, it's good that you know. Consider this a benefit from me. You may be able to get in through the back door when you go to see a doctor in the future." No one appreciated it at all. They all retorted, "Boss, don't jinx it." Exactly. Su Chutai glanced at the crowd and chuckled. Then, he clapped his hands and immediately stopped smiling. He said to everyone, "All right, let's get back to business. Now, let's continue to discuss the case. We need to finish it within 3 days." After returning home, Chen Song put down his keys and heard Qin Yu talking on the phone. Qin Yu would call Ji Ruyun every 2 days. During this period of time, when they were discussing the marriage, the calls had become more frequent. In addition, Qin Yu's work schedule was basically the same as their department director, Sun Guanyu. As for Qin Yu, Sun Guanyu did not dare to use him carelessly. After all, in a sense, she was half a master's wife. Every time he thought of this, Sun Guanyu felt pain and joy. After all, Qin Yu's case analysis would come up with new ideas from time to time. As a result, the weekly difficult case discussion almost became Qin Yu's special lecture. Therefore, the department naturally had to protect him like a protected animal. As a result, Qin Yu was now the Qin Yu of the General Surgery Department of Union Medical College Hospital. Especially after knowing that Qin Yu was about to get married, Sun Guanyu gave her enough time to prepare. Naturally, the other girls in the department were not convinced. "Teacher, when I was in school, you told me by name that I was not allowed to get married and get pregnant." "That's right, teacher. You said that I was not allowed to have children during my postgraduate studies." In the face of these doubts and resistance, Sun Guanyu always smiled magnanimously. Then, he smiled and asked, "Do you have a partner?" With one sentence, Qin Yu's senior sisters instantly suffered 10,000 points of true damage. It was 2F** king realistic, not to mention that it was difficult for a female doctor to find a partner. If a female doctor was given an additional major, it must not be a doctor. Because this meant that the chances of finding a partner were once again reduced, Sun Guanyu felt very helpless about this. To be honest, he did not really want to tell the truth. After all, the truth was always too hurtful. Generally speaking, when postgraduate students were looking for mentors, the mentors liked boys and did not want girls. Of course, it did not mean that the mentors liked boys. The main reason was that when a girl reached the age of a master's degree, she was basically preparing to get married and have children. However, many mentors were relatively busy, so the students had to be busy as well. However, if a girl was pregnant, she would have more than enough work to keep her busy, but her uterus would not be enough. Therefore, many mentors would use this as a condition to talk to the students from the beginning. They would ask the students if they could accept not having children during their studies. As for Qin Yu, Sun Guanyu admitted that he was a coward. Moreover, he was a coward. From the perspective of public opinion and morality, Sun Guanyu could even say that he respected his teacher's wife. When he saw Chen Song return, Qin Yu glared at him and pointed at the clock on the wall. "What time is it?" Chen Song smiled foolishly and did not quibble. Qin Yu held the phone and did not vent her anger on Chen Song. Instead, she put her hands on her hips and pouted angrily. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Chen Song smiled awkwardly. When Ji Ruyun heard this, she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Chen Song is back?" Qin Yu replied angrily, "Yes, he just came in." "What time is it?" Ji Ruyun smiled. "You're back so late. It must be hard on you. You have to take good care of Chen Song. He's so tired every day, and he still has to run around." Ji Ruyun blabbered on and on. Qin Yu was speechless. He couldn't help but complain. "Mom, whose mother are you?" "I'm your biological daughter. Why are you siding with an outsider?" Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, Qin Xiaoyuan's faint words came from the phone. "When it comes to siding with an outsider, you mother and daughter are very consistent. The angle you're using is also very good. P.S. There's more tonight. Please vote. Thank you to Guagua10086 for the 20,000 tip. Thank you. As for ending the chapter and killing the hostage, I feel so wronged. Where did the monthly votes go? Begging for monthly votes, haha, oh, right. I don't seem to have a chapter to talk about these few days. It's a special day. Don't panic. So, please vote. I'm so panicked. Xianxia heard his father's voice coming from the other side. His tone was mixed with helplessness and sorrow, and there seemed to be a trace of resentment. He sounded like a resentful woman who had been neglected in the palace. Xianxia suddenly sighed and said to Ji Ruyun, "He's too busy. Now, at the beginning of every month, the only collective activity we have is to sit together and look at the schedule. It's too difficult for us to sit together and look at the schedule to find differences." Ji Ruyun also smiled. "That's enough, yeah. You're already considered lucky. Do you know why your father doesn't want to do surgery?" Xianxia was stunned. She had never thought about this question. Why? Ji Ruyun reminisced about the days back then and couldn't help but laugh. "When we were dating, your father had just entered the department. Your father wasn't good at anatomy, so my job was to be his model every day. Other people are affectionate when they're dating, but when we were together, he was basically looking at my sternocleidomastoid muscles and reviewing his central venous puncture points. At that time, I felt like an emotionless specimen. But your father isn't very sensitive to bone markers and anatomy. At that time, we were practicing physical examinations together, but his brain just couldn't wrap itself around it." When Lao Qin heard his wife complaining about him, he couldn't help but mutter and didn't know what to say. Ji Ruyun smiled and said, "Medical students are busy. It's fine as long as we understand each other." Xianxia nodded. "Yes. We're both in the capital, but it feels like a long-distance relationship. We've already registered our marriage, but it feels like a fake one. I'm still alone at home. The frequency of dates isn't as timely as the consultation. We've pushed the movie date from May 1st to now. The happiest thing every day is him doing his PowerPoint presentation and me reading my book. Once, we agreed to eat Haidaleo together. In the end, when we were waiting outside, we were reading a guidebook and forgot to eat. We read for 2 hours, haha." Ji Ruyun and Xianxia got along quite well. Although it couldn't be said that they talked about everything, they basically talked about everything. Of course, Xianxia didn't think that Chen Song was busy. She also complained to her mother from time to time. Ji Ruyun was an experienced person and could give Xianxia a satisfactory answer every time. Although Chen Song was excellent, he was too busy to take care of Xianxia. Ji Ruyun's appearance also just happened to make up for this point. Chen Song came out of the bathroom with a smile. Xianxia came over and hugged Chen Song. "Hubby, let me give you a massage. Thank you for your hard work." Early the next morning, Chen Song acted as a model husband and specially cooked breakfast for Xianxia. She had a hard time last night. Don't ask why. If you ask, you just don't know. The refrigerator in Chen Song's house was very big. It had 2 doors and was filled with food. Xianxia, who lived independently, was the happiest thing about buying a big refrigerator. However, Chen Song had been thinking about what to do with the refrigerator when he moved away. After all, it was a pity to throw away something that cost more than 10,000 yuan. After thinking about it, Chen Song found a good solution. That was to buy a house and put all the things he liked in it. Yes, this was a good idea. After accompanying Xianxia for breakfast, Chen Song came to the hospital early. The morning was busy. Chen Song's arrival contributed a lot to alleviating the morning rush in the emergency department. At this time, 2 aunties were quarreling over there. Both of them were not young. Looking at the depth of the wrinkles on their foreheads, Chen Song was estimated to be in his 60s. "My family uses olive oil. Who uses soybean oil? It's too low grade. Olive oil? Studies have already said that olive oil smells too much and is not good for the body. Worship foreign things. TSK. You don't understand. We're learning foreign technology." The argument between the two became more and more intense. The people around them tried to persuade them. However, everyone in the country knew that aunties quarreling was the most dangerous in the country. It was the most difficult to persuade them. It lasted the longest and affected the widest range of people. Looking at the two of them, they were quite good. "You're good. You're good. Your old man has high blood pressure?" Tisk, it's better than your old man having heart problems all the time. High blood pressure is a chronic disease. It turned out that the two of them knew each other. They were neighbors. Coincidentally, the two old men had slept well last night and had heart problems. They had just woken up in the morning and rushed to the emergency department for treatment. Xianxia had just measured the two old men's blood pressure and did an electrocardiogram. Before he could prescribe medicine, the fat nurse, Lu, ran in. Professor Chen, they're quarreling outside. Xianxia was stunned. They're quarreling? Call security. Call me. I can't solve it either. Lu was chubby and had a round face. Even if she did not put on makeup, her face was still rosy. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu looked troubled. Professor Chen, the security doesn't dare to touch them. They're two aunties in their 60s. And, when the two patients heard that it was two aunties in their 60s, they looked at each other and their expressions changed. This was not rare. They had seen it many times before. The two of them must be quarreling again. At this time, Lu continued, Professor Chen, it's useless even if we try to persuade them. They're more professional than us. We can't solve the problem at all. Even Dr. Zhang can't solve it. As they spoke, Xianxia got up and walked outside. The two old men followed closely behind, blushing as they ran outside. They were so old, yet they did not find it embarrassing. They were quarreling all the way to the hospital. The two of them went out to take a look. Sure enough, who else could it be but their wives? Immediately, the two of them hurried over. All right, stop quarreling. Can't you keep it down? Quarreling in the hospital. Why are you quarreling? If you want to quarrel, go home. You guys can quarrel wherever you are. The two aunties were stunned. She said that your heart disease was caused by me feeding you food. She said that I don't know how to take care of my health. I watch health programs every day. You say I don't know how to take care of my health? You just don't know. A country bumpkin is talking nonsense. Learn from foreigners. You're a Chinese. If you don't have problems learning from foreigners, who will? It looked like the two of them were about to quarrel again. Xianxia quickly mediated. All right. Everyone, quiet down. Calm down. We can talk things out. The two aunties glanced at Xianxia. He was not even as old as Dr. Zhang, who had come to mediate. They could not help but glance at Xianxia. When Xianxia saw this, he quickly said, If you have any questions, you can ask me. I might be able to explain it to you. One of the aunties could not help but say, Doctor, I'm not joking. I'm not as good as you in treating patients, but I'm more professional in taking care of my health. Xianxia smiled. He really didn't know much about health maintenance. When the auntie saw this, she immediately said, Look at how capable you are. Don't other doctors know more than you? After listening to the health maintenance program for a few days, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Xianxia hurriedly stopped them. All right. Tell me. Perhaps I can explain. An auntie said directly, Doctor, tell us. Does the oil I used to cook have anything to do with my old man's coronary heart disease? I'm using olive oil now. Dr. Zhang finished the conversation. Aunties, it's really nothing. As long as you eat regularly and eat normally, the oil consumption is moderate, it won't affect your life. However, when the auntie heard this, she couldn't help but complain, What do you know? My old man rarely uses oil, but he still has hyperlipidemia. Dr. Zhang blushed when he was rebuked. Xianxia looked at the two old ladies who were being serious and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He finally understood the situation of the two of them. This was a classic case of serious syndrome. If you said it simply, she would think that you were skilled. When dealing with such patients, what you had to do was very simple. You had to use advanced knowledge to conquer them. It was just like in the movie Bandit Dr. Knock. In a rich town, there was a doctor named Barry. When people were sick and came to him, he would always say not to take medicine or give them some simple medicine. However, everyone felt that Barry was not skilled. In the end, after the protagonist came, he acted out of character and promoted medical jargon that they didn't understand. He used simple diseases to trick people into spending a lot of money, but everyone felt that the protagonist was very good. Of course, the situation was different from the movie, but Chen Song felt that it was similar. Just as Dr. Zhang said, there was no problem with eating normally and using oil. As long as it wasn't excessive, it would be fine. But these two aunties felt that they knew more after watching some popular science programs. Therefore, they had the mentality that doctors didn't know as much as they did. An appropriate amount of oil was not a problem in itself. Moreover, the history of China's diet was basically the history of oil use. Oil was an important source of essential fatty acids and vitamin E. Of course, just as the two old ladies said, consuming too much oil would definitely greatly increase the risk of obesity, coronary heart disease, and diabetes. This was also the reason why people who ate takeout now were more fat, the China's Culinary Association's latest expert opinion. Currently, in the market takeout, there were 8 cuisines, 302 dishes, and there was nearly 10 grams of oil for every 100 grams. A normal person should not consume more than 30 g a day. Thinks is behind that number. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with the two old ladies. Wasn't it? Chen Song couldn't help but smile. He had a plan in his heart. He had never been afraid of anyone in terms of seriousness. What oil do you usually use? Chen Song asked with a smile. Exquisite blended oil. Auntie said proudly. Chen Song smiled. The latest research shows that compared to the people who don't use refined blend oil, the people who use refined blend oil have a 42% increased risk of type 2 diabetes. By t-tests, TT's 32% for lard and 36% for peanut oil. These are the latest conclusions of the Adaptive Nutrition Development Research Institute. So, my advice to you is to use soybean oil for cooking as much as possible. If you replace the oil with a spoonful of soybean oil every day, it can reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes by 3%. Sure enough, Chen Song's words were reasonable, with data, thesis, and professional vocabulary. It made everyone around him dumbfounded. The auntie who was quibbling just now was even more speechless. She looked at this scene and couldn't speak for a long time. After all, once an expert made a move, one would know whether or not he was an expert. Compared to those folk doctors, Chen Song was a professional doctor. He was more convincing. The aunties couldn't help but say, "Doctor, is olive oil good? I've seen overseas people using olive oil." Chen Song couldn't help but shake his head. Olive oil? Don't you think it's choking? The latest research found that during the cooking process, the concentration of fine particles produced by olive oil is the highest. Moreover, using a multipath laboratory model, the results show that its sedimentation rate is as high as 26.2%. So, using olive oil for cooking is not a wise choice. Instead, it will increase the incidence of various respiratory diseases. When the auntie heard this, she suddenly blushed. But I've seen people use olive oil overseas. The people who were originally here to join in the fun also gathered around at this time. After all, today's quarrel had broadened their horizons. They didn't expect cooking oil to be so particular. The two aunties were really convinced at this moment. After all, it was the first time they saw someone who could explain these things so thoroughly. Doubt? Impossible. He was so professional that even Dr. Zhang was dumbfounded. The young nurse in front of the nurse's station looked at Chen Song with stars in her eyes. She seemed to have an indescribable admiration. Dr. Chen is so understanding. Yeah, having a husband like Professor Chen is definitely a blessing. I think I should ask Professor Chen tomorrow if I use sanitary napkins. Shame. Shameless. 2A. On this side, the two aunties were speechless by Chen Song's words and stopped quarreling. They sat there as if they were doubting life. After all, after being exposed, it was too embarrassing. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Chen Song was satisfied and called it a day. In terms of showing off, Chen Song had never met a match. Today's two aunties were just the appetizer of today's meal. Chen Song felt that today would be a full day of showing off. However, at this moment, a middle-aged woman couldn't help but stand up. Doctor, how should I use oil? Chen Song turned around. He said lightly, olive oil has a lot of smoke and fumes. You can learn from Western cuisine and use it to mix with salads. Peanut oil has a lot of smoke and fumes. It can be used as the main ingredient in cooking. Soybean oil can replace other oils and reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes. Sesame oil, pepper oil, and chili oil actually taste good. It's a good combination. But, you must use it in moderation. After saying that, Chen Song turned around and walked towards the office. Next patient. This set of actions made the aunties extremely envious. How good it would be to have such a son-in-law, what a pity, P.S., late again, cough cough. At the beginning of the month, please vote. The first day I can't see your messages, I miss you. What was medicine? Chen Song felt that medicine was the science of the human body. It was a subject that was closely related to the human body's basic necessities. Chen Song liked medicine. Not only did he like surgery, but he also liked to study the secrets of life. Take cooking oil for example. Although a reasonable choice would not significantly improve one's life, it might affect one's health to a certain extent. However, the human body was such a process of subtle influence. Although Chen Sung liked to joke, he would never lie to patients about these issues. Hint, it's all data in the thesis. Don't worry about whether it's true or not. Use it without worry. Take the cooking oil theory just now as an example. This was also the conclusion that Chen Sung came to after reading more than 10 research papers. It was originally Chen Sung's birthday gift for Xianxia next year. But he did not expect to use it today. Chen Sung actually prepared a lot of gifts for Qinyu, who was about to become the mother of the family. For example, how to use seasonings to reduce the impact of the luxurious gout purine meal on the human body, how to use different detergent to reduce the damage to the skin on the hands. Yes, Chen Sung felt that Qinyu would definitely like his gift. Sigh. The life of a doctor was so boring. In the morning, in the operating theater of the cardiovascular surgery department of the Emergency Medical Center Hospital. Since Chen Sung promised to teach Su Ziming the technique of the elephant trunk stent, he had already performed 3 surgeries until today. However, Chen Sung realized that Su Ziming's progress was really limited. Looking at Su Ziming's clumsy actions, Chen Sung was so angry that he was sweating. When Su Ziming saw this, he quickly signaled a young nurse with his eyes. The young nurse saw the director's pleading gaze and quickly nodded. She took the initiative to take a step toward Professor Chen. Chen Sung could not care about anything else. He could only wipe the sweat on the young nurse's shoulder, but he did not dare to stop what he was doing. However, when he wiped the sweat, Chen Sung smelled the faint mint fragrance on the nurse's body. It was mixed with a soothing fragrance that made people happy. While Chen Sung was wiping his sweat, he suddenly felt much better. Seeing that Chen Sung's eyebrows had loosened, Su Ziming also heaved a sigh of relief. This bottle of perfume was not given for free. You. What do you want me to say about you? This is a typical Chen-type aortic dissection surgery. It's appropriate to use the elephant trunk stent technology, but the stent, Chen Song shook his head in disappointment, and his tone eased a lot. Li Baoshan, Meng Shi, and the others were stunned when they heard about Chen's type aortic dissection. Teacher Chen, this. What is Chen type 1? Yeah, we know Chen Ifa, but we've never heard of Chen type 1. Chen Song was stunned. What Chen Ifa? He suddenly remembered that he had planned to tell everyone about the classification of the aorta yesterday, but it was delayed because he went to the Public Security Bureau. He heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, the new classification criteria. Let's find some time to talk about it this week. At this moment, a phone rang. Chen Song's personal phone nurse said, Professor Chen, it's Department Director He. Do you want to answer it? Chen Song nodded. Put it on public speaker. The phone nurse was an intern nurse, but Chen Song's surgery was because all the nurses in the operating theater were fighting to come, and even the head nurse wanted to come and join in the fun. As a result, the interns in this batch did not have time for male and female nurses. This young nurse successfully became Chen Song's personal phone nurse because of her sweet voice. She also worked part-time as a customer service. Originally, the young nurse had her own emotions. After all, she was here to learn the skills, not to answer the phone. She had a temper. However, After a few days of phone calls, she found that many doctors' attitudes toward her had a 180-degree change. Even the department directors sometimes came to curry favor with her. Their purpose was to get Dr. Chen to answer the phone. After all, Chen Song was basically focused during the surgery, and he basically did not hear the phone calls. At this time, the role of the phone nurse was reflected. After the young nurse picked up the phone, she said gently and sweetly, "Department Director Professor Chen is in the surgery. The phone is on public speaker now. Please speak." He Ziqian heard the voice of the phone nurse. He quickly said, "Professor Chen, we found a liver transplant donor." Chen Song was instantly delighted. "Oh? So fast?" Liver donors were very slow, they had to queue up. There were many people in the country who needed liver donors every day. If they went through the official channels, they would definitely have to queue up. There was another problem involved here. If patients with liver cancer wanted to be treated, they had to undergo a liver resection. After that, they would need a liver transplant. There were so many people who needed a liver transplant, where could they find so many liver donors? This was a very big problem. However, it had been less than half a month since Wang Dong's car accident. Had they found a donor so quickly? Thinking of this, Chen Song frowned slightly. "Is there a problem with the liver?" He Ziqian nodded. He did not expect that he could not hide anything from Professor Chen. He could not help but say, "Yes, the liver donor is from Hangzhou. The patient died yesterday. It was originally sent to a patient in 302 hospital, but after it was sent, the liver donor evaluation was average, so the other party gave up. Now, the patient doesn't have any ideas. Do you want to bring this liver over for evaluation?" At this point, He Ziqian sighed regretfully. To be honest, liver donors were not easy to come by. Losing one might be equivalent to losing a life. After Chen Song heard this, he shook his head helplessly. He knew it would be like this. Finding a liver donor was a very troublesome thing. It was basically impossible to find one in half a month. Of course, the rich and the powerful were never within the rules. After all, sometimes, money and power could change many rules. "How long has the liver been frozen for?" Chen Song took a step back and asked. He Ziqian looked at the report. The liver has been frozen for 15.1 hours. It is estimated that it will arrive at our hospital in 30 minutes. Even if the surgery starts immediately, it might take 16 hours. Before He Ziqian finished speaking, everyone in the operating theater sighed slightly. To be honest, how high was the success rate of the surgery with 16 hours of frozen ischemia? Moreover, this did not include the texture of the liver, whether there were clots in the liver, and other complicated conditions. After all, as long as the liver was frozen for more than 12 hours, the liver would cause chronic changes in the liver tissue due to long-term ischemia and hypoxia. Usually, doctors and family members would not use such a liver donor. After all, they spent a lot of money, and the surgery fees were not small at all. Using such a liver for surgery was just asking for trouble. Of course, there were also many people who had to try the surgery because they could not afford to delay it. If it was in the past, after He Ziqian obtained such a liver source, there was a high chance that he would give up. He would not even ask, because he was not confident that he could perform such a surgery well. However, the situation now was really special. Firstly, the patient wanted to reserve a liver source, and the time might have to continue to be delayed. The patient's liver could not hold on for too long. According to Chen Song's estimation, the patient had about a month to find a liver source. However, for an ordinary person, how could it be so simple to find a liver source? Many liver sources could not be found in time even if the price was clearly marked on the black market. This was still under the situation where He Ziqian was secretly helping. Therefore, He Ziqian asked the liver source to be sent over because of this. However, there was another main reason, and that was Chen Song. He Ziqian did not know why, but he had an inexplicable trust in Chen Song. The moment Chen Song agreed to perform a liver transplant for the patient, He Ziqian was full of confidence in Chen Song. Although it was a little blind, therefore, after receiving the news of the liver source, He Ziqian contacted Chen Song as soon as possible. "So, Teacher Chen, should we?" He Ziqian's words put the choice in Chen Song's hands. Chen Song stopped what he was doing at this time. His expression was a little solemn. To be honest, the most difficult thing for a doctor was to make the most suitable choice at this time. This choice was also made for the patient. It might not be the most correct choice, but it had to be the most suitable one. Chen Song kept recalling the latest data analysis in his mind. According to the latest liver transplant statistics in 2019, after the surgery, very few liver sources that had been frozen for more than 10 hours would fully recover. Basically, all kinds of problems would occur. This was a great test of the doctor's ability and skill. Should he give up, however? How long would it take to change after giving up? Could the patient hold on until the next one? These were all realistic questions. At this moment, Chen Song hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try." The weight behind it was very heavy. Chen Song didn't know if he could bear it. Go and contact the liver source. Wait for me. I'll talk to the patient and his family. When He Ziqian heard this, he was both happy and worried. He was happy that Chen Laosher was never one to boast. Since he had said so, he must be confident. He was also very happy that Wang Dong was saved. After all, he had personally witnessed this man's transformation from despair to hope. As a doctor, he really didn't want to ruin his last hope. But to be honest, it was impossible for him not to be worried. He could tell that Teacher Chen didn't dare to make any guarantees. After hanging up the phone, the operating theater fell silent. Everyone stared at Chen Song, as if they had something to say. Li Baoshan couldn't help but say, "Chen Song." Chen Song turned around and looked at Li Baoshan. "Director." Li Baoshan looked at the determination in Chen Song's eyes. He shook his head and didn't say much. "Good luck." That's right, at this moment, other than good luck, what else could he say? However, Li Baoshan continued, "Don't you know Director Zhou Hongguang? He's in Beijing. Give him a call. He might be able to help." Chen Song's eyes lit up when he heard that. He smiled. "Thank you, Director. I got it." After Chen Song finished the elephant trunk stent operation with Su Ziming, he looked at everyone. "Can it be done?" Everyone nodded. "Don't worry. Go quickly." Mengshi also said, "Madam Chen, you're getting more and more long-winded." Everyone chuckled. Chen Song stood up and left. After Chen Song left the office, everyone looked at Su Ziming. "Director Su, you have to treat us tonight. If it wasn't for Nurse Xiaoyu, Teacher Chen would definitely scold you until you doubted your life." Nurse Xiaoyu was the nurse who wiped Chen Song's sweat. Su Ziming smiled proudly. "You bunch of mortals, this is all my arrangement. I even bought Xiaoyu's perfume." Suddenly, everyone couldn't help but kick up a fuss. "Oh, I'll look for Director Zhao tomorrow to report the situation. I'll say that Director Su bought perfume for a nurse in the operating theater. Director Meng, quickly smell what brand this is." Mengshi took a deep breath. It's not cheap. It's the latest Dior brand. It costs at least 2,000. When Su Ziming heard that, he immediately blushed and changed the topic. All right. Stop kicking up a fuss. You know that your sister-in-law is easily jealous. If she finds out, I'm really done for." Su Ziming and Zhao Danyan had a conflict not long ago. It had only been a few days. If she knew that he bought perfume for someone else, she would punish him for a month without distinguishing between right and wrong. "By the way, you said that Teacher Chen really knows how to perform liver transplants?" "Teacher Meng, Director Li, you know him very well. Tell me," Su Ziming could not help but ask. Mengshi sighed. "I don't doubt that Chen Song knows anything." "Director Su, do you know why Chen Song criticized you today?" Su Ziming shook his head. Mengshi sighed. In Chen Song's eyes, learning a surgery only requires 3 steps. Step 1, observe a surgery. Step 2, assist in a surgery. Step 3, complete a surgery independently. When I taught him pericardiectomy, he didn't know how to cut open the first one. He was still confused about the second one, but he had already surpassed me in the third one, so, he criticized you because he didn't know how to do it after teaching you 3 times. Everyone could not help but roll their eyes. What was there to say about such a monster, other than lamenting that he was a pervert? What else could they say? After all, did they say that he did not know how to perform a liver transplant? That was simple, he would observe one first, and then another. Yes, he could do it. Move aside, thinking of this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Forget it, let's perform the surgery. Li Baoshan smiled. He was a little worried about Chen Song. After coming out of the operating theater, Chen Song picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Hongguang's number. Zhou Hongguang was the best doctor in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery that Chen Song knew. The director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of 301 Hospital. Associate academician, he was one step away from becoming an academician of the China Academy of Engineering. Chief Zhou's ability was worthy of recognition. It didn't take long for the call to be picked up. Haha, Xiao Chen. You brat, I thought you didn't even call me when you came to the capital. Zhou Hongguang said with a smile. His tone was very polite to Chen Song. Chen Song also smiled and said, Director Zhou, I don't want to disturb your academician competition. You can't be discouraged at such a crucial moment. At this point, Zhou Hongguang paused. He seemed to have something to say. But he didn't say it out loud. By the way, Xiao Chen, you didn't call to invite me to dinner, right? P.S. Someone asked if the chapter on cooking oil was real. It was true. Moreover, the data was real. It was the result of real research papers and professional books, so everyone could use it without worry. This was also the purpose of the book. Everyone, don't worry. Thank you to Guogua10086 for your 10,000 tip. You became the leader of this book and added 3 chapters. Thank you to Dabi, Zahaha for your 10,000 tip. Thank you. Chen Song could tell that Zhou Hongguang had something to say. However, it was not the time to discuss whether he was an academician or not. When he thought of this, Chen Song said, Chief Physician Zhou, there's something I need to trouble you with. When Zhou Hongguang heard this, he immediately became serious. What is it? There's a patient in our hospital who needs a liver transplant, but there's a problem now. The liver has been frozen for more than 15 hours, and the surgery will start for almost 16 hours. I'm not confident, and I need your help. Do you have time? Chen Song then told him about Wang Dong's situation. Send me the time and location on WeChat. I'll go down and drive. When Zhou Hongguang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He was also a little uneasy. However, when he heard Chen Song's request for help, he agreed without hesitation. When Chen Song heard this, he was instantly touched. He was really touched. Now, Zhou Hongguang was at a critical moment in the election for an academician. He would rather be safe than have anything happen to him. This was especially true for high-risk, unexpected, or controversial surgeries. Otherwise, it would be easy to get into all kinds of trouble. However, after Chen Song finished speaking, the other party came over decisively. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could do. After Chen Song ended the call, he hurried to the General Surgery Department's intensive care unit. He Ziqian was waiting for Chen Song at the elevator. The liver is already on the way. It's estimated to arrive in 30 minutes. Chen Song nodded and strode forward. At the same time, he said, I'll take a look at the patient. Prepare the critical condition notice and informed consent form for me. Thank you. Wang Dong's physician in charge was a senior associate chief physician in his 40s. He was very skilled and was very strict in his work. When he heard Chen Song's words, he quickly got up and went to get the form personally. At this time, Chen Song arrived at the intensive care unit. Wang Dong's wife was beside him. She held his right hand tightly with both hands as if she was afraid that he would disappear in the next moment. Wang Dong, who had narrowly escaped death, looked at the world with his eyes wide open. He was reluctant to leave. He really did not want to die. He admitted that he was a coward in the face of life. He was so insignificant that he was even willing to be as lowly as an ant. He only hoped that the heavens would give him a chance to be an ordinary person with a healthy body. He hoped to use this body to bring warmth to this family. After losing something once, one would know how to cherish it more. Wang Dong understood, but after losing it once, he had to face another permanent loss. This kind of attachment was painful. This kind of thing would wear down a person's willpower and make them as insignificant as dust. His wife was sitting on the stool while Wang Dong was half lying on the bed. Their hands were just holding each other's hands without any communication. From time to time, their eyes would cross each other's. Wang Dong hurriedly avoided them, afraid that he would burst into tears. His wife felt a little helpless. Helplessness and despair filled her heart. She had tried her best and looked for many liver sources, but they were either confirmed or could not match. She was really scared and desperate. But she did not dare to cry, because wasn't she his pillar of support now? Director, he said that based on the current situation, Wang Dong could only hold on for 2 more weeks. If he still couldn't find it, there was no hope for him. She wanted to cry but had no tears. There was no need for great power to defeat a person. It only needed to be realized when there was no way out. Just like that, their eyes were filled with guilt. They both felt that they had let each other down. Both of them were deeply in love, but they did not say a word. Their expressions and attachment could only be seen from their tightly clenched hands. Chen Song stood at the door and sighed silently. He took the informed consent form and walked inside. Seeing Chen Song enter, the woman quickly stood up. "Professor Chen, you're here." The patient, Wang Dong, also quickly nodded and forced a smile. "Professor Chen." Chen Song nodded. He took Wang Dong's medical record and looked at his condition. Then, he suddenly frowned. It really could not be delayed any longer. Now, the liver's metabolism was basically maintained by drugs. It even caused some abnormalities in the blood system. The pancreatic protease also had a strange change. The patient might not be able to hold on for much longer. Chen Song glanced at Wang Dong's wife. Before he said anything, she was already sobbing. Chen Song suddenly did not know what to say. "Professor Chen, you're a big shot. I beg you, please save Wang Dong, okay? I really can't find a suitable liver source. I'll pay for it. I'm willing to sell my house. I beg you." Wang Dong's teeth were tightly clenched. His lips were trembling, but his snot and tears were already flowing down together. He was a man of steel. He was calm even when his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. But he was afraid of his wife's tears. Unfortunately, the lips and teeth of the husband and wife were cold. This time, Wang Dong could not help but open his mouth. However, he could not make a sound for a long time. Chen Song saw this and quickly said, "Don't worry. I'm here today to talk to you about this. We found a liver source." When Chen Song said this, Wang Dong and his wife were instantly stunned. "Doctor." Wang Dong's wife was about to kneel down in front of Chen Song. She was really scared. Chen Song hurriedly said, "Can you listen to what I have to say? The current situation is like this. There's a liver source. Now, the time of frozen ischemia is 15.5 hours. Generally speaking, for a liver source that has been frozen for more than 10 hours, the effect of the surgery may be mediocre after the liver transplant. It's very rare for the liver to recover completely. So, I'm going to explain the situation to you now." After Chen Song explained the situation of the liver, he explained everything clearly. After he finished, Wang Dong and his wife fell silent. After a while, Wang Dong and his wife looked at each other. They said in unison, "Dr. Chen, we believe in you. Let's perform the surgery." Indeed. It was better to live than to die. No one knew when the liver source would be found. In this situation, they really could not delay it. Some patients, such as patients with liver cancer, could be delayed slightly. However, Wang Dong could not be delayed. At this time, Chen Song took out the notice of the patient's condition. "We invited Professor Zhou Hongguang from 301 Hospital. He's an authority in the field of liver surgery. Of course, I can't guarantee anything. But, we'll definitely do our best. Trust us." Wang Dong took the notice and said with a smile, "Professor Chen, without you, I'd be dead. Although I'm not satisfied to be able to live until now, I also understand that all of this is not so easy to get." As he spoke, he wrote his name on every page seriously. Then, he looked at his wife. "Honey, thank you. If I The woman kissed the man on the lips and cried. "Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Hongguang sat in the car. He had been a little absent-minded. Being an academician was a lifelong academic achievement in China. It was also the highest academic achievement. When a doctor was in his 50s, his dream was no longer to make a lot of money. Instead, he hoped to leave his name in history and become an academician. For most academic workers, being an academician meant entering the legendary Hall of Fame. This seemed to be the lifelong goal of an academic worker. Joining was equivalent to being recognized. It completely met the high-level needs of human beings. But now, academician Zhou Hongguang encountered a serious problem. Although on the surface, the selection of academicians had nothing to do with the number of people. As long as you met the criteria, had major engineering projects, won the 3 major awards, etc., you could basically lock in the position of an academician. But, the key was the unspoken rule under the rules. Although there was no explicit rule, everyone secretly followed the rule, which was that there could only be one academician of the Academy of Engineering in a subdiscipline of medicine. In fact, this unspoken rule had only started to appear in recent years. Because academicians could retire, that's right, the academician retirement system was proposed in recent years and gradually began to be implemented. In fact, 15 years ago, the average age of academicians was about 63 years old. So far, the average age of new academicians had been reduced to 54 years old. It could be said that a team of young and energetic academicians was forming. In 2018, the higher-ups clearly proposed to steadily and orderly promote the retirement of academicians. This was to solve the problem of aging academicians from the root, to select more outstanding young talents into the academician team, and to maintain the vitality and motivation of China's scientific research. In order to innovate in the system, courage and belief were indispensable. Changing the old rules was a manifestation of the party and the government's courage to innovate. This was a good thing. However, now it became that the old academicians couldn't go down, and the new academicians couldn't go up. Although it was said that they had to retire at 70 years old, there were a lot of academicians who were 80 years old. The most important thing was that the existing old academicians in the same subdiscipline had veto power over the new academicians. When the new academician came up, the old academicians would gradually retire to the second line. This was a complicated mechanism. It seemed ridiculous, but it actually existed. However, it did indeed promote the younger and more creative academicians. Zhou Hongguang was now 55 years old. Not young anymore. In all walks of life, the old people would give in to the newcomers. Zhou Hongguang watched the red light turn green. He released the brake and stepped on the accelerator. Chen Song's case description just now appeared in his mind. As a successful surgeon, when he needed to save the situation, he needed to have the ability to quickly read the case. Meanwhile, in the office of the General Surgery Department, He Ziqian's phone rang. "Director He, the liver will be delivered in 10 minutes. Not long after the call ended, Chen Song's phone received a WeChat message. It was from Zhou Hongguang. "Xiao Chen, I'll be there in 10 minutes. When Chen Song received the news, he was overjoyed. "Arrange for surgery." He Ziqian was happy too. He had heard of Zhou Hongguang before. He was the director of the 301 Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery and a 55-year-old associate academician. In fact, in other industries, the youngest academician was only in his 30s. However, it was impossible for the medical industry to do so, because when you're in your 30s, it's impossible for you to produce results. At that time, you're still a beginner in the martial arts world. When you're in your 40s, you'll be a senior doctor. Only then will you have the ability to think independently. You need 10 years to improve yourself and make your own achievements. When you're in your 50s, it's the peak of a doctor's academic achievements and influence. He Ziqian quickly called the operating theater. "Prepare for surgery." On the other hand, Wang Dong did not look at his wife before he left. When he was changing his clothes, his wife carefully performed the surgery. It was very grand. The operating theater was not an execution ground. However, it was a place full of joys and sorrows. Wang Dong said, "You don't have to be so serious. You're dressed so carefully. The doctor will have to take it off for you." His wife smiled and did not say anything. In the operating theater, Everyone was very serious about this surgery. It was not easy to park in the hospital. When Zhou Hongguang arrived, He Ziqian had already arranged for someone to park the car while Zhou Hongguang walked directly to the operating theater. At the same time, the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery sent a young attending physician to deliver the liver. As a doctor from Peking Union, Liao Jia was very confident. Part of this confidence came from Peking Union's century-old glory, and part of it came from her mentor, Emily. Liao Jia did not understand why the emergency center would want such a liver. 15 hours, no, it might have been 16 hours now. What was the point of such a liver, a successful surgery? She did not even think about it. Liao Jia, who was in her 30s, had performed a few liver transplants. It was because of this that she knew what it meant to have a liver frozen for 16 hours in vitro. She did not think that Department Director He Ziqian was better than her mentor, Department Director Mo of Peking Union's Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. There were too many core operations involved in a liver transplant, especially liver repair techniques, perfusion techniques, and recovery of the liver's perception and judgment. Wait a minute, even her mentor could not do it. Let alone the second-rate department director He Ziqian. That was right. Although Liao Jia was not a top doctor, this did not affect her view of He Ziqian. In her opinion, there were only a few first-rate department director of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. Eastern Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery was needless to say, this was old Master Wu's base. In Beijing, there were only Peking Union Hospital and Beijing Chaoyang Hospital. However, He Ziqian was definitely not one of them. However, Liao Jia did not know one thing. It was not that He Ziqian could not do it, but he had been in the emergency center for more than 10 years. There were critical cases every day, and He Ziqian's job was not to challenge those difficult surgeries and solve national problems. His job and mission was to save lives. How many people had He Ziqian saved in the past 10 years, even he did not know. In fact, people like him knew that there was no future in emergency treatment, let alone becoming an academician. However, someone had to do it. He Ziqian was even proud that if there was an emergency surgery, whether it was general surgery or hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery, He Ziqian could guarantee that the patient would not die for a certain period of time. Although he could not save the patient, he could save lives. Everyone used to compare this to making a movie. He Ziqian said that he wanted to be the best supporting actor. However, after Chen Song appeared, He Ziqian realized that he might be able to be the main character. After Liao Jia arrived at the hospital, He Ziqian sent a young doctor to pick her up. You must be Dr. Liao. Hello, our department director wants you to send her directly to the operating theater. Liao Jia smiled. Okay, I'll send her over. Along the way, Liao Jia could not help but say, your department director is really amazing. This liver source has been here for 16 hours, and he still dares to do it. Damn. He has to do it. The patient is almost gone. The young doctor told her about the patient's situation. It's already not easy for this patient to survive. After hearing Wang Dong's words, Liao Jia shook her head helplessly. This kind of thing was too common, but she could not help but feel sad every time she heard it. It turned out that department director he had no other choice. This should really be treating a dead horse like a living one. If she was saved, it would be considered fate. If she was not saved, would it be considered his duty? The two of them stopped chatting and walked directly into the operating theater. When they arrived at the operating theater, Liao Jia handed over the incubator and began to sign. He Ziqian was a practical person. He would not beat around the bush. He was also very easygoing and did not argue with others. Give me the liver. Just as Liao Jia was signing, Chen Song's voice sounded. Liao Jia immediately found the voice familiar. She turned sideways and saw Chen Song putting on gloves. Liao Jia was stunned. Professor Chen? Chen Song smiled. Oh, hello. Liao Jia knew Chen Song and also had an impression of him. Her department director had a high opinion of Chen Song. As the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, Chen Song's ability and strength were not something Liao Jia could compare to. Even his teacher could not compare. However, Professor Chen knew how to perform a liver transplant. At this moment, Chen Song had already taken out the liver. The young doctor who brought Liao Jia over also quickly took out the CT scan of the liver. Before the surgery, they had to ensure that there were no problems with the liver. Liao Jia was curious, but in the field of liver surgery, Union Medical College still had a lot of say. Department Director Chen, you know how to perform a liver transplant? Chen Song had already taken out the liver with both hands. He placed it in his palm and carefully touched it. He casually replied, yes, a little. When Liao Jia heard that, she was immediately curious. Who is your teacher? Large-scale and complicated surgeries like liver transplants required some people to teach them how to perform them. Chen Song did not answer this time. Instead, he frowned slightly. Is there a problem with the film? Chen Song asked He Ziqian. When He Ziqian saw Chen Song's state, his heart couldn't help but tighten. What's the problem now? The scans are all normal. There are no abnormalities. At this moment, a man walked in. Everyone turned around and was immediately overjoyed. It was Zhou Hongguang. Why are they here so soon? Chen Song nodded casually. Yes. Zhou Hongguang smiled. Yes. Only then did Liao Jia realize why He Ziqian and Chen Song dared to perform such a surgery. So that was why he actually managed to invite Director Zhou over. Zhou Hongguang was very famous in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in Beijing, or even in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in the country. Liao Jia was also delighted. She made up her mind to go back after watching the surgery. It was difficult to book an appointment for Chief Zhou's surgery. Liao Jia also rarely saw it. Now that such an opportunity was in front of her, Liao Jia naturally could not miss it. However, at this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, "There's a blood clot in the liver. Prepare for the surgery." Hearing these words, everyone was stunned. The liver results are normal? Liao Jia had also seen the radiographic films. She also nodded and said, yes, the radiographic results are normal. Chen Song shook his head. He believed in the perception of his hands. When he carefully touched the liver with both hands and felt the duct system of the liver, he clearly felt the difference. He had touched many livers, if not 10,000, he had at least 8,000. He knew how the liver felt. The liver tissue was thick and brittle. It was rich in blood vessels and had a complicated structure. It was easy to be damaged by external forces and rupture and bleed. However, there was no problem with the texture of the liver, which ruled out an accident during the transportation of the liver. However, the liver was composed of the liver parenchyma and a series of duct structures. There were two different duct systems in the liver. One was the glycan system, and the other was the hepatic venous system. The existence of these ducts allowed Chen Song to clearly sense some problems that others could not sense. For example, the blood clot at this moment. Even Zhou Hongguang frowned slightly. Blood clot? As he spoke, he took a look at the radiographic films. There's no problem? No. This is yesterday's radiographic films. It's before the patient's liver was cut. Zhou Hongguang muttered to himself and suddenly reminded everyone. Sending it for examination at this time would definitely waste more time. Chen Song said directly, head nurse, lay out the drape and cut the liver. Chen Song's words were basically the law in the operating theater now. Even Zhou Hongguang was only a guest here. And He Ziqian's trust in Chen Song exceeded his own. The head nurse did not hesitate and said to the nurse, lay out the drape and prepare to cut the liver. This set of operations seemed normal to everyone. However, when Liao Jia saw this scene at this time, it could be said that her eyes were wide open. This was too strange, wasn't it? It was cut just like that. Where were the doubts? Were there not even any doubts? Moreover, a casual touch said that there was a blood clot in the liver. Their department director Mo also touched it, but why didn't he feel it? And in a few minutes, the nurse was ready. Chen Song took the scalpel and looked at the liver. The four-dimensional image in his eyes kept overlapping. His eyes seemed to have seen the location of the blood clot and kept designing the path to cut it. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, the central liver lobe, the region. He Ziqian nodded and was ready to start. When everyone heard that, they were stunned. How could he make such a judgment? Did he have X-ray vision? Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt a chill, as if they had been seen naked. However, seeing that Chen Song was about to cut the liver, everyone saw this and surrounded him. However, once they surrounded him, everyone was stunned, because the scene in front of them made them unable to calm down for a long time. They could not even react. This knife was an inch light. When Zhou Hongguang saw it, his eyes narrowed and he was shocked. Liao Jia also covered her mouth in disbelief. This knife technique, it was too familiar. That's right, no one in China who was not in the field of liver and gallbladder surgery was unfamiliar with Chen Song's knife technique. Steady, precise, decisive, and just right. However, although this knife technique seemed ordinary, it was the result of old Mr. Wu's lifetime. It could be said that old Mr. Wu Mengqiao used more than 60 years of clinical experience to hone a good knife technique. It was the so-called Wu family knife technique. They really did not expect to see this kind of knife technique on Chen Song. The removal of the liver was very difficult. The repair of the liver was even more difficult, but, if the removal of the liver could help with the repair, how difficult would it be? Old Mr. Meng's knife technique was like this. He had a complete liver model in his mind. When he started the surgery, he had already formed a complete liver surgery process in his mind. To be honest, he was 98 years old this year, the training of tens of thousands of surgeries, countless days and nights of thinking. The experience gained from tens of thousands of livers. Only then did the father of China's hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery appear, old Mr. Wu Mengqiao. When Chen Song first obtained the Wu family knife technique, he was also very happy for a long time. However, after that, Chen Song never touched the liver again, let alone perform liver surgery. This was the first time Chen Song went on stage. He did not expect it. He really did not expect the Wu family knife technique to be so strong. There were no fancy or unnecessary movements. The entire liver section cleverly avoided all the minefields, whether it was his glisten system or the hepatic vein system. Chen Song basically handled it very well. At this moment, the three main fissures of the liver and the four sections of the 5 pages were as clear as a dividing line in Chen Song's eyes. However, Chen Song's movements were really decisive. It could even be said that they were sharp. In fact, with the help of the 4-dimensional diagram, Chen Song's knife seemed to be faster. This scene really shocked everyone. That's right, it was really everyone, because these scenes were still in the video. When the video of old Mr. Wu Mengqiao's surgery was uploaded overseas, it had once caused a heated discussion in the world of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. They thought that it was impossible to have such a fast knife. It was also impossible to have such a surgery. Indeed, in China's environment at that time, there was no advanced equipment and materials in the country. They could only rely on their hands and hard work. Old Mr. Wu Mengqiao had forcefully practiced a set of liver cutting skills. This was the Wu family knife technique that everyone in the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery respectfully called. At that time, many people learned the Wu family knife technique, but everyone realized that there was no way to learn it. Without surgical experience, the skills were just empty talk. As old Mr. Wu grew older and his body was not as good as before, the Wu family knife technique was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Until now, old Mr. Wu, who was almost 100 years, however, no one expected that Chen Song would actually use the Wu family saber technique. This scene made everyone's blood boil. It was as if he had found a successor for the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. It was true. Zhou Hongguang's eyes glowed with greed. Liao Jia, on the other hand, was so excited that she couldn't control herself. But now, He Ziqian seemed to be looking at a trivial matter. No matter how amazing something was, it was only right that it happened to Chen Song. Shock? Sorry, He Ziqian was already immune. If one day, Chen Song suddenly said that he didn't know how to do it, He Ziqian would definitely be shocked beyond words. However, when he saw Chen Song using Mr. Wu Mengqiao's saber skills, He Ziqian also became interested. Maybe he could also learn it. Not long after, Chen Song cut open the liver and carefully used a pair of tweezers to pick out some small blood clots. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered the purpose of cutting the liver. Chen Song's saber skills really shocked everyone. They had forgotten what Chen Song was originally going to do. But, after seeing the blood clots, everyone was stunned. There were indeed blood clots. Zhou Hongguang couldn't help but shake his head. Xiao Chen, aren't you too awesome? Zhou Hongguang called Xiao Chen not because he didn't know how powerful he was, nor was it disrespectful. Instead, he was using a trick and felt that it was more intimate to call him that. You can feel the blood clots just by touching? How many livers did you touch? However, he just thought of Chen Song's saber skills. How many livers did he need to practice it? Chen Song smiled. It's from the liver. Zhou Hongguang couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Not bad, a man full of livers. At this moment, Liao Jiao was speechless. She was really convinced. She didn't expect to meet a big shot today. Chen Song's palpation skills were superb. This was no longer a rare thing in Concord, but she knew that Chen Song was good at palpation, but she didn't know that Chen Song palpated like this, directly palpating the liver. This was too valiant. He Ziqian student couldn't help but ask, where did this blood clot come from? This question wasn't stupid at all. However, those who had never been exposed to liver transplants definitely wouldn't know. The junior doctor at the side said directly, because when the liver is transferred, the internal blood needs to be removed and liquid to prevent the liver from freezing is injected. This blood clot probably wasn't cleaned up. Fortunately, Professor Chen found it in time. Otherwise, there would be a problem. Chen Song said to He Ziqian, save the UW solution for the time being. Prepare for the surgery. The UW solution was used to preserve the organs of transplant donors. Contact the blood transfusion department and prepare the blood. Chen Song kept giving medical orders. The surgery was about to begin. At this moment, Zhou Hongguang was a little excited. He felt that today's surgery might really be successful. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he couldn't see through Chen Song anymore. This kid's growth speed had exceeded his expectations. Wu family knife technique, this move directly shocked the entire audience. Zhou Hongguang had already made up his mind to learn it, because Zhou Hongguang was a little selfish. Mr. Wu Mengqiao was a retired academician. However, how big was Mr. Wu's influence? If he found out that someone could learn the Wu family knife technique, and it was him, he would definitely reach out to help. How could He Ziqian not have the same thoughts? Although he didn't have the heart to be an academician. However, no one would refuse to improve. With Chen Song around, the 49-year-old He Ziqian felt that he still had a chance. It was really promising. Chen Song didn't bring He Ziqian a new surgical method, nor an academic position, but a future and hope. It made the future that He Ziqian thought was impossible become possible. At this moment, Wang Dong was already under general anesthesia. The steps of the liver transplant surgery didn't seem complicated. There were only a few steps. First, the donor liver was removed. This liver had already been sent and wasn't needed. However, most livers might need to be removed on the spot. Then, Wang Dong's diseased liver was removed, then, the liver transplant. However, the difficulty of each step was very high. The most important thing was the choice of the liver transplant surgical method. This would affect the success rate and recovery rate of the liver surgery. At this moment, everyone was ready, they were waiting for the surgery to begin. Chen Song also gripped the hilt of the knife tightly at this moment. To be honest, he wasn't sure about the following work. P.S. I was driving on the road yesterday. Today, I did something big, so I was idle for 2 days. Tomorrow, I'll work hard. The surgery had not started, but the scalpel in Chen Song's hand had already become the focus of attention. Everyone stared at this seemingly ordinary scalpel. For some reason, the scalpel today was even more dazzling. The most difficult core operation of liver transplantation was mainly divided into 2 steps. The removal of the recipient's diseased liver was one of the most difficult parts of liver transplantation. Most patients who needed liver transplantation often had severe cirrhosis and portal hypertension. Due to various reasons, they had a history of abdominal surgery, including cholecystectomy, splenectomy, portal cavity shunt, and so on. Therefore, extensive intra-abdominal adhesions were formed, which often mixed with rich collateral circulation, making the removal of the diseased liver more difficult. Most of Wang Dong's liver had been removed, and there was no way to preserve the gallbladder. However, this showed the skills of the chief surgeon. That was whether the abdominal adhesions were serious or not. When the patient's abdomen was cut open, the abdominal organs were exposed. Everyone looked at Wang Dong's abdominal cavity and could not help but sigh. What a clean abdominal cavity! Zhou Hongguang looked at Chen Song. You did it? Chen Song nodded. Zhou Hongguang could not help but give him a thumbs up. you're really good. Why don't you be the academician? I'll quit. What do you think? Chen Song glanced at Zhou Hongguang and smiled. I don't have time. It sounded like a joke, but no one could tell that it was a joke. Instead, they thought. Chen Song could not be serious, right? He Ziqian thought it was possible, because Chen Song was really busy. If he had the time to choose an academician, wouldn't the Nobel Prize be better? Wouldn't the Lasker Prize in Medicine sound good? If it really did not work, wouldn't the Wu Jieping Prize in Medicine sound good? Of course, a big shot like Teacher Chen did not care about fame and fortune. He could probably use the time to create a new surgical method, right? Sigh, he was too busy. When Zhou Hongguang saw this, he could not help but smile awkwardly, but he was also a little touched. On the other hand, Liao Jia shook her head. She felt that Chen Song was bragging. Who did not want to be an academician, who did not want to be in the Academic Hall of Fame? However, Chen Song did not care whether he was an academician or not. The most important thing now was to complete such a surgery. Just because there was no adhesion in the abdominal cavity didn't mean that the operation was easy. More than half of Wang Dong's liver had disappeared. His liver function was abnormal. At the same time, his blood coagulation mechanism was also disrupted. Therefore, he was likely to face a problem. The bleeding in the book had increased, therefore, the bleeding during the operation should be estimated and all the blood vessels should be properly ligated to stop the bleeding. Even though evaluation and emergency response were very demanding for chief surgeons, it was not easy for them to perform such tasks. Only then did everyone remember that Chen Song had already warmed up the blood. Chen Song had already calculated before he arrived. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The surgery had not started yet, but Chen Song had already shocked everyone. Details, it was all details, Liao Jia couldn't feel it yet. However, Zhou Hongguang couldn't help but sigh. When one reached a high level, it was all about small skills. When it came to major surgeries like liver transplants, they had to start from the details. Establish venous flow. While everyone was thinking, Chen Song said to Zhou Hongguang. Venous flow was very important, and Chen Song could not take care of it at the same time. He needed someone who was at the same level as him or even better to work with him. This was also the reason why he invited Zhou Hongguang over. It was very difficult to train an assistant. To be honest, no one in this society was willing to be an assistant all the time. Therefore, cooperation was the best form. This was also the reason why Chen Song had not formed a team. The big shots were not willing to come. It was too difficult to train new people. The thinking of ordinary chief surgeons was fixed, and they were content to stay in a corner. Instead of this, it was better to find some chief surgeons who were in a similar situation. When they encountered dangerous surgeries, they would have someone to help them. During a liver transplant, the portal vein and inferior vena cava needed to be blocked. This way, the blood in the gastrointestinal tract and lower body could not flow back to the heart. When it was blocked, less than half of the blood would be returned. This way, the patient would have serious congestion of the organs during the period of absence of a liver, increasing portal hypertension. The consequence was that the venous pressure would increase. Once there was bleeding in the abdominal cavity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the accumulated metabolites during the period of absence of a liver would enter the cycle once the liver transplant was completed, causing metabolic acidosis. The mortality rate would increase greatly, therefore, this step had to be handled well. The three veins chosen for external circulation were the great saphenous vein, portal vein, and vena cava. During the treatment, Liao Jia suddenly realized that these intrahepatic blood vessels did not seem to have any signs of suturing. However, the cut marks on the liver were very obvious. Liao Jia immediately exclaimed, "How did you do this?" Even Liao Jia could discover it, let alone Zhou Hongguang. He had discovered these traces long ago. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Hongguang could not help but fall silent. To be honest, he originally came for the surgery today to befriend Chen Song and do him a favor. However, until now, Zhou Hongguang had only seen shock in the surgery. He was stunned by Chen Song's technical methods. So amazing, no one responded to Liao Jia's words, which made her blush for a moment. Instead, Chen Song glanced at the young doctor who did not know the rules. However, he did not say anything. After all, it was taboo to yell at the operating table, especially when you were a bystander. When Liao Jia saw this, her face immediately turned red and she was extremely ashamed. For a moment, she was too embarrassed to stay and left the operating theater in a sorry state. After coming out, Liao Jia's face turned green and red. She blamed herself, she left the operating theater before the surgery started. It was so awkward, however, Chen Song and He Ziqian did not chase her away out of courtesy. However, she could not be thick-skinned and stay. However, when she saw that scene, she really could not control herself. At this moment, in the operating theater, Chen Song and Zhou Hongguang cooperated quite well. Soon, they completed the intubation. Chen Song turned around and said, "Use a special anticoagulant elastic tube to connect to the bypass system." After all the venous tubes were connected, the venous bypass system could begin to operate. At this moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The first step was finally completed. The following dissociation and resection work was originally the most difficult. This was because during normal surgery, the patient's abdominal adhesion would definitely be serious. Once the separation began, it would definitely cause heavy bleeding. Moreover, a constitution with abnormal coagulation would aggravate bleeding. This was the main cause of death during the surgery. However, at this moment, how could there be any adhesion in the patient's abdominal cavity? The entire abdominal cavity was extremely clean. Zhou Hongguang had performed surgeries for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen a liver transplant with such a clean abdominal cavity. For a moment, the impact on Zhou Hongguang's heart was really unparalleled. What kind of skill was needed to make the patient's abdominal cavity so clean? This was a hepatectomy, not a cholecystectomy. Even if it was a cholecystectomy, how could the abdominal cavity be so clean after the surgery? The level of surgery was definitely not only about the operation on the operating table, but also the prognosis. Moreover, prognosis and recovery were the most difficult to control. Therefore, after seeing the clean abdominal cavity, Zhou Hongguang suddenly realized something else. How could he become a so-called academician in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery? His surgical details were far worse than Chen Song's. Being an academician had always been his goal, but if he became an academician with his current skill level, then, an academician might really be nothing. Even Zhou Hongguang himself looked down on it. Being an academician was his belief. However, his belief should never decline. He should work hard to improve himself so that he deserved the title of an academician. This was what he should do. When he thought of this, Zhou Hongguang suddenly felt relieved. What he should work hard to do was definitely not to please and cater to those people. Instead, he should improve his skills. Moreover, did he really dare to think that he was the best in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery? Of course not. Let's not talk about other surgeons. Both Liu Ben and Emily of Union Medical College Hospital were very skilled. At this moment, a man came in from outside the operating theater. When everyone turned around, they saw a tall man walking in. Chief Physician Gao is back? He Ziqian was happy. Gao Ronghua had left Wang Dongyi to He Ziqian after he went on a business trip some time ago. This was also the reason why He Ziqian was so stressed. Gao Ronghua was the director of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery in the emergency center. Chen Song was also happy when he saw Gao Ronghua come in. Chief Physician Gao was very good at liver blood vessels, especially his perfect level hemostasis. It was obvious that he was good. Chen Song had taken a perfect level hemostasis skill when he was not paying attention. Therefore, Chen Song had a good impression of Gao Ronghua. This kind of surgery was like that. With an extra helper, there was more insurance. Chen Song smiled at Gao Ronghua. Get ready for the surgery. Gao Ronghua nodded. Chief Physician Zhou is here too? Zhou Hongguang also smiled at Gao Ronghua. After the venous flow was established, the pressure in the portal system decreased sharply after a slight operation. The anesthesiologist was not relaxed at all. He carefully monitored and adjusted the blood flow. Next, it was time to prepare for hepatectomy. But before that, all the perihepatic ligaments had to be dissociated. This task was handled by Zhou Hongguang. This was also the first time Chen Song seriously observed Zhou Hongguang's surgery. Perhaps it was because of this. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Academician training mission triggered. Mission requirement: train Zhou Hongguang to become a qualified academician in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery. You will be rewarded handsomely after the mission is completed. Looking at the system mission, Xianxia was stunned. If King groomed Zhou Hongguang to become an academician, I'm not even an academician. How am I supposed to nurture an academician of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery? Thinking of this, Xianxia felt his liver hurt. Chief Physician Zhou was an associate academician. When he looked at the level of the free perihepatic ligament, he could tell that Chief Physician Zhou was much better than him. How do you expect me to train this person into a qualified academician? However, Xianxia suddenly had an idea. He was suddenly enlightened. Then, he instantly accepted the mission. That's right, he had to accept this mission because Zhou Hongguang was originally a popular figure as an academician. Everyone secretly joked that Zhou Hongguang was an associate academician. So, after he accepted the mission, there was at least a 50% chance of completing it, even if he did not ask. Zhou Hongguang's self-awareness should be good. Thinking of this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. A windfall from the sky. Beautiful, beautiful. Zhou Hongguang's hands were really steady. There was no gap between the endotherm knife, scissors, and separating forceps in his hands. When he skillfully flipped the liver lobe, he carefully held it with his hands. Xianxia could not find any fault with any of the details. Xianxia's liver transplant surgery was at master level. However, his special effects were 1. Precise trimming, 2. Perfect infusion. It was more appropriate to leave this kind of diseased liver removal to Chief Physician Zhou. He was about to start the suprahepatic, subhepatic, inferior vena cava, and the first hepatic portal blockage tube. Zhou Hongguang took a deep breath and was about to speak. At this time, Gao Ronghua calmly controlled the blood circulation of the hepatic portal and inferior vena cava. This operation required a precise control of the blood flow of the deep and superficial veins of the liver, the portal vein, the hepatic vein, and other blood vessels. And Gao Ronghua's appearance made Zhou Hongguang feel at ease. It was as if he had a reliable teammate. Therefore, he carefully separated the anterior fascia tissue of the superior and inferior vena cava of the liver and gradually bluntly separated the posterior wall. Zhou Hongguang was the full assistant. He used a curved hemostatic forceps to smoothly pass through the posterior wall and placed a tourniquet as backup. Under the cooperation of the two, the first hepatic portal was successfully separated, free inferior vena cava of the liver. The diseased liver was about to be removed. As long as the liver bed was cut, the liver would directly fall out. However, the liver bed was often rich in blood vessels and should be carefully sutured. Zhou Hongguang was very decisive. After the rough surface oozed blood, he decisively changed to using an argon endotherm knife to coagulate the blood. Then, he directly sutured the posterior peritoneal wound. The whole process was handled very quickly. At this time, the place where the liver was originally stored in the abdominal cavity was empty, and the entire removal work was unprecedentedly smooth. Zhou Hongguang put the diseased liver into the container and turned to look at the time. He sighed. It's really amazing. I saved a total of 20 minutes compared to usual. This might be the easiest diseased hepatectomy I've ever done. Gao Ronghua nodded. I watched Professor Chen perform this surgery at that time. At that time I was dumbfounded. But I didn't expect there to be no adhesions in the abdominal cavity. Even the area where the liver was removed performed very well. It's really amazing. Chen Song smiled modestly. It can't be done without the post-treatment and monitoring of Chief Physician Gao and Chief Physician He. Indeed, clinical monitoring and recovery were needed after the surgery. The skills that doctors needed to master were not only the surgery. At this time, Zhou Hongguang suddenly realized that in the triangle region of the gallbladder, the empty space after the liver was damaged, there was a treatment that was different from ordinary sutures. He looked carefully for a while, but he could not figure out why. He simply asked, Xiao Chen, why did the treatment of the triangle region and the suture of the line be chosen like this? Chen Song was stunned, and his face turned slightly red. He Ziqian said on behalf of Chen Song, this is to inject the soul into the surgery. Suddenly, everyone around was stunned. Inject the soul? Chen Song's face turned even redder. He was used to performing special treatment in the unimportant parts of the surgery. Although it seemed useless, in fact, it was like a label. Chen Song's products were definitely the best. Chen Song did not expect Zhou Hongguang to discover this seemingly secretive little action. He coughed. It's fine. Prepare for liver implantation. He Xianxia could not help but laugh. After Professor Chen's surgery, he always habitually leaves a personalized treatment at the end. In the future, when you see this sign after the surgery, don't think too much. This is Professor Chen's signature. When Chen Song heard that, his face immediately turned even redder. Many of the top international surgeons had some little hobbies. Chen Song's was just a particularly difficult Chen Song knot at the end of the suture. Ordinary people could not learn this at all. In the eyes of He Xianxia and the others, this was Chen Song's sole operation. It was equivalent to a stamp. When they heard He Xianxia's words, everyone was stunned at first. Then, they could not help but not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Chen Song's hobby was not to carve words on the liver. Otherwise, if he wrote De Chuxing, Chen Xingwang on it, it would cause a lot of controversy. When Chen Song saw that his little thoughts were exposed, he naturally flew into a rage out of humiliation. He glared at He Xianxia fiercely. Use standard orthotopic liver implantation. As Chen Song spoke, he took the needle holder from the nurse. At this point in the surgery, it was finally the time to test his strength. In order to perform a perfect liver transplant, the most important step was the reperfusing of the liver after the liver implantation. And the key to the reperfusing was the suturing of the blood vessels. To put it simply, it was how to revive the function of the transplanted liver. This was very important. Chen Song had clearly decided to do this step himself. Chen Song was still very professional when it came to blood vessel anastomosis. First, after the liver bed was implanted, the first step was to perform the anastomosis of the superior and inferior vena cava of the liver. Everyone lowered their heads and looked. Chen Song understood that in order to perform a perfect perfusion, the blood vessels could not be damaged, let alone formed a narrowing. How could he suture this way? The diameter of the superior and inferior vena cava of the two livers was different. How could he solve this problem? Chen Song thought for a moment and picked up the needle holder. Then, the superior and inferior vena cava of the donor liver should be as close as possible to the recipient's superior and inferior vena cava. Then, he used a 3-0 non-invasive suture to sew a fixed line on the left and right sides of the two blood vessels and gently pulled them symmetrically outwards. Then, he sewed a pulling line at the midpoint of the front wall of the two blood vessels to facilitate the exposure of the back wall and the suture operation. This matching work made Zhou Hongguang's eyes shrink, and he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Why did they have to deal with it this way? At this time, Chen Song did not stop. He immediately started to suture the posterior wall from one end. The suture needle entered the blood vessel from outside the blood vessel, and he performed a U-shaped diversion suture. At this moment, Zhou Hongguang instantly understood. Beautiful, it was a classic suture of blood vessels. In this way, the advantages were very obvious. The blood vessel wall could be turned out, and the intima of the blood vessels could be tightly connected to the intima. It was especially necessary to anastomose the blood vessels that did not match the caliber of the superior and inferior vena cava of the donor's liver. Classic, it was 2F** king eye-catching. Zhou Hongguang felt that he had made a killing today. Because Chen Song did not avoid them at all, this kind of blood vessel anastomosis method that cleverly solved the mismatch between the diameters of the upper and lower vena cava of the donor's liver was really excellent. The more Zhou Hongguang looked at it, the more he clenched his fists. Chen Song looked at everyone without batting an eyelid. Have you learned it? Everyone was suddenly stunned. It turned out that Professor Chen was teaching them. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang and the others were grateful to Chen Song beyond words. Generally speaking, no one was willing to reveal this kind of cooperation. However, Chen Song did not. He was very calm. He was so calm that it made people feel that this technique was insignificant. Actually, this was very, very difficult. Zhou Hongguang suddenly thought of something. If he could complete his liver transplant surgery, he would become the best liver transplant specialist in the country and even the world. Becoming an academician of 2 academies would not be a problem, right? After all, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy did not matter. Zhou Hongguang was stuck because he was not good enough. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang felt that if he learned Chen Song's blood vessel anastomosis and liver perfusion technique, he would definitely be on a higher level. Chen Song saw Zhou Hongguang and smiled without batting an eyelid. The child was teachable. Compared to the anastomosis of the superior and inferior vena cava of the liver, the diameter of the portal vein was thicker, and the suturing was more convenient. At this time, Chen Song finally showed his anastomosis speed. It was really dazzling, indeed. Compared to the anastomosis of the small blood vessels of the spleen, the anastomosis of the liver was really a piece of cake for him. He even felt that if he sent this hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgeon to the cardiovascular surgery department for a period of time, his blood vessel anastomosis skills would be greatly improved when he came back. Medicine was, after all, a more comprehensive discipline. Chen Song also increasingly felt that the surgical skills he learned from other departments would complement each other. When they were used together, he would be much stronger than those specialist doctors, for example, vascular anastomosis with cardiovascular surgery, vascular reconstruction with general surgery, stabilizing technique with internal surgery. Every department could train a doctor's special ability, and on Chen Song's body, these abilities seemed to be perfectly displayed. After the portal vein was repaired, Chen Song quickly said to Gao Ronghua, "Restore the blood supply of the liver transplant." Gao Ronghua nodded and immediately unblocked the portal vein to restore the blood supply of the liver transplant. However, at this time, Chen Song did not loosen the hemostatic forceps of the superior and inferior vena cava of the liver. Instead, he carefully released 250 milliliters of the liver transplant's high potassium preservation fluid and the blood containing acidic metabolites in the lower body through the inferior vena cava of the liver donor. Then, he used the vascular blocking forceps to block the inferior vena cava of the liver donor again. This step seemed simple, but it was very important. 1,000 milligrams of methylprednisolone. Inject cyclosporin into the vein. After the doctor's order. With the return of the venous blood, the liver finally recovered blood. But this was only the vein. The next thing to do was anastomosis of the hepatic artery. This was also the most important step of liver transplantation. If the anastomosis of the hepatic vein was anastomosis, then the anastomosis of the hepatic artery was reconstruction. What needed to be done was to complete the reconstruction of the hepatic artery. If the artery was reconstructed successfully, the liver would be filled with blood, and the liver would recover. However, at this time, Wang Dong's artery had already mutated due to the surgery some time ago, so the common hepatic artery could not be used. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Chen Song. If Chen Song handled this step, the success rate of the surgery would be much higher. Chen Song looked at everyone and just smiled faintly. "Scalpel, come. P.S. Thank you for the 20,000 reward of pretending to be a big shot. There will be 2 more chapters in a while. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Thank you." They turned a blind eye to Chen Song's chunibyo. How to deal with the hepatic artery was still a serious problem. It was not optimistic. However, looking at the confident smile on Chen Song's face, they were not confident. That was because the common hepatic artery and the abdominal artery, which provided blood supply to the hepatic artery, could not be used. How could they achieve perfect perfusion of the hepatic blood vessels? That was a problem. There seemed to be many complicated blood vessels in the abdominal cavity, but after careful analysis, there were not many. Now, everyone needed to plan a blood vessel to supply the hepatic artery in the abdominal cavity. It had to satisfy the blood supply to the liver, but it could not affect itself or the organs in the abdominal cavity. In this way, the difficulty would be much higher, just as Zhou Hongguang, Gao Ronghua, and He Ziqian were discussing and thinking in a low voice. At this moment, Chen Song had already held the separating forceps and scalpel in his hand. "After reading this, go back and write a paper for me," Chen Song said to Zhou Hongguang. This sentence made Zhou Hongguang stunned. "Me? I'm academician Zhou Zhuan, write a paper for you." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Chen Song start the operation in his hands. Chen Song decisively used a section of the donor's iliac artery to bypass and dissociate it from the abdominal aorta between the recipient's renal artery and the inferior mesenteric artery. Then, he replaced the scalpel and picked up the needle holder to perform a side-to-side anastomosis. Then, the iliac artery passed through the mesentery, passed through the stomach in front of the pancreas, and reached the hepatic hilum. It was anastomosed end-to-end with the hepatic artery or the abdominal artery of the donor liver. How fast was Xianxia's processing? It was so fast that before anyone could prepare, Xianxia asked Gao Ronghua to let go of the hemostatic forceps. This set of operations was smooth and flowing. It did not take long. The reconstruction of the hepatic aorta was completed in a very short period of time. This set of maneuvers really shocked the few of them. Even Gao Ronghua did not expect Xianxia to be able to complete the reconstruction of the hepatic artery in such a short period of time. He frowned and looked at the chosen iliac artery and renal artery. He had already anastomosed the mesenteric artery directly side to side, and cleverly bypassed the stomach in the pancreas and reached the hepatic hilum to anastomose the hepatic artery. Good, it was really too logical. The combination of the renal artery and the mesenteric artery completely satisfied the blood supply of the liver. Furthermore, the operation of bypassing the stomach was too delicate. This seemingly useless operation actually bypassed the pressure on the blood vessels caused by the expansion of the stomach due to eating. Was this something that could be thought of in such a short time? This made Gao Ronghua somewhat suspicious. How did Xianxia's brain grow? In such a short period of time, he had designed such an exquisite blood vessel. Amazing, but Zhou Hongguang was speechless. He thought, before he could react, Xianxia was already halfway through his operation. He didn't even see how Xianxia treated the iliac artery, renal artery, and mesenteric artery. This was actually a hardcore operation. Xianxia looked at Zhou Hongguang and said, "Give me the paper in a week." Zhou Hongguang blushed. Xianxia turned around and stared at Zhou Hongguang. Zhou Hongguang immediately blushed. It wasn't because he was an academician. Instead, it was because he didn't understand. Xiao Chen, I don't understand. Zhou Hongguang couldn't help but say awkwardly. His face and neck were red. Oh, Xianxia said. Copy the video after the surgery. Zhou Hongguang nodded. This paper, if it was published, it would definitely become popular. A case of liver transplantation with a 16-hour frozen ischemia liver source, and it was the kind that recovered extremely well. There weren't many cases of this internationally, when the blood circulation in the whole body recovered. Xianxia began to rebuild alone. This process, it was completely a show of operation. As the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, his pipeline repair was much better than the Mario brothers. After the liver transplant, the biliary tract had to be rebuilt. This step required a biliary airfield anastomosis. However, after the Chen's digestive tract reconstruction conference, he suddenly realized that the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery also needed to welcome a reform. The traditional surgery that relied on biliary tract reconstruction needed to be reformed. However, even he had not learned the Chen's digestive tract reconstruction technique, let alone the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Therefore, Zhou Hongguang felt like Granny Zhou had entered the Yuan Minjiwen garden. He was shocked from the beginning to the end. What Xianxia brought to Zhou Hongguang was no longer a surgery in the ordinary sense. It was a liver transplant surgery with a revolutionary meaning. In fact, Zhou Hongguang even felt that Xianxia had asked him to come for one thing, to witness him showing off. Fortunately, old Ma was not here. Otherwise, he would not have to doubt it and would be able to come to a conclusion on the spot. However, of course, he did not know that Xianxia was really not good at some of the previous operations. He really needed Zhou Hongguang to carry it out. The surgery ended successfully. Finally, after all the parts were checked, the bleeding was completely stopped. The 3 abdominal drainage tubes were routinely prevented. This meant that the surgery was over. From the looks of it, the effect of the surgery was very good. However, the amount of drainage needed to be closely observed and dealt with after the surgery. The postoperative treatment of the liver transplant surgery was very strict, and they needed to be responsible for the patient for life. Xianxia said to Gao Ronghua, "Chief Gao, monitor him for 48 hours. Gao Ronghua nodded. "Don't worry, Professor Chen." Xianxia nodded. He was really at ease with Gao Ronghua. After the liver transplant surgery, there was another important segment, which was the immune suppression treatment. There might even be acute rejection after the surgery. Therefore, this period of time was a dangerous period, and the monitoring had to be strengthened. Gao Ronghua directly left with the patient through the doctor's passage. Zhou Hongguang stood there for a long time and could not get over it. He finally understood today. His pride was so fragile, his strength was also because he had not seen Chen Song. He even finally understood why Chief Gao was so low-key and why He Ziqian was so calm. Because he had seen the world. Now, Zhou Hongguang suddenly realized that he should not go anywhere now. What he needed to do now was to learn liver transplant surgery from Chen Song and create an international leading liver transplant guide. This was his dream. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongguang shook his head and looked at Chen Song. He could not help but laugh. Perhaps? Chen Song did not have the time. Although Chen Song had become famous, most of his achievements were still dormant. It would be 2 to 3 years if it was short, and 5 to 6 years if it was long. At that time, he would definitely be the leading figure in China's medical field. Because the stall had already been laid out. When the Digestive Surgery Society was established, when the Cardiac Non-Stop Beating Medical Research Center came out with results, and when the Tendon Recovery Center won the 3 major awards. At that time, Chen Song would rise in an unparalleled manner. At that time, China's medical field and even the world, Chen Song would keep his word. Chen Song called Zhou Hongguang out. Chief Zhou, thank you. Chen Song regained his usual smile. Zhou Hongguang shook his head slightly and said frankly, I should be the one thanking you. How long has it been? I don't even dare to call you Xiaochen anymore. Zhou Hongguang could not help but sigh. The liver transplant surgery took a long time. It was almost dusk in the afternoon. After the two of them chatted in the office for a while, Chen Song suddenly asked, how's the matter with the academician? Zhou Hongguang smiled. I've been struggling with this matter recently, but now. I suddenly don't panic because I seem to have found what I should do. Xiao Chen, after leaving today, I'll call you Professor Chen the next time we meet. Today, it's the last time I'll call you Xiao Chen. Maybe the hospital needs your help if there's a liver transplant surgery. Chen Song nodded and smiled. I'll go when I have time. Zhou Hongguang was relieved. Okay, it's enough to hear you say that. At this time, everyone was about to get off work. Chen Song called He Ziqian, Gao Ronghua, and Zhou Hongguang, and the 3 of them walked towards the night market not far away. There were many street stalls on the street, and there were many more snacks than before. The 4 of them found a barbecue shop and sat down. Chen Song ordered a nutritious meal for middle-aged men and a box of beer. Looking at the dishes, the old chief physicians looked at each other and smiled. They were very satisfied. It was said that men understood men the best. After ordering the hot dishes, there were no cold dishes in the barbecue stall. Chen Song simply got up and went to the stall next door to buy some cooked meat. After coming over, the boss was busy. After seeing Chen Song, he smiled. Dr. Chen, are you off work? Chen Song nodded. Get me some meat. The boss smiled slightly. Dr. Chen, you can cut it yourself. You cut it better than me. Everyone immediately laughed. Chen Song did not mind. He went around, put on his gloves, and began to operate. When Chen Song saw the liver, his appetite suddenly increased. He might as well cut out a lot of livers. All of this made Chen Song very happy. The Wu family's knife technique was a miraculous liver cutting skill. Whether it was raw or cooked, it felt good. Chen Song was so satisfied that he directly chopped up all the livers. After cutting it, he realized that it was on the top of his head. However, he looked up and realized that a large group of people were staring at him. Boss. Give me all the livers. I want them all. Don't, buddy, share some with us. That's right. Look at his knife skills. He's the best chef I've ever seen. Chen Song was stunned. Even the boss of the cooked meat stall was astonished. Chen Song was overjoyed. He seemed to have finally found his second sideline in life. If his father, Chen Dehai, knew that he was able to promote Lao Chen's cooking skills in the capital, he would be so happy that he would cook 2 side dishes and drink a caddy of Maotai. Chen Song drank a bottle of beer and was in high spirits. He simply took out the intestines, pig ears, pig trotters, and lungs, and started today's operation. Chen Song's knife skills attracted a lot of onlookers. The boss of the cooked meat stall saw that Chen Song had sold all his meat and had mixed feelings. He took out a cigarette and squatted outside to smoke, feeling very melancholy. He took out 100 yuan in cash from his pocket. After hesitating for a moment, he changed it into 5 10 yuan and handed it to Chen Song. "Dr. Chen, take it. Thank you for your hard work." Chen Song took the 50 yuan back to the table, picked up a bottle of cold beer, walked around the three of them, and drank the whole bottle. "There are so many stalls now." "That's right. Many doctors in our hospital have come out to set up carpets." "Yeah? What are they selling?" "Where is the hematology department selling duck blood vermicelli? It tastes good. Want to try it?" "Forget it. The general surgery department next door. Our department is there. Where can they change pants, change zippers, and sew clothes?" "Sigh, it's better than the orthopedics department. There's a doctor in their department who has a stall there. He knows how to plaster, shave Dubai, metal welding, and has a strong body. By the way, can the dermatology department do hemorrhoids, dig corns, and treat beriberi?" Chen Song returned home and brought a cup of milk tea for Qinyu. It was a stocking milk tea shop opened by a few young nurses in their department. Qinyu was in a good mood after seeing the milk tea. He was even willing to do his own homework. A beautiful day came to a successful end just like that. When Liao Jia returned to the department the next day, Emily asked after handing in his shift. "Did you send in the liver yesterday?" Emily asked curiously. He had forgotten to ask Liao Jia about it because of the surgery yesterday. Liao Jia nodded. "Yes. How was the surgery? Who did it?" Emily stopped what he was doing and could not help but ask. To be honest, he did not have the confidence to send in the liver for 16 hours. Liao Jia could not help but say, Department Director He Jiqian, Professor Chen Song, and Professor Zhou Hongguang were there too. After hearing these names, Emily heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was also a little worried at first. However, Zhou Hongguang's appearance made Emily feel relieved. Oh. Department Director Zhou was there too. How was the surgery? Liao Jia blushed. I came out before I finished watching. Emily frowned. Why? Liao Jia told him about Chen Song's use of the Wu family knife technique in the surgery yesterday. After that, she also described in detail what she saw in the abdominal cavity after the laparotomy. Then I couldn't help but scream, and then I ran out. Liao Jia was honest in front of the teacher. She blushed and explained what happened yesterday. After hearing this, Emily was stunned for a moment. Chen Song knows the Wu family knife technique? Liao Jia nodded seriously. Yes. Yes, it must be the Wu family knife technique. I remember it very clearly. I even think it's faster than the Wu family knife technique. Emily took a deep breath as soon as he heard that. It was not that he did not believe it, but seeing was believing. After thinking for a while, Emily got up and left the office. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Hongguang's number. The call did not go through. After calling a few times, Zhou Hongguang picked up the phone. Department Director Mo, what's wrong? Emily asked anxiously. Old Zhou, Chen Song knows the Wu family knife technique? Zhou Hongguang was dumbfounded by this question. Yes. Yes. After receiving confirmation, Emily's face lit up. Do you have the video of the surgery? Zhou Hongguang hesitated for a moment. Yes, but what? I'll go and copy it now. Wait for me. Emily got up as he spoke. Zhou Hongguang sighed. Come over tomorrow. I'm in seclusion today. Emily was stunned. Seclusion? Zhou Hongguang nodded. Yes, Professor Chen asked me to write a paper as an afterthought. The impact factor has to be above 10. Emily said, Professor Chen. Are you talking about Chen Song? He performed the surgery yesterday? And, isn't 10 too much? Zhou Hongguang smiled. You'll know when you see it tomorrow. P.S. Thank you to Nothing Happens Today, and Brother Yuan for their 10,000 tips. Thank you. Emily hung up the phone, feeling uneasy. At this moment, Lu Bin suddenly walked over. Looking at Emily, he could not help but laugh. What's wrong? Why do you look so dejected? Xiao Jia, did you make your teacher angry again? Liao Jia was also confused. Her teacher had become like this after a phone call. How would she know what had happened? However, it must be related to yesterday's surgery. What could make her teacher lose his composure? Emily looked at Lu Ben and could not help but ask, "Old Lu, when was the last time you published an article with an impact factor of 10? Lu Ben was stunned and blushed. Change the question. Ask me again. After all, Lu Ben had never published an article with an impact factor of more than 10. Otherwise, Emily would not have been the department director. Lu Ben was also a sharp knife in Concord. However, his research ability was not as good as Emily's. That was why he became the clinical department director while Emily was the department director. Of course, it was only a relative deficiency. He was still much better than most people. Emily seemed to feel awkward too. He smiled politely. Sorry, I forgot that you don't know how to write articles. Lu Ben felt offended and was so angry that he almost went to find a scalpel. Emily saw this and quickly said, "Let me tell you something. Yesterday, the emergency center performed the surgery on the liver source with 16 hours of frozen ischemia. Zhou Hongguang participated, but he said that he did not do anything during the entire surgery. The core operation was done by Chen Song." Lu Ben was stunned. The emergency center actually used the liver source. He frowned and asked, "Chen Song? You mean Professor Chen from Concord? His surgery was successful?" Emily nodded. Zhou Hongguang said that the surgery might be the most successful one he has ever seen. However, the liver source was frozen for 16 hours after all. The patient is still under observation. There should be results tomorrow. Hearing Emily's words, Lu Ben could not help but be silent for a moment. If this surgery is successful, it will become a classic example. To be able to succeed with 16 hours of frozen ischemia, let's not talk about coincidence for now. If he has such a foundation and experience, it will be amazing. After Lu Ben finished speaking, Emily nodded seriously. By the way, is there a video of the surgery? Lu Ben hurriedly asked. Emily could not help but say, "That's why I was stunned just now." After the surgery, Chen Song gave Zhou Hongguang an assignment. Lu Ben laughed out loud. Even Liao Jia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Homework? What the hell? Professor Chen is so cute. Liao Jia couldn't help but laugh. He actually arranged homework for Director Zhou. Emily shook his head and laughed bitterly. Cute? Chen Song is not cute at all. His assignment is even less adorable. In fact, it's cruel. He's asking Zhou Hongguang to write a thesis with an impact factor of 10 and above. Don't you think it's adorable? Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. This was more than just not cute, this was inhumane. Wasn't Chen Song too ruthless? A hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery thesis with an impact factor of 10, even the impact factor of liver transplantation magazine was only 5 points. Liao Jia's expression changed. He racked his brains and thought for a long time before he finally thought of the only hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery journal with more than 10 points, Hepatology. Emily laughed bitterly. The only hepatology journal in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery only has 11 points, but the number of people submitting to it is already scheduled for next year. Lu Ben could not help but complain. I originally thought that Professor Chen was quite good. Now that I heard about it, I suddenly don't want to see him anymore. Emily saw this and continued, but, do you know what Zhou Hongguang's attitude was when I called him? Lu Ben rolled his eyes. Needless to say, he was definitely in despair. Inhumane despair. If it was really that easy, I would be a department director. Emily shook his head. Of course not. When I called him, Zhou Hongguang seemed very excited. He seemed to be very inspired and had a lot of ideas. He didn't doubt Chen Song at all, and he didn't doubt himself either. He seemed to think that 10 points shouldn't be difficult. When he said this, Lu Ben was instantly speechless. Zhou Hongguang must have been driven crazy. Molly said, what I mean is, after work tomorrow afternoon, let's go over and look for Chen Song. We can also copy the surgery while we're at it. Lu Ben nodded. He also wanted to know what Zhou Hongguang had experienced. It was said that good and evil would be rewarded in the end. This sentence was not false at all. On this day, Old Ma had a boil. Most of the time, a hero like Old Ma would not be bothered by boils. However, this boil had flourished after Old Ma had sat for a long time. Recently, Old Ma did not dare to sit down at all, when the shift changed in the morning. Yu Yonggong's face darkened as he looked at Old Ma. "Mai Weihui, do you have a problem with me?" "Everyone, sit down. You're the only one standing." Old Ma was so aggrieved that he cried. "Boss, I have a boil on my butt." When he said this, everyone immediately laughed out loud. Yu Yonggong did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was not a rare disease. After all, after sitting for a long time, people like Old Ma, who had a high body fluid secretion, would sweat easily. It was not rare for him to have a boil on his butt for a long time. Good would be rewarded with good, and evil would be punished with evil. Old Ma, who was kind to others, finally had his reward at this time. "Chief Ma, I'll cut the boil for you." "Yes, Chief Ma, don't worry, I'll do it." "Chief Ma, pick me. I can also cut hemorrhoids. When the boil is removed, I'll do it for you for free." Old Ma looked at the group of junior doctors with greedy eyes. He could not hold back his hands. When Yu Yonggong saw this, he suddenly coughed and laughed. "This? Chief Ma, let's just sell it to the domestic market." The word "sell it to the domestic market" completely amused everyone in the office. The head nurse also laughed and said, "That's right, Chief Ma. I'll arrange for skilled interns to change your dressing." Mai Weihui wanted to cry but had no tears. This boil was finally going to be sold in his own department. Old Ma looked at Chen Song and said, "Chief, I'll let Chen Song be the chief surgeon for me." Chen Song was stunned. When he thought of Old Ma's butt, Chen Song suddenly wanted to refuse. But before he finished speaking, Yu Yonggong agreed. "It's approved." Old Ma was relieved. He looked at Chen Song and said, "Kid, if you want to cut a boil, then cut a boil. Don't mess around." Chen Song suddenly sneered. "Once you're on my bed, operating bed, you have to listen to me." Immediately, Chen Song said to the head nurse, "Give Chief Ma an AIDS, syphilis STD test." Old Ma was alert. "Chen Song, what are you doing?" Everyone burst into laughter. The general of the department, Ma Nahan, was finally hospitalized. Mai Weihui, who was lying on the bed, suddenly felt that the patient was the boss. "Nurse, I'm too hot. Turn on the air conditioner." "Get lost." "Nurse, I want to see my case." "Shut up." Unfortunately, the nurses were all from other people's families. He was lonely and helpless, they were all patients. Why was there such a big difference? Therefore, Old Ma was not convinced. He wanted to complain. It just so happened that the chief of the medical department came to the emergency department for some matters. Old Ma almost cried when he saw it. "I want to complain. I want to complain. They abused me." Old Ma cried to his brother-in-law, Luo Yukai. However, Luo Yukai shook off Old Ma and looked at Chen Song and said, "Dr. Chen, why is he still so fat? Let him lose some weight." Old Ma was really desperate at this moment. In the morning, Chen Song made ward rounds. The one who was in the same room as Old Ma was a young man who was hospitalized because he injured himself in a fight. Moreover, he was not leaving the hospital now. The head nurse originally planned to urge him to leave the hospital tomorrow. But, the young man was shocked when he saw Ma Dazhuang, who was more than 1.8 meters tall and more than 180 pounds, in such a miserable state. He was so obedient that he did not dare to say a word. After Chen Song came in, he looked at Old Ma's boils and then slapped him. It was so painful that Old Ma almost jumped up, seeing that Chen Song was going to fight him to the death. Chen Song said to the nurse unhurriedly, "Prepare to call the mental hospital. There is a lunatic here who needs to be transferred to another hospital." Old Ma heard this and did not dare to make a fuss. He just raised his hand and pointed at Chen Song and the others, "Wait for me. Wait for me." Unfortunately, it was of no use. It was not easy to bully Mai Weihui. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even familiar nurses occasionally came in to flatter him. Soon, flattery became a trend in the emergency department. Everyone flattered him when they had nothing to do. Even Yu Yonggong was no exception. However, old Ma did not say anything. Others flattered him confidently. What could he do? The gangster in the same room saw many people coming to hit him all morning. He was terrified. He couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, why are you hospitalized?" Old Ma was stunned and sighed faintly. How can one's shoes not get wet if one often stands by the river? Old Ma's melancholy mixed with decisiveness and ruthlessness attracted this little gangster who yearned for gangsters. Because Old Ma's body shape was very similar to that of a gangster. The hooligan swallowed his saliva and thought of Old Ma's words. He immediately understood. In his mind, Old Ma was the leader of the underworld. He was killed after losing his position. Thinking of this, the young man asked softly, "Big brother, have you killed anyone?" Old Ma was stunned. Human life, this. Old Horseface couldn't help but sigh. He really couldn't count. Sigh, in our line of work, how can there be no deaths? When we are unlucky, there will be several deaths in a day. When the young man heard this, how could he, a hooligan, have ever come into contact with a big shot of this level? She blushed furiously. His admiration for Ma Yuhui was unparalleled. He quickly asked, "Big brother, have you been in the army?" "When I was in the army, it was a special unit. I went to Africa. At that time, many people died. After I came out of the army, I was brought here by the boss. Now, people in the underworld have no choice." The hooligan didn't dare to doubt the authenticity of Old Ma's words because Old Ma said it in detail. The details were on point. He had read a book about mercenaries. Thinking of this, the hooligan suddenly became worried. So, there was a big villain living beside him who killed without batting an eyelid? Old Ma sighed. When he was hospitalized, he didn't have any surgery and couldn't see the bright red blood. He felt a little uncomfortable. Old Ma looked at his hand. Faintly, "Do you know? Blood is addictive. When I see blood spurting out, my adrenaline starts to soar. Occasionally, I can't see blood for a day or two. I feel a little empty." Old Ma was telling the truth. There was really such a sequela after working in the emergency department for a lifetime. However, when Old Ma looked at the hooligan, the hooligan was almost scared to tears. He hurriedly got up to settle the discharge procedures. The head nurse was overjoyed that the hooligan was discharged. After all, this kind of trauma patient, especially one whose brain was injured, couldn't be chased away. However, she didn't expect the hooligan to take the initiative to be discharged. The happy head nurse guessed that it must be because of Old Ma's help. She went back and flattered him. When the hooligan left the hospital, he looked at Old Ma meaningfully. Old Ma, who had just been flattered by the head nurse, glanced at the young man with a gloomy face. "Not bad, young man. I'll go out and look for you." The young man's expression suddenly changed. That day, he went to the nearest police station to report that a mercenary had been admitted to the emergency department. He had killed many people, and if he didn't see blood for a day, that afternoon, Old Ma was investigated. He was dumbfounded by the investigation. In fact, small treatments like boils didn't require surgery at all. Old Ma mainly wanted to do a physical examination to check the infectious diseases. After all, the emergency department had been dealing with blood for a long time. Occupational exposure was still very common, so Old Ma just wanted to do a checkup and remove the hemorrhoids. In fact, Old Ma secretly told Chen Song that he also wanted to remove the wrapping at the same time. Chen Song naturally agreed. However, they ignored a problem. The test results came out that day. Old Ma didn't want to stay on the hospital bed for too long. He decided to perform the surgery after work tonight. Therefore, Chen Song was in charge of removing the boils and invited a doctor from the anorectal department to remove the hemorrhoids. Chen Song took the opportunity to remove the wrapping. When they learned that Old Ma was going to remove the wrapping, the department immediately became lively. As a nurse, Xianxia personally prepared the wrapping. She even invited a few intern nurses to give them a lecture. When Old Ma heard this, he immediately got up and ran. In the end, a funny thing happened in the entire emergency department. A man in a hospital gown ran forward, and more than 10 nurses chased after him. "Hold him down. I'll make whoever holds him down prepare the wrapping." The head nurse's words immediately made the nurses lose their minds. In the end, Old Ma was still pressed on the bed. The process of preparing the wrapping was indeed difficult, but in old Ma's eyes, it was humiliating. In the eyes of the nurses, it was difficult, because the little horse was frightened. Old Ma's little foal was so scared that it shrank into the bushes. Those who had experience in preparing the wrapping knew that it wasn't easy to prepare the wrapping in this situation. After all, it was too small. They had to be careful, afraid that they would accidentally scrape the little foal together. The nurse, Xianxia, sighed. Old Ma, you usually look like a burly man. Look at you. Sigh. Old Ma felt like he was going to die. Old Ma's successful skin preparation was treated as a model by the head nurse. Xianxia's outstanding performance also made many young nurses admire her. Old Ma had successfully become a teaching model. If one looked at this problem from a medical and teaching perspective, then today's process was very smooth. After all, Old Ma had provided a difficult case for skin preparation, but, if one looked at it from Old Ma's heart, this was an unforgettable memory. This was the history of Old Ma's inner humiliation. However, after a needle of lidocaine, Old Ma had forgotten everything. Even if it was local anesthesia, it did not affect Old Ma from forgetting those unhappy things. The only way to relieve his worries was with lidocaine. The surgery was very successful. Xianxia gave Old Ma a more aesthetically pleasing circumcision. This was the first time Xianxia had completed a circumcision surgery in the true sense. However, he looked at his work and was quite satisfied. Anything that could be seen on the surface could be more aesthetically pleasing. Even at the very end, Xianxia suddenly thought of a complicated knot. If it was a seal, it would seal Old Ma. Yes, the hemorrhoid surgery was also very successful. In short, under their pincer attack, the surgery was successfully completed after an hour before 8 o'clock in the evening. But, after Old Ma returned to the ward, he suddenly thought of a serious and realistic thing, that is, how should I sleep? Lie down and sleep? That was definitely not possible. The boils on his buttocks had just been cut, and there was still a line left for the hemorrhoids. Lie down. That was even more unrealistic. There was still a ball of gauze in front. Old Ma really wanted to cry at this moment. However, if Old Ma could cry so easily, he would not be Old Ma. He soon discovered something that made him happy. That was that under the gauze, his pony looked like a Fergana horse through his pants. This should be a happy thing. For this, Old Ma fell asleep happily. That night, he woke up 6 times in pain. However, he looked down at the Fergana horse with satisfaction, endured the pain, and fell asleep again. In fact, he did not know how much effort Xianxia had put in to bandage him. Perhaps Old Ma was happy too early. Summer is a season of restlessness and uneasiness. The clothes of the young female nurses in the emergency department began to release hormones. Every day after work, this group of nurses always changed into miniskirts, shorts, suspenders, and so on to change Old Ma's dressing. Well, there were no surprises. Old Ma's foal had really become a Fergana horse. Blood slowly seeped out. Old Ma's face changed and he immediately shouted, "Xianxia has broken free." In the afternoon, Gao Ronghua called. "Professor Chen, Wang Dong is awake." Xianxia nodded. "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Xianxia comforted Ma Yuehui and sighed, "You're already an adult. Can you have some self-control? Do you really want me to call sister-in-law over?" Old Ma blushed furiously. After he finished speaking, Xianxia stood up and walked toward the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. At this time, Gao Ronghua was already waiting for Xianxia. Wang Dong's wife sat on the chair at the door and did not let him in. However, when she saw Xianxia, she stood up uneasily and held her clothes with both hands. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. When the two of them arrived at the intensive care unit, they saw Wang Dong open his eyes and look at Xianxia. The gratitude in his eyes was self-evident. "Professor Chen. I feel much better now." Wang Dong could not help but say. He really hoped that he could get better. Xianxia nodded. "Give me the report." The nurse handed over the medical record book. At this time, a nurse ran in. "Director Chen, Department Director Mo and Director Liu from Union Medical College Hospital are here." Gao Ronghua was stunned. Mo Li and Liu Ben from Union Medical College Hospital were here together? Xianxia looked at the report and said nothing. Gao Ronghua walked out. Chen Song was about to say something after reading the report when Gao Ronghua brought the two of them into the intensive care unit. At this time, Chen Song said to Gao Ronghua, "Do a bedside Doppler ultrasound to check the patency of the portal vein and hepatic artery." Emily nodded and smiled at Chen Song. "Professor Chen, nice to meet you." Chen Song, Emily, and Lu Ben had met them before. They nodded. The ultrasound doctor walked over with the ultrasound machine beside the bed. At this moment, everyone fell silent. This might be the time to test the success of the surgery. Emily and Lu Ben looked at each other. Just in time to test the success of the surgery. To be honest, they were doubtful that Chen Song could complete such a surgery. Chen Song was amazing, however, there was a limit to how good he was, right? You were in cardiovascular surgery. Yes, you were also good at digestive surgery. You crossed the line. If they had to find a reason, it would be that cardiovascular and digestive tracts were both tubes. That was why you were good. However, liver surgery was not ordinary. Hepatobiliary surgery was a relatively small field of surgery. Therefore, this field had the most academicians. Similarly, because it was small, crossing the line was not so simple. At this moment, the ultrasound image appeared on the screen. "Professor Chen. The portal vein is unobstructed. The hepatic artery is also unobstructed. Also, look at the blood flow. This blood flow is no different from a normal liver." Chen Song was instantly delighted. This was good news. "Is today's prothrombin and blood routine test out?" Chen Song continued to ask. The nurse quickly checked it. "It's out, Professor Chen. The prothrombin time is less than 10 seconds, and the platelets are basically normal." After Chen Song heard this, he could not help but say, "Good." This was really good. Even Gao Ronghua could not help but exclaim. In the early stage of liver transplantation, prothrombin time and platelets were prone to be prolonged. This was an important indicator of the surgery. Now, these two indicators were completely normal. The results of the bedside Doppler ultrasound showed that the hepatic artery and portal vein were completely normal. One was a physiological test, and the other was an ultrasound test. Both indicators were completely normal. There was no rejection. What did this mean? The surgery was a success. At this moment, Chen Song was also very happy. He looked at Wang Dong and smiled. "You're really lucky." When Wang Dong heard this, he immediately laughed. "Damn. Professor Chen, if it weren't for you, I would really be dead." Gao Ronghua was also very happy. He tried hard to recall the surgery 2 days ago. He had gained a lot. Emily and Lu Ben looked at each other and did not know what to say. Chen Song's liver transplantation skills were actually that good. At this moment, Chen Song turned around and looked at the two of them. "By the way, Department Director M.O., Director Lu, why are you here?" The two of them felt helpless and did not know what to say. If old Ma was here, he would definitely be able to point it out. They were definitely not here to watch him show off. P.S. Wow, we have a new alliance master. Thank you to Bongbong Touch for the 100000 tip. There are 2 more tonight. Everyone, take a look first. Emily and Lu Ben stuttered for a long time and did not know what to say. They could not say that they did not believe in the surgery, right? The patients were all lying here healthy and well, recovering well in all aspects. Basically, he was not much different from a normal liver transplant patient. In fact, his recovery was even better. What are you not convinced about? The two of them sighed. It seemed that what Zhou Hongguang said was true. Chen Song's grasp of liver transplantation might be really good. Emily and Lu Ben were suspicious, but they were not here to cause trouble. There was no need to. Their purpose of coming was to learn and visit. Although Chen Song had some dealings with Peking Union Medical College Hospital, he did not have much contact with the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Emily could not help but say, "Professor Chen is really amazing. A liver source that has been frozen for more than 16 hours actually has such a good recovery effect. I'm really impressed." Chen Song said, "Actually, recovery depends on the patient. Wang Dong's body has a good foundation, so his recovery is also very good. Moreover, with the help of Chief Gao and Chief Zhou, such a result was achieved." Emily smiled. He knew that Chen Song was being modest. However, it was precisely because of this that Emily admired Chen Song even more. He had talent but did not rely on it. This was the attitude that an expert should have. Professor Chen, to tell you the truth, we're here today to learn from you. After all, after my students went back, they admired Professor Chen very much. They said that you could sense the existence of blood clots in the liver without any equipment. Moreover, when you cut the liver to remove the blood clots, you were decisive and accurate. You have the demeanor of old Master Wu. So, we're here today to learn from you. I just didn't expect Professor Chen's attainments in liver transplantation to be so profound. I'm really impressed. So, we want to copy the surgery video and go back to learn from it. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately smiled in relief. He thought that it was just a copy of the video. I don't dare to learn, but I dare to communicate with you. My attainments in the field of hepatobiliary and pancreatic surgery are definitely not comparable to the two chief physicians. If there are surgeries in the future, we can communicate and learn from each other. Shall I ask the nurse to make a copy of the surgery video for you? Dao Ronghua called a nurse over and said to the two. The two of them nodded. Emily and Lubin didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After all, many people would treasure the video of the surgery. Especially unique techniques. The two of them found it increasingly difficult to see through Chen Song. Was he really not afraid that his skills would be learned by others? This was truly a miraculous person. Emily asked from the bottom of his heart, do you allow others to copy my surgery videos as they please? Of course not, who didn't have some hidden skills, but... Chen Song seemed to be really calm. Professor Chen, we also have a few liver transplant surgeries recently. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to invite you over for a consultation? Lu Bin said with a smile. Chen Song's eyes lit up when he heard that. Wasn't this a classic case of giving him a pillow when he was sleeping? He needed to perform 10 surgeries before he could achieve perfect level liver transplantation. And now, there was only one. Of course, he had to agree. Okay, no problem. Chen Song regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. It wasn't that he didn't want to perform the surgery. It was because he didn't show that he was reluctant. Chen Song had been with this group of old chief physicians every day recently and learned some shrewdness. Even if he really wanted to go, he had to pretend that he was reluctant. He didn't expect that he still didn't show it at this time. However, Chen Song's straightforwardness made Emily and Lu Bin a little stunned. This Professor Chen was really a good person. Perhaps they were measuring the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. This face-to-face teaching was different from watching a video. At this moment, after coming out of the intensive care unit, Chen Song comforted Wang Dong's wife. After knowing that her husband was safe and sound, the wife seemed to instantly feel that the haze in her heart had dissipated. Wang Dong's wife was originally quite good-looking. Unfortunately, these days, her complexion was getting worse and worse. She was a little sallow. But, the way they supported each other and went through thick and thin together was really beautiful. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Perhaps the most sincere person in the world was just like this, right? Emily and Lu Bin copied the video. Before leaving, they looked at Chen Song and asked, Professor Chen, are you free this weekend? We would like to invite Professor Chen for a training session. Chen Song immediately shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm really not free next weekend. Dao Ronghua smiled and said, Professor Chen isn't from the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery. Have you forgotten that the AATS 2020 World Cardiovascular Conference will be held on the 6th of next week? Professor Chen is a big shot. We have to prepare well this Saturday and Sunday. Emily and Lu Bin immediately smiled awkwardly. Yes, Professor Chen was not idle at all. After Chen Song heard this, he smiled without denying it. Actually, he was going to set up a company this Saturday and Sunday. Recently, Howard had already returned and had talked to Meng Wanrong and Jing Wutan in private a few times. They would discuss again this Saturday and Sunday. Then, they would decide on the share division plan. As a more important shareholder, Chen Song naturally couldn't be absent. If the discussion was successful, they might sign the agreement as soon as possible and then start investing and building the factory. It was a matter of great importance, and Chen Song didn't want to miss it. To put it bluntly, it didn't matter whether Chen Sung liked money or not. He had to have money, even if it was to leave a large fortune for his children. Although there was no conclusion yet. However, Chen Sung's shares would be worth at least 1.2 billion to 1.5 billion yuan according to the total investment. Of course, if the company really closed down, it wouldn't matter for the time being. To be honest, when it came to entrepreneurship, who dared to say that it would definitely succeed? An enterprise couldn't survive with just one product. What was needed was a long-term vitality. After sending the two of them off, Chen Sung decided to go and see how the Fergana horse was recovering. After old Ma was hospitalized, Chen Sung's pressure increased. Chen Sung had to go out and do a lot of first aid tasks. Just as he arrived at old Ma's ward, Chen Sung saw a graceful woman in a beige suit. Her hair seemed to be neatly combed, but at this time, she was squatting down and feeding old Ma a bowl of unknown liquid. This woman was really elegant. She looked to be in her 30s, and there was a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were full of doting as she looked at old Ma. That's right, this scene was very familiar. It was also very heartwarming. Very similar. Pan Jinlian held a bowl of medicine and said to Wu Daolong, "Come, Daolong, drink the medicine." That's right, Chen Sung admitted that he was jealous. It wasn't just Chen Sung. Even the other doctors who came to check the room had the same thought when they saw the scene. Moreover, Chen Sung bet that they would stand on Pan Jinlian's side. They really hoped that this elegant sister was holding a bowl of poison in her hands. If it was arsenic, they didn't mind adding more. Poison this bastard. After all, old Ma was too cheap. Aya, it's so hot. Old Ma couldn't help but blame the woman after being fed a mouthful of bird's nest. The woman smiled and turned to look at Chen Sung. She knew that Ma Yuehui was bluffing in front of others, but it didn't matter. The woman smiled gently and took out a Givenchy handkerchief to wipe the corner of old Ma's mouth. Sorry, I'll be careful. Old Ma enjoyed this feeling. This feeling made him proud. When she saw Chen Sung, she smiled and said, "This is my little brother, Chen Sung." "Chen Sung, this is your sister-in-law, Luo Lu." Chen Sung quickly greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Chen Sung." Luo Lu looked good when she smiled. Chen Sung had never seen Pan Jinlian, but he felt that she was definitely not as good-looking as Luo Li's sister-in-law. Chen Sung was not convinced. This silly Ma, what did he do to deserve this? Luo Lu smiled faintly. I often hear old Ma talk about you. Come visit when you have time. Also, you've worked hard during this period. Chen Sung shook his head. It's okay, sister-in-law. You can rest assured with us here. As he spoke, Chen Sung unconsciously sneered at Ma Bor. This guy was really showing off now. Chen Sung suddenly thought of Luo Yukai. No wonder he didn't like old Ma. It would be strange if he didn't like him. After leaving the office, everyone carefully talked about Ma Yuehui. What did old Ma do to deserve this? If he was really rich, it would be fine too. The entire nurses' station had seen a little pony before. He was like a little lamb. In the end, everyone could only conclude that fortune favors fools. After Luo Lu left, many doctors and nurses came to change his dressing. They all wanted to flatter him. They had no choice but to line up. Old Ma wanted to cry. With old Ma's injury, Chen Sung had to be busier. As a temporary member of the emergency department's treatment group, Chen Sung had a lot of responsibilities. He had gone to 2 consultations in the morning and even ran out to pick up a patient after work. At this time, Chen Sung also admired old Ma a little more. Without mentioning anything else, old Ma's physique was not bad. He was already in his 40s, yet he still had such stamina. Perhaps he might old Ma's he had better endurance a lot longer. However, old's was a warning s. Hemorrhoids, circumcision, these kinds of surgeries could not be carried out in his own hospital even if he was beaten to death. If he was not careful, Lao Chen would become Xiao Chen. Of course, Chen Sung recalled his senior brother who was circumcised by his roommate. He suddenly felt that this senior brother did it on purpose. When he was sleeping in the afternoon, the nurse brought a bottle of milk. Chen Sung looked at little Ku curiously and couldn't help but mutter, "This. Little Ku, aren't you not married? Why are you?" Little Ku blushed. "Professor Chen, this is camel milk, not mine." When Chen Sung heard this, he smiled awkwardly. "Oh. Haha. Camel milk is good. Chen Song opened the bottle of milk. After drinking it, he lay down to sleep. The hospital didn't give away these gifts. After many patients were hospitalized, because the big hospitals in the capital didn't allow red packets, the management was also very strict. Therefore, patients often sent some gifts to express their gratitude. For example, fruits, milk, nuts, and so on. Anyway, it wasn't easy to starve to death in the hospital. After sleeping for a while, Chen Song was woken up by a knock on the door. The fat nurse, Alu, rushed in and said breathlessly, "Professor Chen, there's a patient in the gynecology emergency department. She has abdominal pain. The other party can't make a clear diagnosis now, so they asked you to help with the consultation." After Chen Song heard this, he quickly got up. Okay. At this moment, in the gynecology office, the atmosphere was tense. 15 to 16 specialists gathered in a small office. Even though the air conditioner was blowing, it still couldn't disperse the scorching heat wave. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. The pen and paper in their hands were constantly scribbling. No one knew what they were thinking. The patient's condition was too complicated. The entire emergency center, with 9 departments assisting in the joint consultation, lasted for an hour and a half. From 1:30 p.m. until now, everyone had stayed here for the whole afternoon. No one complained, but the only regret was that they hadn't received a unified diagnosis yet. Now, the patient's diagnosis hadn't been made clear, let alone diagnosis and treatment. Treatment wasn't as simple as a shot of painkillers for abdominal pain. Gastric reflux couldn't solve these problems. Abdominal pain, behind the seemingly common symptoms, there were often a series of difficult and complicated diseases. After staying in the hospital for a long time, one would realize one thing. The more common the symptoms, the harder it was to diagnose clearly. The key was that the patient's symptoms weren't simple. The patient was a 61-year-old woman. After exercise, she suddenly felt dizzy, weak, and severe pain in her lower abdomen for 10 hours. Everyone discussed for more than an hour, but there was still no result. Therefore, Xianxia suddenly suggested, "Call the emergency department and ask Chen Song to come up and see what's going on. He's very good at treating acute abdominal pain." The gynecology department's director was Huang Qiuying, a state council subsidy expert and a big shot in the gynecology department. She was 58 years old this year. She was experienced and skillful. After hearing Xianxia's words, she was slightly stunned for a moment. Only then did she remember Chen Song. Chen Song had been around for half a year, but his influence on the gynecology department was the least. Compared to other departments, the gynecology and obstetrics department was more independent. They didn't often interact with the outside world. Therefore, they had only heard of Chen Song's deeds, but they had never really interacted with him. Moreover, the people present were all at the director level. A problem that they couldn't solve, could Chen Song solve it? However, Huang Qiuying had no choice now. She said to the nurse, "Apply for an emergency consultation with the 6 emergency departments. Ask Professor Chen Song to come over." After the nurse heard it, she quickly ran out. When the experts from the various departments around heard the name Chen Song, their eyes lit up slightly. They knew this genius. He was a good candidate for surgery. But, internal medicine and surgery were different. Compared to surgery, internal medicine doctors' diagnostic ability was relatively more accurate and powerful. Their logical thinking was clearer, and their diagnosis and treatment were more open. In comparison, surgeons still pursued the principle of cutting where it was not easy, of course, although it seemed like a joke. But it was not far from the truth. During the medical practitioner examination, it was divided into the general directions of internal and external medicine. Internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, and pediatrics. Most of the time, these 4 directions were like 4 domains. They cooperated and communicated with each other. But they were relatively independent. Gynecology was one of the more independent systems. Otherwise, it would be said that women held up half the sky and did not value women. Think about it carefully. Andrology was just a small subject. Manual dog head, however, it was undeniable that the development of gynecology had formed an independent system. At this time, in the office, other than the directors of the various departments, there was also a man in his 60s standing there. He was wearing a white shirt, suit pants, and cold leather shoes. He was balding, and he sat there with an imposing manner. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be an official. Although he just sat there without saying anything, he could gather 7 or 8 department directors in the office in the afternoon. How could he be simple? At this time, the man's expression was a little anxious. He was really not simple. That's right, Cui Jixing was an official, and he was not young. He had been the head for more than 20 years, he was the official village party secretary. Although he had already left his position. He had been an official for a lifetime. Don't treat a village official as an official, right? Cui Jixing's official position was not high, but this did not affect his position at all. After all, his wife had been hospitalized, and he did not know why she had such acute abdominal pain. Originally, his wife had only come to see a gynecological doctor, but she went for an ultrasound, and when she came back, she became like this. Since his wife's abdominal pain could not be found, no one could calm down. If Cui Jixing had not been the head for decades, he would not have been able to control this scene. In this era, medical disputes were so frequent. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. After all, an ultrasound was diagnosed as acute abdominal pain. Could this ultrasound be used to hit people? That's right. Now, his wife's family thought that the ultrasound from the hospital had hurt her. The hospital also wanted to cry but had no tears. Outside the office stood a man and a woman in their 50s. They were Cui Jixing's wife's younger brother and sister. If Cui Jixing had not stopped them, they would have already made a scene. It was said that village cadres were made through fighting, and town cadres were made through drinking. Cui Jixing was still more intimidating. However, the two of them stood outside and called home. "Mom, I heard from the doctor that elder sister's stomach is bleeding. The doctor said that the cause is unknown, and the situation is unclear. Even the bleeding site can't be found." I don't understand either, but I think it's an internal injury." "Ah. That's for sure. That ultrasound is faster than sound. Maybe the doctor didn't control the strength of the ultrasound properly and directly damaged Sister Air's internal organs." Xianxia had just arrived at the door when he heard this sentence. He was immediately stunned. The ultrasonic waves were so powerful. Do ultrasound doctors still need to control their strength? Xianxia felt that he had really learned something today. It turned out that every ultrasound doctor was a peerless expert. Was it an electromagnetic cannon that was released from the MRI? The X-ray and CT machines were also ultramicro-ray machines. Although Xianxia did not practice medicine for a long time, he had read many medical cases. This was the first time he had heard of an ultrasound attack. At this time, in the office, Cui Jixing couldn't help but ask, "Director Huang, what's wrong with my wife? It's not a good idea to be in pain now." Huang Qiuying was also helpless, so what if he was a famous doctor? There was no other way to deal with such a situation. They didn't even know what the patient's condition was. "Mr. Cui, please wait for a moment. We're waiting for someone. Your wife's condition is very rare. We have to treat it carefully." Huang Qiuying couldn't help but comfort him. "We can only make a definite diagnosis when we find the cause. Then, the treatment will be more effective, so, don't worry." At this time, Xianxia knocked on the door. After pushing the door open and entering, the General Surgery Department Director He Ziqian smiled and said, "Professor Chen is here." Xianxia nodded and smiled at He Ziqian. Huang Qiuying glanced at Xianxia and smiled politely. "Professor Chen, please have a seat." When Cui Jixing saw Xianxia, he was stunned, his expression changed and he became emotional. He finally couldn't help but say, "Director Huang. You." When Huang Qiuying saw this, she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that she would have to explain for a long time. After all, who would be able to accept a young man after waiting for so long? Just as she was about to explain, Cui Jixing was a little emotional. He spoke in Fangpu, dialect version of Mandarin, and said, "Director Huang, thank you so much. I can't believe you managed to invite Professor Chen. Professor Chen, you have to help me. My wife is your fan." His words made everyone around him a little confused. There was something fishy going on. "Yeah, we should have invited Professor Chen earlier. With Professor Chen around, there would have been no problem." Cui Jixing looked at Xianxia with a red face and insisted on shaking hands with Xianxia. all the department directors in the office were dumbfounded, even Huang Qiuying, who had been through a lot, stuttered for a long time. She couldn't say what she had prepared. Why didn't she follow the script? Even Chen Song's face was slightly red. He was a little embarrassed, to be honest. Chen Song didn't expect that his first fan would be born under such circumstances. Chen Song suddenly felt the pressure. Cui Jixing then said, "Professor Chen, we watched her challenging the impossible. You're amazing." At this moment, Chen Song understood. The power of CCTV was indeed extraordinary. When he could appear on the news channel, it would probably be even more impressive. After everyone sat down, Chen Song looked at the old man comfortingly. He felt that if he couldn't explain the reason today, he would be letting down his fans. At this time, Huang Qiuying showed the patient's condition on the big screen and said, "Professor Chen, the patient's condition is like this. The patient has a uterine fibroid. She came in for a checkup yesterday afternoon and did a gynecological ultrasound. As the patient is quite fat, she slipped when she got out of bed. Nothing happened at that time, but she started to feel dizzy in the early hours of yesterday morning. Then, she had severe pain in her lower abdomen that lasted for about 10 hours. During the physical examination, we found that the patient's lower right abdomen had a lump of about 10 centimeters in diameter. It was very tender and there was no pulse. There was tenderness, rebound pain, and muscle tension in the lower abdomen. We did an abdominal ultrasound and pelvic CT. The results showed that there was an irregular mixed mass around the bladder on the right side of the pelvic cavity. It was about 8 by 3.7 centimeters. The diagnosis is still unclear, but the conclusion of our discussion is that there is bleeding in the abdominal cavity. However, the cause and location are unknown." The case was not long. It was just a few sentences. But a lot of information could be gleaned. Sometimes, a doctor's medical record was nothing more than a few lines. The first was to find the cause according to the symptoms, and the second was to infer the symptoms according to the cause. At this time, the patient's symptoms did not seem to be very difficult. In terms of symptoms, the patient suddenly had dizziness, weakness, and other symptoms that should be low blood volume. There were also sudden abdominal pain, abdominal distension, and other symptoms of abdominal bleeding. Physical signs: there was pulse speed, low blood pressure, and obvious signs of peritoneal stimulation, which should mean that there was a lesion in the abdominal cavity. The blood routine showed a progressive decrease in hemoglobin in the early stage of the disease, but there was no obvious change in MCV and MCH. Instead, there was a continuous low level of Fib and an obvious increase in D-dimer. These seemingly messy test reports could obviously lead to a conclusion that it was completely consistent with the symptoms of acute blood loss. Therefore, Chen Song said directly, "Consider acute hemorrhagic disease." Chen Song's diagnosis was given almost immediately after the case was finished. Several chief physicians looked sideways with admiration. Although this diagnosis was not difficult, it required a certain level of skill to diagnose acute hemorrhagic disease so quickly. As for Chen Song, he had basically blurted it out. From this, one could see how solid his foundation was. Huang Qiuying could not help but nod. Yes, since it is a hemorrhagic disease and lower abdominal pain, physical examination and imaging found a solid pelvic cavity tumor, and the patient has a history of gynecological diseases, so I first consider gynecological diseases. There are only a few gynecological diseases that can cause bleeding. The first is pregnancy-related diseases, such as ectopic pregnancy, trophoblastic tumors, etc. The second is ovarian or fallopian tube tumor rupture. The last is ovarian endometriosis cyst rupture. Chen Song nodded. The patient has been menopausal for many years, so pregnancy-related diseases can be completely ruled out, and endometriosis cyst is also unlikely. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly asked, "The patient fell?" Cui Jixing nodded. "Yes, but it was just a gentle slide to the ground." A gentle slide to the ground and a heavy fall were two different things. Huang Qiuying said, "Before the diagnosis of bleeding caused by gynecological diseases is established, bleeding caused by other systems and other causes needs to be ruled out." As the director of the general surgery department, He Ziqian said, "We've discussed this before. Abdominal bleeding is usually caused by organ damage. However, the actual organs such as the liver, spleen, pancreas, etc., the hollow organs such as the stomach, intestines, gallbladder, and bile duct, etc. There are also blood vessel injuries such as the abdominal aorta, inferior vena cava, etc. Generally, these injuries were secondary to severe closed injuries or penetrating injuries. Pelvic vascular injuries were mostly secondary to penetrating injuries, pelvic fractures, or lower limb fractures. Therefore, the patient will only slowly fall to the ground after moving slightly. There are no obvious signs of fracture. Generally, it will not cause damage to the organs and tissues mentioned above. He Ziqian's words directly denied the possibility of the patient's organs being damaged. After that, the Department of Genitourinary Surgery, the Department of Hematology, the Department of Endocrinology, and the Department of Interventional Surgery began to discuss again. Perhaps many people did not understand what a consultation was. This was a consultation. A presumptive diagnosis was given, and then the various departments would make the diagnosis. This was the advantage of having different subjects. Every doctor was proficient in one field, they were very good at treating diseases in their field. It kept reducing the possibility of the patient. An acute abdominal hemorrhage seemed normal, but it was impossible to give a clear diagnosis now. In fact, this was medicine. As one of the founders of the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, Sir William Osler, said, medicine is an uncertain science. At this moment, the discussion became anxious again. The Department of Genitourinary Surgery denied the possibility of the patient's bladder region injury and temporarily did not consider genitourinary diseases. The Department of Hematology's inference focused on vascular damage. After all, long-term chronic diseases such as diabetes could easily lead to bleeding. Another round of discussion ended. Everyone fell silent again. Generally speaking, the consultation was actually divided into steps. If the diagnosis was correct, it would be easy to say. But if in today's situation, everyone could not find the cause after half a day of discussion, the consultation would not be wasted, the consultation would gradually become a scapegoat meeting. After all, such a difficult patient could not be diagnosed clearly, let alone treated. In fact, it could only be said that the patient's condition was not bad. If the patient's condition was really critical, the first step might be to perform a laparotomy. Sometimes, there were limitations to imaging examinations. There was definitely bleeding, but the amount of bleeding was not very large. At this moment, the office fell into silence again. Huang Qiuying was also decisive. Inform the operating theater to prepare for a laparotomy. There was no point in delaying it now. At this time, Chen Song was also constantly thinking about various possibilities. He had thought of the conventional diagnosis, but it did not match the patient's symptoms. No wonder everyone discussed the consultation for an hour without a result. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, "Can I go and see the patient?" Huang Qiuying turned around and glanced at Chen Song. Only then did she remember that Chen Song had not expressed his opinion since then. Everyone also thought that Chen Song would not come and go through the motions, right? However, no one would force Chen Song. After all, he was just a doctor for in-service training. Whether he gave it or not, he was not responsible. But to be honest, these chief physicians definitely did not believe that Chen Song could give a result. Huang Qiuying saw that Chen Song was serious and did not seem to be pretending. She could not help but be stunned for a moment. Okay. As they spoke, Huang Qiuying personally brought Chen Song to the ward. An old woman in her 60s was lying on the bed, holding her stomach and groaning in pain. When she saw Huang Qiuying, she was about to speak when she suddenly saw Chen Song. Suddenly, the old woman's face turned red. Professor Chen. The old woman's husband, Cui Jixing, could not help but say, "Honey, don't worry. Professor Chen will definitely be able to diagnose clearly." The old woman nodded and suddenly felt that her stomach did not hurt as much. Yes, yes, yes. I believe in Professor Chen. Chen Song also sighed. The pressure was as great as a mountain, only love and trust could not be let down. The surrounding chief physicians all had different expressions. If Chen Song could really diagnose clearly, then he was really capable. But, to be honest, if this disease was really that simple, it would not have taken so long. This kind of bleeding was definitely rare. Sure enough, after Chen Song palpated for a while, he was also in a deadlock. He could not get an accurate answer for a long time. However, Chen Song's eyes were not X-ray. There was no way to see the situation in the abdominal cavity. The patient's pelvic hematoma seemed to be an unsolved mystery. Time passed by minute, Chen Song also racked his brains to think, what kind of acute abdominal disease were there? His mind was like a search engine, constantly bringing in, thinking, and speculating. Chen Song suddenly thought of something and quickly said, do a color ultrasound of the upper and lower limbs veins. Huang Qiuying frowned. Upper and lower limbs? What's the point? When the doctor from the Department of Interventional Medicine heard Chen Song's words, his eyelids could not help but twitch. Yes, let's do a color ultrasound. When she heard the doctor from the Department of Interventional Medicine, Huang Qiuying did not stop him. The gynecology department had ultrasound, so the results were out very quickly. The color ultrasound of the blood vessels in the upper and lower limbs also indicated that there was thrombosis in the right femoral and poplar veins. Everyone who saw the results was a little confused. Chen Song was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Chen Song turned around and asked Huang Qiuying hurriedly, how long has it been? Huang Qiuying was stunned for a moment. It's been 10 hours. Hearing this, Chen Song's expression obviously changed. 10 hours. The situation was a little dangerous. Chen Song quickly said, Chief Huang, hurry up and prepare for the surgery. The patient's condition may be very dangerous. At this moment, Chen Song was clearly a little flustered. His expression was extremely nervous. Seeing this, Huang Qiuying was obviously stunned. Professor Chen, what's going on? The other 7 or 8 chief physicians looked at Chen Song and were also a little curious. They were very puzzled as to why Chen Song was so flustered. Now it seemed that the possibility of the tumor rupture and bleeding was higher. It could also be a pelvic cyst in the abdominal cavity. If that was the case, was there a need to be so nervous? Young people, they still couldn't keep their cool. Indeed, this was the case after being a doctor for a long time. No matter how serious the illness was, they would definitely not be afraid in the face of danger. However, at this moment, He Ziqian was also frowning, because this was the first time he saw Chen Song lose his composure like this. That was right, even if Chen Song encountered a patient with a high mortality rate of aortic dissection and a patient who did not even have the surgical indications, he would only frown slightly. However, at this moment, Chen Song was obviously a little anxious and nervous. He was even a little uneasy, indeed, because at this moment, Chen Song was not confident in his heart. This was the first time he encountered this kind of illness. The nervousness and uneasiness in his heart had long filled his heart. Seeing that Chen Song did not speak, Huang Qiuying could not help but ask again, Professor Chen, what's going on? Chen Song said directly, SIVR. The patient was speechless. The surrounding chief physicians were also speechless. Chen Song was even more stunned. Well, he was wrong. Originally, Chen Song just did not want to increase the anxiety and uneasiness in the patient's heart. Therefore, he used professional terms. Generally speaking, doctors would do this. In front of the patient, they would not directly say those easy-to-understand words. Instead, they would use some professional terms. After all, if they did not understand, they would not be anxious. But, Chen Song did not expect this group of doctors to not understand. Chen Song was speechless. He Ziqian glanced at Chen Song's dumbfounded expression and felt a little embarrassed. The other department heads coughed and looked at each other before averting their gazes. Because, they had never heard of such a disease, they even said that Chen Song couldn't keep his cool. In the end, when the doctor said the diagnosis, he didn't even understand. Chen Song was helpless and could only explain, I suspect that the patient has a spontaneous rupture of the iliac vein. As expected, after he said this, the other directors finally understood. But, it was precisely because they understood that their expressions suddenly changed, and their pupils shrank slightly, as if they had heard something terrifying. Those who had never heard of this disease didn't say anything. Huang Qiuying's expression was serious. Come to the office. While talking, the group hurried back to the office. After Huang Qiuying entered the door, she asked Chen Song, Professor Chen, how confident are you? Chen Song pondered for a moment. About 70%. His words caused everyone to fall silent. 70%, not low, He Ziqian could not help but sigh. Director Huang, arrange the surgery. Now, we have to open the abdomen. Whether the patient has a spontaneous rupture of the iliac vein or not, it has to be done. Huang Qiuying gasped a few times. But, who has done this kind of surgery before? Who can be confident? Actually, at this time, Huang Qiuying was already 70% convinced, because the patient's situation was really too similar. It was just that, they really did not expect to encounter such a disease. Huang Qiuying's words made everyone fall silent. As she spoke, Huang Qiuying hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone and dialing Union Medical College Hospital. Director Sun, this is Huang Qiuying. Have you encountered a patient with a spontaneous rupture of the iliac vein? Sun Guanyu shook his head. Director Huang, don't joke around. Any patient with a spontaneous rupture of the iliac vein can get a high score on SCI. It can be cured. The Lancet has no problem. To encounter such a disease, Sun Guanyu did not finish his words. Suddenly, his face changed. He quickly said, wait. Director Huang, you encountered such a disease? Huang Qiuying was silent for a moment. Yes, Chen Song said it's a spontaneous rupture of the iliac vein. I think it's probably the case. After Sun Guanyu heard that, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Professor Chen said that? Then it should be right. This is really. Wait for me, I'll drive over now. Huang Qiuying nodded. Yes, Director Sun, since you're here, I'm confident in my heart. I'll ask Zhen and 301. Sun Guanyu could not help but smile bitterly. I'm just going to learn. I've never seen such a patient. I'm not confident even if I go. Besides, not to mention me, I don't think you can find a doctor in the entire capital who has this experience. At this point, Sun Guanyu looked at Huang Qiuying and said seriously, Director Huang, listen to me. At this moment, the only person you can trust is Chen Song, Professor Chen. After all, I think only Professor Chen can diagnose it. Huang Qiuying was stunned for a moment. Sun Guanyu really guessed it right, this time, it was really Chen Song who diagnosed it. Sun Guanyu said, Director Huang, I'll give you a suggestion. Ask Chen Song. I think he's the only one who has confidence in this disease. Huang Qiuying's heart thumped. Was Chen Song really that good? He Ziqian trusted Chen Song so much, and Sun Guanyu from Union Medical College Hospital also respected Chen Song so much. Huang Qiuying then called 301 and Zhen. She was stunned, because they all listened to Chen Song, this might be the only way. As she spoke, Huang Qiuying looked at Chen Song and organized her tone. Professor Chen, are you confident? At this time, everyone noticed that Huang Qiuying used a you to address Chen Song. What kind of person was Huang Qiuying? Yes, Chen Song was addressing you. Chen Song had never been idle. He had now discovered a weakness of the skill book. That was, he had to find it, there were too many leaves and too many skills. It was quite troublesome to find them. After searching for a long time, Chen Song found something helpless. There was no special surgery for spontaneous iliac vein rupture, the only relevant thing was the abdominal iliac vein repair surgery. The key was that this guy was very expensive. Level 4 surgery cost a lot of skill points. It was a bit of a waste to exchange for this, however, Chen Song felt that since it was a spontaneous iliac vein rupture, it had to be at least a lord level, right? Or even a king level. After all, spontaneous iliac vein rupture was very rare. It occurred quickly and the mortality rate was as high as 23%. The most important thing was that after Haast and the others first reported it in 1961, there were a total of 34 cases reported in foreign literature. Moreover, there were only 2 patients in the country. Moreover, the postoperative conditions of these 2 patients were relatively ordinary. Was such a disease not rare? To be honest, encountering such a patient was more difficult than winning the lottery several times in a row. That was also the reason why these chief physicians and experts had never heard of it. It was normal that they had never heard of it. If it were not for Chen Song's perfect diagnosis of acute abdomen, he would not have been confident. After hearing Huang Qiuying's request, everyone was stunned. Chief Huang was about to graduate and was so polite to Chen Song. Chen Song could do it. This kind of disease was a worldwide problem. Chen Song could do it. It was not that they looked down on Chen Song, but no one was confident in this kind of surgery. No one dared to arrogantly say that they could do it. However, everyone knew that there was no one present who knew more than Chen Song. After all, it was Chen Song who diagnosed this disease. For a moment, everyone's expressions were very complicated. After Chen Song finished the exchange, he could not care less. Now was not the time to dilly-dally. Therefore, Chen Song looked at Huang Qiuying and nodded. "I'll give it a try." As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. He Ziqian was delighted. Teacher Chen was really omnipotent. P.S. Thank you to old friends never change for the 10,000 reward. There are still 2 more chapters in a while. Sorry for the wait. Chen Song's "I'll give it a try" really stunned the few directors. That's right, this sentence seemed very cowardly, but it was not cowardly at all. Because no one in the world dared to say that they could cure spontaneous rupture of the iliac vein. This "I'll give it a try" was actually very confident. Indeed, Chen Song did not dare to guarantee it in his heart, however, he had to give it a try. The current situation was very obvious and right in front of him. Spontaneous rupture of the iliac vein was very rare, and the condition was critical. It often caught the first doctor off guard. Moreover, the key point of this disease was that it was relatively easy to misdiagnose. Because it was rarely seen, it was very difficult to diagnose. Often, when the diagnosis was clear, the patient's life would be gone. Chen Song felt that he might be the person who understood this disease the best here, right? If he did not fight for it, was he really going to watch the patient wait for death? If that was really the case, what was the point of him holding on to the system? Now, Chen Song realized that medicine was definitely not a 100% discipline. It was nothing more than using the skills that one had already mastered to solve many diseases that one was not confident in. With the development of medicine, one would discover one thing: the development of diseases was much faster than medicine. Of course, it could also be because these diseases actually existed in the first place. We just did not understand it. As we continued to unveil the mystery of the world and grasp more and more medical knowledge, we also recognized more and more diseases at the same time. According to the 5% known law. Perhaps our understanding of the human body was less than 5%, however, this did not mean that we should deny our science. Because it was through this 5% knowledge that we had changed the development of human health. Development, after all, required a process. Therefore, medicine was the same. There were many unknown diseases. We had to explore carefully, and it would be best if we could master them. When he thought of this, Chen Song had already taken out a simulation stone. If the surgery was not confident, Chen Song would not hesitate to use it. When a doctor faced a patient, he should not be disdainful just because the patient on the hospital bed was just an old farmer, and he should not bow to the rich and powerful lying on the bed. When Huang Qiuying heard Chen Song agree, she was really happy. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Chen. Sorry for troubling you this time. Chen Song waved his hand nonchalantly. It's my duty. When Huang Qiuying saw that Chen Song was not arrogant at all, her impression of him increased greatly, but at this time, there was another very important matter to deal with. This matter was also very troublesome for Huang Qiuying. That was to talk to the family members. Before they knew about this disease, the patient's family members had already started to say that the patient was injured by ultrasound. If he knew about such a dangerous situation, what would he do? So the question was, how was he going to explain himself? Huang Qiuying had only heard of spontaneous iliac vein rupture, but she didn't know much about it. Thinking of this, Huang Qiuying could not help but ask, Professor Chen, can you explain to us why the patient had a spontaneous rupture of the iliac vein? The surrounding directors also pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Today's case was bound to become an indelible story in their life journey. There were many diseases that they would never encounter in their entire lives. Chen Song explained, actually, I didn't think it was this disease at first. It was all thanks to the help of all the directors that I was able to think of this disease. After all of you denied many common diseases, my thinking broadened a little. Flattery was the only thing that could work. Chen Song's comfortable flattery made the directors not lose too much face. For a moment, everyone's impression of Chen Song increased by several times. Such an outstanding young man, you deserve to know everything, Chen Song continued. It's difficult to determine the cause of a rare disease on the left side of a woman. These few factors made me think of this disease. Let's put it this way. So far, there were only 2 cases of spontaneous iliac vein rupture on the right side. Basically, it was on the left side, and the cause was related to the compression of the left common iliac vein by the common iliac artery. When bending over, coughing, or defecating, the pressure of the left common iliac vein between the right common iliac artery and the inguinal ligament increases, and it's easy to cause rupture. As for the old man, it's not on the left side. It's probably caused by the special position increasing the pressure in the already weak blood vessels. At this point, Chen Song continued to ask, the patient slipped on the ground after the ultrasound yesterday. Did the pressure and position on the right side change? Huang Qiuying quickly said, I'll call the family. Not long after, Cui Jixing hurried in. After seeing Chen Song, he was very happy. He didn't understand this spontaneous iliac vein rupture at all. But he knew that Chen Song had diagnosed it. Professor Chen, you're too amazing. Thank you so much. This series of thanks made Chen Song a little embarrassed. Even looking at this smiling face, he was really embarrassed to tell the truth. Sometimes, being a doctor was really difficult. We really wanted to only report the good news and not the bad news. But, because of the profession, the only thing we had to do was to be honest and honest. Although this was very cruel. Doctors had feelings, but diseases did not have feelings. Chen Song sighed. Some things could not be hidden. It was better to communicate and communicate seriously to solve the problem, just like how the patient's younger brother and sister could say that the ultrasound hurt people. It was not that they were willing to cause trouble. It was just that they did not understand. Don't mock them. Not everyone had gone through 9 years of compulsory education like you, or even a better education experience. They might have been born in the countryside and had never seen an ultrasound, used CT, or heard of nuclear MRI. Thinking of this, Chen Song took Cui Jixing's hand and sat down. Uncle, let me tell you about Auntie's situation. Cui Jixing was held by Chen Song's hand, and he was a little embarrassed. He wanted to pull back. It's okay, Professor Chen. We believe in you. You won't harm us. Cui Jixing said with a smile. Chen Song nodded. Yes, when Auntie fell, did she hit the ground on her right side? After Cui Jixing recalled for a while, he nodded. She was too fat. When she came down, she didn't stand steadily. The right side of her body was directly curled up and she slipped. After Chen Song heard this, he sighed. Uncle, Auntie's situation is like this. She should have a spontaneous right iliac vein rupture. Cui Jixing had only been the village party secretary for a few days. He had some knowledge, but he had never heard of this. He could not help but ask, Professor Chen, this illness, is it serious? Cui Jixing asked with a smile. Chen Song looked at him and comforted him. This serious disease is very rare. There are less than 40 cases in the world. Cui Jixing was stunned. This crazy old woman was ordinary in every way. She had been living her life and now she had a rare disease. There were less than 40 cases in the world and she had one. Cui Jixing was really shocked. Although this crazy old woman was noisy and the villagers had no manners, they knew how to dress and taste better than the aunties in the city who did square dancing. But, in his entire life, he still felt a little uncomfortable not eating her noodles for 3 days. Cui Jixing muttered, but his heart was full of worry. He complained, this crazy old woman, how is she rare? She has a rare disease. Cui Jixing seemed to become a little gloomy. He sighed, then. Professor Chen, can she be cured? Chen Song looked at the old man and couldn't help but say, there's a high chance that she will recover. Hearing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Chen, I'll have to trouble you. You have to save her. She's been through a lot. It wasn't easy for her son to be successful and come to the capital to enjoy life, but in the end, she's like this. How did she become like this? Chen Song explained, it's mainly because of diabetes. Auntie has been suffering from diabetes for so many years, and she hasn't been able to control her blood sugar. High blood sugar easily leads to changes in blood vessel compliance. It may also be one of the factors that causes the blood vessels to malfunction. Also, the weakness of the iliac vein wall may be the main reason for its spontaneous rupture. After menopause, the estrogen level of elderly women decreases. The smooth muscle and collagen fibers of the blood vessels have degenerated, which may cause the elasticity of the vein wall to decrease. Also, 85% of patients with this disease are women over 60 years old. After hearing this, Cui Jixing sighed, the villagers' lives are just SOSO. If the country hadn't started to check for chronic diseases in recent years, we wouldn't have known that there were so many chronic diseases in the village. This crazy old woman, sigh. It's all my fault. At this time, Huang Qiuying hurriedly brought over an informed consent form. Brother, this is the informed consent form. This is the notice of critical illness. Let's sign it and get ready for surgery. The sooner this disease is treated, the better. Huang Qiuying consoled. Cui Jixing nodded. Take out a pen from your shirt pocket and sign it. In this life, he liked to wear white shirts and trousers. This woman had washed him clean. He likes to stick a pen in his pocket. His hand trembled slightly when he signed the document. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see her again once he signed it. In the future, it wouldn't be good even if he ate fish and meat alone. No matter how elegant the dancing aunties in Beijing were, they couldn't compare to a bowl of noodles cooked by his wife. Throughout his life, Cui Jixing had always complained about his wife. But at this moment, he realized that the thing he couldn't bear to part with the most in his life wasn't the child. Instead, it was this crazy woman that he had despised for half his life. For a moment, Cui Jixing actually had tears in his eyes. He wiped his tears and nodded at Chen Song. He walked out of the office. Seeing the old man like this, Huang Qiuying felt a little emotional. Old companion, supporting each other till they grow old, only one companion. Chen Song saw that the old man's silhouette had suddenly become much more lonely. He made up his mind, he had to save him, no matter what. He was still his fan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, Huang Qiuying heaved a sigh of relief after signing the document. She didn't expect it to go so smoothly. All of this was thanks to Chen Song. After the old man left, he walked to his wife's room and stroked his wife's rough and wrinkled hands. How did this look like a woman's hands? She worked hard all year round, farmed all her life, raised pigs for half her life, worked hard for half her life. Cui Jixing smiled. Crazy woman, when you're done with the surgery, I'll take care of you. The old woman, who had been holding her stomach and moaning, opened her eyes weakly. Don't give me that. You're just waiting for me to dance with those old women after the surgery. Hearing his wife's words, Cui Jixing grinned. I'm not dancing. I've been dancing recently to learn. When the time comes, when you recover, I'll teach you. I'm not learning. It wasn't easy for me to learn. Let me teach you, okay? My feet are numb. I can't learn, I'll teach you. In the future, I'll dance with you every day. You have to lose weight. You can't take medicine every day. You despise me for being fat? No, I'm afraid that your health isn't good. You just despise me for being fat. Cui Jixing realized that his wife also knew how to act coquettishly. Thinking about it carefully, who wasn't a child? If life didn't force us to grow up, perhaps we could all learn to be willful. The operating theater began to prepare nervously. Encountering such a rare disease, the hospital quickly found out. They were very concerned about this surgery. The hospital even communicated with the family members that they could reduce a certain amount of medical expenses, but they would cooperate with the treatment and examination throughout the process. This was what Chen Song fought for. He could tell that Cui Jixing's white shirt was the cheapest one, which cost more than 20 yuan. The hospital had a research process for this rare disease. Therefore, Chen Song felt that if he could still fight for it, he would help fight for it. Wu Tongfu would not be stopped by Chen Song. Most people in the hospital also did not dare to stop Chen Song. Although Chen Song was not the director, nor was he a leader. He was not even an official employee here. But he could not stand up to him. A big shot at the level of a hull could be defeated by Chen Song. Forget it. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Sun Guanyu from Concord came. When he saw Chen Song, his face turned red. Professor Chen. I brought Qinyu to see your surgery. Chen Song was also stunned when he saw Qinyu. This Sun Guanyu. Was he treating his wife as a ticket to the banquet? However, looking at Qinyu's teasing gaze, Chen Song naturally could not refuse. Forget it, forget it. Not long after, the Anjin hospital also came. The director of the vascular surgery department of 301 also came. After all, it was a rare surgery. Everyone wanted to come and take a look. In the operating theater, everything was ready. After Chen Song put on his surgical gown, he walked to the operating table with his assistant. The surgery was about to begin. Everyone stared at Chen Song, waiting for him to give the order. At this moment, Chen Song was like a general on the battlefield. Qinyu's heart rippled as he looked at him. Indescribable admiration, this was his man. At this moment, the old lady suddenly looked at Chen Song and said, "Professor Chen." Chen Song nodded. "Auntie, please speak." The old lady's eyes were cloudy and tears flowed down her face. "If I die, remember to tell my old man that the vegetables that my hometown pickled for him, remember to turn over the stone. Don't spoil it. That's what he likes. Also, tell him that this is the only jar left. If he can't eat it in the future, he can eat it sparingly." With that, Chen Song could not help but look away. His eyes were a little uncomfortable. The old lady's heart was as clear as a mirror. Nothing could be hidden from her. P.S. Delivered at 5 p.m. Can I ask for a monthly vote? Also, I finally read the chapter. I'm happy, hee. Please vote. Chen Song couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. Then, he suddenly smiled. "Auntie, don't worry. It's just a small surgery. You'll be fine after a nap." After saying that, the nurse wiped the old lady's tears. At this moment, she suddenly smiled. He can't hide anything. He can't even hold back a fart. I know. I might have a strange illness. Chen Song comforted her. A strange illness doesn't mean that it's serious. I'm confident. The old lady looked at Chen Song seriously. Yes, I believe you. Professor Chen, you're a capable person. For the first fan in his life. Chen Song really didn't want to lose it, she trusted him so much. If this failed, what kind of cheat would he use? The surrounding doctors looked at Chen Song nervously. To be honest, they were also uneasy. Huang Chuing couldn't help but glance at Chen Song, indicating that he shouldn't talk nonsense. After all, who could guarantee the success of the surgery? There had been less than 40 spontaneous iliac vein ruptures over the years, and less than 60% of the patients survived after the surgery. If you talk like that, it's easy to get into trouble. At this moment, the operating theater was full of people: interventional, extravascular, endocrine, Concord, 301, Anjin. More than 10 people gathered in this small operating theater. Everyone was staring at Chen Song alone. And at this moment, Chen Song used the advanced simulation stone without batting an eyelid. Chen Song's current simulation stone was an advanced simulation stone. It was not quite the same as before. Chen Song wasn't too sure what was different about it. However, when he activated it, he finally found the difference. This time, the simulation stone could simulate the patient's recovery for a period of time after the surgery. It could even increase the number of simulators. What did that mean? For example, Chen Song could let his tool, Sun Guanyu, enter and help him do some things. In fact, this was more convenient for cooperation. After the simulation began, Chen Song found that even if he removed the bleeding and sutured the iliac vein intact, the patient would die a month later. Simulation results failed. The patient died of pulmonary embolism. Simulation results failure. The patient developed gastrocnemius venous thrombosis. Amputation. The surgeries kept failing. Chen Song's heart began to feel restless. Time passed by just like that. However, Chen Song suddenly reacted. This surgery was definitely not something that he could complete alone. At this moment, Chen Song calmed down. Doctor from the hematology department, interventional surgeon, endocrine, wait a minute, more and more people joined in. Even though the beginning was still a failure. However, Chen Song was also beginning to make headway. This surgery became clearer in his mind. Finally, the surgery became smoother and smoother, and Chen Song also became more and more proficient. At this moment, Chen Song seemed to have found another way to act tough. Everyone felt like a second had passed. But this second seemed a little different. Sun Guanyu could clearly feel that Chen Song's eyes were shining. Then, a kind of confidence was emitted from the inside out. It was as if this surgery was under control. Sun Guanyu could not help but be stunned. Huang Qiuying originally wanted to say something, but after looking at Chen Song, she suddenly could not help but look away. She was surprised to find that she was the one who took the initiative to look away. At this moment, Chen Song clapped his hands and turned around. He looked at the many doctors in the emergency center. Then, he looked at Sun Guanyu, who was holding Qin Yu hostage to threaten him. He said faintly, "Prepare for the surgery." Chief Yang of the Department of Hematology, Chief Ji of the Department of Interventional Surgery, Chief He of the Department of General Surgery, all of you will perform the surgery with me. Sun Guanyu did not want to go on stage today. After all, it was enough that he could leech off experience. He definitely did not dare to think about killing the boss and dropping equipment. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, "Director Sun, come and help me." Sun Guanyu was delighted when he heard that. Then, he eagerly walked inside. At this moment, Chen Song was like an autumn soldier on the battlefield. At first, the few chief physicians did not understand why He Ziqian and Sun Guanyu were so happy as if they had eaten fart. Yang Guangdong from the Department of Hematology and Ji Xuemin from the Department of Interventional Surgery were really not confident, because the two of them did not know how to deal with it. Yang Guangdong was more realistic. Before he went forward, he said, "Professor Chen, I don't know much about this surgery. I don't give any problems." Chen Song nodded. Then, change to someone else? Yang Guangdong was instantly overjoyed. He had been waiting for this sentence. Okay. For this kind of thing, he did not want to be meritorious, but he wanted to not make any mistakes. Chen Song looked at Guo Zhiyong, the director of the Department of Vascular Surgery of Anjin Hospital. "Director Guo, you're coming?" Guo Zhiyong was different from Yang Guangdong. Such an opportunity was once in a lifetime. He originally thought that it would be enough to just come and take a look and broaden his horizons. He did not expect to have a chance to practice. He was immediately overjoyed. "Can I?" Chen Song nodded. "Yes." Guo Zhiyong decisively went out to wash his hands and change his clothes. Ji Xuemin from the Department of Interventional Surgery glanced at Yang Guangdong. He did not want to miss this opportunity. The five of them stepped forward. The surgery was about to begin. Chen Song looked at the few of them and then gave some instructions to the anesthesiologist. The anesthesia began. The patient was under general anesthesia. Chen Song did not say a word. The surrounding directors were also flustered and did not know what to say. Chen Song had not explained the condition yet, so it was useless to explain anything now. What if after the laparotomy, they found that it was not a spontaneous iliac vein rupture? How embarrassing would that be? After the general anesthesia was successful, the patient lay flat. After the drape was laid out, the surgery officially began. Everyone was very curious. Although everyone felt that the patient was most likely a spontaneous iliac vein rupture. However, whether it was or not, everyone was filled with anticipation. If it was, then it would definitely broaden their horizons. If it wasn't, then what could it be? Chen Song made a median incision in the middle and lower abdomen and cut open the abdomen layer by layer. When he reached the top of the pelvic cavity, he could clearly see a huge hematoma on the right side of the pelvic cavity outside the peritoneum. Chen Song looked at the volume. It was at least 1,000 milliliters. Moreover, it contained a large number of blood clots. "Suck the fluid," Chen Song said to He Ziqian, who was beside him. He Ziqian had been following Chen Song for the surgery for some time. He communicated with Chen Song very well and decisively sucked the blood. Blood transfusion. For patients in hemorrhagic shock, blood transfusion was essential. Chen Song estimated that the main reason why the old lady did not faint until the surgery began was that there was quite a lot of blood in her body. This 1,000 milliliters of blood was not enough to kill her. However, this could not last for a long time, right? After sucking in the blood, he stuffed it with a large piece of gauze. Only when the blood pressure was more stable did he take out the gauze. After washing it with normal saline, he saw the ruptured back wall of the iliac vein. Ding. Lord level boss, spontaneous iliac vein rupture monster. Ding. Level 80 Lord. Iliac vein rupture monster. Recommended to repair the damaged blood vessels and remove the coagulation. Looking at this ordinary gap, he thought to himself. Chen Song understood that this fellow had already begun to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. If Chen Song repaired the blood vessels at this time, the patient would most likely die of a pulmonary embolism. Diseases really could not be underestimated. Many times, diseases would even play tricks with you. It was too normal for you to retreat and I to advance. If Chen Song had not simulated it many times, he would definitely have fallen for it when he saw this situation. At this moment, fortunately, the blood vessels of the iliac vein were ruptured. When the blood flowed out, the backflow was limited, causing the embolus to not flow back. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, take a look. This is a spontaneous iliac vein rupture. Chen Song also took the initiative to move half a body position to let everyone see what was going on. Everyone leaned over and took a closer look. It was indeed a spontaneous iliac vein rupture. After everyone saw it, they could not help but sigh. Was this a disease that had less than 40 cases in the world? It did not seem that scary. However, everyone present was an expert and professor, and they knew about this disease. Naturally, they knew how dangerous it was. Huang Qiuying saw Chen Song like this and was burning with anxiety. She hurriedly said, "Professor Chen, the camera is on. Everyone can take a look in a while. Hurry up and perform the surgery." Chief Huang was really worried. "Look at you, since you know that it's a spontaneous iliac vein rupture, why are you still so relaxed?" Was Chen Song serious? Huang Qiuying was worried sick. "At this time, you made way for everyone to take a look. You were at an exhibition." Chen Song smiled and nodded. "Yes. To be honest, now that the blood pressure had stabilized and the bleeding was not too intense, there was no need to be so anxious. How to deal with it carefully became very important." Chen Song finally understood now. The more urgent the surgery, the more you could not be flustered. You had to be aware of it. You had to be aware of all the factors of the disease. At this time, you could be calm in the face of danger. Everyone looked at Chen Song. Somehow, they felt that he was calm and collected. It seemed like, this was an appendectomy. Chen Song looked at Ji Xuemin from the Department of Interventional Surgery. "Director Ji, you do it." When Ji Xuemin heard this, his heart skipped a beat. "What the F***ck, you want me to go? If I could, why would I be standing here?" Ji Xuemin only felt his brain suddenly go blank. His brain was buzzing, and there was even an echo. Everyone stared at Chen Song with their eyes wide open. His face was filled with disbelief. Huang Qiuying was a 58-year-old department director. She thought that she was mature and determined. After so many years, what had he not seen? But, even so, she almost cried at this moment. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Song. She really didn't know how to do it. If she knew even a little, she would have chased Chen Song away. At this moment, Ji Xuemin looked at the scene in the abdominal cavity and was at a loss. He did not know what to do. "Professor Chen, what should I do?" Only then did Chen Song say, "Director Ji, let me explain the situation to you. The patient previously had left iliac vein compression syndrome, so I want to implant an inferior vena cava filter here. Then, first, implant a 1240 mm stent at the ruptured iliac vein. Then, the left common iliac vein." Chen Song spoke very carefully about the blood vessels. The people around him were confused. There were all kinds of professional terms and details. Even Ji Xuemin, who was from the Department of Interventional Surgery, was a little impressed. Ji Xuemin was a little confused at first, but later, his thoughts gradually became clear. He also began to understand Chen Song's specific meaning. However, the more he understood, the more shocked Ji Xuemin was, because he realized that the interventional technique that Chen Song proposed was really not something that ordinary people could do. Moreover, the key was the problem of thinking. Using interventional equipment and methods to solve the current problem was actually the most perfect thing to do. Using an inferior vena cava filter here, and then through bridging and other methods to filter the thrombus in the blood. The method of indwelling a unifused thrombolytic catheter for CDT treatment was simply amazing. The more he thought about it, the more excited Ji Xuemin became. His admiration for Chen Song also became more and more extreme. He even felt that Professor Chen would definitely intervene. Moreover, his level was also very high. He definitely asked him to come because he was giving him a chance. Thinking of this, Ji Xuemin glanced at Yang Guangdong. He felt that his friend might have missed a good opportunity. Doing it personally and being explained by others were two completely different things. At this moment, Ji Xuemin was suddenly enlightened by Chen Song, and his thoughts also expanded. It turned out that interventional methods could also be used in open abdominal surgery, and could even have some miraculous effects. Is it done? After Chen Song finished speaking, he looked at Ji Xuemin and could not help but ask. Ji Xuemin nodded vigorously. No problem. Chen Song smiled. Let's begin. Ji Xuemin began his own operation. He skillfully combined all kinds of filters and catheters skillfully. This was the first time Ji Xuemin used interventional equipment like this. However, he realized that the effect was surprisingly good. After the iliac vein ruptured, there must be thrombosis in the femoral vein due to the pressure, and now, the thrombosis in the femoral vein was constantly being removed with the filter and the existence of the filter. Chen Song stared at the filter. He could see the red embolus. He was waiting. About 10 minutes had passed. Chen Song said to Ji Xuemin, Chief Ji, it's done. Prepare for the next step. Ji Xuemin nodded and cleared the embolus. He began the next step of the operation. Now, Huang Qiuying and the others had also figured out what Chen Song was doing. First, he used interventional methods to clear the deep vein thrombosis. This kind of effective DVT could cause pulmonary infarction and directly threaten life. Even those post-thrombotic syndromes could affect the quality of life for a long time. And Chen Song's step could be said to be the highlight. At this moment, Chen Song glanced at Guo Zhiyong, the director of the hematology department of Anjin Hospital. When Chen Song glanced at him, Guo Zhiyong could not hold back the impulse in his heart and hurriedly came over. Professor Chen. Chen Song smiled. Director Guo, don't be nervous. What we have to do next is not difficult, but it's more crucial. The iliac vein is a large vein, so we can't use vein ligation. You do this, build a bridge and block the blood vessel wall. I'll repair the blood vessel. The surgery needs to be done simultaneously. Try to finish it before Director Ji. We'll do it simultaneously. Guo Zhiyong nodded. No problem. After Chen Song finished speaking, he glanced at Sun Guangyu. Sun Guangyu was extremely excited. Chen Song glanced at He Ziqian again. Director He, you're here. When Sun Guangyu heard Chen Song's words, he was instantly disheartened. He originally thought that there was a chance. He did not expect that it would be a bystander. The most difficult part of this surgery was the ability of the team to cooperate. The intervention was the key. The operation of the hematology department was the guarantee. The general surgery department needed to deal with the hematoma area. It was indispensable. The repair of the iliac vein was the core. The entire surgery had to be done in all aspects and be carried out carefully. This was not a surgery that should be completed by one person at all. Everyone had already begun to prepare. This time, Chen Song said to Sun Guangyu, Director Sun, help me. Sun Guangyu was originally a little disappointed, but when he heard Chen Song's words, he immediately became happy. Okay. A moment later, the surgery officially began. 2 hemostatic forceps clamped the blood vessels at both ends of the iliac vein. Guo Zhiyong had already begun to build a bridge to allow the venous blood to flow back. At the same time, Ji Xuemin from the interventional department never relaxed his movements. He Ziqian from the general surgery department was even more busy. At this time, Chen Song began to repair the iliac vein at a leisurely pace. The requirements for venous repair and arterial repair were different. It required the details of the blood vessels and the techniques to be very careful. However, at this time, Chen Song was not idle. Moreover, the suture thread was used 6-0 prilene. While continuously closing the tear, his eyes were constantly paying attention to the patient's condition. Red blood cells, give 7 units. Roger. Full blood, add another 600 milliliters. Roger. Chen Song was like the commander of the surgery, constantly giving all kinds of orders. The surgery was carried out slowly. Because of the filter, the intraoperative bleeding had reached about 4,000 milliliters. Slowly inject low molecular weight heparin. Roger. Continue the anticoagulation. Chief G, remove the filter. Chief He, speed up the treatment of the hematoma. This surgery was the first time in a long time that Chen Tsang had experienced a high-difficulty surgery with many people working together. It was a magical feeling. To be honest, the surgery was the result of many people working together. A person's ability was limited. However, at this time, Chen Tsang was like a general commanding 3 armies on the battlefield. Commanding the army, send troops and generals. If the surgery was a competition to fight against the disease, then it had reached the climax of the battle. No one involved in the surgery dared to relax. They were all department heads. Chen Tsang didn't need to say much to understand the details and processing. It was precisely because of this that they couldn't help but admire Chen Tsang's strength. No one dared to relax. Once this surgery was successfully completed, it would be a miracle. It would definitely be published in the top journals. In fact, Chen Tsang's idea for this surgery would guide many people in the future. Every single one of them would be the first to complete spontaneous iliac vein rupture surgery. Everyone was very grateful. He didn't dare to relax even more. The crowd below the stage had complicated expressions on their faces. He looked at Chen Tsang with admiration in his eyes. Such a surgery was definitely a level 4 surgery. Even a chief physician without sufficient experience would not be able to handle it. At this time, Chen Tsang was commanding several people to perform the surgery alone. Moreover, Chen Tsang seemed to know a lot about hematology and interventional surgery. The fact that he could think of these methods meant that he understood and even knew how to use these things. This was very difficult. He was really an all-rounder. When Huang Qiuying saw this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. Chen Tsang is really amazing. The deputy director of the gynecology department couldn't help but whisper, Director Huang, don't worry. No matter how amazing Professor Chen is, he doesn't know obstetrics and gynecology. He definitely can't compare to you when it comes to delivering babies. Huang Qiuying rolled her eyes at her, but she couldn't help but smile. She was still very happy. It had to be said that AQ's thoughts could really increase a person's self-confidence. Sometimes, it was quite useful. At this moment, the person who was the most annoyed was none other than the others. It was the director of the vascular surgery department of the emergency center, Yang Guangdong. He looked at the tense and exciting battlefield, at the group of people fighting a bloody battle, and at the group of people working together. He was really envious. Recalling his cowardice just now, Yang Guangdong's face was really red. This opportunity should have belonged to him, but he had personally given it to someone else. Thinking of this, he felt extremely guilty in his heart. It seemed like he had just given up on a surgery, but when he thought about it carefully, that wasn't the case. This was a successful experience for a rare disease. All surgeons knew that if they didn't participate, they didn't have the right to speak. In the future, even if he met this patient, he wouldn't dare to do it if he didn't experience it. Sometimes, there was only one chance, and sometimes, it was fleeting. The surgery soon came to an end. Chen Tsang put down the needle holder, and the others also put it down and dealt with it together. After the bridge was completed, it was also successfully dismantled. It was just to buy less than 10 minutes to prevent some reactions caused by the backflow obstacle. The intervention was completed. Gradually, everything was taken care of. Chen Tsang looked at the patient with satisfaction. The surgery was a success. At this moment, Chen Tsang looked at Sun Guanyu, who was doing nothing, and smiled. Director Sun, I'll have to trouble you to close the abdomen. Not only did Sun Guanyu not refuse, but he also happily agreed. This surgery was the result of the cooperation of the General Surgery Department, the Vascular Surgery Department, the Interventional Surgery Department, and other departments. When Sun Guanyu closed the abdomen, Chen Tsang took a step back and left. After the surgery was over, the dozen or so chief physicians at the scene applauded. Chen Tsang said to Huang Qiuying, Chief Huang, send him to the intensive care unit. He'll be closely monitored and have regular ultrasonography. 3 days later, we'll do an angiography to see if there's any thrombosis. Huang Qiuying nodded gratefully. Okay. Thank you, Professor Chen. It was all thanks to Chen Tsang that this surgery was successful. If it weren't for him, no one would have been able to solve this disease today. After the surgery was over, Xianxia was naturally extremely happy. Ding! Congratulations, the surgery is completed. Successfully repaired the Lord-level ruptured iliac vein monster. Obtained generous rewards. 1. Trepanation Exploration, Perfect Level, 2. Attribute Card X1. Xianxia was instantly delighted. Another perfect level skill book, but Trepanation Exploration. After Xianxia saw it, he immediately wanted to cry but had no tears. What was Trepanation Exploration? It was a neurosurgery craniotomy skill. Although it was only the most ordinary and common beginner skill. However, Xianxia was very happy. He was even more excited than obtaining a level 4 surgical skill. One had to know that the more ordinary something was, the more solid its foundation was. Xianxia was able to achieve what he had today entirely because his basic skills such as vascular suture and tendon suture were very solid. Of course, the main reason was actually because he had cheated. There was another attribute card. Xianxia was curious. He opened the attribute card and immediately heard the system notification sound. Ding! Opened attribute card. Obtained attribute, Charm +3. P.S. I'm in 15th place. It's too lonely. It said that it's lonely at the top. Everyone, send me up. I want to experience it. Thank you to Piggy made of potatoes for the 10,000 reward. Xianxia looked at the charm attribute card happily. He wanted to equip it on himself without thinking, however, Xianxia suddenly calmed down. He glanced at Qinyu. He started to think about another problem. If he used this charm card, would he be the one benefiting? It shouldn't be, right? After all, if his charm index increased, others would feel comfortable looking at him. They would definitely benefit from it. Moreover, the ultimate beneficiary would definitely be Qinyu. After all, he had the right to use it. It was like a vase. Whether it looked good or not, others could see it. He couldn't see it. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly realized something. That's right, he might as well equip this charm card on Qinyu. After all, if Qinyu had charm, he would be the one benefiting. This was like plastic surgery. Bigger breasts, perky buttocks, good-looking face. These were all things that made a man happy. That's right, Xianxia seemed to realize a lot of life philosophy as he pondered. Ding! All items can only be used by you. It cannot be equipped on others. Xianxia gave up. Alright, you guys forced me. If I have charm, then so be it. Ding! Charm +3. Xianxia took a deep breath. He wondered if his fart would smell good now. After all, his charm was so high. Sure enough, at this moment, Xianxia turned around and threw away his gloves. This set of actions was clean and neat. When the people at the side saw this, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Gloves could be taken off like this, he could learn from it in the future. Qinyu looked at his man and couldn't help but smile. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. His taste was too good. However, Qinyu rubbed her belly and sighed. Why hadn't she given birth to a baby yet? No, the more he looked at this guy, the more he liked him. From today onwards, he would have more homework. Teacher Qin would help him with his homework. After the surgery was done, these people suddenly felt a little reluctant to part with it. It felt so good to operate with Professor Chen. Unfortunately, there was no such place after leaving this village. Guozhiyong held Xianxia's hand and said, Professor Chen, if you have any surgeries in the future, you must call me. I'll be at your beck and call. Oh right, the kind that doesn't cost money. Xianxia smiled. Yes, of course. Chief Physician Gua, thank you for today. Without you, the surgery might not have been completed. When Guozhiyong heard this, he blushed and said, Professor Chen, don't joke around. I feel that your mastery of hematology surgery is definitely not below mine. This kind of thinking is really amazing. Xianxia was about to deny it. Ji Xuemin, the director of the Department of Interventional Medicine, nodded in agreement. Professor Chen, I'm not being courteous. Your understanding of interventional radiology, your use of interventional techniques and equipment is truly refreshing. I, Ji Morin, have never forgotten about magazines and periodicals, but this is the first time I've seen the plan you proposed today. I'm really impressed. Chen Song did not decline this time. Instead, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work today." This smile was full of mystery. In everyone's eyes, Chen Song was even more amazing. Chen Song continued, "I'll have to ask Chief Physician He to summarize today's case. When the time comes, we'll organize a paper and add the names of everyone involved in today's surgery. I'll contact the Lancet." As soon as he said that, everyone was instantly excited. This was the Lancet. Everyone was ecstatic. To be honest, the chief physicians of the top hospitals in the country had a huge shortage of scientific research papers. Due to their academic status, they did not lack ordinary papers. However, not everyone had published in a journal like the Lancet. Lu Bin, the deputy chief physician of the Department of Hepatobiliary and Pancreatic Surgery of Union Medical College Hospital, had never published a paper with an impact factor of more than 10 in his life, let alone the Lancet. Therefore, everyone was really happy. With this Lancet paper, it would be a great help to everyone. Chief Physician Yang Guangdong was so regretful that he wanted to cry. F***ck. What did I do today? I can't do anything, I can't eat anything. At this time, Sun Guanyu blushed and looked at Chen Song awkwardly. His eyes were full of flattery. When Chen Song saw this, he suddenly smiled and said to He Ziqian, "Oh right, add Director Sun in as well." He Ziqian nodded. Sun Guanyu was overjoyed. Today, he made a trip here, played a support role, and got a free copy of the Lancet. Sigh, the best choice I've ever made in my life was to accept Qin Yu as my disciple. This indirect way of saving the country made Director Sun blush a little. However, when he saw how proud the others were, he also raised his head proudly. What was there to be embarrassed about when he used his own ability to get in through the back door? Everyone was quite busy. After coming over to freeload an SCI paper, they quickly left. However, everyone was a little embarrassed. They thought that when Professor Chen needed them in 2 days, they would definitely repay this favor. Sun Guangyu also looked at Qin Yu. "Little Qin, you have to repay your teacher's kindness." Qin Yu patted his chest. "Don't worry, teacher. I have the final say in my family." The patient was directly sent to the intensive care unit. Chen Song led everyone out of the operating room. Just as they stepped out, they saw the old man and 2 middle-aged men standing outside. They were not old and looked like children. The old lady's younger brother and sister were no longer worried about whether the ultrasound would attack them. They were worried about their sister. When they saw Chen Song come out, they quickly rushed over. Cui Jixing hurriedly came over. The wrinkles on his forehead deepened. In just a few hours outside, this old man seemed to have aged a few years. This old couple who supported each other until they were old were indispensable. Their lives were intertwined. If one was gone, the second would not last long. He looked a little flustered and asked anxiously, "Professor Chen." "My wife." As he spoke, Cui Jixing kept looking at Chen Song's expression, hoping to get some good news. His son and daughter-in-law also looked at Chen Song worriedly. Seeing this, Chen Song smiled and comforted them. "It's okay." When Cui Jixing heard this, he was instantly happy. "It's okay? Haha. Professor Chen, I knew you were capable. Thank you so much. Thank you so much." The old man held Chen Song's hand with both hands. He was so excited that tears flowed out. "Thank you, Chief Huang." Cui Jixing did not forget the gynecologist. Huang Qiuying's face lit up. Before she could say anything, Cui Jixing said, "Thank you for finding Professor Chen. Otherwise." Sigh. With that, Huang Qiuying's smile became awkward. He was satisfied with the perfect level punching and probing skill. The first person that Chen Song thought of was Ma Sili. He really wanted to know what was in Ma Sili's head. If old Ma knew what he was thinking, Chen Song was 70% to 80% confident that old Ma would support his idea. Old Ma himself also wanted to know what was in his head. It wasn't time to get off work yet. However, Sun Guangyu gave Qin Yu an early release. The only pity was that Chen Song was on the night shift tonight and couldn't accompany little Qin to complete his homework. Qin Yu looked at Chen Song and felt that this guy was a little coquettish today. He couldn't tell what was coquettish about him. He felt that Chen Song looked very indecent today, giving off a feeling of releasing hormones. This feeling made Qin Yu a little worried. At first, after thinking about it, Xianxia couldn't think of a good idea. Take me to the emergency department for a spin, Xianxia said with a smile. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately asked curiously, what's so good about the emergency department? Xianxia immediately pouted. I'm here to declare my sovereignty today. Chen Song immediately laughed. Who here doesn't know you, Beauty Qin? When Xianxia heard this, he smiled and looked at Chen Song with satisfaction. He said seriously, Chen Song. Chen Song was stunned. What's wrong? Xianxia scratched Chen Song's cheek with his finger and whispered, why do I feel that you're more and more coquettish today? Chen Song was stunned, only then did he realize that his charm had increased by 3 points. It seemed that a woman's intuition was really terrifying. Chen Song rolled his eyes. It's probably because I'm getting closer to 30? After all, men have 31 flowers. Xianxia said angrily, you have to be careful. You can't attract bees and butterflies. Be careful, or I'll destroy you. As he spoke, Xianxia flexed his biceps. Chen Song felt that if Xianxia showed off his chest muscles, it would be more imposing. Chen Song smiled. That's for sure. This flower of mine will only bloom for you. While the two of them were talking, a series of noises could be heard. Eh. So mushy. Chen Song turned around and found that it was old Ma. At this time, Ma Yuhui was walking with his body hunched and his legs spread apart. He looked exactly like a patient with wicker basket legs and Luo walk. Xianxia knew old Ma. She blushed and said to Chen Song, I'm going back. Remember to have dinner tonight. Goodbye, Director Ma. After she finished speaking, she ran away without looking back. Ma Yuhui looked at Xianxia and could not help but sigh in melancholy. She then turned to Chen Song and said, Song, where do you think you've gotten the good fortune to find such a good lady? You're just a dog's tail at best. Chen Song was so angry that he slapped old Ma's butt. Old Ma suddenly wailed at the top of his lungs. Old Ma's wife, Luo Lu, also came over. Old Ma's wife was really good. During the 2 days that old Ma was hospitalized, she stayed by his side and took good care of him. Chen Song smiled. Hello, sister-in-law. Luo Lu nodded and smiled. Was it your wife who went out just now? Chen Song nodded. Yes. Luo Lu smiled and chatted with Chen Song, ignoring the wailing old Ma. What a match. Old Ma was not convinced and rubbed his butt. How is it a match, Chen Song? When old Ma was about to slander Chen Song, Luo Lu said directly, if I had known Chen Song earlier, I would have waited for him for more than 10 years. Look at how handsome Xiao Chen is, and he's capable. Most importantly, he's handsome. Old Ma, you should learn more from Chen Song when you're free. Forget it, I can't learn. Tianxing. Old Ma really wanted to cry. At this moment, he would rather not have the courtyard houses passed down from his ancestors. He would rather not have those antique collections. Saturday was approaching day by day. Chen Song's work on hand was temporarily put aside. There was one thing that was very important now, and that was the establishment of the company and the division of shares. Chen Song was quite concerned about this matter. Howard returned to Beijing early. When he was about to get off work on Thursday afternoon, he called Chen Song. Chen, do you have time? Chen Song nodded. Yes, I just got off work. Howard said mysteriously, Chen, I met a friend today. He said that he can introduce us to a big shot. Chen Song was stunned. Big shot, how big? However, Chen Song was too embarrassed to ask over the phone, so he said, oh. Where are you? I'll go over now. Howard sent Chen Song an address. It was a private club. Chen Song got up and drove there. After Howard arrived in China, he had made some friends in China. They said that he had to follow China's rules when doing things in China. The more friends, the more options. During this period, Howard had spent a lot of money to get to know these friends. Of course, the money was not spent in vain. Today, a very reputable friend of Howard's helped him introduce a person with a powerful background to him. Howard was instantly happy when he heard that. If he knew these leaders, it would definitely be easier for him to develop. Chen Song was also puzzled. This Howard really knew how to do as the Romans did. He actually had this ability. After Chen Song arrived, Howard waited for him downstairs and they walked into the club together. Along the way, Howard kept introducing Chen Song to how amazing these friends were. Chen. This person knows a big shot. It'll be good for our company in the future. The XPRI technology can't be listed in America now. The FDA doesn't recognize it. I have to get it approved by China's Drug Administration. Howard was really anxious. If he invested so much money and couldn't even get it listed in China, it would be troublesome. The supervision and management of equipment was different from that of drugs. Drugs had to go through phase 3 clinical trials. However, medical equipment did not need that. However, there was also a process for the examination of equipment. As they spoke, the two of them sat down. Not long after, two people came into the room. Howard stood up to welcome them. It could be seen that one of them was Howard's friend. The other person gave off a calm and domineering aura when he came in. His demeanor was casual and obvious. No matter how great a leader he was, you would feel that he was like that. Chen Sung was stunned for a moment. Could it be that he had really met a big shot? At this moment, Howard started chatting with him. His friend acted as a translator. This man who looked like a leader did not beat around the bush. Instead, he directly asked, "Who do you want to meet?" Howard's eyes lit up. "I want to meet the leader in charge of the medical equipment section." The man smiled, took out a name card from his pocket, and handed it over. "I'm very familiar with her." Chen Sung looked at the man's profound smile and was stunned for a moment. Then, he took a look at the name card. He was instantly stunned. Isn't this Director Xiao? P.S. I'm so sleepy. I'll sleep first. We'll continue tomorrow. Friends with monthly votes, remember to vote for me. Thank you. After he finished speaking, the leader-like expert calmly sat back down in his seat. There was no change in his expression. It was as if what he had just done was just a trivial matter. However, this profound posture and attitude really stunned Howard. After all, he gave Director Zhao's business card right away. This was still very shocking. It gave people the feeling that he was very impressive. As for Chen Song, he didn't feel much. After all, he had interacted with Xiao Runfeng before, and even threw a little tantrum, so he didn't have the mysterious feeling of an unattainable leader. However, for most people, Director Xiao was the head of the Health and Wellness Commission. Her identity and status, coupled with the idea of respecting official positions in the country, would give people a feeling that she was unattainable. However, what Chen Song didn't expect was that as a proper foreigner, Howard also knew this move. Thinking of this, Chen Song couldn't help but smile. Chen Song lowered his head and looked at Xiao Ruanfeng's business card, then looked at the phone number. Out of curiosity, Chen Song turned on his phone and glanced at it casually. After reading it, Chen Song couldn't help but be stunned. He was right, this was Director Zhao's personal phone number. However, this was the first time he had seen Xiao Ruanfeng's business card. Out of curiosity, he looked at it for a while. There were both Chinese and English. Chen Song didn't need to translate, and Howard could understand it. After Howard saw it, his expression became interesting. He seemed to be a little excited. Generally speaking, Chen Song knew that there would be a special profession in the capital. It was said that they had some deep backgrounds and knew some great people. Moreover, the key was that they could help you get in touch with them. This relationship was very tempting for many local bosses and foreign bosses. After all, if they wanted to develop their capital, they couldn't avoid this path. Therefore, many people began to look for a way to save the country in a roundabout way. Looking at the profound man opposite him, Chen Song couldn't help but smile. If he guessed correctly, this should be that kind of person. Chen Song did not say anything. Howard looked at the man in disbelief. I originally thought that it would be enough to look for the National Food and Drug Administration and the Department of Drug Administration. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Seeing Howard like this, the man opposite him merely smiled faintly and sipped his tea. He didn't even take the initiative to start a conversation. He only said after putting down his cup, I know them too. This sentence was full of pretentiousness. Even Chen Song was impressed. Speaking was really an art. Looking at Howard, who couldn't stop himself, Chen Song couldn't help but laugh. May I ask where you work? Chai Gaoping smiled. I used to serve the leaders of the central government. When Chen Song heard this, he was stunned. Oh? Serve the leaders in the central government? This sentence was thought-provoking. Chen Song asked curiously, may I know your name? Chai Gaoping. The other party answered frankly. But Howard was a little excited after hearing that. He said, I've encountered some problems now and need to talk to Director Xiao. Did Howard have money? He definitely had money, needless to say, there was no problem at all with a few billion yuan. If the hidden value of XPRI was included, it might be even higher. When he first came to China, he definitely wanted to strengthen the upper level of the building. And the other party's words and actions were really too much like a big shot. His actions gave people a sense of grandeur. Howard was already shocked by the name card at the start of the game. However, Chen Song wasn't interested in the business card. After all, why did Xiao Ruanfang's business card have to be printed in both Chinese and English? Director Xiao also often went abroad to do things. When talking about cooperation with other countries, they also needed to send business cards to a group. Of course, it was just that this business card was more precious, and it wasn't given to just anyone. Therefore, business cards weren't rare at all. Chen Song even had the phone numbers of the king of an emirate in the United Arab Emirates and the vice president of France. After chatting for a while, Howard's desire was very strong. He immediately made a decision. He hoped that if he had time soon, he could meet with Director Xiao. The other party was very capable and didn't mention any conditions. He just nodded. Okay, I'll arrange it. After leaving, Howard looked at Chen Song with some excitement. He grinned and said, Chen, did you see that? It's a lot more convenient now. Chen Song didn't deny it and smiled. He provided you with such an opportunity for no reason? He didn't say anything? Howard lowered his voice. The person I found is naturally reliable. When I meet him, I'll talk about other things. As for whether it works or not, that's another story. Oh, Chen Song replied. He felt that there was something wrong with this Chai Gaoping. It wasn't that he didn't act like a big shot. But, they were too alike. It was precisely because they were too alike. This made Chen Song feel that he was too pretentious. He thought that he had seen some big shots before. Although the other party didn't give off a refreshing feeling, he wasn't so mysterious either. This Chai Gaoping gave people the feeling that he was pretending to be mysterious. Chen Song shook his head. Okay, let's forget about this. I'll handle the XPRI review. Besides, the medical device review itself isn't something that can be passed just because of connections. It needs to be reviewed. It would be best if there's clinical data. I'll start the clinical data as soon as possible. Next week, I'll do a live surgery to bring up the topic of XPRI. Then, I'll start the clinical trial as soon as possible. Howard sighed. When I was in the United States, the impact of XPRI not being able to be listed was too big. If it doesn't succeed this time, it'll really. Chen Song understood Howard's feelings. However, he was very curious about one thing. You must have spent a lot of money looking for it like this, right? Howard's face turned red and he nodded. Spend money? I've already spent so much. Those damn members of Congress didn't ask for any less. The FDA is also a vampire. Johnson & Johnson went through a lot of trouble for the XPRI technology. Speaking of Johnson & Johnson, Chen Song suddenly said, oh right, Johnson & Johnson launched a new product at the United Arab Emirates Expo called the cardiac-assisted circulatory cardioplegia. I feel that it will become a competitor of XPRI. Sure enough, after hearing this name, Howard frowned bitterly. This is the main reason why Johnson & Johnson gave up on XPRI technology. If the clinical success rate of XPRI can't be guaranteed, it can't be certified by the FDA. Compared to XPRI, the cardiac-assisted circulatory cardioplegia has a high safety factor. It's even improved on the traditional cardioplegia device. It has already been certified by the FDA and is allowed to enter the market in the European Union. If it wasn't for your elephant trunk stent technology last time, he would definitely have won first place. Howard said with a smile. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you yet. Chen Song smiled and didn't say anything. The review standards for medical devices were simply too loose compared to drugs. Even the FDA, which claimed to be the strictest, had the same review standards for devices. The review standard was, if this new medical device was more progressive than the existing devices on the market, made up for its shortcomings, and even changed the color, it could be listed. It was that strange. However, such a regulation had been used by Western countries for 100 years. That was also the reason why XPRI technology could not be listed, because there was no device on the market that could keep the heart beating. And Chen Song had to admit that he was shocked when he saw the technology and device. He even had to admire the foreigner's ideas and technology. To be able to create such a device that could replace the valve when the heart was beating non-stop. This kind of device could be done with more than just ideas. However, the appearance of this kind of item was a little ahead of its time. If it was a few years later, Chen Song believed that Johnson & Johnson's group of capitalists would have held on tightly to this technology even if they had to eat dirt. When the cardiac imaging technology matured and was perfected, XPRI would no longer be a blind operation. However, in this era, the heart was beating non-stop. Other than the country, the world was still in a dangerous state. They did not dare to make this thing. The material of his elephant trunk stent was really too simple. Compared to XPRI, it was only slightly more feasible. If it was really about the technological content, it could only be said that there was no technological content at all. Otherwise, Chen Song would not be in such a hurry to apply for a patent. However, from the looks of the market, the response to his elephant trunk stent was still very good. Chen Song said to Howard, "President Xing and President Meng will be here tomorrow." After Howard heard this, his eyes lit up a little. Tomorrow's equity discussion might decide everyone's shareholding ratio. Zheng Guotan had sufficient funds. From 2019 to the spring of 2020, after the funds were recovered, the Xing Group did not take any land and was focused on the transformation. President Meng's development in the domestic pharmaceutical industry was deeply rooted. It was said that he had the support of a certain leader behind him. As for Chen Song, he held the elephant trunk stent technology in his hands and the development of XPRI technology. In contrast, Howard was the company's technology section. It was a solid piece of hardcore technology. Chen Song was still very optimistic about the future of the entire company. Originally, Zheng Guotan and Meng Wanrong just wanted to start a company with the elephant trunk stent technology. He had not thought of Howard at all. It was only under Chen Song's persuasion that such a situation had occurred. Chen Song estimated that after tomorrow, his net worth would exceed 1 billion. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a rush of excitement. At this moment, Howard was a little absent-minded. It was as if he had recently been engrossed in those pretentious fantasies. Chen Song did not break it either. After all, spending a few million to buy a lesson was nothing to Howard. Of course, if he needed more money, Chen Song didn't think it was necessary. By the way, will you attend the AATS 2020 International Conference with me next week? Chen Song said to Howard. Howard was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. AATS? Isn't this an invitation system? I'm not qualified to participate. Chen Song smiled. Don't you have me? Don't you want to see your XPRI technology at the AATS 2020 conference? Howard smiled bitterly. If it was really that simple, I wouldn't be where I am now. Indeed, Johnson & Johnson once painted a pie of 10 billion for Howard. In the end, they even asked Howard to buy back his shares. Now, Howard's road was also bumpy. Howard's father was the CEO of a car company in America. After he passed away in a car accident, Howard inherited the family business. However, Howard had already set up his own small company, which was Xdet Corporation. The pressure of scientific research funding caused him to sell his father's car company. After that, Howard's net worth soared. However, after all these years, he had spent all his money. He only had XPRI left. If XPRI was really useless, then Howard's entire life would have been a waste of effort. It would be more practical to be a prodigal. Chen Song did not explain too much. He was even prepared to announce the aortic classification standard and the cardiac nonstop technology as the main news at the AATS 2020. Actually, most people did not know much about this kind of international conference. To put it bluntly, this was a show of wealth. Those with money could go and talk about it. I bought a Gulfstream last year and exchanged it for a large yacht. The academic circle was nothing more than passing on new academic concepts. Everyone went up to talk about their research success. However, they only talked about how good and powerful this technology was. You want to learn? The conference would only let you broaden your horizons. The AATS 2020 conference was a peak international conference in the field of cardiovascular research. It reported research results and academic progress. To Chen Song, it was nothing more than a good platform to show off his wealth. As for Chai Gaoping's matter, Chen Song did not take it seriously at all. He had already prepared the information and data of the XPRI technology and personally sent it to Director Xiao. How could Director Xiao stop him? Of course, if it was because XPRI had technical problems and safety hazards, Chen Song would not say much. In fact, Chen Song felt that after he brought XPRI back from the AATS 2020, Director Xiao would ask him to hurry up and produce something. It was not easy for the country to have a high-end technology. Who would stop him? Who would dare to stop him? What Chen Song didn't expect was that on Friday morning, Howard would call. Chai Gaoping contacted me and said that there's a private party tonight. There will be 2 big shots attending. He said that he can help me introduce them, but, if I want to attend, it'll cost 1 million yuan. Let's go together. 2 million yuan for 2 people. Chen Song was stunned. This kind of party was really expensive, 1 million yuan for an entrance ticket. Just as he was about to speak, a phone call came. Chen Song could only say, "Wait a moment, I'll take this call." After that, Chen Song changed the line and picked up the phone. "Hello, Director Qiao." Chen Song greeted. The caller was none other than Qiao Yu from the Ministry of Science and Technology. "Director Qiao." "Professor Chen, are you busy tonight?" Chen Song was hesitating. Qiao Yu continued, "There's a dinner party tonight. Come, I'll introduce you to a few friends." Chen Song asked curiously, "Thank you, Director Qiao. Is it inappropriate for me to go?" Qiao Yu could not help but laugh. "You're the most suitable. Many people don't even have the chance to meet the rising star of our medical field. I have a lot of face to be able to call you over. Many people are looking forward to meeting you. I've already boasted." Qiao Yu continued, "They're all academics." Everyone gathered together and chatted casually. They're all elites from all walks of life. Everyone wants to meet this rising star of the medical industry. That's why I'm asking you to see if you have time. Oh, right, Director Xiao is coming too. Chen Song was stunned. He suddenly thought of something else. Could it be that Chai Gaoping wanted them to participate in this meeting? Thinking of this, Chen Song asked tentatively, "Minister Qiao, can I bring a friend?" When Qiao Yu heard this, he immediately smiled. "Of course you can. It's a private gathering. Why can't you bring a friend? Moreover, it's beneficial to brainstorm." Chen Song quickly said, "Thank you for your kindness, Minister Qiao. Send me the address. I'll go there myself." Chen Song now understood. It should be an exchange meeting where everyone sat together and chatted. And it seemed that there were quite a lot of people. 1 million, that was not cheap. Director Xiao was really worth a lot. Would he be able to do the same in the future? If he brought people to meet Director Xiao, he would get 1 million. It was not even a face-to-face exchange like this. Chen Song shook his head. After hanging up, he was about to call Howard. He did not expect Howard's line to be busy. Not long after, Howard replied. "Chen. 2 million. I'll transfer it to him immediately." Howard's tone was very excited. Chen Song was dumbfounded. "Why are you so excited?" Howard said excitedly, "Chen. Tonight's meeting is not ordinary. Other than Director Xiao, there's also Minister Qiao from the Ministry of Science and Technology, as well as some other high-end technology workers." Hearing Howard's words, Chen Song was certain that this was tonight's meeting. 2 million, I might as well keep it for good food, Chen Song simply said. "All right, you don't have to pay. If you have more money, give it to me. I'll start the XPRI clinical trial as soon as possible. I'll bring you to that meeting." Howard was stunned. "You? How are you going to bring me along?" Chen Song, "Because I was invited too. I can bring my friends." Howard said, "I'll be right there." he wasn't stupid. After hanging up, Howard directly told Chai Gaoping that he didn't need it anymore. When Chai Gaoping heard that, he was stunned. Why did he suddenly not need it? You don't need it, but I do. But, he had no choice but to say anything. If he said too much, he would think that he cared about the 2 million. Of course, he wouldn't do such a thing. However, he was still very unwilling. After all, Howard had asked them to contact each other for some time. He thought it was a big fat fish. But now that he was about to take the bait, he suddenly slipped away. Would that work? Moreover, in their line of work, they could eat a fish for a long time. If Howard wanted to start a company or something, there would be a lot of things to deal with in the future, such as auditing, documents, and processes. How could they be happy now that they were suddenly retreating? Moreover, most importantly, they had promised Director Xiao some things. Now, they couldn't even do what they had promised. That was the most important thing. This was going to be troublesome. Chai Gaoping just smiled faintly. Well, the choice is up to you. But, there aren't many opportunities. Don't miss it. Also, I can personally let you sit down with Director Xiao for a face-to-face discussion. Howard resisted the temptation and impulse in his heart. He said a word of thanks and left it at that. After Chai Gaoping hung up the phone, he was speechless. At night, Chen Song drove Howard to a private clubhouse. Along the way, Howard kept asking Chen Song about Director Xiao. Chen Song couldn't say much. These clubhouses were nothing more than high-end gathering places built in the villa area. There were some Michelin-starred chefs, bartenders, and even performances. Chen Song was a little eye-catching with Howard. The clubhouse didn't need an invitation, but it needed to confirm one's identity. After Chen Song came up, he saw that there was already someone in the room. After Chen Song came in, he saw a familiar face, Chai Gaoping. The three of them looked at each other, feeling indescribably awkward. Chai Gaoping frowned. Who snatched his fish? Thinking of this, he was obviously a little unhappy. How could he not follow the rules? For a moment, Chai Gaoping didn't give the two of them a good look. He got up and left. Seeing this, Chen Song couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Howard was a little worried. He whispered to Chen Song, he won't say bad things about us in front of Director Xiao, right? Chen Song smiled. Alright, don't let your imagination run wild. I'll bring you to see Director Xiao later. Howard glanced at Chai Gaoping. Don't brag. Otherwise, I'll look for Chai Gaoping. He doesn't even want to talk to me anymore, Chen Song sneered. How capable could a person who used such a gathering as an indicator be? Moreover, Chen Song could also see that if there was a group of such pretentious people in the capital, this Chai Gaoping might have some ability, but he was definitely not a big shot. He was far from being a big shot. There weren't many people in the venue, about 10 or so. It was enough to form a big table. Everyone seemed to want to get to know each other and greeted each other. And Chai Gaoping seemed to have a lot of connections. Everyone came up to greet him. In comparison, Chen Song and Howard were like two orphans. However, it didn't seem to be the main event yet, because the most important people hadn't arrived yet. Chen Song and Howard stood there, and no one took the initiative to talk to them. Not long after, the waiter brought two people over. It was none other than Chao Yu and Xiao Runfang. The arrival of the two of them instantly made the scene lively. After the two of them arrived, everyone stood up to welcome them. However, at this time, after Chao Yu and Xiao Runfang greeted everyone, they went straight to Chen Song when they saw Chen Song. Professor Chen, you're here. Chao Yu smiled and patted Chen Song's shoulder. He was very close. Chen Song smiled in response. Xiao Runfang nodded slightly. This is your friend? Chen Song nodded. Yes, Director Xiao. This is the CEO of Xdet, Howard. Howard was dumbfounded. He didn't even dream that a big shot like Director Xiao would take the initiative to greet him. For a moment, he was a little dumbfounded. And the most dumbfounded person was Chai Gaoping. He looked at this scene in shock and couldn't react for a long time. What the hell is going on? Who exactly was the young man beside Howard? Which family was he from? Did he make a mistake? Thinking of this, Chai Gaoping panicked. At this time, the people around also looked at Chen Song curiously. P.S. There are 2 more chapters later, please vote. For a moment, Howard hurriedly shook Xiao Ruanfeng's hand. Director Xiao, hello, hello. I'm Howard. Nice to meet you. Although Howard was excited, he was a big boss, so he wouldn't be too enthusiastic or overly agitated. However, the people around looked at the two of them curiously. Especially Chai Gaoping. After Chao Yu asked everyone to sit down, he smiled at the crowd and said, "Didn't I say that I would introduce a friend to everyone today? This is Professor Chen Song. I believe everyone has heard of this name before, right?" As soon as Chao Yu finished speaking, the people around him started to whisper. "This is Chen Song." Everyone stood up and greeted. "Professor Chen, I've heard a lot about you." A middle-aged man stood up and greeted him. "I thought old Chao was joking today. I didn't expect it to be true." "Yeah, he really invited Professor Chen." Everyone laughed and said. When they said this, Chen Song realized that the level of today's event was not low. That's right, among the 10 people present today, 6 were academicians. Perhaps you thought that academicians were nothing. However, academicians were deputy ministers. Moreover, academicians could accidentally work until they were in their 70s, 80s, or even 90s. This was not rare at all. The most important thing for an academician was not the title. It included the achievements of his lifetime in his own industry. This was also the most important thing. Many people had known Chao Yu for many years. It was normal to joke. At this moment, Chai Gaoping was dumbfounded. He slapped his forehead. This person was actually Chen Song. Chai Gaoping couldn't help but blush. He actually asked Chen Song for tickets. As an active broker in the social circle, he was quite sensitive to news. As for Chen Song, he had stirred up some waves some time ago. It attracted the attention of many people with ulterior motives. Xiao Ruanfeng's attitude towards Chen Song was needless to say. She definitely supported him. This time, Chai Gaoping heard that Director Xiao was praised by the higher-ups because of the vigorous development of the medical industry in the country. And all of this was naturally inseparable from Chen Song's help. It was a problem that anyone with a discerning eye could see at a glance. "Professor Chen, I've been wanting to get to know you for a long time. I'm the Dean of Tsinghua University's School of Electronic Information Science and Technology, Shou Weixiong. We are currently trying to conduct research on domestic surgical robots, but we lack some surgical skills and experience. To be honest, I would like to invite you to join our team." Shou Weixiong looked at Chen Song with enthusiasm. Now, the robot industry was indeed developing rapidly, and domestic orthopedic robots had already entered clinical practice. Chen Song smiled. "Okay, we can work together if there's a chance." Shou Weixiong couldn't help but say, "Professor Chen, I'm not bragging. When our robot is ready, I'll at least ask old Chao to make you a Changjiang scholar." Chao Yu could not help but smile bitterly. There was really nothing he could do when he met these blabbermouthed friends. However, if the robot was really completed, Changjiang scholars would have no problem with it. Chao Yu smiled and said, "In order for you to meet Professor Chen, I had to be a broker for a while today." To be honest, everyone was very relaxed during dinner. Except for Chai Gaoping. Chen Song also got to know these big names in the high-tech field. Medicine was inseparable from the joint development of these disciplines. This was no longer a secret. Naturally, there would be a lot of cooperation in the future. To be honest, being able to participate in today's meeting was very rewarding. After dinner, everyone sat down in small groups and chatted. Xiao Runfeng and Chai Gaoping sat together. "Mr. Chai, is the philanthropist you mentioned here?" Chai Gaoping blushed and was a little embarrassed. "Director Xiao, I'm really sorry. Something came up, so that person might not be able to come." Chai Gaoping was naturally not stupid enough to say that the person was Chen Song and the others. After all, what he was doing wasn't anything serious. After Xiao Runfeng heard it, she could not help but sigh. "Okay." Seeing Xiao Runfeng sigh, Chai Gaoping's heart ached so much that he could not breathe. If these big shots were to be disappointed in you, then they would be truly disappointed. It will be difficult for you to have such an opportunity next time. Chai Gaoping was not a big shot, however, he had a good relationship with a big leader. He had been driving for almost 20 years. Otherwise, when Chen Song asked him, He would not have said that he was serving the leaders in the central government. That was straightforward enough, right? The big leader was also in position now. And Chai Gaoping also had many ideas. He learned from the leaders and became a broker. In the capital, it was known as pretending to be rich. He pretended to be a big shot with a big background and had the means to contact people who came to do things. After it was done, he would collect some money or something. He would not have to worry about food and clothing. Xiao Runfang had met him a few times, and it was also at a big leader's dinner party. After getting to know him, Xiao Runfang also knew what Chai Gaoping did. She knew that Chai Gaoping knew more bosses. At that time, Xiao Runfang asked him to help contact some bosses who were willing to build a few charity hospitals. Chai Gaoping had just met Howard, who wanted to get to know the leader of the Health and Wellness Committee. Originally, Chai Gaoping wanted to introduce Howard to Director Xiao. Many bosses were tricked by these brokers in order to meet these big leaders. After all, if the leader proposed a charity project, would you reject it or not? If Howard was really introduced by Chai Gaoping, after Director Xiao raised this question, he would really be embarrassed to reject it. Of course, Director Xiao naturally didn't know that this person wanted to get to know him. He thought that he was a philanthropist that Chai Gaoping had found, therefore, liars, brokers, pretenders, pretending to be the family members of high-ranking officials, schemers who loved to set up traps. A lively dinner party, a dangerous pugilistic world. Of course, there were also those who could do things, but the price was not low. After the dinner party, Chen Song and Howard both returned satisfied. Director Xiao also chatted with Howard for a few minutes. He was also very interested in his XPRI technology. However, he still told Chen Song to be strict with the quality and safety factors. It would be best if he could give a set of guidelines and data. Otherwise, most people would not be willing to accept the appearance of new things. Even so, Howard was still extremely excited. When the dinner party was about to end, Chao Yu asked Chen Song to stay and said, "Professor Chen, I'm here today because I have another matter to trouble you with." Chen Song asked curiously, "Minister Chao, you can just say it directly." Only then did Chao Yu explain, "It's a country that has good relations with our country." A firefighter's entire face was burned because he saved people in a fire. This matter was very important to the prime minister of the other country and invited experts from all over the world. Some time ago, I heard from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When the time comes, do you think you have time? Chao Yu did not reveal the other party's information in advance. He was afraid that Chen Song would be too embarrassed to refuse. Now, Chao Yu had already placed Chen Song on the same level. This was a diplomatic matter and had nothing to do with Chao Yu. If Chen Song agreed, Chao Yu would contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In fact, the most important manifestation of reciprocity between countries was medical assistance. Those gifts were only superficial. If they could get medical assistance, it would be very important to increase the country's influence and international influence. After Chen Song heard it, he was also stunned. Face-changing skill, this was one of the top difficult problems in the field of plastic surgery. What needed to be done was to transplant the entire face. The difficulty of the surgery was very high. Most importantly, the survival rate was very low. Chen Song had seen a successful case in the United States. At that time, the surgery took as long as 49 hours to complete. It could be said to be one of the most difficult surgeries. Chao Yu could not help but say, "The other party is our partner and friend. We want to provide him with medical assistance, but we can't find such a suitable person now." Ding! International assistance mission triggered. Go to a good partner country to help complete the face-changing surgery. After the mission is completed, a new map dungeon chain mission will be unlocked. Chen Song was stunned. What the hell, did he accidentally open the world map? Thinking of this, Chen Song could not help but smile. Of course, it is my aspiration to make my own contribution to the motherland. Hearing Chen Song's words, Xiao Runfang and Chao Yu could not help but look at Chen Song in a higher light. After this mission is completed, we will fight for whatever reward you want. Chen Song smiled. Chao Yu continued, "Then I will contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the near future." Chen Song really did not waste today's meal, however, face-changing skill, it was really difficult. Because this was not a surgery at all, it involved a lot of minor surgeries. But Chen Song felt that he could give it a try. After all, he still had a few things in his hands. On Saturday, Zhongguo Tan invited Chen Song, Howard, and CEO Meng to his home in the capital. As a real estate tycoon, how could he not have a house in the capital? They didn't waste too much time. He immediately started working. In fact, they had been discussing the specific details for a long time. It was the same for the establishment of the new company. Zhongguo Tan had a complete set of business management team and abundant funds, while Meng Wanrong had a deep-rooted influence in the medical industry and had long-term management experience. Therefore, they had more considerations on their side. Originally, the company had planned to invest no more than a few billion. But now, with the addition of Aixin's research team, this plan was completely destroyed. Because of Chen Song's existence, everyone was still very optimistic about Aixin's project. So, how would the shares be divided? Currently, Xdet was worth $1.5 billion, including patents and research and development bases. That was about 9 billion renminbi. His addition directly increased the company's prestige by a lot. This was almost forcing Zhongguo Tan and Meng Wanrong to dig in and do research and development. Zhongguo Tan was about to transform. He could take out $10 billion, but that was all. Meng Wanrong did not have such financial resources. However, Meng Wanrong's intention was to use the company's development channels, mature domestic production, sales, and many other markets, plus $2 billion to take 10% of the shares. CEO Zhang's shares were 45%, Howard of Xdet had 35%. Chen Song used his technology to invest and symbolically took out $100 million to get 10% of the shares, and this 10% was agreed upon after many rounds of negotiation. This was something Chen Song did not expect at all. However, in fact, everyone knew that Chen Song's background was definitely not as simple as investing in technology. In fact, their team could lack anyone but Chen Song. Chen Song's current 10% share was worth $2 billion based on the company's current assets of more than $20 billion. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt a little scared. If it were not for the clause that shareholders could not transfer their shares for 10 years, Chen Song almost could not hold back. XPRI company now needed to move to the country. Ammonium Yang was vast and sparsely populated. Land prices were cheap, and transportation was convenient. Naturally, it became the first choice. The few of them discussed for 2 whole days. After discussing the details several times, they finally came to a decision. Chen Song did not need to ask about the company's day-to-day and management work. It was done by the 3 of them. Howard naturally became the general manager of the company's research and development department. Howard was the company's executive director. Meng Wanrong was the company's general manager. The company's name was also decided, Wanhe Pharmaceutical Company. The days at work were boring. The days without Lao Ma were also monotonous. Although the company was being built, he would soon be worth $2 billion. Thinking of this number, Chen Song was really a little arrogant. He had achieved a number that many people could not achieve in their lifetime. But, why was he so sad? In fact, he could not blame others for this. Chen Song discovered a sad story. He had no money in his wallet, he really had no money. After the 100 million yuan was gone, Chen Song's total wealth was less than 2,000 yuan, even next month's rent, property, utilities, and electricity bills were a problem. Thinking of this, Chen Song wanted to cry but had no tears. July was not over yet, and he did not have a salary. Moreover, he had been busy with aortic dissection surgery recently. There was no bonus for this. Thinking of this, Chen Song awkwardly realized that he was really poor. What should he do? Was he destined to be a gigolo? Where could he go to earn money? However, at this moment, Lao Ma was finally going to remove the stitches. After removing the stitches, Lao Ma looked at his little horse and was extremely satisfied. This appearance, this detail, it was really F***king amazing. Lao Ma was accidentally seen by a few friends when he took a bath. They were immediately shocked. They quickly asked, "Brother Ma, where did you get your little horse circumcised?" Lao Ma suddenly found a business opportunity. He immediately said, This is the level of a world-class master. They usually don't do this surgery. It's expensive. A rich man's friend was a rich man, a good-looking little brother was a comrade. This was a good brother for life. Didn't he have to take good care of it? Chen Song's phone rang. Song, do you want to do plastic surgery? Chen Song snorted, TSK, what rank am I? I won't do it. Lao Ma continued to ask, what about 1 million yuan per unit? Chen Song was stunned, Brother Ma, my scalpel is ready. P.S. Thank you for your 10,000 tip, Brother Guaming. Obviously, if surgeons had a chain of disdain. And circumcision surgery was definitely at the lowest end of the chain of disdain. There was no other, even those debridement and suturing surgeons, hemorrhoid harvesters, first-rate surgeons, and body membrane repair surgeons looked down on this low-end surgery. It couldn't be helped. They just looked down on it. He had endured hardships and developed wretchedly for 1 or 2 years. From Ammonium-Yang to the capital, from the second provincial hospital to the emergency center, he had created many legends and myths. His world map was about to be opened. A certain Chen had polished his feathers until they were shiny and shiny. At such a critical moment, how could he turn around and cut the chicken? When old Ma heard Chen Song's words, he suddenly laughed. Oh, my Uncle Chen, where is your integrity? When old Ma heard Chen Song's 1 million yuan, he was immediately happy. This was the first time old Ma's ability to make money showed its value in front of Chen Song. Old Ma suddenly became happy. Song, are you short of money? Chen Song clenched his fists and lowered his head without saying a word. Don't bully me because I'm young and poor. Old Ma suddenly became happy. Haha, circumcision surgery can also be seen by our Professor Chen? Chen Song couldn't help but sigh. Leader Ma, I'm doing a 1 million yuan protective plastic surgery on human genitals. This is a high-level surgery in our field of plastic surgery. After old Ma heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He was almost stunned by Chen Song's bluff. Old Ma immediately sneered, okay, who said it's a high-level surgery? Even if you praise it to the heavens, I won't believe it. Old Ma finally found an opportunity to mock Chen Song. How could he miss it? But, at this moment, Chen Song suddenly said, I'll call the Plastic Surgery Association tomorrow and write a paper to correct it. I'm doing plastic surgery, not circumcision. Old Ma's heart suddenly thumped. That's right, this guy was the best plastic surgeon last year. If he really proposed this, maybe, it could really be realized. Old Ma was suddenly speechless. To go against such a top student, he felt really aggrieved. In the face of the temptation of money, Chen Song would not even hesitate to undergo a hysterectomy, let alone circumcision. After all, in the past, Chen Song really could not bear to do this kind of surgery that deceived male patients. In this way, old Ma was in charge of contacting people while Chen Song was in charge of finding venues. The two of them combined their efforts and found 8 to 10 suckers. In fact, this repair might be the difference between a wooden stick and a mace. The surgery would not take too much time, but Chen Song's ingenious suturing would highlight a man's dignity and dominance. One had to know that visual effects and impact were incomparably important to it. Even after the surgery, there was no visible effect, but the assistant, old Ma, was really jealous. He really wanted Chen Song to make him a new one. The more Chen Song did it, the more addicted he became. He now realized that this circumcision surgery also required skill. After cleaning up the filthy places, the only thing left to do was to improve the aesthetics. The edges were stitched together. Shape design, reasonable repair. Chen Song received a price of 1 million yuan. Naturally, he had to make a standard and effect of 1 million yuan. In 2 or 3 days, Chen Song was once again a salted fish. It was not because he had too much money. It was because there were not many suckers left. This was normal. After all, everything needed to have an advertising effect. And advertisements must be outstanding in all aspects. At the very least, they must be at the level of industry stars, right? And old Ma's young Ma, it was really difficult for him to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Thinking of this, Chen Song felt that he needed a period of time to settle down. When this group of young people who liked sports was seen, it should attract some like-minded people, right? However, these few days of work were not wasted. Chen Song's strange knowledge gradually increased, and he also practiced a good mace technique. As his skills grew, Chen Song also made some new friends. Through the exchanges with these rich people over the past few days, Chen Song also suddenly learned a new professional term, sports with many people. This made Chen Song keenly realize a business opportunity. After all, for these rich people, when foreign objects could not be used as a means to show off. To be honest, good professional photos of circumcision were really hard to find. The plastic surgery circle was not big. Chen Song asked several top plastic surgery masters, Japanese, Korean, European, and American plastic surgery masters to find circumcision plastic surgery skills. But, after searching for a long time, not only did Chen Song not find one, but he was also despised by his peers. This made Chen Song very angry. He directly contacted Pate of the CIS beauty department. As a result, the other party was also stunned on the spot for a full 3 seconds. Then, he said to Chen Song, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "This. Does a senior plastic surgeon perform circumcision surgery?" Chen Song felt that Pate knew nothing about the circle. After thinking about it, Chen Song thought of a Japanese person, Takuto Miyake. He was also a big shot in the plastic surgery industry. After Chen Song communicated his thoughts with the other party, Mr. Miyake was indeed worthy of being a top figure in the industry. He and Chen Song hit it off almost immediately. He even felt that this would be a high-end plastic surgery industry in the future. But there was no research in this area yet. But Mr. Miyake was a good person. He shared a lot of videos with Chen Song. He felt that he should find material from life. Senior Miyake was indeed a senior in the industry. A single word woke up the dreamer. Chen Song once again found his mysterious 115 internet drive. He felt that these were helpful for forming his own ideas. Chen Song felt that if Teacher Meng hadn't interrupted his thoughts, he would have been full of inspiration and thought of many mysterious things. "Okay. Chen Song, what are you doing during work hours?" Meng Shi suddenly stood behind him, scaring Chen Song so much that his soul almost had a seizure. He threw his phone to the ground. He looked at Teacher Meng's teasing expression. Chen Song's face was extremely red. He sighed and shook his head. He didn't say anything or explain. Because he knew that there would be all kinds of incomprehensible things on the road to success. In the face of these sarcasm and incomprehensible things, Chen Song should get over it. "Teacher Meng, I'm researching a new topic. You don't have to understand, but you must treat it positively," Meng Shi sneered and looked down a few times. "You're quite engrossed." Chen Song's face immediately turned red. Sigh, he admitted that he was indeed distracted just now. However, the teachers had moved him with their strength. Shouldn't they show respect? Chen Song felt that he was right. Thinking of this, Chen Song looked at Meng Shi and suddenly understood that sometimes, it was hard to convince people with reason. "Teacher Meng, do you want me to participate in AATS 2020? Meng Shi was stunned, her two beautiful big eyes stared at Chen Song. She was shocked by Chen Song's shameless attitude. Ding. Teacher Meng's favorability -1. Chen Song ignored her. As a man with a temper, Chen Song felt that he should show his attitude. Especially towards this disappointing teacher. Meng Shi looked at Chen Song's annoying look and couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She gritted her teeth and glared at Chen Song fiercely. "You're too shameless." Chen Song saw this and immediately smiled. "Teacher Meng. Do you know that there's a piece of news that's especially popular recently?" Meng Shi was stunned. "What news?" Chen Song smiled casually. "A teacher who sexually assaults a male student will be sentenced." When Meng Shi heard this, she suddenly stood there and didn't say anything. Her big eyes blinked. Instantly, they were covered with a layer of smoke. Her shoulders kept shaking, and her chest was trembling as she breathed. Then, her eyes turned red, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She stared straight at Chen Song. This scene, it scared Chen Song silly. Damn, Teacher Meng actually cried. He had actually made the staunch Teacher Meng cry. Chen Song was scared out of his wits at this moment. He was so scared that he was flustered and at a loss. This? Why was she crying? This was the second time in his life that Chen Song had made a little girl cry. He had no experience at all. The last time he made her cry was Tian. Thinking of this, Chen Song suddenly felt proud. After all, there were two women crying for him, moreover, he didn't make them cry. They were the ones who wanted to cry. Chen Song quickly found a tissue and stuffed it into Teacher Meng's hands. Teacher Meng, please, don't cry. This is the duty room. If others see this, Mengshi sobbed and said, if others see this, they'll say that you're bullying me and sexually harassing me. After saying that, Teacher Meng decisively picked up her phone and took a photo of Chen Song and Xiao Chen Song standing up to preserve the evidence. Look, the evidence is taken. Chen Song? Teacher Meng, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Grandaunt Meng. I was really wrong. After this incident, Chen Song realized that when a man and a woman were in the same room, as long as the woman cried, it was definitely the man's fault. There was no need to explain, just apologize. I'll accompany you to attend AATS 2020, okay? Tell me, how can you not cry? You can say anything. Chen Song quickly got up and walked to the door. He locked the door, afraid that someone would come in. Cry, don't let Meng. Chen Song was speechless. If you cry again, I'll cry too. Mengshi's tear-stained face was indescribably bitter and pitiful. Chen Song was really afraid at this moment. If anyone saw this, he would not be able to explain himself. Mengshi stopped crying, she stared at Chen Song with tears in her big, pitiful eyes. Come with me to AATS 2020. Chen Song, okay. Go. Teacher Meng was a little happier when she heard this. Then, she blushed and pouted. She put her hands in front of her chest and played with her fingers. She said weakly, I can't participate, I have to be invited by a member. Chen Song was dumbfounded when he heard this. How could this work? You can't even participate, but you want me to. However, seeing that Teacher Meng was about to cry again, Chen Song quickly said, okay, I agree. Teacher Meng stared at Chen Song with her big, watery eyes and shook Chen Song's arm. Can you add my name to your thesis submission? I also want to join this AATS organization. Think about it, your teacher is a top student at the Karolinska Institute in Sweden. After graduating, I came back without any results. I will definitely be mocked by my teachers. As she spoke, Mengshi's tears were about to flow again. Can you bear to see your teacher being mocked? Chen Song was shocked when he saw that Teacher Meng was about to cry again. Okay. I agree. I will definitely add my name when the time comes. Just treat it as my graduate thesis. How about that? When Mengshi heard this, his tears immediately turned into laughter. Really? Chen Song nodded. Of course, I will write your name as the advisor. Mengshi stopped crying and widened her eyes in disbelief. After all, the weight of an advisor was not ordinary. Was it appropriate for the most valuable author to give it to her? Teacher Meng looked at Chen Song shyly. She lowered her body and shook Chen Song's arm cutely. Is it not appropriate? Chen Song looked at Teacher Meng's cute little puppy wagging its tail and could not help but laugh. What's inappropriate about it? This is the result of our research to begin with. I'll just treat the classification of aortic dissection as my postgraduate research project. You're my mentor anyway. Mengshi's eyes sparkled when she heard Chen Song's words. She was extremely excited, Mengshi's favorability plus 100. Chen Song was stunned. This was not a loss, 2 level 4 surgeries in one go. Mengshi did not expect Chen Song to treat aortic dissection as a graduate research project. Her graduate research project was in the field of aortic dissection, the repair of large blood vessels, and so on. If that was the case, it would be too suitable. Looking at Teacher Meng's smile, Chen Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. Women, it was really too troublesome. One moment, she cried, and the next moment, she laughed. However, Chen Song also understood that he definitely needed results during his graduate research. Teacher Meng was his teacher, so adding the name of an advisor would not affect it. Moreover, he would return home in glory. No matter what, he was Teacher Meng's student. How could a teacher be looked down upon? Did he, as a student, agree? Chen Song could not help but touch Teacher Meng's little head. Teacher Meng, don't worry. At the AATS 2020 conference, I will support you. Let's see who dares to look down on us. By the way, do we have an opponent? Who do you want to prove it to? Mengshi coughed. I originally just wanted to prove it to my teacher. But I think our results can slap my enemy in the face. Chen Song asked curiously, enemy? Who? Mengshi was a little embarrassed. This can't be considered an enemy. Actually, we almost became a family by fate. Chen Song was stunned. What did she mean? He stared at Teacher Meng curiously. He had a feeling that Teacher Meng seemed to have some unspeakable secret. Mengshi blushed a little under Chen Song's gaze. She simply said, actually, he's not a big shot. He's the president of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons, Ramos. Chen Song almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who? Mengshi coughed and said indifferently, he's just a president. Chen Song was really impressed by Teacher Meng's courage, a mere president of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons. How arrogant was that? The American Association of Thoracic Surgeons, AATS, was one of the most prestigious academic organizations in the field of cardiothoracic surgery in the world. Chen Song really didn't know how Teacher Meng could say something like that. The threshold of this association was extremely high. It was composed of 1,300 world-class cardiothoracic surgeons from all over the world. The review of members was almost strict. Most of them were people who had made positive contributions to the international field of cardiothoracic surgery. And a mere president of the association, too domineering, Chen Song really realized that it was a pity that Teacher Meng was not the president of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons. Whether it was physically or internally, he had the ability. Chen Song asked curiously, Professor Ramos is almost 60 years old. How does he have anything to do with you? Teacher Meng sighed bitterly. We actually had the chance to be a family. Chen Song was stunned. Teacher Meng, you, seducing someone else's husband is wrong. Mengshi rolled his eyes. No, I liked Ramos's daughter at that time, but he didn't agree. I was very angry. I thought he looked down on me. I said at that time, don't bully a young man for being poor. I will surpass you one day. Chen Song was really convinced, a serious matter could be turned into a joke by Teacher Meng. This was also a kind of ability. Chen Song was invited to the AATS meeting. He called Canberra in the United Arab Emirates. He said simply, my mentor wants to attend this year's annual meeting of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons. Canberra was shocked when he heard that. He had witnessed Chen Song's excellence with his own eyes. Chen Song was so amazing, and his mentor, how amazing was he? Canberra really did not expect that there was such a top boss in China. After all, more than half of the 1,300 members in the world were in Europe and the United States. There were less than 20 AATS members in China. Moreover, the invitation to the meeting was at the executive director level of the association. Chen Song could only think of Canberra. Canberra hurriedly agreed. Welcome, welcome. You're very welcome. By the way, Professor Chen, there's a call for manuscripts in the next 2 days. If you have any manuscripts, please send them to me as soon as possible. I'll make the arrangements. Chen Song nodded. Okay. Thank you, Professor Campbell. Canberra shook his head. It's fine. I'll send you the conference website later. You'll have to do the payment yourself. Chen Song nodded. The annual meeting of the American Association of Thoracic Surgeons was the largest and highest-level cardiothoracic academic conference in the world. Nearly 3,000 people would gather to discuss new approaches, new technologies, and new developments in the field of cardiothoracic surgery. During the conference, there would be submissions that would be published as the annual meeting's journal. In fact, Chen Song didn't even need to submit a manuscript. This was because all the content of the speeches during the conference would be automatically entered into the conference journal. Chen Song's actions in the United Arab Emirates had attracted the attention of the American Cardiothoracic Association. In fact, Chen Song would be the star of this year's annual meeting, from the type of aortic dissection to the progress of surgical research, and then to the technology and materials of the elephant trunk stent. Chen Song alone might have to take up several big speaking opportunities at the conference. In fact, Chen Song felt that if he used the cardiac nonstop technique and the XPRI technique as publicity, he felt that this year's AATS 2020 would become Chen Song's one-man show. Thinking of this, Chen Song still felt a little embarrassed. In fact, Chen Song had already made up his mind to participate. That was because internationally, the power of the association was not inferior to the power of official organizations. If the American Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons approved the guidelines and materials, the FDA would not even stop them. That was the power of the American Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons. How powerful was the union? Similarly, Chen Song's Digestive Surgery Society was the same. Now, it could only be said that this society had not been established and was not famous. Since the American Association of Cardiothoracic Surgeons was established in 1917, they had focused on doing this for more than 100 years. The AATS 2020 meeting was also the 100th meeting since the establishment of the association. Therefore, this year's meeting was extraordinary. Moreover, this organization was also deeply rooted and had a far-reaching impact. The guidelines published by the AATS every year were the most popular in the field in the world. Every year, the AATS meeting was the focus of the field of cardiothoracic surgery. That was because the guidelines, materials, patents, and so on recognized here would be strongly supported in future development. So, how high was the value of this president? And Chen Song, the president of the World Society of Digestive Surgery, would need at least decades to reach his strength. To put it bluntly, the strength of an academic organization was ultimately based on results. After sending Xianxia away, Chen Song also hid the 115 network disk. When he was home, he would be discovered by Qin Little Wolf. At that time, he would definitely think that there was too little homework. Thinking of this, Chen Song sighed. Only he could understand the pain of a married man. In the afternoon, Chen Song set off with Teacher Meng to deal with the relevant business. The AATS 2020 conference was held in New York, United States. The main service of the conference cost $50. The membership application fee was $100, and the conference submission fee was $30. Chen Song was also helpless. AATS was stylish, and Chen Song wanted to bring the elephant trunk stent and XPRI with him. However, in this way, he also needed to provide a 10% booth service fee. This money had to be transferred to his account. This time, Chen Song truly felt the momentum of a high-end conference. However, Chen Song was helpless because the fees for the circumcision surgery had not been paid yet. Now, Chen Song only had 2,000 yuan on him. The booth service fee would only be paid after he went. After converting the 2,000 yuan on Chen Song into USD, there were still 300 to 500 yuan left. Next, he still needed to apply for an exit visa. The visa fee to the United States was 1,500 yuan. Chen Song had to shift his gaze to Teacher Meng. Teacher Meng, I didn't bring cash. Can you pay for me? Xianxia raised his slender eyebrows slightly. Beg me. Chen Song looked at Teacher Meng raising his noble head and could not help but feel sour in his heart. Sigh, a hero was driven to death by a penny. I beg you, Teacher Meng, lend me some money. Xianxia looked at Chen Song and could not help but laugh. Haha, forget it, forget it. You don't have to beg me. Just act cute. Chen Song was instantly enraged. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. I won't eat handouts, I won't eat handouts. I will never act cute. Meow Xianxia giggled like a beautiful flower. P.S. Well, there are still 2 more chapters. Thank you for your support, finally. Act cute and ask for votes daily. Humble veteran asking for votes online. At night, Chen Song did not dare to go home. Moneybag Ma asked Chen Song to take over the night shift because his hemorrhoids had not healed. He was worried that his butt would hurt the next day. Although Chen Song couldn't figure out the logic behind it, he had no idea why. He wanted to refuse, but when he thought about the food at Moneybag Ma's house for a while, he agreed. Suddenly, Chen Song felt that he had become the most humble billionaire. He had been teased by Professor Meng during the day. At night, he had to take over the night shift for Moneybag Ma. Forget it, at least, the night shift in the emergency department was not a bad thing for Chen Song. If he went home, would he have enough money to buy groceries tonight? Chen Song was speechless. At 11 p.m., the night view of the capital was the most beautiful. Chen Song had just come down from a neurology consultation. He stood in the elevator on the 31st floor and looked at the capital outside the window. It was a charming sight. Chen Song felt that it was not bad to work on such a floor. After all, the 270-degree view of the office was for you to enjoy. After arriving at the emergency department, Chen Song looked at the road outside the window and could not help but sigh. However, before Chen Song could compose a poem, the fat nurse, Lu, ran into the office. "Professor Chen, the ambulance has brought in a 30-year-old unconscious woman." When Chen Song heard this, he quickly got up and followed Lu out of the office. When he reached the door, the nurse and the ambulance doctor were transferring the patient. Chen Song also saw the unconscious woman. She was in her pajamas and lying on the bed. She was unconscious and her mouth and eyes were obviously crooked. There was a man behind her. He was also in his 30s and was dressed rather smartly. They looked like a couple. The man frowned and stood there anxiously. He looked very worried. Chen Song quickly asked, "What happened?" The man stood there and clicked his tongue for a long time. She suddenly became like this. "I don't know what happened." When the man spoke, his eyes flickered and his words were vague. He stuttered for a long time but could not speak clearly. This made Chen Song suddenly wonder if there was something wrong with this man. Chen Song continued to ask, "This has a lot to do with the patient's condition. I hope you can actively cooperate with me. What is the cause of the patient's illness? What are the triggering factors? For example, what did she eat?" At this point, Chen Song emphasized, "If you hide the patient's condition, you may miss the rescue time. Then, it will be serious." To be honest, Chen Song highly suspected that the woman had a cerebral hemorrhage or cerebral infarction. However, he still needed to confirm it. On the other side, Chen Song said to Lu, "Contact the radiology department and arrange a head CT scan as soon as possible." The man lowered his head and said incoherently, "Actually, it's that time." I saw something wrong with her expression, but I thought she was in pain or pretending, so I didn't care. Later, she changed her position. I was behind her, so I couldn't see. It lasted for about 10 minutes. Then, I realized that something was wrong. She didn't respond. I don't know what's going on either. I quickly called 120, and then, this is it. At this moment, Chen Song suddenly understood, sudden problems occurred during a couple's sex life. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Chen Song, who had many years of clinical experience in the emergency department, nodded calmly and comforted the man. "Don't be nervous. Did the patient have chronic diseases such as hypertension and diabetes before?" The man shook his head and said embarrassedly, "I don't know." Chen Song was stunned. Okay, at this moment, Lu told Chen Song, "Professor Chen, the radiology department is ready. We can send it over." Chen Song nodded. Okay. Chen Song was very worried about the development of the patient's condition. After all, he already suspected that it was a cerebral infarction or cerebral hemorrhage. He did not want anything to go wrong when taking the photos. At this moment, Chen Song looked at the woman's crooked mouth and eyes. He was a little worried. There were not many people on the night shift. Those who came to take the scans were basically from the emergency departments. Therefore, the CT results came out very quickly. After coming out, Chen Song's expression changed when he saw the results. A sudden large-scale cerebral hemorrhage was very dangerous and not optimistic. This required immediate hospitalization. If the surgery was done in time, the recovery would be better. Thinking of this, Chen Song immediately brought the patient back to the emergency department and asked the doctor on duty to handle the emergency hospitalization procedures for the patient. Then, Chen Song quickly contacted the neurosurgery department to assist in transferring the patient to another department and start the treatment as soon as possible. Lu recommended the patient to the resuscitation room and put on ECG and blood oxygen monitoring. Chen Song also quickly applied an ice pack to reduce the intracranial pressure. The patient's condition was really not optimistic. As soon as the ECG monitor was connected, the alarm rang. When Chen Song saw it, he was so scared that he vomited blood. This blood pressure, 200,130 mm Hg, this was a hypertensive crisis. With this blood pressure, he was still in the mood for sex. Didn't he feel dizzy? Chen Song was really helpless. At this moment, Chen Song quickly got up, tore off the informed consent form, and walked outside. At this moment, the man outside had yet to get up. However, he had already retreated to the entrance of the hospital hall. As if he was looking outside, Xianxia quickly called out to the man. "Hello, come and sign." The man was stunned. After looking around, he still walked over. Xianxia made a long story short. It's like this. The patient's blood pressure is very high, and the CT results show a large area of bleeding. The situation is very dangerous. This is the notice of critical illness. My suggestion is to complete the surgery as soon as possible. This way, the patient's prognosis and recovery will be better, and there won't be too much brain tissue death. This, Xianxia explained the problem. At this moment, the man said something that stunned Xianxia on the spot. It was unforgettable. The man glanced outside and then said to Xianxia, "That's right. Doctor, can we wait a few more minutes?" Xianxia shook his head. The patient's condition is very dangerous. The man sighed. Let's wait a little longer. Her husband will be here soon. After saying that, the man cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, "Doctor, please. I have to go first. If her husband sees me, he will definitely beat me to death." So, the man took advantage of the night and quickly ran away. Xianxia was dumbfounded on the spot. WHF. Are you kidding me? In the middle of the night, Xianxia held the notice of critical illness and stood in the wind. He was a little confused. Wasn't this 2F** king ridiculous? When a doctor encountered such a situation, how should he deal with it? The key was, there were too many things like this in the emergency department. Therefore, after coming to the hospital, experienced doctors usually had to double-check if the patient was a spouse. P.S. There's one more chapter. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He turned to Alu and said, "Did you register his ID card?" Alu nodded and looked at Xianxia in confusion. "Professor Chen, do you want to call the police?" Xianxia was also at a loss. Was this kind of thing a criminal case? Did he need to call the police? Xianxia thought for a long time and was also a little confused. However, Xianxia still said, "Call the police." Alu nodded. Yes, after all, that man said it himself. Who knows if it's true or not? It might be murder. Xianxia nodded. That was indeed the case. This kind of thing should be solved by the police. What they had to do now was nothing more than how to save the patient. After Alu called the police, she hung up the phone and wanted to curse. But, after hesitating for a long time, she didn't know who to curse, but she was angry. Alu was originally chubby, but when she was angry, she seemed to have gained a little weight. Xianxia sighed and had no choice but to call the medical department to report. At this time, the family could not be contacted. He could only look for the medical department. The medical department of the emergency center was the most difficult department. The other administrative departments were all on the upper floors. Only the medical department occupied the entire floor on the first floor of the administrative building. There were people on duty every night. After all, there were a lot of doctor-patient disputes in the emergency department every day. On this side, after Xianxia contacted the medical department, the other party hurried over. However, Xianxia could not stay idle. He quickly got up and returned to the resuscitation room to start the rescue work. Patients with cerebral hemorrhage were most afraid of continued bleeding, because the space inside the cranial cavity was limited. Inside were the white and gray matter of the brain, as well as the nerves and blood vessels of the brain stem, and a lot of important tissues. The brain was the headquarters of the human body, and the space in the office was limited. However, at this time, there was a cerebral hemorrhage. When a large amount of blood rushed out from the arteries and veins, the space in the cranial cavity was squeezed. The intracranial pressure would rise sharply. Once the intracranial pressure was high, it would press on the surrounding brain tissue, including the cerebral cortex, nerves, blood vessels, and so on. The intracranial blood vessels were generally thin. This pressure might cause another cerebral infarction. Otherwise, it would cause ischemia, hypoxia, and necrosis in the surrounding tissues. Therefore, cerebral hemorrhage was much more dangerous than cerebral infarction. It could even endanger his life. Cerebral infarction, on the other hand, was not life-threatening unless it was in the vital center or the brain stem. Therefore, the principle of emergency treatment for acute cerebral hemorrhage was, first, prevent further bleeding, secondly, reduce intracranial pressure, then the brain edema would be controlled. Finally, maintain vital signs and prevent complications. It sounded simple, but when it came to patients, it was extremely rare, just like the patient at this moment. Professor Chen, this is bad. The patient has stopped breathing. Chen Song's expression changed, he hurriedly ran over. Why did he stop breathing all of a sudden? Could it be that the cerebral hemorrhage had compressed the respiratory center, causing paralysis of the respiratory muscles? Thinking of this, Chen Song's balls were really crushed. If he really wanted to do that, he would have to go through ECMO. In other words, it was external pulmonary oxygenation, in other words, the artificial lung. If the patient could no longer breathe, this was the only way. However, there were only a few ECMO devices in the entire emergency center. One had to know that the ECMO extracorporeal membrane oxygenation machine represented the level of emergency treatment in a hospital, or even a region, or even a country. He hoped that was not the case. Thinking of this, Chen Song hurriedly went forward to check. The moment Chen Song opened the patient's mouth, he was suddenly stunned. He found that the patient's tongue had fallen backward, causing the tongue to block the respiratory tract, causing suffocation. Chen Song immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, it was a false alarm. However, Chen Song did not dare to let his guard down. He said to Alu, raise the head of the bed. Although Alu was chubby, he was still very nimble when he moved. Chen Song was not idle either. The emergency department's night shift was a training and challenge for emergency doctors. Chen Song's right hand went around the patient's back and casually removed the patient's bra. The most important thing now was to loosen the clothes, and this tight underwear was a bad factor. Then, Chen Song tilted the patient's head so that the secretions in the mouth could flow out on their own and be cleaned up in time. At this time, if the patient suffocated, it would be troublesome. Alu was stunned when he saw Chen Song remove the underwear. Professor Chen, you're amazing. You're skilled. Chen Song was speechless. This Alu, what nonsense was she talking about? It had to be said that this joke made Chen Song relax a little. At this time, the patient was a little anxious and kept moving on the bed. On the other side, Alu had just stabilized her and then flipped her over. The liquid hanging on her hand was almost pulled out by her. When Chen Song saw this, he could not let Alu keep her under control, right? He simply gave her an injection of sedatives. At this time, the patient's blood pressure was still so high. Chen Song said to another nurse, 25% magnesium sulfate, 10 milliliters, deep intramuscular injection. Chen Song's first aid skills were not bad, but, after all, he was not as professional as neurosurgery. Not long after, the nurse came in and told Chen Song, Professor Chen, the patient's family is here. Chen Song nodded and walked out. He did not forget to hold the notice of critical illness in his hand. After coming out, Chen Song looked at the man. He looked quite dignified. Why didn't he keep an eye on his wife? Chen Song was helpless. He only felt that the man's head was glossy. Doctor, my wife. What happened to her? The man was still a little worried. He looked a little travel-worn and his tone was a little hurried. Chen Song was helpless and decided to hide the fact that his wife had cheated on him. After all, he was also worried that the family would refuse to sign after knowing. That would be troublesome. This kind of situation had happened before. Of course, even if the family refused, the hospital would usually save the patient. But there would be a lot of trouble. The man was also reasonable. After listening to Chen Song's explanation, he signed decisively. Sorry to trouble you, doctor. At this moment, the police returned with the man who had just left. When the man came in, he saw his wife. His expression was very unnatural. And the wife seemed to have already known the cause of the matter. She stood up and punched him. The man's expression suddenly changed. Police officer, he hit me. The wife could tell that she had accumulated a lot of resentment. King, the police could only turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. They pretended that they could not stop the man, but they also did not let the matter become serious. Comrade, calm down. The man was unconvinced. What the CK did I do? I sent your wife to the hospital. I'm just acting bravely for a just cause. Chen Song was dumbfounded. Acting bravely for a just cause, I suggest that you just beat him to death. The corners of the police's mouth twitched. Wasn't this guy too shameless? P.S. Looking for monthly votes. End of chapter 1344. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.